Introduction asterisk. Unbeknownst to you, extraordinary events are unfolding in the fabric of everyday life. Perhaps you have witnessed them firsthand, yet afterward, you will retain no memory of such occurrences. Chapter 1. The Unexpected Visitor. My name is Ling Mo. I recall that during my final year of elementary school, life around me seemed utterly ordinary. I had yet to descend into the realm of mediocrity. However, that summer, upon my graduation, my existence took a tumultuous turn. This transformation can be attributed to my extraordinary identity. I'm a power wielder. Of course, you are free to dismiss this as mere folly, a poorly crafted jest at best. Indeed, from that fateful summer onward, I found myself inexplicably beset by misfortunes. It all began thus. Hooray! Summer vacation has arrived, and without a shred of homework. Why? Because I, Ling Mo, have finally graduated from elementary school. With 2 months of freedom ahead, I intend to revel in unrestrained joy. Dad, I'm home. Where shall we venture this summer? I exclaimed joyfully as I bounded through the door. Shout, Mo, my father said, seated on the sofa, gently ruffling my hair. How old are you now? I was flabbergasted. Am I still your son? How could you even ask that? I scrutinized his face, searching for signs of jest, but found none. In disbelief, I queried, Dad, are you not joking? Have you been brainwashed? Mo, I am asking you quite seriously, he replied with resolve. 12. I answered. You are currently 11 and a half. Hong Er interjected. Hong Er is our household robot, crafted by my father. Despite her mechanical nature, she is akin to family. He instructed me to refer to her as my sister. Thus, I acquired a robotic sibling. By the way, I should mention that my father is a remarkable scientist, a man whose intellect often eludes my comprehension. He possesses an eccentricity that is, well, peculiar. He forbids my mother and me from disclosing the existence of our robotic companion. Rounding off, that means you are 12 this year, father stated. Oh, that is inconsequential. What truly matters is where we shall go this summer. After 6 long years, I've finally reached this moment of liberation. My eyes gleamed with excitement. Mo, we will not be going on a trip this year, my father said calmly. I nearly choked. My heart could scarcely bear the weight of such news. What? His words doused my enthusiasm like a bucket of icy water. Do not be disheartened. Not disheartened? Then what enthralling activities do we have planned? I inquired, lifting my gaze with renewed hope. They will be immensely entertaining and quite thrilling. Really? My spirits brightened. Indeed. What shall we do? I pressed. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he stood by the window, gazing outside. After a moment, he spoke slowly. You will know soon enough. Suddenly, he seemed deep and enigmatic. I turned to look at Hong Er, who mirrored my bewilderment. A knock echoed from downstairs, prompting me to rush to the door. Upon opening it, I was greeted by a benevolent elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 70s or 80s, yet his vitality belied his years. For reasons unknown, his presence instilled a profound sense of security within me. His eyes radiated an indescribable authority and kindness that felt familiar, especially the smile upon his face, reminiscent of the Buddha. Behind him stood 2 middle-aged individuals, a man and a woman, both in their 30s. Hello, Mo. The elderly gentleman greeted first. Hello, Grandpa. May I inquire what brings you here? I asked. Wait, how do you know my name? We are here for recruitment. Before he could finish, I interrupted. I'm terribly sorry, but we are quite busy and have plans to travel. So farewell. I hastily shut the door. After all, I had finally earned a carefree vacation. Why would I want to return to school? The monotony of school had wearied me, and I refused to let anyone, divine or otherwise, disrupt my long-awaited holiday. Upon returning to the living room, Hong Er promptly inquired, who was at the door? I replied irritably, recruiters. Father's eyes lit up, and he turned to me with urgency. What did they look like? Was it an elderly man with white hair and a beard? Yes. How did you know? They are here. It was the voice of the elderly gentleman. I was startled, quickly turning my head to look. It was indeed him, and the man and woman were with him, having entered the living room. I was taken aback. Hadn't I just closed the door? How did they? Teacher, father exclaimed with fervor. I was still in a daze, utterly confounded. What is happening? Hong Er whispered to me. I shrugged. How would I know? You're the highly intelligent machine. I halted abruptly, covering my mouth, for I had almost revealed our secret regarding our household robot. Father beckoned the elderly gentleman before me, saying, Allow me to introduce you. This is my teacher, the one who educated me. He is our principal. Oh, Henry. Mo, This summer, you will embark on a journey of learning with him. Are you joking? Oh, Henry, the renowned author? How can this be true? I was utterly flabbergasted. My father's mentor was none other than O. Henry. Although my father excelled in mechanics, I had never seen him publish any significant works. Ha ha, I bear the name O. Henry, but I'm not the author you are familiar with, the elderly gentleman chuckled. Father patted my shoulder, saying, Shout, Mo, this summer, you shall commence your fantastical journey with Principal O. Henry. All right, I replied. A rather dreary summer adventure with an old man and a millennial was about to unfold. Oh, and one more thing. I distinctly remember closing the door as I entered. How did you manage to come in? I was still perplexed by this mystery. Oh, he glanced at my father before addressing me. Did your father not share our story with you? Your story? What story? My curiosity was piqued. Well, Xiao Mo, have you never considered that the superheroes you see on television, like Spider-Man, Batman, and Superman, might actually be real? My father asked. Of course they exist, but only in childhood fantasies. Who would still be so naive as to believe in such things at this age? I replied dismissively. You are the one who remains naive, Hong Er remarked with a laugh. Huh, thank you for the compliment. Actually, we are. What? I felt as though I might faint. Was this some sort of elaborate jest? Dad, you haven't been watching too many cartoons, have you? I'm sorry. No, Xiao Mo, this is indeed true. This holiday, the principal will take you to that world. Now that you are 12, your superpowers will gradually begin to manifest. Therefore, to ensure you wield them correctly, you must accompany the principal, my father said, placing both hands on my shoulders. In truth, they may not have realized, but my heart raced as if it might burst. I nodded vigorously in my mind. Superpowers? Could this possibly be real? Could you demonstrate your superpowers? I inquired. Xiao Mo, in truth, you have always been able to perceive my superpower. The very existence of Hong Er serves as the finest testament to that. My astonishment deepened. I had never questioned why my father consistently outshone others in intellect, effortlessly conjuring thoughts that eluded those around him. Principal O. Henry waved his hand, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Then, light emerged, tiny stars gently drifting down from the ceiling, vanishing upon contact with any other surface. Wow, how beautiful! Hong Er exclaimed. What kind of school is that? I asked further. With a sudden snap of his fingers, the previous scene vanished, and a magnificent island materialized before us, bustling with people and flowing with vehicles, yet devoid of any semblance of traffic congestion. It resembled a miniature real estate model, with individuals merely a centimeter tall. Yet even so, my home's living room could only showcase a fraction of it. This is the Sky City, the sacred realm of superhumans, he declared. Due to the absence of illumination, our faces were eerily illuminated by the ethereal blue-white glow emanating from this real estate. That is our school. He pointed to the most magnificent structure within. The most striking aspect of that place was the blend of Eastern and Western architecture, featuring ancient European castles alongside our Chinese palatial buildings, with yellow glazed tiles and red-painted houses standing out conspicuously, all encircled by a wall, beyond which lay modern residences like bungalows and villas. St. Christopher School, I murmured, reading the golden characters at the entrance. Well, have you made up your mind? Will you accompany me? Principal O. Henry inquired. Indeed, of course. As my father said, I must go, I replied, unwaveringly gazing into his eyes. Splendid. His face flushed with joy, and he handed me an enrollment invitation, a crimson booklet adorned with gilded lettering, exuding a fragrant aroma. Welcome to our community, Principal O. Henry smiled, extending his right hand for a solemn handshake. I must admit, his grip was quite powerful. My hand nearly felt as if it might snap. When do classes commence? I asked. Formal classes begin in 3 days, but you may register tomorrow, he replied. At that moment, the man behind him finally spoke. I am Paul Atkinson, the vice principal. The woman also chimed in. I am Mary Smith, also a vice principal. Then, in an instant, they vanished from our sight as if they had never existed, leaving no trace behind. I turned to my father and said, Dad, this matter requires your explanation. You've concealed it from me for 12 years. 11 and a half. Hong Er interjected. All right, what do you wish to know? He asked, somewhat resigned. Start from the beginning. Well, you all know that in ancient China, there were many deities such as Fuxi, Pangu, and Yuhua, whose descendants possess extraordinary abilities akin to their forebears. However, the potency and variety of superpowers are not dictated by genetics. For instance, while I possess a particularly agile mind, You may not necessarily share the same intellect as mine. After the Zhou dynasty, these beings ceased to inhabit Earth. Instead, they created a realm above, the precursor to Sky City. Since those who reside there are superhumans, their technological advancements surpass ours, much like the inhabitants of the idyllic realms described in Tao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring. However, unlike those secluded beings, superhumans remain aware of everything that transpires on Earth. They are the descendants of gods. Although those deities have perished, their blood flows through our veins. Which gods are we descended from? I queried. Xiao Mo. We are the descendants of Yin Emperor and Yellow Emperor. My father's eyes sparkle with pride. I often speak those 4 words to you. Did you never ponder their significance? Oh, I suddenly understood. We are the progeny of the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor? Indeed. Then why do others, who also reside on this land and are called descendants of Yin and Huang, lack superpowers? I pressed on. Well, they are also descendants of gods, but when the powers of one deity conflict with those of another, their offspring may lose their abilities. Furthermore, some, upon the creation of Sky City, chose to remain attached to the land of Huaxia, and over time, they forgot their superhuman heritage. Naturally, their descendants became oblivious as well. In truth, they still possess latent superpowers, albeit dormant. I patted my chest, exhaling with relief. It's fortunate that the principal visited us today. Otherwise, I doubt I would have learned any of this. This secret shall remain within our family, never to be divulged. Also, you must exercise caution. Remember, what appears harmless is often perilous. Danger lurks nearby, and fate has long predetermined that something significant will occur in your life. My father spoke gravely. What kind of event? I asked. You'll come to know. What has been will recur, and what has transpired will happen again. He replied cryptically. Sigh. He had grown solemn once more. All right, hurry and pack your belongings. School awaits, he urged. I dashed back to my room, swiftly gathering what I needed. I lay back on my bed, hands behind my head, contemplating the recent revelations. Everything had unfolded so rapidly that I had scarcely prepared myself. My life was on the verge of a monumental transformation. Hong Air gently entered. You just returned, and now you must leave again? Indeed, I wish it were not so. I thought we could go out and play. I wish to play too. I've grown numb from being cooped up in school for so long. I sighed. Silence enveloped us. After a while, she finally asked, So, when will you return? Perhaps in 5 days, on Friday evening, I speculated. I will miss you. Hong Air said. What nonsense! I exclaimed, as if I won't be back. Suddenly, I noticed a glimmer in her eyes, bright enough to be somewhat blinding. Could it be tears? No. How could a robot shed tears? Surely, I was overthinking it. I hastily dismissed the notion. Yet, I distinctly saw her wipe her eyes with the back of her hand, leaving me even more astonished than the revelation of my own superpowers. You shed tears? But you're a robot, I exclaimed in disbelief. My father designed me to resemble a real person, capable of experiencing joy, sorrow, and everything in between. I require sustenance, just as you do, she replied nonchalantly. Truly, a highly advanced robot. My father was extraordinarily skilled. Brother, she called softly, oh my goodness. One must realize how discordant our relationship used to be. From the first grade of elementary school, my father insisted that I train in martial arts with her. It felt rather odd to engage in such activities with a girl. Nevertheless, I often found myself being bested by her, which led me to retaliate in other ways, resulting in a perpetual state of conflict between us. Now, hearing her call me brother takes me aback, leaving me with goosebumps. Time for dinner. My father's voice echoed from downstairs. We hurried down, just as Honger had previously remarked, if you can do it, I can too, as she too was ready to eat. 3 days later, the day of school arrived. I cannot quite articulate my emotions. They seem to be in conflict. I am eager to venture to that much-anticipated place, yet a part of me is reluctant to leave home. Suddenly, a pressing question came to mind, and I dashed to my father. How do I reach the Sky City, which is 8,000 meters above us? Leave that to the principal. He will guide you, he replied. By the way, Dad, why has no one ever discovered the Sky City? I had my doubts about this matter. In the Sky City, there exists a stone known as the Holy Stone, which is the sole source of energy for the entire city. It is because of this stone that ordinary people cannot perceive the Sky City. To them, it is as inconspicuous as air. It is this stone that enables the city to float in the sky. Oh, I see. Honger gestured for me to come over, and I approached her in confusion. She then took my hand and led me to her room, which was adorned with a conspicuous sign reading, "Girls' Bedroom. Boys keep out," though she seemed to have either forgotten or simply ignored it. As I ascended the stairs, I struggled to take a step, my feet colliding with the steps, and now I found myself unable to stand. Sitting on the ground, I cover my feet with my hands. "What are you doing? Can't you walk properly? Why the rush? It hurts so much." "Here." She handed me a pair of gloves. They were black, with silver metallic accents on the back and joints, looking quite impressive. "What are these?" "It's July," I exclaimed. It was the height of summer, and offering me gloves felt somewhat embarrassing. Magic gloves. They can enhance your existing strength by at least 4 times. The back is made of titanium alloy, allowing you to deal significant damage while effectively protecting yourself, Hunger explained. "Oh, thanks." I accepted the gloves without hesitation. "Mo, it's time for school." Chapter 2. Sky City, Here I Come. The principal stood beside me, placing a hand on my shoulder, and in an instant, we found ourselves at the school gate. With a cheerful smile, he said, "We've arrived. Mo, I have some matters to attend to. Can you manage everything?" I nodded vigorously, of course. After inquiring about the location of the freshman dormitory, I dragged my suitcase toward the building. As I ascended the stairs, someone tapped my shoulder. "Hi there. I'm Peter Taylor, a freshman like you. It feels great to meet a new classmate." He was of similar height to me, perhaps slightly shorter, with an average build, dressed casually in sportswear and sneakers, and sporting a decidedly non-mainstream hairstyle. "Hello. Yes, I'm a freshman," I replied. "What's your name?" He inquired. "Ling Mo." "Ah, why are you using a Chinese name? Students here are supposed to use English names," he remarked. "Why?" I asked, puzzled. "This is a place that merges Eastern and Western cultures," he explained, then suddenly shook his head vigorously, saying, "No, wait. Everyone should know this. How could you not?" "Victor, Victor, my English name," I responded. "Oh, which dorm are you in?" After I told him, he exclaimed joyfully, "We're in the same dorm. Victor, welcome to be my roommate. No wonder I felt an instant brotherly bond with you." "Oh, please call me Mo or Mo. Victor feels a bit too formal," I said. "All right, Mo." As we spoke, we arrived at the dormitory. "What class are we in?" I asked while tidying my bed. "We won't know until the freshman assembly. There's a class division ceremony for the whole school." He began organizing his belongings as well. Class division ceremony? I was bewildered. Neither my father nor the principal had mentioned this. "Yes, don't you know? Every year, after the new students arrive in summer, a grand class division ceremony is held. The powerful ones go to Class A, while the weaker ones go to Class B," he said, displaying an exaggerated astonishment. "All students, please gather at the playground immediately. The class division ceremony is about to commence." A man's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, repeating the announcement. "Hey, you didn't mention that the class division ceremony is observed by the entire school," I exclaimed, realizing I had no abilities to showcase and fearing I would embarrass myself. Forget it. Let's go. I don't want to dwell on it. What's your Chinese name?" Using an English name feels awkward. It's clearly obvious you're Chinese. "Zhou Yuan," he replied. We hurried towards the playground. Upon arrival, most of the faculty and students had gathered. On stage stood a sun-kissed, athletic man clad in sports attire. At 7 o'clock sharp, the person on stage addressed us. "Welcome back to returning students, and a warm welcome to new students at Street Christopher's campus. Now, let's invite the principal to deliver a speech." The principal spoke at length, offering words of encouragement regarding our studies, though I did not pay much attention. After a minute or two, the class division ceremony officially began. The man in sportswear returned to the stage and began calling out names. Those called would step forward to showcase their superpowers. "That's Coach Lee," Peter remarked about the man in sportswear. "He teaches us physical education." I shot him a curious glance. Did one really need to learn physical education if they possess superpowers? As students were called one by one, those assigned to Class A cheered with joy, while those placed in Class B hung their heads in disappointment. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but inquire, "What's the difference between being placed in Class A and Class B?" He rolled his eyes, exasperated. If there were no difference, why would they bother with divisions? "Didn't I tell you? Those in Class A are the strong ones, taught by the most formidable teachers. After they mature, they typically become protectors of the Sky City and earn respect and admiration. Class B, on the other hand, consists mostly of ordinary citizens who usually venture into business upon adulthood. Most students aspire to be in Class A because none emerge from there without leaving a mark, and the future prospects are quite promising." "Oh, well, that doesn't make much difference to me," I replied nonchalantly. "Why not?" he asked, astonished. "Because I'll have to return below eventually," I explained. "Below? To Earth?" "Yes." "Wait, Don't you live in the Sky City? I live in China, but he appeared utterly astonished, as though he had just witnessed a panda speaking human language. Number 107. Anna Kim Taylor. Coach Lee announced. A girl stepped forward. Look, that's my sister, Peter exclaimed excitedly. I observed the girl, clad in a t-shirt and a short skirt, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding a refreshing aura. Your sister? What's her name? I inquired. Anna. Anna Kim Taylor, Peter replied. And her Chinese name? Zhou Ke. I registered alongside my sister. I must be next, Peter shouted with enthusiasm, gripping my shoulders so tightly it caused me discomfort. All right. No need to get so worked up. Anna was assigned to Class B, but to my surprise, she did not appear disheartened, which contrasted sharply with Peter's expectations. Number 108. Peter Taylor. Came a call from the stage. Peter ascended with exhilaration. Please demonstrate your superpower, Coach Lee instructed. With a swift flourish of his hand, dozens of mud figures erupted from the ground, glaring menacingly at Coach Lee, startling everyone. The mud figures launched a three-pronged assault from the air, ground, and below, yet miraculously, as they approached within 2 meters of him, they transformed into a puddle of mud. The crowd was left speechless, a palpable silence enveloping the scene as they struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. Class A, Coach Lee shouted joyfully. I found it peculiar that he seemed so pleased after nearly being overwhelmed by the mud figures. What an eccentric. Cheers erupted from the Class A lineup, and I noticed Peter's sister clapping excitedly for him. Peter rushed over, exclaiming, Ling Mo, did you hear? Class A. I can go to Class A. Afterward, he broke into a dance, leaving me utterly bemused. Once he had exhausted his enthusiasm, he returned to my side, apologetically saying, Sorry, I got a little carried away. I could only shake my head in resignation. The classification continued on stage. What left me even more speechless was that after showcasing his impressive dance skills, many girls approached Peter to strike up conversations. Disliking the commotion, I decided to step away. Number 132, Pedro Morgan. A young lad took the stage, his demeanor cold and aloof, with streaks of red in his hair and a strikingly handsome face that radiated defiance. He emanated an aura of icy detachment, his piercing wolf-like eyes sending shivers down the spines of all present. I found myself immensely intrigued by this individual. Please demonstrate your superpower, Coach Lee repeated his customary line. A massive fire ignited on stage, engulfing everything in flames, illuminating the previously dark sky with a fierce glow. Yet, the flames quickly subsided, and under the protection of the guards, everyone remained unharmed. This time, Coach Lee applauded with even greater fervor. Impressive, truly remarkable, excellent work, though perhaps refrain from turning this place to ashes next time. Class A. Applaud, children. The young man cast a disdainful glance at Coach Lee before making his way to the Class A lineup. How amusing, I mused. Number 133. Ling Mo, he called out uncertainly. Oh no, this is it. I made my way to the stage. At last, it was my turn. Please demonstrate your superpower, Coach Lee instructed. All eyes were upon me. What is it? He inquired. Well, honesty it is. I do not possess a superpower. The crowd erupted in laughter, the sound echoing throughout the space. I shot a glare at Henry, who was watching with a benevolent smile, which only fueled my irritation. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. I lamented internally. I have no superpower. What a predicament. I shouldn't have come to this eccentric school. Yet, Principal Henry gave me an encouraging nod. It took several minutes for the laughter to subside. You do not possess a superpower? Coach Lee scrutinized me as if I were an unparalleled oddity. However, given that this was a sanctuary for those with extraordinary abilities, my presence as a mere mortal was indeed peculiar. So how did you end up here? On a vacation? He asked, struggling to suppress his laughter. As I observed his face contorting with suppressed mirth, my anger flared. Did he wish to test my patience? I longed to land a few punches on him. Indeed, it was your principal who invited me. What of it? I retorted through gritted teeth. He disregarded my ire completely. Well, our school has welcomed its very first. Waste. Let's give him a warm round of applause as he joins Class B. His booming voice reverberated throughout the campus, sounding particularly grating to my ears. The Class B lineup erupted in discontented murmurs. Thus, I slowly walked toward Class B, under the scornful gazes of my peers. I furiously took my position at the back, cursing him in my mind. Mo, come out, I have something to tell you. A voice echoed in my mind, spoken in flawless English. I was startled, glancing around, but saw no one conversing with me, causing a surge of fear. Was it merely a figment of my imagination? Who are you? I silently questioned. You'll find out if you come out, the voice replied. Where to? I asked, though I wasn't in the best of moods and reluctant to engage. Curiosity still tugged at me. Just at the school gate, the voice responded. All right, I acquiesced. Upon reaching the school gate, I spotted an elderly man in white standing there. His long black hair and golden embroidered robe exuded an air of regal authority. Suddenly, he reminded me of someone, not just anyone, but a deity. Did you seek me out? I inquired. He turned to face me, and I was taken aback, observing his high nose and a thick beard several inches long, his eyes sparkling with intensity, causing me to question my own vision. Indeed, he replied. You, who are you? Zeus, he stated calmly, devoid of any tremor in his voice. Haha, I am still Zeus's father. Just call me Dad Zeus. Do you think just because you cosplay me, I would believe you? Children nowadays are not so easily deceived, I scoffed dismissively. What would it take for you to believe? He inquired. The lightning rod. The lightning rod is the symbol of Zeus as the god. If you can produce the genuine lightning rod, I shall believe you. I specified genuine to avoid being misled. Very well. To my astonishment, he produced a staff over a meter long, radiating white light. In an instant, a fierce wind howled, dark clouds gathered above, and thunder roared, creating a terrifying spectacle. I have nothing else to offer you. Consider this lightning a gift, he added. What? I exclaimed in terror. This is the property of the gods, not to be touched by mortals. No, others cannot, but you may, he said, tossing the lightning to me. Instinctively, I caught it, but as he had stated, I remained entirely unscathed. Do you need something from me? I stammered, excitement causing my speech to falter, for before me stood a true deity, the king of gods, a rare encounter indeed. The class division ceremony, I also watched. Before he could finish, I coldly interrupted. Were you disappointed? No. Prior to this, we had never met. We have no connection, so what could possibly lead to your disappointment? You must have found it amusing instead, right? To my surprise, the God King sighed deeply. Little Mo, if you truly think that, you are mistaken. What do you mean? I asked, somewhat perplexed. Let me share something with you, he began. Everyone understands the principle of taking fate into one's own hands. Even with the three fates, they cannot completely govern the destinies of individuals. Otherwise, they would be invincible. Get to the point, I said, feeling an unexpected surge of courage to interrupt him. He surprisingly did not take offense. You have a particularly formidable adversary known as the Heart-Eater Demon, named James Wallace. In truth, you share no deep-seated enmity with him, but he is an exceedingly dangerous individual, possessing abilities nearing those of a deity. Over 30 years ago, he wreaked havoc upon this land, the Sky City beneath your feet. Naturally, the inhabitants here harbor a grudge against him, yearning for vengeance. However, his power instills fear in all superhumans. Yet you have emerged. By the time you reach 12, your abilities will gradually manifest. You must come here to learn from the teachers how to wield them correctly. Otherwise, what awaits you is Hades, the lord of the underworld. I want to say that this Heart-Eater Demon is merely close to godhood, while you're not only a god, but the king of gods. Why do you need me to step in? I remarked. We cannot intervene in this matter. Only you and another child can join forces to defeat him. If either of you perishes, the mission will fail. A century will pass before your reincarnations can return to this world. This means if you cannot vanquish him this time, darkness will reign over the world for 100 years. You are the chosen one selected by us, the 12 Olympian gods. But I don't even possess superpowers. Asking me to assist you is akin to sending me to my demise. There will be bread, and there will be abilities, he assured. I was at a loss for words. Mo, a voice called from behind. It was Peter. I waved at him. I'm over here. Yet when I turned back, Zeus had vanished without a trace. He approached, bent over with his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. What were you running around for? Why are you here alone? Alone? Just a moment ago, I wasn't. I looked around in confusion, but Zeus was nowhere to be found. I have returned to my temple. Do not attempt to seek me out, nor mention me to anyone. Zeus's voice echoed in my mind. I could only respond with a soft "oh." Hey, you didn't get placed in Class B and feel down about it, did you? Peter inquired. Not at all. Haven't I mentioned that it makes no difference to me which class I'm assigned to? I'll be going back anyway. Although I said this, I still detested the disdainful glances from others. Oh, right. I almost forgot. He seemed to just remember. Shall we head back? Where else will we be? Still barbecuing here. I retorted. Upon returning to the playground, Peter introduced me to his sister, Anna, as the class division ceremony had just concluded. After our introductions, we all returned to our dormitories. In the dormitory, each student was called to introduce themselves. One by one, they finished, leaving only me yet to begin as I lounged lazily on the upper bunk. I hadn't paid much attention to their introductions, so aside from Peter, who had quickly befriended me, I did not recognize anyone else. "Hey, it's your turn," one roommate said as he approached me. Since there was no escaping, I resigned myself. "I am Ling Mo. My English name is Victor. I'm the one without superpowers from the class division ceremony." At this point, my inner frustration flared once more. Suddenly, I heard laughter around me, except from Peter, which only fueled my anger. Whether it was sympathetic or sarcastic, it was all the same to me, a mockery. So what if they had superpowers? Lights out, lights out. The dormitory supervisor's hoarse voice rang out, prompting everyone to hurriedly return to their beds and feign sleep. Instantly, the dorm fell silent, everyone holding their breath, and when the supervisor passed by, he merely muttered something before moving on to other rooms. Morning arrived, heralded by the melodious sound of the wake-up bell pulling us from our dreams. Rustling sounds filled the air as everyone lazily got up, still unsure if they were truly awake, resembling sleepwalkers. Some hadn't even opened their eyes, mumbling indistinctly. Glancing at the clock, it was 7. I stretched. A new day had begun. For us newcomers, the first day was filled with listening to the teachers drone on about various precautions, with only a scant portion of time allocated for attempting to utilize our superpowers. Lacking any abilities myself, I could only linger on the sidelines, watching others with excitement and eagerness on their faces. Deep down, I felt an urge to try, but it was quickly suppressed. I sighed inwardly and shook my head. Finally, the morning classes ended, feeling as though half a century had passed. I no longer had to watch others. It was now lunchtime. Most students, including myself, headed towards the cafeteria. Peter burst out from class A7 and joined me in class B4. He was not just here for me. His sister Anna was in this class as well. "Little Mo, you seem a bit down today. What's the matter?" Peter asked, spending the entire morning doing nothing but watching others use their superpowers. How could I possibly be happy? I managed a rueful smile. "It'll come soon. It's just a matter of time," he reassured me. Enough of that. No need to flatter me. I waved my hand dismissively. "It's true. Otherwise, how could you be at St. Christopher's School?" "Thanks, Peter. You've given me a reason to carry on." We had already gotten our meals and were heading up to the second floor of the cafeteria. We found a random spot to sit down, and I began to indulge in the feast before me. "The food here is incredible," I exclaimed, my mouth full. "Of course, this is prepared by the exclusive chefs of St. Christopher's School. In the mortal world, they are the legendary gourmet gods," Peter boasted, as if those chefs were part of his family. With such delightful dishes, I polished off my lunch in no time, leaving the plate gleaming like a mirror. I let out a satisfied sigh, saying, "What a worthwhile trip. Even without superpowers, it's still worth it." Not long after I finished, I was astonished to see Peter and Anna had also finished. While Anna ate elegantly, Peter did not share my ravenous pace. How could they keep up with me? I couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Having finished, it was time for us to leave. After walking a few steps, someone tripped me, causing me to tumble to the ground. The leftover scraps, such as bones, flew out of control along with the plate, heading straight for someone. To my shock, that person was Pedro Morgan. Pedro Morgan, the one who drove countless girls into a frenzy and sparked envy and resentment among numerous boys during the class division ceremony. The wielder of fire who nearly set the stage ablaze. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, preventing any morsels of food from nearing him, incinerating them into ashes from a distance. As I gazed into his deep-set eyes, I seemed to perceive a blaze of fury within. After all, he was a renowned heartthrob throughout the school, while I found myself merely a background character, lacking wealth or influence. How could I possibly provoke such a figure? Oh dear, I couldn't help but swallow hard, trying not to envision how delectable I might taste as a roasted lamb. In an instant, he transformed into a being of flames, singeing me with the heat of his ascent, causing me to yearn for a retreat to Antarctica for a decade or two. Mere moments later, he reverted to his original form. "Do you wish to die?" His cold voice resonated in my ears. "And no," I stammered. "Meet me at the library after school tonight." With that, he departed. Before he could walk too far, I managed to respond, "Oh, have you lost your mind?" Once Pedro was out of earshot, Peter could no longer contain his outburst. "How could you agree to that? What's wrong? Are you unwell?" I was bewildered by his intense reaction. Alas, Anna sighed heavily. The school library is off limits at night. Why? I was perplexed. Was there something sinister at play? Because Peter leaned closer. There are ghosts. What? I gasped in surprise. The library is haunted at night. Hence entry is only permitted during the day, Anna explained. Though I don't believe in ghosts, the school must have a reason for not fabricating such a ludicrous tale to prevent us from entering the library. Very well. A gentleman's word is his bond. Although I may not be a gentleman, I refuse to act like a rogue. I shall at least be a cunning hypocrite, I declared. Peter wiped his brow, saying, the more I hear, the more alarming it becomes. Let's all strive to be gentlemen. Being a hypocrite isn't so bad. Perhaps you should. A glimmer of mischief sparked in my eyes as I regarded Peter. What are you planning? I have a bad feeling about this. Peter's face immediately shifted to one of wariness. Why not accompany me? I decided not to delay any longer and spoke plainly. His expression changed instantly. I certainly won't go. I fear ghosts. If I, devoid of superpowers, can dare to venture, what do you have to fear with your exceptional abilities? I looked at him with disdain. At that moment, surprisingly, Anna spoke up. I want to go too. I widened my eyes, incredulous. How could the brother refuse while the sister was eager? Are you truly going? Aren't you afraid of ghosts? I asked her. Were these two really siblings? They seemed worlds apart. If you're not afraid, why should I be? Besides, I've longed to see inside, she replied. Excellent. You both shall explore the mystery while I await your triumphant return right here. With that, Peter attempted to sneak away, but I seized him, declaring, oh no, you won't escape? We share both fortune and misfortune. Ultimately, he could not resist and agreed. However, I must inquire, why is the school library haunted? I asked, what is the origin of this tale? Surely, it did not become haunted for no reason. Well, the version I heard goes like this, Peter began. Previously, entry to the library at night was permitted, but not long ago, the librarian pursued a thief who stole a forbidden book. Unbeknownst to him, that thief was no ordinary person. The librarian perished without understanding how. Since then, his spirit has lingered in the restricted section, attempting to capture the thief. However, students are forbidden from entering that area. Even senior officials must vote to gain access. Thus, few have ventured there, and it is said that the librarian's ghost only appears at night. Yet, if you present your student ID before him, he will spare you, though that does not apply in the restricted section. Doesn't that sound fabricated? I couldn't help but interject. This is merely hearsay, and such tales can certainly morph over time, Peter responded. When you mentioned not long ago, does that refer to? Before I could finish, Anna interjected, 30 years ago. Then this ghost story is rather youthful. I chuckled. Youthful? Even if it's young, it's still terrifying. Peter exclaimed. I find it rather unremarkable, I replied, causing Peter's expression to darken. Did the principal never investigate? I queried. The principal entered once, but emerged looking quite unwell. When questioned, he remained silent. It's certain that if he displayed such a demeanor, something truly terrifying must lurk within. Anna mused. I found myself deep in thought. If Mr. O. Henry, the principal, possessed no lesser capabilities than others, then if even he felt fear. The bell, signaling the end of the afternoon nap, echoed, and I suddenly sensed that everything was becoming increasingly frightening. The dormitory supervisor began blowing the whistle. Upon hearing that sound, Peter felt a wave of relief wash over him. Let's go, it's time for bed. If we don't return now, we'll lose conduct points. There was no choice. Although I recognized this as merely an excuse, it was an effective one. I had no desire to start the school year with conduct points deducted. News of my planned visit to the library spread like wildfire across the campus. Upon returning to the dormitory, everyone was buzzing with excitement about it. Naturally, I remained a quiet listener, not wishing to frighten myself before the event. Whenever night falls, he always appears there. A roommate spoke in a chilling tone, and then his ethereal spirit glides through the rows of bookshelves, surveying those lingering in the library. Previously, he never encountered anyone, as the library closed at 4 in the afternoon. But tonight, his prey will arrive. Those captured by him mysteriously perish. His voice was barely above a whisper, yet the atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive due to the silence of the others. It truly felt eerie, as if that spirit could possess anyone, and one wrong move could lead to being devoured or worse. I shivered, a sense of dread creeping in, goosebumps rising all over me. For the first time, I felt as if class time passed with remarkable speed. School had dismissed, and everyone either rushed to shower or hurried to exercise. According to our agreement, It was time to head to the library, yet neither Peter nor Anna had shown up. I wondered where they had vanished to, especially since we had promised to go together. No choice remained. The wager had been made, and I had to proceed. I steeled myself and stealthily entered the library while no one was watching. The walls of the library gleamed as white as snow, completely contrary to my expectations. Instead of being dim and lifeless, it was spacious and bright, making it impossible for me to associate this scene with the terrifying ghost stories I had heard. The sense of oppression that had initially weighed on my heart dissipated slightly. At that moment, the library was illuminated by several incandescent lights, casting brightness in every corner. Apart from myself, there was only one other person present, Pedro Morgan. He sneered, "Humph, I thought you were too frightened to come." "I'm not afraid. It would be even better if you weren't either," I retorted without hesitation. "Ha, your words are quite impressive." He waved his hand dismissively. "Come with me." "Where to?" I asked, puzzled. "To the restricted section. Where else in the library would be worth visiting?" He looked at me as if I were a fool. I gasped, "Are you crazy? The restricted section. Although this is my first time here, I've heard everyone say that it's off limits. It's already prohibited to enter the library at night. Do you really want to break more rules?" He shot me a glance. "Should you listen to what the school says?" "How naive. Your youth has been devoured by such compliance. Some rules exist to be followed, while others are meant to be broken. Do you understand?" Without waiting for my response, he strode towards the restricted section. With no other choice, I followed him. Having company was preferable to being alone. The restricted section was encircled by a fence of barbed wire. As I approached it, I was suddenly repelled from a distance of over a meter, as if an invisible force had pushed me back, sending me flying 3 to 5 meters and crashing into several rows of bookshelves. The shelves, laden with various books, toppled over, and I winced in pain. Pedro merely observed my predicament without offering assistance, casually remarking, "It seems the wire has been cursed. No wonder there are no guards or cameras here." I was puzzled by the school's lack of security. I pushed aside the fallen shelves and dusted off my clothes, rubbing the spot where I had been hit. "You seem rather unfazed." Calmness is the best response when faced with unexpected situations. "Panic only leads to greater danger," he replied, his expression unchanged. He then extended his right hand towards the wire, unleashing a torrent of flames from his palm that surged towards the fence. Yet, the wire appeared to possess a life of its own, emitting a bright light that repelled Pedro's attack. His flames, which seemed formidable, were entirely ineffective against the wire. "It appears the school truly values this place. I couldn't even ignite it," Pedro muttered to himself. I was baffled and asked, "Why do we need to enter the restricted section? Surely, that isn't our purpose for being here." He glanced at me, saying, "To be honest, I'm not particularly interested in you. Inviting you here was merely an excuse. Entering is my true objective." I frowned. "Hey, that's not fair. If you want to die, that's your business, but don't drag me into it." "Well, you're already here. If you decide to leave now, I won't mind. Losing a companion would lighten my burden, and I can easily escape on my own." "You're unbelievable. At this point, help me think a way to get in," he stated. I immediately shook my head, declaring, "Not happening. If you want to go in, that's your problem. I just want to wait until you come out and take me with you." He gave me a cold smile. "What if I say I won't leave unless I enter?" I widened my eyes and cursed, "Fuck. So you intentionally brought me into this mess, did you?" "One could say that, considering you threw the leftover bones my way." I had no retort, regretting that I hadn't been more cautious earlier. "What can I do? I don't even have superpowers." "Come here," he commanded. I complied. As I approached him, the aura of his power was so intense that it weighed on my breath. Yet, within me, a force seemed to rise in defiance. To be honest, being caught in the middle of such contrasting energies was quite uncomfortable. I had no idea where this energy was coming from, but it felt cool against the heat radiating from Pedro, eventually turning cold. The external warmth clashed with the internal chill, leaving me with an indescribable discomfort. A miracle occurred. Despite the opposing energies of Pedro and me, our conflicting forces created a large hole in the wire. The wire shattered, but instead of falling apart, it melted into a reddish liquid, like molten iron. This opening was large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people. We exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Was that problem really solved so easily? I expressed my surprise. "Perhaps when fortune arrives, it cannot be hindered. Or maybe this ease hides a trap," he replied nonchalantly. Upon entering, I found the interior remarkably similar to the outside, except the books on the shelves were far more terrifying and covered in dust, most of them concerning topics like how to forge supreme mystical powers. I had little interest in such subjects since I lacked any superhuman abilities and was unfamiliar with mystical powers. Nevertheless, I picked up a book titled How to Maximize Your Superpowers. At that moment, Pedro grew agitated. Don't touch that. Huh? I looked at him, confused. What's wrong? Put that book down. He shouted, but it was too late. As I opened the book, a blinding white light engulfed me, rendering me momentarily unable to see. Seconds later, I found myself standing on a beach, gazing at an endless expanse of azure ocean, the moist sea breeze caressing my face, utterly delightful. Hey, can you not enjoy this so much? Pedro's furious voice came from behind me. Why? Is the scenery not nice? I asked, perplexed. We've crossed over. All thanks to you, he yelled. At that point, I had to acknowledge our situation. Just moments ago, we were in the library's restricted section, and now, we found ourselves on a beach? What on earth is happening? It was all your fault for opening that damned book. Do you think the books in the restricted section are meant to be casually handled? We're we, the edge of the Jurassic continent, he replied grumpily. Huh? You mean to say we've traveled back to the age of dinosaurs? My jaw nearly dropped. Yes, thanks to you, I can now see real live dinosaurs. This is terrible. If we had merely traveled back in time, it might have been manageable. At least we could continue living. But in this godforsaken place, with no signs of civilization. Oh no, we might as well be surrounded by dinosaurs. I sighed deeply. We're going to become primitive humans. Not necessarily. We might very well be eliminated by various dinosaurs before we even get the chance to turn primitive. He murmured, that moment. I beheld a colossal shadow enveloping the two of us, an overwhelming sense of peril engulfing our senses. We stood frozen, even our breaths stifled. The shadow loomed larger still, accompanied by an intense stench of blood and decay. Run, Pedro shouted. In dire circumstances, the instinct for survival manifests remarkably. Upon hearing his command, I instantly unleashed my feet, sprinting with an unprecedented swiftness. Chapter 3. Jurassic Adventure. After a considerable time, I opened my eyes. Am I dead? Have I perished in a place inundated with water? Remarkably, I can still breathe underwater. It seems I have indeed met my demise. I examined my body and discovered that my wounds had healed, despite my reluctance to admit it. All signs indicated that I was no longer among the living. I must now exist as a spirit. Strangely, the realm of the deceased appears to be more exhilarating. I can move freely in the water, akin to a fish, effortlessly gliding faster than any aquatic creature without any conscious effort. It is rather embarrassing. I may very well be the first human to outswim a fish. I chuckled bitterly. Have I been invigorated? Why do I feel so charged with energy? I swiftly surfaced and reached the shore. Indeed, I need not exert myself. Mere thought suffices. Upon returning to land, I felt a wave of exhaustion wash over me after the exhilaration. Pedro was perched upon a rocky outcrop by the sea. My astonishment grew. Could he also have perished? That shouldn't be the case. His power is fire, a formidable attribute capable of incinerating those prehistoric beasts. Are you dead too? You're not dead? We both exclaimed in surprise. I was somewhat puzzled, yet he appeared equally bewildered. What on earth is happening? Are you Pedro Morgan? I inquired. I need to ascertain whether you are the one who accompanied me to the Forbidden Book area, he responded. I was taken aback. I am Ling Mo. Oh, it seems to be you. However, I am genuinely surprised you did not perish beneath the beak of that pterosaur. What? I didn't die? My shock was palpable. Had I misjudged the situation? Was it Pedro who was alive, and I who was not? He wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Are you not aware? Well, I am still very much alive. Not dead. Upon hearing this news, my spirits soared. So I am not deceased after all. Yet, how do I explain my ability to breathe freely underwater? How do I account for my effortless movement in the water? Tentatively, I bit my tongue, feeling a slight sting. Indeed, I am alive. However, I should refrain from biting my tongue for confirmation. It hurts. Why am I not dead? I asked in bewilderment, though I was alive. All of this was exceedingly strange. He regarded me with disdain. How would I know if you are unaware? I was left speechless. The waves crashed against the shore, and a sudden tumult arose. The sea grew tumultuous, and the sky darkened ominously. Just as I pondered what was unfolding, a thunderous sound erupted as a colossal unidentified object emerged from the depths of the ocean, the surface roaring in response. The entity towered over 20 stories high. However, the pervasive darkness of this world, reminiscent of a chaotic era, obscured my vision, allowing me only to glimpse its outline and a pair of deep crimson eyes. A blinding flash of lightning struck down, drawing near to the surface of the sea, while a thunderous roar echoed ominously above, its volume terrifying. Is this the end of the world? I pondered within my mind. Another crack of thunder resounded. Another brilliant flash of lightning cleaved the night sky, seemingly splitting the inky darkness into two halves. The entire world flickered momentarily, and the dinosaurs fled in a panic, none daring to linger for a moment. That previous flash illuminated the whole realm, albeit for merely a second or two, yet I beheld the true visage of that creature clearly. Good heavens, what a monstrous being! My hair stood on end. I could not discern its legs, only its elongated fangs, several meters long, as if it had emerged from the depths of the ocean, its body reminiscent of a towering edifice resting upon the sea. However, this structure was adorned with numerous spikes. The damp, briny sea breeze sent a shiver down my spine. Despite the fact that it was still the sweltering summer, we were separated by a distance of 500 to 600 meters, and with nothing obstructing the view across the sea, I could see it distinctly even from afar. Moreover, at such a distance, we should have had some time to escape before its arrival. Yet, as it turned out, I was gravely mistaken. The colossal creature moved with an unimaginable speed, and in an instant, it loomed before us, churning the waters with a cacophony, though it still maintained a distance of over 100 meters from us. Instinctively, I raised my hands before my chest, but to my astonishment, the sea surged upward by more than 10 meters in response to my movement, the azure waters rising mysteriously into the air. Is this your ability? Pedro inquired. I was momentarily taken aback. Is it not your power, but rather its own ascent? Pedro seemed somewhat astonished. Oh, indeed. How did I not realize this was my superpower? I exclaimed joyfully. However, moments of elation are fleeting, and the height of that behemoth far surpassed the waters I had conjured. The waves I had stirred were merely a fraction of what that giant occupied on the surface. It took several more steps, drawing closer still. What now? I asked, certain that it could easily crush us with a mere shift of its foot. Take the initiative, Pedro replied. With that, he transformed into a being of flames, every inch of him enveloped in fire, with flames on his hands and head reaching a height of 30 to 40 centimeters. The inferno illuminated the surroundings. Infernal blaze. With a mighty roar, a torrent of flames surged heavenward, engulfing the colossal beast entirely. I could not help but feel a sense of shame as I stood aside, thinking to myself, thank goodness it was not me being attacked. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to ashes. The flames illuminated the earth and the sea, gradually dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. Golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, creating radiant beams reminiscent of the Tyndall effect that shone down upon the land. Normalcy was nearly restored, though it still resembled the early hours of the morning. However, Pedro could no longer endure. The immense flames he conjured to envelop the colossal beast were no small feat. He collapsed onto the beach, gasping for breath. I turned to him and asked, "Are you all right?" Upon hearing my words, his eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? What happened? I inquired, perplexed. A thunderous roar from behind dispelled my confusion, and I quickly turned to see that the giant beast remained standing, utterly unharmed. How can this be? It slammed its massive paw down onto the ocean's surface, sending towering waves soaring toward us. Instinctively, I raised my hands in defense, emitting a faint glow as I attempted to freeze the oncoming tide. I directed the icy energy from the shoreline toward the waves stirred by the beast. Regrettably, its power was overwhelming. The energy and speed of the waves were too great. The ice I conjured had little effect, merely diminishing the waves slightly, which still towered 2 or 3 stories high when they reached us, completely shattering my frozen barrier. My capacity to control the water was waning. Let us go, I called to Pedro. What is the name of that book you opened? He inquired as we ran. I believe it's titled How to Maximize Your Superpowers, I replied. Since you opened that book, the solution to our troubles lies with you. He exclaimed. What do you mean? I asked. In other words, the key to returning to the Sky City relies on you. Wait, what should I do? I questioned. Realizing the urgent task at hand, we must defeat that creature behind us. With a heavy thud, it stomped its foot down, and I leaped into action, narrowly avoiding its massive foot that crashed onto the ground where we had just been. I wiped the sweat from my brow, relieved that I had escaped in time. Otherwise, we would have been reduced to mere pulp. That single stomp had separated Pedro and me, its large, red eyes fixed on me, unleashing a blazing beam of crimson light. I hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding the strike, but the ground was left with a gaping abyss, unfathomable in depth. I shuddered at the thought of that beam striking a human. Though I had yet to fully master my abilities, the situation demanded that I take a risk. After all, fortune favors the bold. I exerted myself and leaped high into the air, surprised by my own altitude. Yet before I could unleash my powers, the colossal beast split into 2, albeit at half the height. Hey, You oversized freak, this isn't how you play. I fumed internally. Are you really not going to give me a chance to fight back? I endeavored to drive them back to the sea, for it is within the watery realm that my powers truly flourish. The scales of the colossal beast were shedding, and its movements grew increasingly swift. The ocean became my steed, buoying me upwards as I commanded the currents to fetch a stout, sharp branch, which I fashioned into a makeshift weapon. The water possessed a counterforce. I directed the waves to propel me toward one of the giants. Suddenly, its massive, wall-like crimson visage loomed before me, causing my heart to tremble. Seizing the moment before it could react, I plunged the branch into its eye. It let out a wail, clutching its face as it collapsed. With one adversary subdued, I exhaled in relief. Yet there remained another. A gigantic palm swept toward me from behind, and I was hurled into the sea. Fortunately, my control over water spared me from harm. I merely felt the soothing embrace of the ocean, akin to a warm bed at home. With a surge of intent, I commanded the water to launch me from the depths. As the beast's scales fell away, they revealed a tender, crimson surface, soft as an infant's skin, and its stature diminished considerably. Thankfully, if they had become agile while retaining their formidable defenses, I would have been at a loss to defeat them. Yet, as the situation unfolded, it appeared that fate was not intent on my destruction. The injured creature struggled back to the surface, causing the waters to churn. 3 beams of red light shot forth, and I swiftly evaded, some of the light reflecting off the water and exploding upon contact with other objects. I harnessed my abilities to raise some seawater, solidifying it into ice. With a wave of my hand, I sent the icy projectiles hurtling toward the 2 crimson giants, while simultaneously conjuring more of these ice arrows. With the shedding of their scales, the 2 giants now bore skin that was considerably softer and less resilient. As the icy projectiles were exhausted, the arrows continued their assault. The uninjured giant raised its hand to shield itself from the incoming ice arrows, advancing swiftly toward me. Before I could react, it seized me with a vice-like grip. Its strength was immense, threatening to shatter my bones, which crackled under the pressure. Though they had lost their scales, and thus their defensive capabilities, their agility had markedly improved. Pedro, I called out for assistance. He shook his head, declaring, I can't. The abyssal flame I previously unleashed has drained 90% of my energy. Continuing like this would be perilous. I feel as fragile as a mere mortal. Despair washed over me. Even Pedro could not aid me. I will regain my strength. You must stall for time, he shouted. Stall for time? They are already honing in on me. Why else would I be the one consistently injured? I only wish for a swift resolution. The uninjured red giant hoisted me before it, its blood-red eyes glaring at me with malice. I met its gaze defiantly, striving to project an air of fearlessness, though inwardly I felt anything but assured. It offered a sly smile, sending a jolt of unease through me. What could possibly be amusing to it? Suddenly, it shrank in size, becoming that of an ordinary human. It stood by the seaside, grasping my collar and lifting me high into the air before casting me aside. I soared, propelled by the force of its kick to my abdomen, skimming over the surface of the ocean for hundreds of meters. My insides felt as though they had been utterly shattered, and I could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. On the water, I was still able to move as if on solid ground. But just as I regained my footing, it appeared before me again, driving its knee sharply into my stomach. Pain surged through me, and I gasped in agony. Another kick followed, and as another torrent of blood erupted from my mouth, I was once more launched through the air. I struggled to endure the pain, but it confronted me again, delivering a punch to my abdomen. This time, I barely managed to block it with my wrist, staggering perilously close to falling. Wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, I remarked, "Isn't it tiresome to keep hitting my stomach?" I attempted a sideways kick, but my weakness rendered it futile. "Huh, is that all you've got?" It taunted. I was rendered speechless, the pain rendering me unable to articulate a response, and its arrogance was infuriating. It placed a foot upon me, causing my body to sink into the water, and even my powers proved ineffective against this force. "You are so weak, a complete failure." Another crimson giant, having assumed a normal human size, struck me in the stomach with the speed of red lightning. I felt on the verge of collapse, the sea's restorative properties failing to aid me. "Could you refrain from hitting my stomach?" I gritted my teeth, uttering this plea. "Do you think you have the right to command me? I will make you suffer painfully for blinding one of my eyes." The one-eyed giant seethed with fury. It seized my throat, leaving me gasping for air, its solitary eye brimming with murderous intent, causing me to tremble involuntarily. Everything seemed to reach a conclusion. I was merely posturing, fully aware that I could never defeat it. How could someone newly endowed with powers possibly triumph over such a peculiar foe? I had yet to acclimate to my abilities. Suddenly, a torrent of flames surged from behind. Pedro had intervened. My heart lightened slightly. Perhaps we still had a chance, provided he unleashed his full potential. The one-eyed fiend, startled, released its grip, and an opportunity for retaliation presented itself, one I would not squander. I struggled, folding my body to deliver a kick to its abdomen, realizing the stomach is soft, striking it indeed feels satisfying. I harnessed the ocean's currents to propel myself before it, attempting to seize its hands, but my attack faltered, and it retaliated with a fierce shoulder throw. Fortunately, the ocean was my domain, sparing me from severe injury. A sudden remembrance struck me. When I departed for the Sky City, Honger had gifted me a high-tech device. Yes, the gloves. Recalling my secret weapon, I could not help but smile, realizing I had not yet reached a dead end. Unused treasures become worthless. I swiftly retrieved the gloves that Honger had bestowed upon me. Though submerged in seawater, they still gleamed brilliantly, a testament to their titanium alloy craftsmanship. With this newfound power, my offensive capability has indeed surged dramatically. Even the audacious one-eyed crimson giant no longer dares to underestimate my attacks as he once did. I feel as though I could easily crush a small car with a single blow. At that moment, the one-eyed giant appeared surprisingly composed. He chuckled, remarking that regardless of the sudden enhancement in my strength due to the gloves, physical attacks remain what they are. If I cannot land a hit on him, I am merely destined to be on the receiving end. I was momentarily taken aback. As I uttered that word, the real battle commenced. The one-eyed giant moved like a flash of lightning, a streak of red that approached me with an insidious grin. He seized one of my arms and soared into the sky, circling before crashing down, not onto the sea, but onto the unforgiving ground. I nearly lost consciousness. While he could fly, I was left helplessly grounded, merely a spectator to his aerial prowess. The game of cat and mouse grew tedious. This mouse was uncooperative, making it impossible to play with him. The one-eyed giant turned to another crimson giant nearby and said, "Shall I finish him off?" The observing giant retorted seriously, "You've already lost an eye and you still want to play? Haven't you learned? Indeed. How dare you blind me in one eye? I will make you pay." Before he could finish, I interjected, "Regretting your existence? Wishing for a fate worse than death? How did you know what I was about to say? Please. Those tropes are so cliché that they've become tiresome. A bit of creativity would be appreciated." "Creativity, you say? Well, I shall make you regret not having the legendary Nokia by your side," he roared. At his words, I nearly spat blood. How could I have forgotten the indestructible Nokia? Yet, how did he even know about such a brand? With that divine artifact, I could crush him in an instant. He charged at me again, his hands resembling axes, frantically slashing down upon me in a frenzy. I was left dizzy by the onslaught. Had it not been for my childhood training with Hong Er, I might not have been able to withstand his assault. Yet, gradually, even with the magical gloves gifted by Hong Er, I found myself unable to endure. Though the gloves tempered his fierce attacks and prevented direct harm, his strength was simply overwhelming. The gloves could not fully absorb his power, and I felt the repercussions reverberate through my body with each clash. "Are you some kind of cockroach? How are you still standing?" The crimson giant began to lose his composure. After all, we had been engaged for quite some time, yet neither of us could gain the upper hand. In truth, I was already at a disadvantage. If this continued, I would surely exhaust my strength. Meanwhile, Pedro was occupied with another crimson giant, unable to lend me assistance. From the outset, these fiends had treated me like a mere animal to be tormented, and my anger could no longer be contained. With a thunderous roar, I caught the attention of the two crimson giants, momentarily stunning them. Seizing the opportunity while they were bewildered, I stepped forward and unleashed a powerful punch with my enchanted glove, sending the one-eyed giant hurtling away, his eyes wide with astonishment as he soared through the air. Coughing, I thought to myself that it was an old trick, yet they still fell for it. I couldn't be blamed for that. "Tsunami!" I bellowed. The once placid sea erupted into towering waves, rushing violently towards the two red giants and engulfing them. Although I had temporarily restrained them, the energy required to conjure such a colossal tsunami drained me significantly. As the relentless waves bore down upon me, I collapsed into the water, utterly exhausted and unable to flee. Just as the waves were about to crash over me, Pedro dragged me up once more, utilizing the thrust of flames to propel us into the air. However, this respite was fleeting. As we reached the shore, he faltered and we both tumbled down, his face pale, clearly indicating that the other red giant was far stronger than the one I had faced. "I can't believe you saved me again," I sighed. "Two heads are certainly better than one," he replied calmly, even in the face of peril, which I found admirable. "Rest assured, I will take care of them," I declared loudly. "Come back. You cannot defeat them." His voice rang out behind me. Then let us perish together. I retorted. Fool. He was suddenly before me. And to my astonishment, the two red giants I had struck with the tsunami had already broken free from the watery prison. They fused into one. The combined giant towering significantly larger, yet maintaining its agility, with enhanced resilience and intact eyes. Pedro restrained me, insisting, "Come back. You are no match for him." I resolutely replied, "No, that book was opened by me. I am responsible for this calamity, and I shall bear the consequences alone. You are remarkable, and if I were to return to school and let those girls know I brought you to this perilous place, only for it to lead to disaster, I would surely incur their wrath. Thus, the wisest choice is for you to survive." He chuckled. "So, do you believe you can defeat that oddity?" His tone held a hint of sarcasm, yet there were other complex emotions I could not articulate. "I cannot," I answered bluntly, leaving him momentarily speechless. The red giant crouched before us and remarked, "Indeed, you cannot. Your little conversation is quite amusing, I must say, almost moving me to tears. However, after such a lengthy chat, perhaps it is time to meet your fate in hell?" I shot him a fierce glare. "Haha, Ling Mo. You are the most intriguing person I have encountered. Perhaps being your friend would be quite entertaining. I wonder if you would be willing to accept my friendship?" Pedro stated. I was taken aback. The illustrious Pedro wanted to befriend me? A thought so audacious that many would not even dare to entertain. "Really?" I asked incredulously. He smiled. "Of course, but do call me by my name. I prefer others to address me this way. Indeed, it is unique." The crimson giant stifled a yawn and said, "Are you two done chatting? If you continue, darkness will descend. Then, let us strive to live well." With that, I dashed forward. "Come back. You are my only friend." Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback. What did he say? My only friend? But in that fleeting pause, the giant's menacing claws were already descending upon me. With a thunderous roar, he bellowed, "You, weirdo, dare to harm my brother? Begone." I was even more astonished. Brother? Had we escalated so quickly? Infernal flames of the abyss. Absolute frigid ice. After uttering the words of my own dark flames, I instinctively shouted those 4 words as well. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed. Red and blue intertwined. The ominous dark red inferno mingled with the restrained black polar ice, an amalgamation of fire and ice, elements traditionally deemed incompatible. The icy flames surged towards the crimson giant, a sight that would surely astonish even the god Zeus. Under our combined assault, not a single part of the giant remained exposed. Yet, employing such a technique drained us of immense energy, and both of us collapsed, unable to support our own bodies. Roar! You two brats have truly enraged me. With one furious shout, our fire and ice assault was shattered, and I coughed up a mouthful of blood. What? The crimson giant was not vanquished by our combined attack. He was merely injured, appearing more disheveled. "Die!" he roared. As his palm swung towards us, I recognized that although it appeared to be a physical attack, it was infused with terrifying energy. I disregarded my need for rest, and, supporting each other, we fled. That palm struck the ground behind us, causing a cataclysmic explosion that sent debris soaring into the sky. I glanced back in shock, witnessing the terrain where we had just stood lowered by 5 to 6 meters, with seawater rushing into the newly formed depression. This adversary was far more formidable than I had anticipated. It seemed hope was dwindling. I muttered, feeling disheartened. "Hey, this isn't the Pedro Morgan I know. How can you succumb to despair? If our spirits falter, we lose our last glimmer of hope." I exclaimed. "Hope? What hope do we have left?" His previously weary eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of light. I felt reluctant to admit that I was also at a loss for solutions. Yet what else could I do? There must be a way. I recalled a saying, "Everything that happens is for the best." Rest assured, if fate truly intends for us to perish, then why have we survived this long in the presence of that creature? Suddenly, the crimson giant's aura intensified. He stomped the ground, causing a tremor that toppled us. Strive to live well," he shouted. My heart jolted. What? He wrenched free from my grasp and turned to run towards the red behemoth. "Come back," I cried out. Yet he charged forward as though he were deaf to my pleas, enveloped in flames, transforming into a being of fire. However, this was the fire of life that he burned with. He raced back, and how could I possibly leave alone? Yet, the presence of the crimson giant was overpowering, rendering me immobile as I slowly slid in the opposite direction. The giant's fist descended with tremendous force, and I desperately retaliated with flames. 2 fiery figures clashed, one large and one small, until one eventually fell, the smaller one. The books I had opened were the cause of my own demise. Chapter 4. He has returned. I shouted in fury, turning sharply. "It's all you're doing." "Ha ha ha. What of it?" He seized me with a grip, declaring, "You? Too weak. Suddenly, a colossal white tiger leaped from within me, its fur gleaming white adorned with black stripes, towering 5 stories high and stretching over 100 meters in length. Exuding an aura of undeniable power surrounded by a purple glow, with a swift strike of its paw upon the crimson giant's head, it was reduced to a pool of blood without a trace remaining. Astonished, I gaped. It was that simple to dispatch the monstrous red entity? Oh dear. Having just vanquished a crimson beast, now a terrifying tiger appears. Does the heavens truly toy with me? The white tiger leaped before me, its form shifting to a size slightly larger than an ordinary tiger, fixing its gaze upon me intently. After a moment, it spoke in human tongue. Ling Mo. You have finally awakened me. Awakened? I was taken aback. Yes, I am the ancient sacred beast, the white tiger, and also your guardian spirit. How fortunate. I nearly awakened the power of the hexagram as well. Hexagram? What is that? I was still reeling from the shock of the white tiger, which had effortlessly dispatched that formidable crimson giant, now claiming to be my guardian spirit. What on earth was happening? The hexagram harbors exceedingly terrifying evil, chilling power, brutality, bloodlust, darkness. These are but a few of its associations. It has not manifested for millennia, yet it now appears within you. You must be cautious and conceal it, lest others learn of its existence before you can master its power. They will surely eliminate you. The white tiger suddenly grew agitated. Could you please speak more slowly? My mind is struggling to keep pace, I implored. Very well, I shall explain piece by piece. I, the ancient sacred beast, the white tiger, am one of your guardian spirits. I interrupted, exclaiming, one of? Who else is my guardian spirit? It emanated a divine aura. Speaking with utmost seriousness, you have 2 guardian spirits. One is me, and the other is the azure dragon, a fellow among the ancient 4 sacred beasts. Hearing this, I gasped in astonishment. The azure dragon was mentioned as well. It continued, you must be aware of the ancient 4 sacred beasts, yes? Qinglong, I Zhuke, and Xuanwu are indeed present. Both Qinglong and I serve as your guardians. You have just awakened me, yet Qinglong remains in slumber. The timing of his awakening is contingent upon your own fate. As for the hexagram, it embodies a ferocious energy that, given your current condition, is far beyond your control. Should you hastily attempt to unleash it, you may not only find it unusable, but also become a victim to its wrath. My greatest concern is that you may be manipulated by it, which would spell disaster. The ferocity of the hexagram supersedes all, while the heptagram radiates divine energy. However, despite its sanctity, it pales in comparison to the violent hexagram. Those who possess the power of the hexagram are often extinguished before they can achieve greatness. So you must exercise utmost caution and safeguard this secret. I was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. As for the individual endowed with the heptagram's power, I have already discerned who it is. It's that young lad. Baihu gestured in that direction. I suddenly felt as though I had awakened. That lad? Surely you must have a way to revive him, correct? Hearing Baihu's words suggested there might be a chance for resurrection, and thus I would not let this opportunity slip away. Baihu chuckled. Revive him? He is not dead. There is no notion of revival here. I felt a bit embarrassed. What? Not dead? Indeed, he is merely gravely injured and unconscious. This lad already possesses considerable physical prowess, and with the heptagram shielding him, how could he possibly perish so easily? He reassured me. He should be fine. As Baihu spoke, he leapt back into my body, and I was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming and divine power. This energy began to transform me, and soon my physical form became significantly stronger, with bolts of lightning twisting around me, hovering just above the surface of my skin. Lightning? It suddenly dawned on me that I had yet to utilize the gift of lightning bestowed upon me by Zeus. I had even forgotten to summon it during the recent life and death struggle. How forgetful of me. Everything around us began to dissolve, and we found ourselves back in the restricted section of the school library, where the young lad still lay unconscious on the floor. Children, you seem quite audacious. Are you not aware of the school's regulations? You are not permitted to be here at night. A middle-aged man's voice startled me, and I immediately fell into a state of alertness, with every nerve in my body taut. The man was holding a book, leaning against a row of shelves, and from his demeanor, he appeared to harbor no ill intentions. His tone was surprisingly cheerful. Uncle, are you not also here? I inquired skeptically. As far as I know, this area is off-limits not only to students, but to teachers as well. I have a fondness for those who disregard rules, so I tend not to adhere to them myself. They can be quite bothersome. His words engendered a measure of goodwill within me, and I swiftly inquired, Uncle, could you assist me in saving him? I pointed at the lad, reasoning that it would be more prudent to seek help here rather than venture out to find a school nurse, thus avoiding any suspicions. Is this not a trivial matter? Did you not learn how to save lives before mastering your extraordinary abilities? His words indeed left me feeling somewhat embarrassed. We had indeed studied healing techniques, but at that time, I had yet to acquire my powers. So I did not pay much attention to what I had just learned and was still rather unskilled. It would be wiser to rely on a seasoned expert, wouldn't it? Nevertheless, it was nothing of great consequence. He readily agreed. With a gentle wave of his hand, a dark crimson light emanated from him, enveloping the entire body. Before long, he awakened, astonishingly swift, completing the entire process in mere seconds. How could one not be amazed? Now, this fellow, whose physique was already fearsome, was restored. It was time for me to leave. I must not speak of my affairs to others, including this fellow who wielded fire. I was taken aback. How did he discern that my ability was fire? Logically, one could not know such things without having witnessed another's powers or having any prior knowledge of them. When I regained my senses, I found the enigmatic, oil-skinned middle-aged man had vanished. Truly, he came and went without a trace. I could only manage a wry smile. However, at least all was well. Following a groan, he rose to his feet. We survived? We returned? Even though he was a composed individual, he now appeared slightly astonished. Indeed, we were quite fortunate. Did you handle that eccentric all by yourself? I inquired skeptically. Well, not exactly. We had previously joined forces to severely injure that oddity. Later, you fought valiantly, further weakening him. Otherwise, how could I have so easily vanquished him, right? Though I said this, I did not divulge the details concerning the white tiger. How did I survive? He asked again. I felt a bit sheepish. He was quite suspicious. Well, you didn't he actually die? Didn't he die? All right. Let us hasten our departure. If the school authorities arrive, we will be in serious trouble. I quickly fabricated an excuse. Yet this was indeed a concern we needed to address. If we were truly caught, it would not be a matter to be taken lightly. The consequences were far more severe than merely losing conduct points. Expulsion could ensue, and we might even find ourselves in court. This was, after all, a forbidden zone in the City of Skies. To my surprise, upon hearing my words, he hurriedly made for the exit. Suddenly, he stopped, his expression alert. Oh no, could it be your ill-fated words? There really are teachers outside. 1, 2, 3. What? I had never anticipated that my offhand remark would manifest. However, considering you so brazenly invited me to the restricted section of the library in the cafeteria, many must have overheard and reported it to the teachers. It is only natural. If the teachers were aware yet did not come, that would be strange indeed. He nodded in agreement. At this point, we cannot remain so composed. We must devise a plan. I felt a surge of urgency. A plan? What could we possibly do? The faculty of St. Christopher Academy possessed spiritual power of 4 stars or higher. There is no way we could evade their watchful eyes and slip away undetected. I called for a halt and inquired, what is this mysterious power known as Xuanli? He cast a disdainful glance in my direction and retorted with incredulity. You truly do not know what Xuanli is? I cannot fathom how you have spent these past years in the City of Sky. I replied, I have lived these years in China, not in some ethereal realm. Now, please, do not digress. Continue explaining what this Xuanli entails. He rolled his eyes, exasperated, and remarked, Heavens, how can such a fool exist in this world for over a decade? It is you who is interrupting. Never mind, I shall not dwell on that. Xuanli is a new ability that manifests once an individual has mastered their inherent powers to a certain extent. At that point, the individual becomes less constrained by the attributes of their abilities and can perform feats like this. With a wave of his hand, several rows of bookshelves in the restricted area collapsed with a thunderous crash. Wow, that is impressive. I had thought that individuals could only utilize their powers for minor tasks. But it appears I was mistaken. Suddenly, I realized, hey, you just toppled those bookshelves. That noise will surely attract the attention of the teachers outside. With another gesture, the bookshelves and their contents restored themselves to their original state. Those inside should come out now, or we shall breach the premises. I was at a loss for words. Were they addressing students? It felt as though they were confronting a group of terrorists, ready to detonate bombs at any moment. What should we do now? It seemed as though he had not heard me. Generally, individuals must cultivate their abilities to attain Xuanli, though some are born with it. For instance, I am a natural 1-star, and this star is a 7-pointed star, he declared, as an image materialized behind him. The backdrop was black, and amidst it shone a dazzling 7-pointed star. While I understood the power of the 7-pointed star, I was unaware that its image could be manifested. The power of the 7-pointed star is immensely potent, yet there exists another star, the 6-pointed star, whose power surpasses that of the 7-pointed star. Regrettably, it is synonymous with malevolence. If a virtuous person were to wield its power, it might be bearable, But should it fall into the hands of a villain, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. His expression revealed the horrifying nature of the six-pointed star's power. Fortunately, while I may not be a paragon of virtue, I am certainly no villain. Are those who possess the power of the six-pointed star perpetually hunted? I knew the answer was affirmative, as the white tiger had previously informed me, yet I felt compelled to continue the conversation. You are correct. The powers of the six-pointed and seven-pointed stars are not bestowed upon everyone. Typically, only one of each appears, while many remain dormant, as their emergence signals the onset of bloodshed, often of a most brutal nature. Because the six-pointed star's power is so savage, the seven-pointed star often appears concurrently to counterbalance it. The image you see behind me is the Xuanxiang, which only manifests when a cultivator of Xuanli reaches the one-star level. One star corresponds to one image, two stars to two images, and so forth. The greater the number of images, the more formidable the individual becomes. At the pinnacle of the star classification lies the seven stars, followed by the imperial level, a height that few can aspire to. It is estimated that within the entire Sky City, there are no more than 10 imperial dignitaries, and even in the realm of superpowered individuals, the count does not exceed 50. Our school principal, Mr. O. Henry, is one such revered imperial figure, claiming the position of the second strongest in the current realm of ability wielders. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, second strongest? Who holds the first rank? With utmost seriousness, he replied, the one who reigns supreme is the Demon Lord, Heart Devourer. He has established an organization known as the Dark Organization, whose members refer to him as the Eternal Demon King. His true name is James Wallace. What follows is crucial. Above the imperial status reside even more formidable beings, namely the demon level and celestial level dignitaries. The celestial lords have not appeared for a considerable time. Even the Demon Lord, Heart Devourer, is the sole individual of his kind in several millennia. However, his qualifications are indisputable, were it not for the government of Sky City. At this point, I chuckled ironically. White Tiger had not shared with me the intricacies of mystical energy or profound phenomena, thus I listened intently. So, you are currently at the one-star level? I asked. He inhaled deeply, a hint of pride in his voice as he declared, to be precise, I am at 1 star, 9 rank. Beneath the 1-star level, there are further subdivisions, yet the differences among ranks below 3 stars are negligible, save for the exceptional cases of 9 rank and 1 rank. I began to comprehend. He was already at 1 star, 9 rank, poised to enter the 2-star stage. The instructors at St. Christopher Academy are at least 4 star, implying that he could nearly withstand half of a teacher's prowess. Inside, we are commencing a countdown. If you do not exit within 10 seconds, we shall resort to forceful measures. The loud voice from outside drowned out our conversation. I detest such theatrics. They should be straightforward rather than engaging in a pretentious countdown. I grumbled. 8, 9. Enough of the counting, we are coming out, I shouted, interrupting their countdown. Upon our emergence, the school officials appeared as if they had encountered a specter, bracing themselves for any eventuality, their astonishment palpable as they murmured, how can this be? Mr. O. Henry was the sole exception among them. Upon seeing us, he hurried forward, his expression filled with concern. Xiao Mo. Pedro, are you unharmed? Did you encounter any danger? Both of us shook our heads in confusion. No, we are fine, I replied, slightly puzzled as to why this so-called forbidden area contained nothing but forbidden books. Of course, I silently mouthed the words forbidden books, as I lacked the courage to confess my encounter with them in front of the numerous teachers. To my surprise, Mr. O. Henry appeared oblivious to my thoughts, turning to address the teachers. Everything is safe. There is nothing to worry about. Everyone, please return. Yet they were clearly reluctant to depart. The vice principal, Paul Atkinson, who had visited my home during enrollment, approached us. Victor, Pedro Morgan, you two have audaciously dared to violate the prohibition of the Sky City by clandestinely entering the restricted section of the school library at night. We, the Sky City, have no need for undisciplined students like you. Henceforth, you are hereby expelled. Furthermore, as the restricted section is a forbidden area within the entirety of Sky City, we shall also deliver you to the court to await the judge's ruling. I was taken aback. Could it truly be this severe? You have placed me in a dire predicament. At this moment, however, as calm as ever, you genuinely intend to expel us? Principal O. Henry shook his head and replied, how could we ever expel you? Vice Principal Paul looked astounded. What did you just say? These two students have grossly violated school discipline and the Constitution of Sky City. Principal O. Henry, unexpectedly assertive, declared, I say they shall remain, and so it shall be. Vice Principal Paul, now pale, retorted, Principal O. Henry, We have served under your leadership for decades, and I have never witnessed you contravene the laws of Sky City. Even if you are an esteemed figure, you cannot so brazenly disregard the law. Do I require your instruction?" With that, Principal O. Henry's demeanor transformed entirely. He was no longer the benevolent figure, but rather a formidable presence, his hawk-like gaze instilling trepidation. Vice Principal Paul's face turned ghostly pale, and not just his. Even the other teachers present shared his dismay. "Principal, do you intend to resort to violence? Let us not forget, you are the head of St. Crystal." Paul appeared to be frightened. "Who am I? I do not need anyone to remind me. I am not afflicted with dementia," Principal O. Henry coldly remarked. Meanwhile, the surrounding teachers, though hesitant to intervene, murmured amongst themselves. It had been a considerable time since Principal O. Henry had exhibited such anger. Given his esteemed prowess, it was likely that only a coalition of all the teachers within the school could contend with him. Hearing their discourse, I was astonished. There must be nearly 1,000 teachers in the school, and those qualified to teach at St. Crystal possess at least 4-star capabilities. I quickly comprehended the magnitude of imperial strength, though, to be honest, I had never witnessed Principal O. Henry in a state of fury. Vice Principal Paul quickly relented. "Principal, everyone is aware that these 2 boys have trespassed into the forbidden section. Do you intend to quell this matter with your solitary strength?" Indeed. Such a succinct response sent shivers through the crowd. Vice Principal Paul found himself at a loss for words. What transpired this evening that has everyone gathered here? As the night deepened and the air turned chilly, a slender male teacher waved farewell. "I must retire now. I am oblivious to everything. Tomorrow, we must diligently prepare our lessons. Good night." Subsequently, the other teachers followed suit, uttering similar sentiments as they departed. At this juncture, only I, Principal O. Henry, Vice Principal Paul, and Vice Principal Mary remained. "It is getting late. I too shall retire. Enjoy your conversation." Unexpectedly, the seemingly stern Mary made her exit as well. "Principal, I too shall retire for the night," and even Paul must concede. "Yes, rest well. We must labor diligently in our studies tomorrow," the principal remarked with a calm demeanor. I was rendered speechless. Such is the advantage of possessing great strength. "Pedro, Xiao Mo, you may retire. I surmise that your ventures into the restricted section have subjected you to considerable peril, yet it is quite late now. I shall return to speak with you in the morning." Both of us nodded. With the principal's words, what further objections could we have? Upon returning to the dormitory, I found that I was not disturbed by the unusual occurrences of the day. I collapsed onto my pillow almost immediately. At dawn, the melodious chime of the wake-up bell roused us from our slumber. Everyone rose, stretching luxuriously. Then, as if possessed by a sudden fervor, they began to chatter excitedly about our escapade to the library, speculating on the potential consequences that awaited us. Little did they realize that the principal had employed a peculiar method to quell further inquiries into the matter. Alas, I overheard that the library was not merely a restricted area of the school, but a forbidden territory within the entire Sky City. How could Principal O. Henry be associated with such a place? The very thought propelled me to leap up, and in my excitement, I inadvertently struck my head against the ceiling. After hastily completing my morning routine, I dashed to the principal's office. The campus was vast, and as most teachers resided on site, I had no reason to fear Principal O. Henry's absence. The path to the principal's office was fraught with mechanisms. Along the corridor, empty suits of armor and stone sculptures lined the walls. Do not underestimate them. While they appeared merely decorative, they served as guardians. Typically, anyone entering without the proper command would activate these defenses without hesitation. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite my ignorance of any command, the mechanisms parted for me. I could not afford to ponder this further. The principal's matters were of utmost importance. And I hurried through the corridor. After navigating numerous twists and turns, I finally stood before the principal's office door, which bore an image of the Mona Lisa. The enigmatic figure within the painting seemed to smile and nod in my direction, leaving me utterly astonished. Was this truly just a painting? Then, as if imbued with life, the door swung open before me. The principal lounged in a soft chair, eyes closed in contemplation. Before I could utter a word, he spoke. "Xiao Mo, do take a seat." I could hardly contain my eagerness, exclaiming, "Principal." But he interrupted. "Xiao Mo, I am aware of your purpose here. Do not fret. I possess means to deal with the government's scrutiny, and besides, I am a judge within the government, albeit in name only. I doubt they will take any action against me." Hearing his words, I finally exhaled in relief. Although I must confess that I did not fully comprehend what a judge entailed. "Xiao Mo," he continued. The principal spoke to me again, and I hurriedly paid close attention. "Actually, you should not be concerned about me, but rather about yourself and Pedro. Both of you have managed to make this matter widely known. I fear that if you do not concoct a plausible excuse, everyone will relentlessly surround you, inquiring about what transpired in the library last night. With that, the principal surprisingly chuckled. I was taken aback. How had I forgotten this detail? But first, let us set that aside. Please tell me what happened last night, he said, suddenly adopting a serious tone. His gravity compelled me not to dismiss the matter lightly. I recounted in detail how I had inadvertently opened a forbidden book in the restricted section and the unexpected acquisition of my newfound abilities. Yet, his reaction was rather subdued. He seemed only slightly astonished. Is that all? I thought to myself. This was perilous. You are a sovereign, so perhaps it matters little to you. But at that moment, I possessed no extraordinary powers. Though I mused this internally, I merely nodded in response. Wait, has he already departed? The principal fell into contemplation. I cautiously inquired, Principal, could you perhaps share some insights regarding the restricted section of the library? The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted my inquiry. For the forbidden area was indeed a place of secrecy, its matters surely confidential and not for someone of my insignificance to question. To my surprise, the principal revealed everything without reservation. You will need to know this eventually, so it is of no consequence if you learn it sooner. Just remember to relay what I have shared with you to Pedro. I nodded, and he continued. The restricted section is one of the most enigmatic places within St. Crystal School. When I first visited, I encountered an exceptionally powerful individual. I was astonished. If even the principal speaks thus, then this person must possess at least equal, if not greater, strength than he does. The principal elaborated. That individual is named James Wallace. It dawned on me. I felt fortunate to have avoided an encounter with him. Decades ago, young James was a good child, but later, due to some absurd reasons, he was driven to become what he is now. Initially, over 30 years ago, he reached the level of an emperor, yet I shall refrain from discussing the ludicrous reasons behind it. At least I still hold the nominal title of judge in the Sky City government, and such matters would tarnish my reputation. Subsequently, the Sky City government assembled capable individuals of 6 stars and above to negotiate with him, but negotiations failed, leading to conflict. In the aftermath, over 1,000 6-star and more than 800 7-star individuals, along with a handful of emperors, perished. I was the sole survivor. Astonished, I asked, Principal, you were involved as well? He nodded and replied, indeed. At that time, he had slain so many, yet I emerged relatively unscathed. It would have been effortless to eliminate him, but I harbored a glimmer of hope, believing he might return to the right path. However, it was evident that I was mistaken. Scarcely a decade had passed before he returned, already having ascended to the level of a demon sovereign. This time, it was not merely government officials who perished. Many inhabitants of the Sky City met their demise, as the structures crumbled to dust under the weight of his oppressive force. That scene, was far more spectacular than anything depicted in the film 2012. The principal was evidently ensnared in a painful recollection. A formless demon that could be vanquished without lifting a finger, yet his compassion led to the tragic loss of countless lives. Were I in his position, I would undoubtedly be tormented as well. Fortunately, on that occasion, Wallace had suffered grave injuries at my hands, after which his whereabouts became a mystery until the tragic incident at the school library. The notorious thief, as rumored by many, was none other than Wallace himself. How ironic that a formidable demon lord was reduced to being mistaken for a mere thief. Should this revelation reach others, he would surely be driven to madness. When I ventured inside to uncover the truth, James and I were taken aback by our unexpected encounter. Once again, we engaged in a fierce battle. He had grown increasingly powerful, and I could only confine him within the restricted section of the library, sustaining severe injuries in the process. Imprisoned, I gasped in shock, for I suddenly recalled encountering someone in the restricted section who also claimed to be named James. Every detail of that encounter returned to me vividly. Uncle, aren't you here as well? As far as I know, this place is off limits not only to students, but even to teachers. I have a penchant for those who defy the rules, so I myself am not particularly fond of them. They can be rather bothersome. Uncle, could you possibly assist me in rescuing him? Is this not a trivial matter? Did you not learn how to save others before mastering your superpowers? That jovial and amiable middle-aged man turned out to be the legendary heart-eater demon. Thus, when you went to the library, I was quite concerned. For you are the chosen ones. I was jolted back to reality by the principal's words, exclaiming, the chosen ones. I recall that on the night of the class placement ceremony when I first arrived at St. Christopher's School, the god king Zeus sought me out, mentioning something about the chosen ones. Yet at that time, devoid of superpowers and in a state of despondency, I hardly paid attention. Indeed, the chosen ones. Only when they unite can they unleash their full potential to vanquish the heart-eater demon. Otherwise, even I would be powerless against him, the principal lamented. I finally comprehended why he had personally invited me to St. Christopher's School and shielded me from the government's retribution in Sky City, regardless of whether his motives were self-serving. I recognized him as one of the few trustworthy individuals in this unfamiliar realm. Unite? I inquired, somewhat perplexed. He nodded, affirming, yes, there are two chosen ones. I have identified one as you, and the other is Pedro Morgan. What? I gasped. Oh, you refer to him? Well, Pedro's superpower is fire. It certainly suits his character, he remarked with a smile. Although he possesses extraordinary talent, I had never contemplated his true identity. Now that I have learned, he is one of the chosen ones and the bearer of the 7 stars power. It indeed explains how he could achieve a rank of 1 star, 9 grades before he even commenced teaching us the methods of cultivation at school. Principal O. Henry then remarked, Xiao Mo, I wish to advance the teaching level for both of you. I trust you won't mind? In order to equip you with the ability to confront James Wallace and to ensure your self-protection, this is the only course of action I can take. I certainly do not mind, but how exactly will this advanced teaching be conducted? I remain perplexed. He chuckled softly and replied, Advanced teaching means we will bypass the familiarization stage of utilizing your superpowers. I am confident that, given your innate talents, you will quickly acclimate. What you must do now is embark on your journey of cultivation, commencing with the second-year curriculum. I was taken aback. While I understood the concept of supplementary lessons, skipping an entire year's curriculum was quite another matter. Well, you will still need to remain in the first year, but you can transfer to Class 7. Then I shall go to Class 7, I promptly declared, as not only Peter but also others were in that class. Naturally, if I had the option to transfer, it would be there. Very well, the principal readily agreed. After an extensive discussion, I nearly forgot about my breakfast. So I hurriedly bid him farewell and rushed to the cafeteria. Look, there's that overconfident kid who has managed to irritate Pedro, said a somewhat envious girl. Oh my, that handsome Pedro is truly one of a kind. I am determined to win his heart. I chose to ignore their chatter and proceeded to have my breakfast as if I had not heard them. Upon arriving in the classroom, I began to gather my belongings. Peter, seeing my actions, asked in confusion, Xiao Mo, what are you doing? Why are you leaving so soon after arriving? Did someone upset you? I shook my head and replied with a wry smile, No one has upset me. The principal has transferred me to Class 7, fortunately alongside you. Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? That's wonderful. So, does that mean we will be in the same class? How delightful. He suddenly realized, wait a minute. You don't even have superpowers. How could you possibly be in that class? It is common knowledge that only exceptionally gifted students are permitted to attend that class. Peter has spent more time in Sky City than I have. He cannot possibly be unaware of this fact. I knew I could not deceive him, so I simply stated, It is the principal's request. Although I did not divulge the full details, it was not a complete deception. The principal's request? Then why didn't he allow me to enter directly? Peter pressed on. The principal allowed you to enter? Humph. Where were you when I was preparing to go to the library? I inquired with a mischievous grin. He suddenly became awkward, scratching his head shyly. Well, you see, I was with Anna. After all, we are children of affluent families. We cannot engage in such dangerous activities. We must consider our family's reputation, unlike you, who can do whatever you please. His pitiable demeanor failed to stir my emotions. However, I found myself intrigued by his lineage. I had known Peter for some time, yet I was unaware of his family background. Thus, I inquired, Peter, I don't believe I've ever heard of your family. Noticing my shift in topic, Peter visibly relaxed and replied, My family is one of the prestigious clans of the Sky City. Pride radiated from him as he spoke. You? A distinguished lineage? I retorted in disbelief. Another classmate, overhearing our exchange, interjected, Humph, you don't even know about the illustrious Taylor family. And yet you consider yourself friends with one of their heirs? If I were a member of the Taylor family, your servitude would scarcely suffice. I cast a glance at the classmate, a girl, clearly a materialist. Upon observing my expression, she took her leave, though she muttered, When did a good-for-nothing like you become so audacious? A surge of anger ignited within me. I detest being labeled as a freeloader. If you have the courage, dare to repeat that, I shouted. Peter chuckled helplessly. Brother, your question is rather peculiar. The girl, initially taken aback, spun around and venomously exclaimed, I said, You. Hey, freeloader. Though my abilities were not formidable, they sufficed for dealing with certain unendowed leeches. What, do you intend to strike me? I realized I had lost my composure and coldly replied, You may leave. A gentleman does not engage in quarrels with a lady. She laughed heartily. You? A gentleman? And then mockingly cackled. I stepped forward, locking eyes with her. Are you asking for trouble? She widened her eyes in surprise at my swift movements, then regained her composure and taunted. Ah, indeed. Those without powers must rely on physical prowess to keep up with us, right? Ignoring her, I proposed. Since no one knows my abilities, why don't you demonstrate for everyone? Her astonishment was palpable, her mouth agape. What did you say? Your powers. I nodded, a mischievous smile gracing my lips. Indeed, you heard correctly. I am referring to my abilities. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of utter astonishment, engaging in fervent discussions. Oh, let us see you try it on me, the girl challenged. Since you insist, I shall not hold back. With a wave of my hand, the bottles of water in the classroom burst, forming a watery dome over the girl's head. Though the water contained oxygen, it was nearly impossible for a human to breathe in such an environment. She attempted to pry open the dome with her hands, but they merely passed through the water, failing to break free. My extraordinary ability shall allow you to savor a taste of its power. As for the method of utilizing the water shield, I gleaned it from a novel. It seems that occasionally indulging in literature can be quite delightful, I remarked with a hint of sarcasm. The girl, unable to articulate a response, turned a shade of deep purple as I sensed her distress and promptly dismissed the water shield. She gasped for air as she knelt upon one knee, her eyes brimming with resentment towards me. Do not presume that your newfound abilities make you formidable. My brother shall teach you a lesson. I was taken aback. Had the situation escalated? Peter quickly intervened. Hey, do not be angry. Let us resolve this and keep it from the teacher's ears. The girl smirked enigmatically and stated, fine, as long as you can provide me with that amount. She extended 3 fingers. $30? I inquired, perplexed. Truly, such materialism was predictable. No, it is 30,000. I nearly choked on my own disbelief. $30,000? Are you extorting me? For such a trivial matter, you expect $30,000? Yet Peter readily acquiesced. All right, 30,000 it is. Let us not escalate this further. I glared at Peter, exclaiming in indignation. What do you mean, all right? Even if you are wealthy, such expenditure is absurd. Let her inform the teacher. I am eager to see who instigated this conflict, and how she will twist the narrative. And you, Peter, if you find the sum excessive, why not give me something instead? I do not require anything extravagant. A Lamborghini 750 will suffice. Peter nodded. A customized vehicle, conservatively estimated at around 10 million, is fine. Rest assured, I shall present it to you. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Are you seriously intending to elevate my request? As the classroom bell rang, we hastily made our way to Class 7. A young and beautiful female teacher stood at the podium, radiating enthusiasm. Hello, students. Today, we welcome a new classmate, Victor. I hope you all will assist one another and unite as one. Now, let us cut the pleasantries. I have some important announcements. Please pay attention. As this is Class 7, representing us as a whole, without exceptions. Given the diverse attributes of your extraordinary abilities, you will attend classes according to your respective powers. For instance, those with water abilities shall attend the water classes, and fire abilities will go to the fire classes. This arrangement will help prevent chaos. Only during mandatory classes will we all convene together. Of course, you may also choose not to attend classes, as long as you pass the exams. The teacher cast a flirtatious glance in my direction, eliciting excited whistles from the oblivious male students, while I felt a chill run down my spine. Young teachers certainly possess a certain allure. All right, students, it is now time for class, she exclaimed, her laughter enchanting yet somewhat provocative. However, to be honest, I maintain a slight immunity towards women, due to my experiences with Honger, who had once bested me so thoroughly in a duel. I harbor a certain apprehension towards strong women. I rose to my feet and walked towards him, having shared everything with him. He, too, made his way to the classroom dedicated to the fire element, fortunately not too far from the water element class I was to attend. The handsome Pedro had already departed. Are you staying behind to keep the teacher company? The alluring female instructor inquired with a coy smile. Startled, I hastily made my exit. The second-year water element class was not held indoors, but rather in the open air, likely due to the commencement of our cultivation of profound energy at this level. Our training site was situated beside a vast lake. I could not help but secretly marvel at the wealth of the inhabitants of Sky City. Even the school boasted such an expansive body of water. A young man in his teens humorously addressed the gathered students. All right, classmates, after a year of practice, I trust you have all become well acquainted with your superpowers. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon me, and he amended his statement. Of course, some of you may still be unfamiliar, but fear not. We are about to embark on our cultivation journey. A chorus of cheers erupted from the students, who clearly had been eager to begin their training. The witty male instructor raised a hand to signal for silence and continued. Ahem. Those of you engrossed in novels, particularly the ladies, pay attention. Firstly, it is imperative to understand that our cultivation is not akin to the mundane practices of mortals. We are honing our profound energy, and our level of control over our abilities, our realm, is paramount. A 1-star rating signifies a weaker control over one's powers, placing one at the first realm. Advancing to the next star level corresponds to entering a subsequent realm. Thus, even if your profound energy reaches the pinnacle of your current star level, lacking control in the next realm will prevent you from progressing. As for realms, I cannot assist you. It is solely dependent on your own comprehension. This is one reason why there are few masters among superpowered individuals. If I inquire, and you respond with references to mundane practices, do not be surprised if I have to discipline you. As for the girls, they widened their eyes in anticipation and implored, "What about us?" The teacher, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Fairness dictates that if you cannot answer, the same consequences apply." The girls, upon hearing this, playfully chastised him, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Witnessing this exchange, I found myself at a loss for words. Such openness was unparalleled compared to Earth. The teacher, chuckling, remarked, "If you give me the chance to take advantage, I cannot very well refuse. To avoid punishment, it is quite simple. Perform well." He then proceeded to explain essential knowledge for our cultivation. As I was already familiar with these concepts, I did not pay them much heed. Once everything had been clarified, the instructor demonstrated the process once more, and we commenced what was termed our cultivation. However, the instructor, with a cheerful demeanor, approached me for a chat. "Ah, you are Victor, correct? Your Chinese name is Ling Mo." Without lifting my eyelids, I replied, though my mind was puzzled. One must not be distracted during cultivation. "What is this fellow doing?" "Very well, I shall privately call you Ling Mo, as everyone here speaks English," he concluded. "In my view, your innate energy has reached a remarkable 1-star level. To be precise, 1-star 6th rank. Although this may seem trivial to me, it is truly indescribable for someone of your age. It must be a natural gift, indeed. I recall during the last class division ceremony, you had not even begun to practice your abilities, yet now you have achieved 1 star in just a matter of days. Such rapid progress is unimaginable, even for a prodigy. Ling Mo, let me tell you, a person born with a 1-star innate energy must not neglect their training. For you possess an advantage over others who are just beginning. If you diligently cultivate your skills, I wonder how many of your peers could possibly rival you? The thought alone is exhilarating. As I listened to his words, I couldn't help but frown. This fellow was talking to himself while others ignored him. I decided to disregard his chatter. Suddenly, an epiphany struck me, and I felt an inexplicable connection with the water in the lake. I grasped tightly onto this flicker of insight, and within me, a tempest surged like an ocean tide. Listening closely, I could hear the water in the lake thrashing about wildly. The teacher shouted, "Quick, step back from the lake." Yet he still kept me there, and I paid no heed to their concerns. At that moment, my senses heightened significantly. Though my eyes remained shut, I distinctly felt the presence of the other students about 30 meters away, with the teacher standing before them, anxiously watching me. The lake calmed, and deep within, I sensed a transformation. I seemed to have grown stronger. As I opened my eyes, I heard the teacher exclaim in astonishment, "Goodness, how is this possible?" I, along with the other students, looked at him in confusion, wondering what had transpired. Yet the teacher, disregarding our bewilderment, excitedly approached me and pulled me aside to a more secluded spot. Once there, he stopped and eagerly inquired, "Have you experienced some extraordinary event? To be born with 1 star is already astonishing. How did you come to exceed that?" I despise when people tease my curiosity, and he skipped over the ranks of 1-star 7th, 8th, and 9th, proclaiming that I had directly attained 2 stars. His face flushed with excitement, resembling someone who had uncovered a priceless treasure. Is this truly impressive? I still could not grasp why he was so elated by this revelation. He could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "How can you remain so composed? I am utterly flabbergasted. To leap 3 ranks is an unfathomable feat. Coupled with your natural 1-star gift, why do I not possess such fortune?" The teacher's exuberant yet unrestrained praise left me feeling somewhat bashful. After I reached the 2-star level, he abandoned guiding the other students and instead engaged me in conversation. This was quite extraordinary. He continued to marvel at my achievement. Having spoken of it for nearly 2 hours, I wished to advise him to return and focus on his own training instead. Many believe that water lacks utility compared to the destructive power of fire. The reality is quite the opposite. He continued speaking. I subtly nodded in agreement. Of course, water is useless. Water possesses malleability and is far more versatile than fire. If only it could freeze into solid ice, it would become a lethal weapon, would it not? Furthermore, ever since I harnessed energy to create an artificial strait during my Jurassic adventure, I have come to realize that water's capabilities are not as feeble as they appear. The dog that bites does not bark. Is water truly that worthless? That evening, the principal unexpectedly gathered everyone together. Instantly, the auditorium was filled to the brim, yet remarkably, it did not feel crowded at all. At least everyone had a place to sit. Students, the principal said with utmost seriousness, I have summoned you here for a matter of grave concern. A sense of foreboding washed over me. First, let us watch a film, a documentary. With a wave of his hand, the lights dimmed, leaving only the screen illuminated. When the film concluded, we were left in stunned silence. The documentary depicted the atrocities committed by the Heart Eater, specifically the deeds of James Wallace. We all felt a surge of indignation at the brutal killings. Even though it was evident that the film had undergone special effects editing, it was nonetheless infuriating. The city in the sky had been reduced to ruins in the Great War 3 decades ago. Blood flowed like rivers. Yet, his power was undeniably formidable. We could only tremble in fear, for he could annihilate the entire city in the sky with mere words. The principal concluded, while we do not yet possess sufficient evidence to confirm his return, all indications suggest that, even if he does not strike at us immediately, it will not be long before he does. Therefore, we must learn to protect ourselves. His words left us even more shocked. The next day in class, I was utterly distracted, unaware of what subjects we were covering, merely wandering aimlessly between classrooms. The required course was defense. The students of Class 7 had gathered together, and under the teacher's guidance, we proceeded to an open area. As I listened to the teacher's explanation, my thoughts drifted. The Heart Eater, that terrifying individual I encountered in the Forbidden Book area. His name was James. He must be the Heart Eater. But why did he not attack me? Did he deem me no threat whatsoever? The teacher's voice jolted me back to reality. I sensed a nightmare was impending. Excuse me. Please answer my previous question. I was utterly bewildered. Who could remember what she had just asked? I was at a loss, having never won anything even while munching on sunflower seeds. My luck was so dismal that I could hardly believe it. The East African Rift? I cautiously ventured to ask. She laughed mockingly. What a clever child. What I asked was, if someone were to hold a gun to you, how much time would you have to save the sick elderly woman at 138 Green Street before Mars collided with Earth? My expression froze. What kind of absurdity was this? Was this some sort of cruel joke? Only a freak could answer such a question. What does this have to do with defense? I could not help but exclaim. Answer me when I ask. She exclaimed. All right, let us commence the lesson on defensive techniques. David, you shall initiate an attack upon Victor, who will defend. And we shall observe a cautionary example. I noticed David flash me a grin, and an unsettling premonition washed over me. My once vague sense of foreboding now surged with clarity, though I hoped it would prove unfounded this time. Suddenly, David appeared before me. His movements so swift that I scarcely registered them. There was not even a lingering shadow. He barreled into me like a rhinoceros, sending me flying. The girls shrieked, while the boys reacted with varying degrees of amusement, Peter being the exception. Next came the onslaught. He relentlessly struck my abdomen with his knee and dragged me through the air. It was broad daylight, yet I felt as if I were seeing stars. My stomach churning violently, a salty, sour taste filling my mouth. I could no longer contain myself and retched. Peter shouted at me urgently, Mo, retaliate. Fight back. Retaliate? The thought echoed in my mind, yet I could barely stand, let alone counterattack. David approached, seized me, and hurled me into the air, sneering as he uttered, I'll tear you to shreds. Get back. Peter shouted in anger. Die. Echoed another voice in fury. The very earth seemed to rise up, charging at David. Flames erupting toward him. David collapsed, spewing blood. David foamed. You dare employ advanced killing spells? This is a grave violation of school regulations. You must accompany me to see the principal. The teacher exclaimed, flustered. Ha ha. David laughed maniacally. Meet O. Henry? Behold who I am. In an instant, he transformed into a strikingly modern young man, a lengthy mohawk, tattoos adorning his face, and clad in a shimmering black trench coat. My, where did this charming country bumpkin come from? No, he must be a noble dynasty's punk, I thought, my face twitching. He continued, hee hee. I have come merely to convey one thing. What kind of riddle is this? I shouted, seething. Here is a hint. The eternal demon king. He grinned wickedly, farewell. Mere ants. With that, he vanished, leaving only panic in his wake. Chapter 6. The harem? Brother, you're back. I had just stepped out of the car when Honger's delighted voice rang out, and she rushed over to envelop me in a bear hug. Indeed, it seems time can pass so swiftly. It feels as though only a few days have gone by, yet a week has elapsed, I remarked after releasing her. Hunger frowned slightly and said, a mere few days? You must be reluctant to leave behind the imposing elder sister and the adorable lowly, right? I've been utterly bored at home. I've been eagerly waiting for your return. My father chuckled, adding, Hunger has indeed missed you while at home. I offered a wry smile and replied, bored? Miss me? I suspect Hunger has simply been itching to bully me after such a long time. Hunger grinned mischievously. I genuinely missed you, but now that you mention it, I do feel a bit of an itch to tease you again. Come here, come here. Let your sister bully you a bit. Upon hearing these words, a broader smile spread across my face. Hunger, do you truly think I am still the same Ling Mo that you could easily torment? After visiting the Sky City this week, my superpowers have awakened. Do you really believe I am merely a Ling Mo who can only rely on martial arts techniques for defense? Hunger's eyes widened in surprise. So soon? I raised my chin proudly, indeed. At that moment, our parents, slightly exasperated, inquired, what is your superpower? Water. They nodded in approval, exclaiming, ah, splendid. Water, gentle yet resilient. Moreover, approximately 70% of the earth is covered in water. There are likely very few places devoid of it. Thus, the likelihood of your abilities being restricted is minimal, which means you can harness the full extent of your powers in most regions. I nodded in agreement. Come on, let us go? Hunger exclaimed, tugging at my hand as she dashed outside. Where are we going? I queried, perplexed. Oh, stop asking so many questions. You'll find out if you just follow me. She retorted with impatience. After a series of twists and turns, she finally came to a halt. We're here, she announced. I thought it was something special. We used to come here often. I distinctly remember practicing martial arts with you here back in the day. I replied, unimpressed. You made such a fuss just to come to this place? It was merely our home. She scolded. We've spent quite a long time here, you know? Well, yes. Perhaps 7 or 8 years, I mused. Suddenly, she spun around, her right hand slicing through the air towards me. Caught off guard, I stumbled backwards and fell. Hey, what are you doing? I exclaimed, a hint of anger in my voice. Wow. She seemed a bit taken aback. You've changed since attending St. Christopher's School. If it were before, I would have surely knocked you down. I stood up, brushing the dust off my clothes, muttering, you nearly caused my demise. She then flashed a sweet, overly saccharine smile. Then shall we continue to see who is stronger? I was momentarily bewildered. What? More? Take this. Before I could react, Hunger delivered a swift kick. I quickly raised my hand to block it, chuckling helplessly. Hunger, it seems you have not been idle this week. Without my powers, and with you attacking at full strength, I am indeed no match for you. She paused, perplexed. Wait, you can't use your abilities? Didn't your superpower awaken? I also halted, forcing a wry smile. There's no water here. Without water, how can I employ my superpowers? Who said you can't use your powers without water? Who claimed there is no water here? The sudden voice startled me. Who is there? I shouted. Yet, upon turning around, I was met with an overwhelming crowd, an assembly of individuals whose intentions I could not discern. They stood orderly by the side, their eyes glimmering with an unusual light, seemingly excited, as if they had been waiting for something for a long time. We greet our master. They respectfully bowed before us. I nudged Hunger at the waist and whispered, did you summon them? She looked at me with wide-eyed astonishment, replying softly, I thought they were your people. I was taken aback, pondering how this group had suddenly materialized. Had they perhaps taken a wrong turn? Dear brothers and sisters, I began, but before I could finish, they displayed expressions of terror, exclaiming, how can we be addressed thus by our master? We dare not. With that, they knelt on one knee. My mind was a tangled mess. What on earth was happening? It appeared that these uninvited guests were also aware of their intrusion. A leader, who I could only assume was in charge, stepped forward to explain, Master, we are the guardians of the hexagram energy, a team established by the previous owner, our former master, to protect the bearers of the hexagram. At the height of our power, we had over 300 esteemed emperors and hundreds of thousands of 7-star warriors, with countless more below that rank. Now, only one emperor remains, along with 37-star warriors and around 60 below that. Our subordinates have neglected their duties. Please punish us. Master, I was taken aback. Punish? What did the previous incident have to do with me? Feeling somewhat awkward, I said, this sudden appearance of your team is quite disconcerting. When did the last bearer of the hexagram pass away? How did you lose so many troops, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, even millions? In response to our master, they explained, this occurred over 5,000 years ago. We suffered heavy casualties due to battles with several celestial beings. I nearly choked on my breath. Over 5,000 years. The history of our land seems to span only around that duration. Wasn't that during the time of the Yellow Emperor? And they mentioned celestial beings? It was indeed a miracle that any had survived. Enough of this master business. You may call me Ling Mo. Also, please familiarize yourselves with modern language, technology, and all things contemporary. Just ensure you learn to adapt to this world so that I am not left feeling awkward. Goodbye, I said casually. Nanny, they exclaimed in shock. My eyes widened. They spoke Japanese? Wait, aren't you people from over 5,000 years ago? How is it that you know Japanese? I questioned, incredulous at the revelation. The leader responded. Master, we do not possess lifespans that extend over 5,000 years. These tales are merely passed down from the elders in our legion, and those elders have long since ascended to the heavens. I was taken aback. Then why have you sought me out? I did not summon you. He replied. It is our inherent duty to obey our master's commands. When one master perishes, we await the arrival of the next. Waving my hand dismissively, I declared then, from this day forth, this team shall be disbanded. Return to your lives. They stood in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. What? Did you not hear me? I raised an eyebrow, emphasizing my command. No, but without a master, where can we go? The leader of the group remarked. I felt a twinge of annoyance. Oh, just be as you were before you found me. I retorted. Master, we cannot disband. He replied, a hint of urgency in his voice. This is an order. I stated resolutely, for I had just heard him mention that they were born to obey the commands of the owner of the Star of David. Thus, when I declared it an order, they should have no choice but to comply. Yes, he responded immediately. Subsequently, this so-called guardian team of the Star of David dissolved. What a long and cumbersome name. Master, without our protection, you must be cautious from now on. Farewell, the leader said solemnly. Thank you for your concern. Goodbye, I replied. Almost simultaneously, with a whoosh, more than half of them vanished, leaving only a dozen, who soon departed as well. Eventually, only one remained, a girl, a cute little lowly. I pondered why such a child existed in that legion. I sighed. It turned out that none of the others were capable of instantaneous movement. I found myself curious about her as well. Could she not even walk? Aren't you leaving? I inquired of the remaining girl. She blushed for quite a while before finally meeting my gaze with her big, watery eyes and stammering, Master, please take me in. My family is gone. At that moment, I felt a surge of frustration. How could this happen? Such an adorable lowly. I was momentarily dazed. As the devil within me urged me to take her back, thinking that I would then have my first lady, if I tried hard enough, perhaps I would soon have more adorable girls. What are you thinking? Hong Air snapped, delivering a sharp blow to my head with a roasted chestnut. I winced and covered my head. In nothing, I replied, regaining my composure as the rational traits of my Aquarius nature kicked in, banishing the devil within. Well, little lowly, I cannot agree to take you in. Our household is indeed low on provisions. However, if you find yourself in trouble, you may come to me, and I will do my best to assist you. Hong Air struck me again with a roasted chestnut. What are you doing? She whispered angrily. Is it that even helping others is off the table? I collapsed onto the ground, holding my head. Although I had gained superpowers, it seemed my resilience had not increased. Helping? Is it truly helping to send a homeless girl, devoid of funds, wandering alone? She appeared somewhat upset. I was taken aback. You mean to say we must take her back? Hong Air stated without hesitation. I sighed in relief. My reluctance to bring the girl home stemmed from fears of family opposition. Now it seemed that Hong Air actually agreed with me, and we were of one mind. Our parents, being so understanding, would certainly not object. Come, let us return home. Hong Air gently took the girl's hand and led her to the living room. As I gazed at their retreating figures, I found myself in a state of bemusement. How many times had Hong Air shown me her gentle side? Each instance left me feeling utterly defeated, and yet, she now treated this girl with such kindness. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of, jealousy? It was difficult to articulate. How peculiar it all seemed. However, the silver lining was that at least this little girl no longer occupied my worries. By the way, what is your name? I realized I had yet to inquire. Upon catching up with them, I asked. In response, she cautiously replied, I am Yuer. I waved dismissively. No need to call me master. You are not a maid, and others might misunderstand. Besides, I have already declared your liberation. I am no longer your master. I recalled her earlier words and asked, you said your name is Yuer, like the fish that swims in water? She couldn't help but chuckle. It is Yuer, with the character for you from Zhuge. I nodded in acknowledgement. The living room was not far, and we soon arrived. However, upon reaching the ground floor, Yuer hesitated, clearly reluctant to enter. Come in, don't worry, it's perfectly fine, Hong Er reassured her. Yuer glanced at me, and I nodded, encouraging her to proceed. Just as she stepped into the living room, my father inquired, Oh, who is this young lady? I discreetly wiped my brow and cautiously asked, Dad, may I pose a question? If you were to witness someone on the brink of homelessness or facing survival threats, would you turn a blind eye? Before I could finish, my father interrupted. Oh, you mean this young lady? Faced with his direct acknowledgement, I had no choice but to concede. Yes, I nodded. Child, how is it that you find yourself homeless? My father addressed the newly acquainted Ewer directly. She is an orphan, Honger interjected. While this was indeed true, she refrained from disclosing the connection between Ewer and me, evidently wishing to keep it under wraps. I, too, preferred silence, for explaining our relationship would be cumbersome, especially since they were unaware of my possession of the hexagram's powers. An orphan? Perhaps so, but you undoubtedly conceal certain truths. After all, it is quite a challenge for an orphan to grow up alone, and certainly, one would not expect her to be so, well, clean and beautiful. My father's perceptiveness was remarkable. How was it that nothing escaped his notice? I sighed inwardly and thought, indeed, in an age where morality wanes, such a scenario seems improbable. To be frank, this Ewer, why don't you explain? I was at a loss for words. How could I articulate this? Ewer is my servant? That would sound absurd. Beside me, Ewer nodded and responded, Yes, master. My father looked taken aback. Master? Indeed. I am a member of the Guardian team that wields the hexagram's energy. Although the master has disbanded the team, I still consider myself inherently loyal to him. Thus, with the team dissolved, I had nowhere else to go, which led me to your home, Ewer explained. Little Mo, do you truly possess the energy of the hexagram? My father's voice had taken on a slightly altered tone. Indeed, I realized that I could conceal nothing from him. Little Mo, remember, this matter must not be divulged to others, he cautioned. Well, certainly not to anyone except Principal O'Henry. He is the most trustworthy individual you will encounter in the City of the Sky. As for why we should keep this secret, I presumed you understood. My father spoke with a grave demeanor. I nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, it is truly cruel how some wish to eradicate those whom they do not understand. There is no alternative. The ferocity and potency of hexagram energy instill fear in many, prompting certain individuals to reject its existence. Yet, numerous bearers of hexagram energy oppose this world due to the relentless pursuit they face. A person who was once kind is forced into such circumstances. The government hunts the virtuous become malevolent, and the malevolent retaliate against the world, perpetuating this vicious cycle. Little Mo, tell me, you will not become one of the bad ones, will you? My father fixed his gaze upon me. I replied with certainty, of course not. Yet inwardly, I smirked, thinking, I wouldn't turn bad under normal circumstances, but provoke me, and who knows. By the way, father, you haven't yet told me if I can keep her. I suddenly interjected. Honger chimed in first. Isn't it obvious? Given father's character, of course, she can stay. How foolish. Father chuckled, indeed. My understanding is well reflected in you, Honger. Yea, Dad, you are the best. I exclaimed joyfully. Ewer, from this day forth, you shall officially reside in my home. Chapter 5. The Avengers. After a period of turmoil, normalcy was finally restored under the principal's leadership. However, the panic in the students' eyes was undeniable. Quiet down, students. A teacher called out. I recognized him as the host from the class division ceremony. According to Peter, he was the physical education instructor. Everyone, please settle down. It is now clear that the individual has indeed returned, but for the time being, there is no need for alarm, for we still have Principal O'Henry with us. As long as Principal O'Henry and the government of the City of the Sky are here, we are safe. However, I must emphasize that we students must refrain from spreading rumors or inciting unrest. Violators will face severe penalties. Upon hearing his words, many students quieted, hesitant to speak of that person lurking behind them. The necessary words had been spoken, and it was time for everyone to disperse. Hello, Ling Mo suddenly. I heard a girl's voice from behind. I paused momentarily before turning around. Hello, I replied, though confusion lingered. Politeness, however, remained essential. The girl before me appeared to be of a similar age, yet I had never encountered her before, let alone recognized her. Jenny? Peter asked, somewhat uncertain. Hi, Peter. She greeted him. I was still bewildered by the situation. Peter, are you not going to introduce me to this girl? I thought, unexpectedly casting a mischievous glance at Peter. Hey, you should really be careful with your words. Peter exclaimed, visibly anxious. Suddenly, I recalled the importance of preserving our family's reputation and thus decided to remain silent. Hey, Jenny, what brings you here? Peter inquired. With a stylish toss of her head, Jenny replied, what is wrong with that? That person is also preparing to retaliate. And we might be in trouble if we're not careful. Isn't it wise to make a few good friends? She feigned annoyance. Who would dare say otherwise? Anyone who does so shall receive a lesson from me, Peter declared, giving a thumbs up as he introduced me. Allow me to present the illustrious Ling Mo. I was at a loss for words. Illustrious? Wow. Ling Mo, I am Jenny Brown. My ability is electricity. May I befriend you? Your visit to the library last night was truly admirable, she exclaimed enthusiastically. I was taken aback. Was this really something to admire? At least I wasn't being scolded. Well, hello, Jenny. From today onward, we shall be good friends. Electricity, huh? Quite destructive indeed. I responded. Hee hee. Oh, stop it, she said, shyly scratching her head. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. What a pity. Class is starting, Jenny sighed. See you later. Yes, see you later, I nodded, walking over to join Peter. The legendary Heart Eater has finally made an appearance. What do you think? He asked casually. It seemed he was confident I wouldn't continue. After all, he already knew the next words. The Heart Eater, a formidable figure indeed, I replied, my tone growing serious. Peter, unable to contain himself, rolled his eyes and exclaimed, formidable? Who could possibly compete with him aside from the principal? One must possess actual strength to be arrogant. I merely smiled, unconcerned. Just wait and see. The young master of the Taylor family will one day fall at our feet. After saying this, he encouraged me with a glance. I felt a bit shy at the thought. At our feet? With our current strength, even a 2-star opponent could easily overpower us, and a 3-star could obliterate us. How could we possibly contend with a demon lord? I mused, feeling a sense of overconfidence creeping in. After your training, what is your current cultivation level? I whispered. I'm only at 2-star, 5th tier, he replied calmly. Wow, that is impressive. Once you reach 3 stars, you'll be nearly on par with the teachers. I struggled to suppress my astonishment. He chuckled. Do you think it's easy to cultivate at higher levels? Once you step into the 1-star realm, it becomes challenging. Many students in grade 6 or 7 Haven T even reached 1 star. Not everyone finds it as effortless as we do. For them, advancing a tier in a year while under 3 stars is already quite commendable, as one ascends to higher levels. Even a single tier difference between 2 individuals can be worlds apart. I was suddenly taken aback, realizing that the cultivation of mystical energy was indeed far more arduous than I had anticipated. I had swiftly reached the 2nd-star level. Seemingly due to the influence of the hexagram, it must also be attributed to the heptagram. After a brief silence, Peter unexpectedly remarked, perhaps we should refrain from discussing that individual until we have acquired sufficient strength. I gazed at him in astonishment, yet he looked at us with a pleading expression. Peter, I can't believe that as a scion of a prestigious family, you would exhibit such trepidation. It's quite unexpected. Do you not fear tarnishing your family's reputation? I teased him with a smile. No, he replied. I was astonished to discover that this seemingly carefree and irreverent Peter could possess such gravity. You see, our entire lineage boasts only one imperial-level master, my grandfather. Even his prowess does not surpass that of Principal O. Henry. That individual could annihilate our entire family in the blink of an eye. At that moment, I was rendered utterly speechless. While it is often said that the disparity among higher ranks grows increasingly vast, the Taylor family is so extensive. Surely, they could not be reduced to mere oblivion by a single adversary. I too became serious, acknowledging, indeed, the heart-eating demon has confronted many imperial beings, as well as 6-star and 7-star masters. An elite cadre of nearly 2,000 was obliterated, and now he has ascended to the rank of demon sovereign. It is no trivial matter for him to eradicate a family in an instant. Given that even he had expressed such concerns, I could not help but believe him. As I pondered this, a voice rang out from the entrance of the classroom. Ling Mo, Pedro, Peter, you 3 have arrived so late and are sauntering back to class. Go to the playground and run 30 laps. No one is permitted to use their powers to assist. Sighing heavily, I lamented my return to this place. Is this lady experiencing menopause? Peter muttered under his breath as he turned around. Peter Taylor, an additional 30 laps. The teacher's furious shout propelled us forward. The playground's track is 400 meters per lap. Fortunately, my childhood was spent honing my physical fitness, so 30 laps posed no significant challenge for me, appearing rather effortless. What perplexed me was Peter. This young master from a prominent family, a notorious ne'er-do-well, displayed no signs of panic upon learning he would have to run 60 laps. Instead, his speed matched ours, consistently keeping pace with us. Even though the physique of a power wielder surpasses that of an ordinary person, this seemed extraordinary. What an oddity. Power wielders are all peculiar. I sighed inwardly. 30 laps completed in 23 minutes. I came to a stop. Peter, however, continued to run. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Surely, after running 30 laps, this rascal had not slowed down. Rather, he appeared to accelerate upon our punishment-esque conclusion. Was he even human? Seeing my astonishment, He smiled and explained, "This is quite normal. Although Peter hails from an aristocratic lineage, the family rules are quite stringent. His grandfather forbids any idler from tarnishing their name, which means he endures hardships far beyond what most would face." I shook my head and smiled wryly, remarking, "Everyone has their struggles." In less than half an hour, Peter completed the remaining 30 laps, appearing somewhat fatigued. "Peter, I must say, your prowess is quite impressive for someone of noble birth. I had thought mere bodyguards would suffice." I jested. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he sighed. "My grandfather is quite strict." "What?" I exclaimed in astonishment. Principal O. Henry had previously confided in me that, upon reaching a certain level of proficiency, one could discern the capabilities of others. However, when I assessed Peter earlier, I was astounded to realize he had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank. With a breakthrough in his control, he could ascend to the 1st star level. Cultivation, after all, is typically a second-year curriculum, but given Peter's noble background, his advanced progress is understandable. "Peter, that's impressive, 9th rank already," I exclaimed, sharing my revelation with him. His astonishment matched my own. "How did you know?" I smiled mysteriously. "Guess." He scrutinized me closely, making me a tad uncomfortable. "Could it be that your abilities surpass mine?" he asked incredulously. "Huh, what's this?" I chuckled in response. "This is a divine jest. You have only recently acquired your supernatural abilities. It's astonishing that you have already begun your cultivation, and yet your power exceeds mine. Truly, fortune favors the favored." Observing Peter's comical expression, I could not help but laugh. A smile, as cold as frost, flickered across his face. "So it's permissible for you noble scions to excel, while ordinary folk like us are denied the same," I countered, bemused. "Should I take that as a compliment or a jest? Your strength far surpasses mine." He chuckled again. "Just consider it a compliment and accept it graciously." Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from behind us, startling the three of us. "You three, if you finish running, will you not return? Are you intending to run dozens more laps?" Turning around, we saw the teacher bellowing from the school building. Her voice echoed like thunder from such a distance. Peter quickly nodded. Yes, we are returning now." Upon re-entering the classroom, we were met with a barrage of scolding. "You lot, your discipline is appalling. Do you not regard your teacher at all? Have you grown too reckless?" She spoke through gritted teeth, instilling a sense of unease among us, though we maintained our composure. "Another 30 laps?" Peter ventured tentatively, and I shot him a glare. It seemed he had developed a taste for running. "Do you all yearn to run more?" I interjected. "Teacher, being angry is detrimental. It leads to wrinkles," I added quickly, hoping to appeal to her vanity. To my surprise, it worked remarkably well. She fell silent immediately. "Never mind. I shall not stoop to argue with you youngsters." In the blink of an eye, her voice regained a calm demeanor, and the anxiety that had gripped my heart began to dissipate. Initially, I had anticipated that a teacher of at least 4-star caliber would confront us, for this was no trifling matter. Against absolute strength, even the most brilliant among us would falter. 2 of us were merely 2-star rated, and one had yet to reach even a single star. A mere flick of the wrist could easily resolve the situation. She resumed her lecture, addressing the class. "I trust that everyone is quite anxious about the news we received this morning. Therefore, to ensure our safety, we must swiftly learn how to harness our superpowers." There was a hint of concern in her tone. "Fear not. When I grow up, I shall certainly deal with that individual," exclaimed an impassioned youth. The teacher's cold gaze fell upon him, rendering him momentarily speechless. "You? Merely managing to protect yourself in his presence would be commendable." The fervent youth was left at a loss for words. "Has he succumbed to a bout of adolescent delusions?" Peter murmured with a chuckle. I found their derisive remarks rather distasteful, as it is quite possible that true talent could be stifled in its infancy by such ridicule. "I am proud," the enthusiastic youth declared defiantly. At noon, in the dining hall, Jenny and Anna joined our trio. It turned out that Jenny was originally a friend of Anna S., which naturally made her a friend of Peter S. as well, rendering this gathering merely a formality of introductions. "Hey, since the 5 of us are good friends, why not form an organization?" Jenny proposed with great enthusiasm. "An organization?" The other 3 and I were taken aback. "Yes, an organization dedicated to combating evil forces." What shall we call it?" Before we could agree, she had already begun pondering names for the organization, assuming our consent without hesitation. I felt a pang of embarrassment and jested. "An organization? To combat evil forces? Why not simply call it the Avengers?" She immediately concurred. "Excellent. That name resonates well. Henceforth, we shall be known as the Avengers." Jenny turned to the others, who remained silent. "Very well. Your silence is deemed approval. The motion passes unanimously." I widened my eyes in astonishment. Was that it? Was it all settled? So effortlessly? Before I could fully grasp the situation, Jenny continued, "Now, who shall be our leader?" She looked around, yet everyone remained mute. I had little interest in such group activities. The establishment of this organization had unfolded far too swiftly, not allowing anyone a moment to react. Clearly, like me, the others were disinterested in organizational matters, and all eyes fell upon Peter. After all, he was of noble lineage, well-versed in leadership, though perhaps the others might not heed his command. "And who will be our chief?" Jenny inquired tentatively. I felt no sense of tension, while Peter and Anna, the siblings, continued to gaze intently at Jenny. I couldn't help but smirk inwardly. "Ling Mo and Pedro," Jenny finally declared with solemnity. Upon hearing this unexpected outcome, I was nearly taken aback, almost spitting blood in shock, as it seemed utterly devoid of any connection. "Oh, by the way, are you aware that in a few weeks, our school will host its annual skills competition?" Jenny interjected. I couldn't help but admire Jenny's ability to divert the topic. Even though everyone remained puzzled by the connection between me and the headmaster, nonetheless, we couldn't resist discussing the upcoming skills competition. Peter, with a sudden realization, chuckled. "Ah, right. I completely forgot. I was utterly bewildered by their conversation. What on earth are they talking about?" Breaking the silence, the model enthusiastically explained. "The skills competition is an event held annually at St. Christopher's School, designed to test students' ability to adeptly utilize their superpowers, akin to a sports day on Earth." "Oh, the sports day at St. Christopher's School. How intriguing," I smiled. "However, the events of the sports day are quite numerous. If there's anything you don't understand later, I'll explain it to you." Rising to my feet, I prepared to head out. Today is Thursday, and tomorrow is Friday, marking the imminent departure for the skills competition in just 2 weeks. I was startled. Only 2 weeks left? How swiftly time flies. "Wait," I exclaimed. "Is participation in the skills competition mandatory for everyone?" Peter could no longer contain himself, responding, "Everyone? Do you have any idea how many students there are in this entire school? By the time everyone has competed, we won't know what year it is." I suddenly realized. Indeed, St. Christopher's School sprawls like a small city. With so many participants, if everyone were to compete, we would be left wondering when it would ever conclude. Jenny chimed in. "Some events require self-registration, while others involve challenges from fellow competitors. If someone challenges you, you must respond. This is a mandatory rule set by the school. Though it's somewhat redundant now, the previous headmaster feared no one would participate, but nowadays, even if one wished to join voluntarily, it can be quite difficult. There will undoubtedly be throngs of people." Everyone stood up, smiling. I found it peculiar how well-versed they all were. "Hey, how come you all seem to know this so well? I suspect you might be first-year students," I exclaimed. To my surprise, they erupted into laughter. I couldn't help but remind them. Such matters are common knowledge in the Sky City. It is only someone like you, visiting for the first time, who would find it novel. I felt a twinge of embarrassment. The skills competition, while I am not particularly fond of drawing attention to myself, still held a certain allure, prompting me to commence training, both to participate voluntarily and to avoid the humiliation of being called up and subsequently defeated. On the vast playground, I practiced with my partner. His ability was fire, while mine was its antithesis, and training against each other proved beneficial in identifying our weaknesses. "Hello, Ling Mo, Pedro, it's nice to see you again." Jenny's voice suddenly echoed from behind, causing both of us to halt. "Huh, Jenny, what brings you here? Are you also preparing for the skills competition?" I wiped the sweat from my brow and inquired. Peter and Anna had accompanied Jenny as well. She chuckled and remarked, "It appears Peter truly understands you. You indeed came here to train." I nodded and replied, "Yes, I want to avoid the unpleasantness of being unprepared when the time comes." At that moment, Peter burst into laughter. "Mo, you're worrying too much. Do you not realize how minuscule the odds are of being selected among the nearly 10,000 students at St. Crystal School?" I acknowledged, "I understand, but it's better to be cautious. My luck has always been rather poor, and if I do get chosen, it would be too late to lament." I nodded again. "Haha, we get to go home today. So, Mo, are you heading back down?" Peter pointed to the ground. I nodded, wondering where else I could possibly go. "Honestly, I am starting to miss home a bit." Peter said seriously, "All right. I will arrange for your modified Lamborghini 750 to be sent to you." I was momentarily taken aback. I hadn't expected him to remember that detail. One I had even forgotten. Hey, I exclaimed. "That isn't something to be given away casually. Do you have any idea how much a Lamborghini costs? That money could be put to charitable use." Peter nodded earnestly. "Yes, fine, you can keep the Lamborghini, and I'll have someone donate an equivalent amount." I stood by, utterly astonished. "Oh, Anna, we've known each other for quite a while now, but I still do not know what your abilities are," I said, scratching my head awkwardly, realizing I was just trying to make conversation. Anna pouted. Humph, and you're still my brother's good friend. After all this time, you don't even know what I can do. I found myself at a loss for words. Just then, the school bell rang, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Well, it's time for class. Let's head back before we end up running 30 laps again. I urged Peter, harboring a certain apprehension about that possibility. They did not object and followed me. In the classroom, our homeroom teacher announced, "Class, as you are all aware, in 2 weeks we will hold our annual skills competition. I hope everyone will enthusiastically sign up to bring glory to our class. Today marks the end of the week, so I won't say much more. Time to go home, kids." With the teacher's words, the students scattered like leaves in the wind, leaving only Peter, me, and a smiling Anna behind. Wow, impressive. They vanished in an instant. It's almost like teleportation. I marveled. Hee, it's been 5 days, Mo. Would you like to come over to my house to play? Peter enthusiastically suggested. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "No, that's quite enough. Brother, I'm heading home," Anna's voice echoed. Peter turned to see her and nodded. "Indeed, let's go. Ciao, Mo. We are leaving." "Okay, goodbye." I turned to him. "The break has begun. You must be heading home, right?" He merely smiled faintly. "Home? Where exactly is my home?" I widened my eyes in disbelief. "Your home? You don't even know where it is? That jest is hardly amusing. Haha, let us go. A 2-day holiday is precious enough for you all. I'll just wander around." With a wave of his hand, he swiftly departed. And I could hardly keep pace with him. I retrieved my Banana Brand phone. Yes, indeed, Banana Brand, crafted by my mechanical genius father, the sole one of its kind. Even more remarkable than an apple. While the latter was a fruit bitten by God, my father had taken a bite out of God's banana. "Hello, Dad. We've finished school." I spoke without dialing, as the phone was linked to a chip embedded in me. With merely a thought, I could control it without touching it. "Yes, I'm coming," he replied on the other end. In about 5 seconds, a splendid Lamborghini 750 made its grand entrance. The sleek sports car was black on the upper body with a striking green chassis. Incredible, I shouted inwardly, yet I wondered whose extravagant vehicle this was. Surely, its owner must be quite wealthy. The car door swung open, resembling the wings of a bat, revealing the person stepping out. "Dad," I exclaimed in shock. He nodded and calmly said, "Come on, let us head home." Stunned, I found myself inexplicably getting into the car. "Dad, where did this car come from? Surely, we can't afford such a luxury." Once inside, I could not restrain my curiosity. He seemed somewhat surprised. "Oh, you didn't know? I thought this car was for you. Someone just delivered it this morning, saying it was for Ling Mo. Is there someone else by that name?" Suddenly, I recalled Peter had mentioned he would gift me a car, but I never imagined it would actually materialize. Well, it seems it truly belongs to me. As my father occupied the driver's seat, he pressed a button, and the entire car ascended into the air. Then, he pressed another button. I felt a surge of panic. "Hey, Dad, what are you doing? Why is the car flying?" He replied nonchalantly, "I merely made some modifications. It's nothing drastic. Just added a few features such as flying, invisibility, attack, and defense capabilities. The basic structure remains unchanged." The buttons I pressed were for flying and invisibility. My jaw dropped in astonishment. Nothing drastic? How could such an incredible transformation occur within mere hours of its delivery? I also slightly enhanced the speed. It was a bit sluggish before. I was utterly flabbergasted. Sluggish? The previous maximum speed of 340 was already astonishing, wasn't it? Converted, that amounts to nearly 10 meters per second. Such velocity, even the Black Lightning, Usain Bolt, could hardly sustain for long. The Sky City is merely 8,000 meters above ground. This distance, for the Lamborghini my father has just modified, can be traversed in the blink of an eye. The car soared directly into our courtyard and came to a halt. With such rapid initial velocity, I braced myself for a sudden stop, fearing I might be thrown from the vehicle. However, contrary to my expectations, we remained securely seated inside. It felt as though inertia had vanished, yet I knew that was impossible unless devoid of mass. Without mass, could one still be deemed human? One can only say that my father has reached a terrifying pinnacle in mechanics. "Dad, you are truly remarkable." I couldn't help but exclaim. He remained unfazed, chuckling. "Is this truly impressive? Little Mo, let me tell you, this is hardly anything to boast about. The only creation that fills me with pride is Honger, whom you often see as a robot. She possesses emotions and traits that ordinary robots lack. She is, in essence, a true artificial human, a feat that most scientists could scarcely hope to achieve." I could only smile wryly. Most scientists could hardly compare, for none could surpass you. New inventions seem to emerge from our home every couple of days. Edison himself would pale in comparison to you. "Little Mo, are there any school activities this week?" My father inquired after we disembarked. I shook my head, replying, No, but there will be a skills competition in 2 weeks. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he smiled. A skills competition? Will you participate? My abilities are not geared towards combat. I have never taken part. And it is indeed a pity, a regret that lingers in my heart. I nodded, as I had intended to join regardless. The anticipation for the skills competition began to swell within me. Chapter 7. The skills competition, by the way. Have you begun your training? I asked. Yes. I'm now at a 3-star level, she replied with a smile. Wow, 3 stars, that's impressive. Are you even human? You seem to be about my age. Once you grow a bit more, won't you be a figure of imperial or even celestial caliber? Well, my abilities are not meant for combat, but rather for healing. So being 3-star isn't particularly useful, she said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Not useful? Even the boss is astonished. Reaching 3 stars without combat skills is truly genius. And yet you say it's not useful? I am truly impressed. Hey, how about you join me at St. Christo School? I suggested. However, Hunger objected. You all are going to that school. How boring would it be for me at home? No, is already so formidable. Oh, by the way, since you've reached 3 stars, what level are you? My father shook his head with a smile. Training in Xuanli only begins in the 2nd year. I'm at 2 stars, but the principal has allowed me to start early. 2 stars. Is it not astonishing that you seem to have just activated your extraordinary abilities merely a week ago? And you possess a hexagram. Inherently a 1-star level. Indeed. That is commendable. Father regained his composure. I felt a flicker of astonishment within. Is that truly considered commendable? What then can be deemed powerful? It was as though Father saw through my thoughts, and with a smile he said, Little Mo, you need not fret. Among all the individuals I have encountered, you are indeed the 2nd strongest. In a few years, you shall undoubtedly discover your own strengths. Do not be disheartened. Oh, 2nd strongest, but what of the 1st? I inquired. His demeanor suddenly shifted to seriousness, the heart-eating demon. I was taken aback. Had Father also encountered him? He continued, Do not be surprised. I am aware that you are one of the 2 chosen ones capable of defeating the heart-eating demon. That other one, is it not? My jaw dropped in disbelief. How do you know this? Father broke into a joyful laugh. Little Mo, you seem to be overly astonished. Have you forgotten that Principal O. Henry was my teacher? Did you truly think I was omniscient? I managed an awkward chuckle. All right. The chosen one? Master, you are a chosen one. You were exclaimed in surprise. There is no need for you to refer to me as master. As I mentioned, I have disbanded that particular team. Indeed. I am a chosen one, he affirmed. I felt a sense of exasperation. Although she did not address me as master, did it truly make a difference? Little Mo, you truly surprised me. I initially believed you would face no peril, considering you have already reached the 2-star level. I did not anticipate that you would possess the power of the hexagram. It seems it is time to present you with that item, Father murmured to himself. Curiosity piqued within me. What item? Hunger, please accompany you to familiarize her with our home and the nearby streets. Little Mo, come with me. Upon hearing Father call me, I promptly followed. The underground chamber. After Father and I navigated through a series of intricate security measures, including iris recognition, fingerprint scans, a password, and voice recognition, we finally arrived at the innermost sanctum. I could not fathom why Father employed such extensive security protocols to safeguard this place. Surely, few would suspect there to be a hidden chamber beneath this building. As the chamber door swung open, a pristine expanse greeted my eyes. To be honest, I found the color scheme rather monotonous. Aside from the tiled floor that provided a sense of grounding, I would have felt as though I were treading upon air. Little Mo, this is what I wish to bestow upon you. Father casually handed me a dagger from the table. A dagger? I questioned, perplexed. Is this not something one could purchase by the pound on the streets? How can this serve as my weapon? Father chuckled. If you perceive it as merely a simple dagger, you are gravely mistaken. This is no ordinary blade. I lowered my gaze to examine the dagger. Indeed. It is strikingly simple. The blade, gleaming with a cold light, bears no intricate patterns, and the hilt is devoid of any embellishments. Merely a dark hue accented by a series of golden rings, intentionally rendered coarse for a better grip. Were it not for my father's insistence in presenting it to me, I would have assumed he simply forgot to return it to the kitchen after using it to slice fruit in the living room. Is there anything remarkable about this dagger? I inquired. None at all, my father replied succinctly. I was momentarily perplexed. If it is indeed without merit, why bestow it upon me? For mere admiration? The only intriguing aspects it possesses are its ability to slice through iron effortlessly and its unparalleled durability, my father continued. I was at a loss for words. What a curious notion. Just moments ago, you asserted it was unremarkable. Yet, I suppose for someone of your intellect, There is little that cannot be accomplished. This trinket seems trivial in comparison. In the blink of an eye, 2 days slipped by. The skill competition loomed ever closer. And we found ourselves at the sports field whenever we could, even if only for a few fleeting minutes. Each time we descended to the field, we found a multitude of individuals already practicing, each claiming a patch of ground to hone their skills. Although I had only recently acquired my powers, I had already begun to wield them with ease, discovering numerous methods for both offense and defense. We often exchanged techniques, our approaches nearly identical. Then there was Jenny, whose lightning strikes were quite formidable. Though they paled in comparison to the power of the lightning staff bestowed upon me by Zeus, they were still impressive. Anna, too, showcased her prowess, adept at manipulating vines to strike or bind, even employing the leaves of plants as blades, her speed leaving few able to perceive her movements. Lastly, Peter exhibited remarkable earth-based abilities. Should one inadvertently cross his path, they risked sinking into a mire, though such maneuvers demanded significant energy on his part. Peter cheerfully declared, "After these days of grueling training, we can confidently proclaim ourselves invincible." I chuckled and retorted, "Is that so? When you are inevitably bested, I shall be more than happy to capture the moment on film." "Oh no, a video would be even better." Unfazed, he replied, "I will show you the reality of me dominating others." He added, "Though we have trained diligently for some time, we are but temporary practitioners. Many others surpass us in skill and dedication. We must not let our guard down. The skill competition is a gathering of numerous formidable talents." I was bewildered. A gathering of experts? Jenny nodded, affirming, "The notion of voluntary participation is merely a slogan. In truth, many skilled individuals are coerced into joining by the relentless pressures of teachers and peers." The skill competition commenced, taking place at St. Christo's School. In the school, while numerous students frequently employ their extraordinary abilities for personal tasks, there exists a significant number who refrain from utilizing such powers. Unlike magic, which can be learned, these abilities remain enigmatic, leaving everyone oblivious to the techniques their opponents might wield. This lack of understanding renders it challenging to deliver a decisive blow, though exceptions arise when a particularly formidable individual confronts a notably weaker one. The inaugural competition of the skills contest is the rescue of hostages. It is said that this event has been a long-standing tradition since the establishment of St. Christopher School, steeped in history. Allegedly, the school's mission is to save individuals from peril, prompting the creation of this competition to assess whether students can meet the requisite standards. Surprisingly, the venue for the competition is the school's forest, where several mechanical bees are dispatched to document the proceedings, broadcasting the footage on the grand screen in the playground, an event popularly referred to as live coverage. According to the administration, this arrangement is necessitated by the large student body. Gathering everyone in a confined area would be overwhelmingly cramped. Within the woodland arena resides a machine adorned with razor-sharp blades, whirring at high speed. Above this contraption is a mannequin, as the school has yet to venture into the realm of endangering human lives. The tethered rope gradually lowers the mannequin until it is shredded to pieces by the machine. Contestants are granted only 10 minutes for the rescue, failing which the hero is deemed unsuccessful. It is worth noting that every class across the 10 grades is required to send forth 2 participants, who are then randomly assigned roles. One is the villain and the other as the hero. The villain's objective is to thwart the hero's attempt to save the hostage, the mannequin. Do not assume that being designated as the hero guarantees the successful rescue of the hostage. There have been numerous instances in the competition's history where heroes have failed to secure the hostage. In fact, no freshman has yet succeeded in this endeavor, as it not only tests one's control over their extraordinary abilities, but, more crucially, assesses their capacity to collaborate with others, particularly strangers. Currently, the villainous roles are occupied by a male and female, both approximately 16 or 17 years of age. The selection of superhuman pairings is about to commence. The voice of Coach Lee resonates through the loudspeakers. "Why is it always him?" I muttered in dissatisfaction. At that moment, the screen shifted to the drawing of lots. The instructor opened the folded paper. Coach Lee glanced at it and announced, "Superhuman duo, Peter Taylor from Year 1, Class 7, and Jenny Brown from Year 1, Class 9. I was momentarily taken aback. What? With so many students in the school, what are the odds of them being paired together? Peter's astonishment mirrored my own. Yet he quickly regained his composure. "Rest assured, watch me shatter the record of freshmen failing to rescue the hostage," he declared with a smile. At that moment, I ceased my jesting and wished him good luck. Good luck?" He shot me a glare over his shoulder. I realized I had misspoken and quickly exclaimed, "Wishing you peace." Oh no, this drew everyone's attention. No, that was incorrect. I meant to say, "Wishing you success." May you all triumph and return victorious." Only then did they depart, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Jenny faced off against the female member of the villainous duo, while Peter had no choice but to confront the male opponent. Right from the start, Jenny launched her attack with remarkable speed, unleashing a barrage of lightning that lashed out like whips at her adversary. Surprisingly, the girl could not withstand the onslaught and was struck several times. However, she soon conjured a pink protective shield, rendering Jenny's lightning ineffective. "What is that?" I inquired curiously. "A super protective shield, invincible in defense," he replied succinctly, leaving me somewhat embarrassed. "Invincible in defense?" I was astonished. "Does that mean fighting is unnecessary?" "Not quite," he shot me a glance. "Invincible refers to this superpower being the foremost in defensive capabilities, currently unmatched. While it can be forcibly breached, it is quite difficult." I sighed in relief. Yet, given their current abilities, it remained a daunting task to break through. Suddenly, I muttered, "So my hopes were in vain." My frustration was palpable. He nodded in agreement. Wiping the sweat from my brow, I found myself at a loss for words. "Let me handle this," Peter shouted. Jenny obediently stepped aside, allowing Peter to manipulate the earth, which surged upwards. The soil encircled the pink shield, and in an instant, the dazzling pink hue transformed into a muddy yellow that was far less appealing. The earth pressed inward while the shield pushed outward, and suddenly, with a resounding bang, soil erupted into the air. It was no longer mere soil. It bore an uncanny resemblance to excrement. I was immensely relieved not to be present, as I could hardly bear the thought of being covered in such a mess. How revolting! It seemed Peter had also failed. The shield was indeed not easily breached. Suddenly, the male opponent launched several projectiles from behind, hurtling toward Peter along various trajectories. Fortunately, he erected an earthen wall to shield himself. I was taken aback. What kind of superpower was this? "It is one of the rarer abilities," he explained. "Typically, those with offensive powers do not employ such tactics. Physical attacks are quite uncommon, yet this one cannot be underestimated." The clash between Peter's earthen manipulation and the opponent's projectiles resulted in a cacophony of explosions, toppling numerous trees in the forest and shrouding the sky in dust, dimming the light significantly. Suddenly, several bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating it with their blinding brilliance. The usually carefree Jenny was now wholly focused, her face a mask of seriousness. Abruptly, the pink protective shield expanded, ensnaring not only the male villain but also the dummy within its confines, making the task of rescuing the dummy exceedingly challenging. At this juncture, only 2 minutes remained before the conclusion of the match. With a swift whoosh, dozens of shells erupted from the protective shield, catching Peter completely off guard. Fortunately, Jenny, ever vigilant and agile, managed to evade the onslaught with a series of quick turns. "Wait, those shells are capable of locking onto their targets." "Caution," I shouted in desperation, but my voice was lost on them. The shells that Jenny had dodged redirected and raced back towards her. Suddenly, the dim world was illuminated by a fierce explosion, propelling Jenny's body into the air. "Jenny!" Peter cried out in panic. Consumed by rage, he furiously clawed at the earth to attack the pink shield. Yet his efforts seemed futile, failing to breach the barrier. "Time's up," the obnoxious voice of Coach Lee echoed once more. "The heroes have failed to save the day. The villains emerge victorious." A wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. Both Peter and Jenny emerged from the fray, a look of despondency etched on their faces. Anna and I hurried to greet them, our primary concern resting on Jenny's injuries rather than the outcome of the match. Thankfully, the school did not remain idle, promptly dispatching a medical team to escort Jenny to the infirmary. Peter, his expression darkened, clapped a hand on my shoulder and said, "It's up to you now. Don't let me down." I was taken aback, questioning how he could be so certain I would take the stage. "Because I signed you up," he shrugged in response. "What?" I shot him a glare. At that moment, Coach Lee's voice rang out again, and the screen transitioned to the drawing of lots. The villainous team competing next was from 1st grade, Class 7, led by Ling Mo. I barely heard that before tuning out. I had indeed been selected. Was this a stroke of luck or merely Peter's uncanny foresight? Regardless, I was to take the stage against Pedro Morgan from 1st grade, Class 7. "What?" I turned to ask, astonished. He mirrored my surprise, as if caught in a narrative where he was the villain and I the hero. "Contestants, please step forward," Coach Lee announced. "I will not go easy on you." He smirked at me before I entered the arena, and I felt a wave of trepidation wash over me. The role of the villain was already a source of discomfort, and my opponent posed a significant challenge. While I could exploit the unfamiliarity of others with my powers in a surprise attack, with Pedro, I was acutely aware of both his abilities and tactics. The only silver lining was my familiarity with him, though his ever-evolving strategies were indeed a headache. As the match commenced, the 10-minute countdown began. My partner was a boy, approximately 15 or 16 years old, likely a student from the 3rd or 4th grade. Upon entering the arena, he appeared unhurried, engaging in conversation with his teammate. Had I not known him well, I might have mistaken their exchange for casual banter. In reality, they were strategizing, for as the saying goes, a sharp axe requires no extra strokes. Hey, that 1st grader, don't hold me back. They have a 1st grader too. And if he breaks the record for capturing a 1st-year student, I won't let you off easily. I chuckled bitterly, realizing that the reason past freshmen had never fallen victim was due to the relentless efforts of the upperclassmen. Otherwise, we would all be in trouble. I surmised that my teammate would eventually turn against me, not allowing him to save the hostage. Suddenly, a torrent of flames surged toward us, and I hastily dodged. In the blink of an eye, the senior who had been shouting about not letting the freshman break the record lay unconscious on the ground, alongside his companion, who was also incapacitated. Silence enveloped the scene, leaving us both speechless with fear. He cracked his knuckles and moved his body, revealing that even as a hero, he did not wish to let me break the record. He might as well let me sleep first. This was a contest solely between him and me. Very well. A barrage of flames erupted from various angles, leaving me with no escape but to brace myself. Unfortunately, I lacked any protective shield and could only endure the onslaught with my body. His attacks were relentless, one after another, with the capability to lock onto targets. At this rate, I feared I would be burned to ashes. I had to make a desperate charge. As I broke free, I heard a familiar voice. Finally out. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Before I knew it, I was thrown to the ground, feeling a sharp, tingling sensation all over my body. When I opened my eyes, he was calmly advancing toward the hostage. A chill emanated from him. Startled, he halted and turned to face me. Struggling to rise, I said, "In this school's century-long history, no freshman has ever broken this record. Although you are indeed formidable, I cannot help but wonder if it is too easy for you to just waltz past." I managed to force a smile. He seemed unconcerned and chuckled in return. "Well, you certainly haven't disappointed me." The humid air crystallized into ice, transforming the entire forest into a blanket of white. The ground was covered in frost, and icicles adorned the trees, while the atmosphere was thick with an ominous chill. Yet, to him, it appeared inconsequential. He seemed mildly surprised by the intensity, remarking, "Not bad at all." I humbly replied, "You are quite impressive yourself." He was momentarily speechless. Without further ado, he understood that time was of the essence for the hero rescuing the hostage, whereas it mattered little to the villains. He continued, unleashing fierce flames, while I countered with the ice I conjured. I had no intention of defeating him. My sole aim was to buy time. Yet, knowing him, he must have anticipated this, and thus, he would aim for a swift resolution. To my surprise, he shifted tactics and initiated close combat. Given my skills and experience, I found it exceedingly difficult to gain the upper hand in melee. What kind of training had he undergone? Despite my daily practice with Hong-er, I had never faced such a brutal struggle. Suddenly, akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell, 2 figures appeared before me. What was happening? Before I could fully comprehend the situation, one of them struck me with a punch, while the other, his true self, had already rescued the hostage. What on earth was going on? After the event, not only I, but many others pondered the same question. He chuckled and explained, "In truth, it is not a doppelganger. Merely a ball of fire that I control to launch an attack." This method just occurred to me. I nodded in acknowledgement. It was indeed a clever strategy that I had managed to acquire. In the ensuing time, we proceeded to observe the competitions of others. Chapter 8. The skill competition. Fortunately, this time there were no mandatory competitions. Participation was entirely voluntary, sparing me from any misfortune of facing a formidable opponent. The following morning, the school's competition surprisingly involved driving skills, encompassing not only modern racing cars, but also ancient chariots. A chariot could be driven by a single person or a group. Although typically 2 or 3 individuals proved to be optimal, contestants had the liberty to employ their superpowers to attack others' vehicles, and naturally, with offense came the necessity for defense. To safeguard the environment, the contest was held within a meticulously crafted virtual world established by the school, yet everything felt remarkably realistic. Should a participant's vehicle become immobile, say, if it were damaged, they would automatically be disqualified from the virtual race. As close companions, my friend and I naturally decided to participate in this competition together. The first event was the ancient chariot race. Initially, he took the reins, displaying remarkable reflexes. As the countdown reached its final second, we surged forth like arrows released from a bow, quickly establishing a significant lead. However, an opposing vehicle launched a steel hook that ensnared our chariot. causing our speed to plummet. Seizing the opportunity, other competitors overtook us, particularly the vehicle that had ensnared us, which leveraged our momentum to propel themselves forward. Instead of driving, they wreaked havoc on the other chariots. Unsurprisingly, the other teams retaliated, and amidst the chaos, I managed to sever the steel hook and began employing some minor tricks to sabotage our adversaries' vehicles. I soon realized that not all chariots were crafted from wood. Some participants, having pre-registered, utilized their custom-built vehicles, while those of us who signed up mere minutes before the start were relegated to the school's exceedingly mundane wooden chariots. Devoid of weaponry, unlike those of others, the driving skills exhibited were truly exceptional. We navigated through a maelstrom of flying weapons and shattered vehicle fragments with remarkable ease. Had I been at the helm, I surely would have been obliterated long before, or perhaps cast aside at the outset, as I had no knowledge of how to handle a chariot. Wow! I exclaimed, as a vehicle exploded and flew past me, prompting me to instinctively crouch down in fright. I too felt a surge of irritation. With a swift gesture, a multitude of ice spikes launched towards them, embedding themselves in their chariots. Some vehicle tires were inadvertently destroyed by my icy projectiles, causing their swift withdrawal from the competition. Peter and Jenny were engaged in fierce combat within the same chariot, locked in a heated struggle with a pair of opponents of contrasting builds. Meanwhile, other vehicles were not idle. Suddenly, a dark horse emerged from the fray, capturing everyone's attention. The driver was a youthful lad with remarkable equestrian skills. I was unaware of his identity, yet since he had drawn so close, I resolved to strike first. I hurled a shard of ice as a probing attack, and as anticipated, he adeptly evaded it. I cast another piece, and once more, he eluded my aim. Abruptly, he relinquished control of his horse, allowing it to gallop freely while he brandished a hook gun. Trouble stirred within me. Hastily, I conjured ice into the form of a gun to engage him in combat. The hook gun is a weapon frequently employed during horseback riding. It can be wielded like a firearm in close quarters and can ensnare a horse's legs, causing it to stumble and its rider to be vulnerable to a fatal strike. Although this was merely a contest, I held no fear of being slain. Yet should our horse be tripped, we would fall significantly behind, especially with the rapid pace of all competitors. The individual before me was undoubtedly extraordinary. It was evident to anyone. He was well versed in the weapon's capabilities, and astonishingly, he managed to contest me while simultaneously guiding his steed. Now on a straight path, he had less need to control the horse. Thus he could fully dedicate himself to our duel. A smirk of amusement crept into my thoughts. This boy was indeed formidable. Numerous times, I narrowly escaped being pierced by his hook gun, and luckily, I was able to divide my focus, steering the chariot while evading his attacks. Hasten, this fellow is relentless. I called back. Consequently, our chariot quickened its pace, yet he seemed determined to pursue us relentlessly, swiftly closing the distance. We must shake him off. This adversary is truly formidable. I shouted again. You take the reins. I shall confront him, I said calmly. Thus, we exchanged positions. Flames surged towards the young man. And since his chariot was also constructed of wood, he was compelled to maintain a distance. However, the sustained fire diminished my energy, and it could not completely vanquish him. Erect a wall of fire to obstruct him, I shouted in response. The command was promptly obeyed. The horse driven by the lad behind us began to panic. Yet I could not help but admire his horsemanship, as he swiftly regained control and navigated his steed through the wall of flames. I gasped in astonishment. This individual was indeed impressive. Others attempted to replicate his feat, yet they seemed to forget that they were not the young man. Their horses were unresponsive to their commands, abruptly halting before the fiery curtain. Their riders, left with no recourse, were forced to circumvent the blaze. The young boy's chariot, seemingly invincible as it emerged from the flames, was, in fact, gravely injured. The fire was no ordinary blaze. It burned far hotter. Indeed, the horse emerged disfigured, its speed significantly diminished, and the chariot itself was charred black. I found myself astonished by their ability to continue racing despite their injuries. However, given their condition, I chose not to dwell on it further. I picked up the whip and struck the horse's rear, urging the chariot to hasten, determined to shake off our pursuers. For if they caught up with us, we would be in dire straits. Suddenly, I heard a faint sound and turned back to see a large net descending upon us. Fortunately, the flames proved capable of incinerating anything, and the net was consumed in the fire, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, another soft noise caught my attention, and before I could discern what had transpired, I found myself ensnared by a rope. A tremendous force yanked me backward, and though they lunged to seize me, they were a moment too late. I was lifted into the air. Wow, 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 I exclaimed, finally grasping the sensation of flight. Without hesitation, Ho unleashed a burst of flame from his palm, attempting to sever the rope, but it was forged of iron, impervious to the fire's immediate wrath. I plummeted to the ground, struggling to maintain my balance, but it proved arduous. My feet skidded against the earth, and I frequently stumbled. In a moment of carelessness, I found myself seated on the ground, dragged along by another chariot, my rear intimately acquainted with the earth, feeling as though it were ablaze with pain. Surely, my trousers must have been torn to shreds, I mused. Upon witnessing my capture, an overwhelming fury surged forth, unleashing a torrent of infernal flames towards them, nearly singeing me in the process. Instantly, their chariots ignited, and the horses became fiery steeds, panicking and thrashing about in chaos. Alas, I was bound and could only follow their erratic path, unable to act freely. With no other recourse, I resigned myself to the frenzy of the wild horses. "Stop, stop, stop," I shouted, realizing that the horses were about to crash into another team's chariot. In a crucial moment, I remembered the command to halt. However, the inertia flung me ahead of the horses. I thought, this is it. I could not fathom surviving a fall from such a height. Yet, I experienced the power of miracles as I was fortuitously freed from the iron chain that bound me, crashing into the chariot. "Are you all right?" someone asked, their face etched with concern. "After falling from such a height, what do you think?" As I spoke, I disentangled myself from the chain that had ensnared me. Now, behind us lies a complete chaos, making it impossible to distinguish between what is here and what is there. I had no desire to entangle myself too deeply with them. To be frank, it was all rather disordered, prompting him to accelerate the vehicle. "Why are you so slow? If you were as fast as I am, we would have already won," came the voice of the heavier one from the duo of varying sizes, as he bemoaned the horse. "You must have gained weight again," retorted the slimmer counterpart. The heavier one, looking innocent, replied, "Complain all you want. I've actually lost 2 pounds. I smiled at their banter from the front, thinking to myself, this is quite the free spectacle, a delightful clash of various heroes and villains, truly exhilarating. Subsequently, it was no surprise that we claimed first place, with the duo of Peter and Jenny close behind, securing second. Amusingly, the duo of differing sizes fell into internal discord, leading to a ruckus among themselves, ultimately ruining their cart and withdrawing from the competition. It was now afternoon, and the skills competition commenced as scheduled, featuring soccer as the event. Frankly, I was astonished that St. Crystal School would even host such a competition, especially given the dismal state of our national football team. Contestants in soccer were permitted to seek teammates, with each team allowed a maximum of 5 members and the use of superpowers. Upon hearing the rules, I was rendered speechless. Why was it that every school competition required the on-the-spot assembly of teammates? With just Peter and me, and Jenny and Anna, who were more reserved and unwilling to participate in such a vigorous sport, we opted for the sidelines as spectators. After signing up, our list of opponents was revealed. Coincidentally, some of our adversaries were familiar faces, the heavier one, the slimmer one, and that fresh-faced boy with impressive racing skills. He appeared youthful, yet I sensed he was significantly older than he looked. The other 2 were unfamiliar upperclassmen, since the competition didn't prohibit the use of superpowers. The heavier one seized the ball right from the start. Peter, acting as our goalkeeper, found himself outpaced. The heavier one barreled down the field with the ball, effortlessly scoring a goal within the first 10 seconds of the match. I was furious, and a frosty aura enveloped the soccer field, shrouding everything in a misty white chill. Though he did not overtly display his emotions, the squint of his eyes betrayed his simmering anger. The opposing team, elated by their swift success, reveled in their triumph. Save for one, the fresh-faced boy, who maintained an air of calm amidst the jubilance, setting himself apart. Who exactly is this individual? I pondered with curiosity. After their brief celebration, the match resumed. Given the limit of 5 players, the school did not impose specific positional restrictions. Aside from clearly stating that only 1 goalkeeper was permitted, other teammates can transform from forwards to centers or defenders, engaging in whatever they please. Thus, the scene is chaotic and disorderly. Having learned from our previous missteps, this time, as the referee's whistle pierced the air, Peter swiftly took control of the rising grass, using it as a barrier against the opposing team's advances. Consequently, even though the hefty player managed to seize the ball early on, he could not replicate his prior success of scoring immediately. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed towards him to reclaim the ball, but to no avail. Our speed was simply not on the same level as that of the insufferable heavy-set player, and we could only watch helplessly as he taunted us. To our astonishment, the hefty player unexpectedly passed the ball back to a small boy, who astonishingly struck the ball with such force that he pierced through Peter's makeshift wall, scoring a goal. Another point lost. My frustration was palpable. The match was set for 30 minutes, and barely 10 had elapsed. If this continued, my morale would surely dwindle before the final whistle blew. Moreover, the opposing team celebrated longer than they played. After 20 minutes, the outcome was unmistakable. We had suffered a humiliating defeat, 5-1. We returned in despondency, our spirits considerably dampened. We had no desire to watch the remaining matches and chose to leave instead. We found ourselves in a deserted area when suddenly flames engulfed my body, forcing Peter and me to step back from the heatwave. My irritation flared, and the environment crystallized with frost. Even the sky began to snow. Although it was my first encounter with snow, I felt no excitement. How could one feel exhilarated after a score of 53-1 as a defeated team? I let out a furious howl, causing all the snow on the ground to rise. With another wave of my hand, the snow coalesced into chunks and soared into the sky. I continued this relentless act, as if oblivious to fatigue. The flames enveloping me melted away any snow that dared to touch me, while Peter, standing innocently by, transformed into a white snowman. Well, it is what it is. A loss is a loss, I remarked. I was taken aback by his unexpected words, having always perceived him as someone who loathed defeat. Indeed, I concurred. It's just a game. Let us not dwell on it. Peter nodded in agreement, stating, "Right, we have won plenty before this." Laughter erupted among us. As the earlier anger dissipated almost instantaneously, a swift resolution that felt somewhat surreal. "So what shall we do next?" Peter inquired. Tentatively, I suggested. "How about we return to watch the matches?" Instantly, that idea was met with a resounding no. "Let us go have some fun instead." "But where is there to have fun?" I replied, feeling somewhat lost in this unfamiliar place. With a slight chuckle, he remarked, "I do not expect you, a mere first-year newcomer to the campus, to be well acquainted with this place just yet." I shrugged, "As though you had been studying here for an eternity." Quietly, with no one around, he suggested, "Why don't we venture into the forbidden forest?" Upon hearing this, Peter's eyes widened in disapproval. "Absolutely not. The place is heavily guarded and is one of the school's restricted areas. We must not go there." I listened in bewilderment, having never heard of this forbidden forest. Noticing my confusion, Peter explained, "The forbidden forest is indeed one of the school's significant restricted areas. I've heard it is quite terrifying. In terms of horror, it likely surpasses even the school's evening library. Few who enter manage to return, and those who do are often severely injured, close to incapacitation. It is home to many ferocious beasts, but due to its favorable environment, low human traffic, and unique natural surroundings, it also harbors numerous rare flora and fauna." Although my curiosity about this place was piqued, I was not foolish enough to seek death. We had no weapons, and relying solely on our inherent abilities would hardly suffice for self-protection. Moreover, the Forbidden Forest occupies nearly half of the sprawling St. Christopher School, which already resembles a city in size. If we were to blindly enter, we might not survive even a few steps. Chapter 9. The new classmate Kevin. 2 days later. The fervently contested skill competition finally came to an end. Today was Friday, which meant that by afternoon, I would be able to return home. This also implied that I would not see them again until the following Monday morning, as my parents did not reside in Sky City, and I had no relatives here. Currently, I was boarding at the school, and during holidays, I would return home. "Oh, it's Friday again. Ling Mo, are you heading back to Guangxi?" Peter inquired. "Yes." "Indeed," I nodded in affirmation. "Can't you stay here for a couple of days?" Peter suddenly pleaded, gazing at me earnestly. "You haven't explored Sky City yet, have you? Why not stay and enjoy it?" I was moved, for the suggestion was indeed appealing, and I had yet to explore this place. "All right," I responded eagerly. "Yay," Peter exclaimed, equally exhilarated. At noon, our group, the Avengers, reconvened at the dining table. As soon as we sat down, Peter shouted excitedly, "It's almost time to go home. The countdown begins now, 5 hours. We exchanged bemused glances and silently warned him to calm down. "What is so great about going home?" I lamented. "I'll just be bored for another 2 days." Jenny looked at him in astonishment, slightly incredulous. "Isn't returning home to enjoy your mother's home-cooked meals, watch television, and play games worth your excitement?" At her words, I nearly choked on my food. No, it was more like I almost spat it out. "What did you just say?" "Play video games." I shrugged, replying, "I'm an orphan." "What?" The group stared in shock. No wonder, Peter sighed. I observed them engaging in conversation, feeling somewhat helpless. "Each of you surpasses me in numerous ways, even in this regard. Here I am, devoid of any dwelling in this place aside from St. Christo School." Suddenly, Jenny recalled and exclaimed, "Oh right, Mo, you have yet to truly experience Sky City, haven't you? I mean in the genuine sense of the word. Not merely within the confines of the school." Anna immediately proposed. Why don't we take little Mo out to explore Sky City during these 2 days? It would be a wonderful opportunity for him to become familiar with it. Peter enthusiastically concurred. Great idea. Little Mo, why don't you stay at our home for the next couple of days? After all, we have plenty of vacant rooms. And I find it rather displeasing to see them lying unused. I retorted, somewhat perplexed. Are you flaunting your wealth at me? He promptly waved his hands, insisting, no, absolutely not. Eventually, I agreed. All right, I find my home rather dull as well, so I shall join you. Splendid. It's settled then. We shall meet at the school gate tomorrow morning. Jenny declared without delay. That evening, I chose not to leave the school, opting instead to inform the principal about my plans for the following day. He encouraged me wholeheartedly, even making a phone call to my father before departing, advising me to enjoy myself but to avoid getting into trouble. I found it curious that he didn't caution me against entering forbidden areas. Perhaps it was a sign of his trust in me. With that thought in mind, I strolled around the campus, which, apart from the restricted areas, was indeed quite spacious. I decided to familiarize myself with the school first. On Saturday morning, I awoke with haste and rushed to wash up. In my flurry, I later discovered a premium gold card and a note tucked away in my hair. The note was inscribed in elegant cursive English, causing me to envy the writer's penmanship. It read, Dear Ling Mo, I hope you have been well. I heard that you are going out with your classmates tomorrow. I have nothing substantial to offer you. But here is a premium gold card for shopping. It only has a little over 2,000 left, and I apologize for that, as I have used it frequently. However, with this card, you can purchase anything you desire in Sky City without any time limit. When the moment comes, simply present it to the cashier, and you will understand. On a more pressing note, the Heart Eater is searching for you, so please be cautious of those around you, especially strangers. Do not attempt to discover my identity. I will reveal myself to you when the time is right. Take care. Your friend, Brad Jim Cruz. Upon reading the note, I felt perplexed. Who was this person? How did they come to assist me so unexpectedly? Nevertheless, I warmly accepted the kindness offered to me. After all, I held no grudge against money. I resolved to inquire if anyone knew who this individual might be. The following day, everyone indeed arrived punctually. I was the first to arrive after me. Hello, everyone. Anna cheerfully greeted. Hi, Anna, I responded. Anna nodded at me before walking over to take Jenny's hand. Hey, good to see you again. Jenny appeared equally delighted. Yes? I'm glad you came. Otherwise, I would have been the only girl here, and that would have been dreadfully boring. I turned to Peter and inquired, Peter, where shall we go for our outing today? His response was succinct and clear, into the mountains. I was utterly perplexed. What was the purpose of venturing into the mountains? Were you simply bored and seeking distraction? Indeed, he is merely indulging himself, Anna remarked with an expression of disdain directed at Peter. I too regarded Peter with disapproval, expressing my dissatisfaction. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Now I am utterly unprepared. Nodding in agreement, I noted that apart from Peter, who bore a hefty backpack, the rest of us were empty-handed. Peter appeared unfazed, confidently asserting, Rest assured, I have prepared everything we need. He then stepped ahead and declared, Let us set forth. Thus began our rather tedious journey, with the two girls walking in front while Peter and I trailed behind, occasionally switching who carried the backpack. I still found myself struggling to comprehend the rationale behind our ascent and queried Peter, What exactly is our purpose in climbing the mountain? He replied, I have heard that there exists a rare plant known as blood grapes atop certain mountains. Consuming it can enhance our superpowers and even allow us to replicate the abilities of others. However, it is quite rare. Upon hearing this, Jenny, walking ahead, promptly halted to await us, casting a disapproving glare at Peter as she retorted, Rare? That hardly captures the scarcity of it. I found it curious that a privileged youth like him would seek to personally gather such a thing. It seemed likely that we would return empty-handed. Anna echoed Jenny's sentiments, exclaiming, For this? It appears you are truly just bored. Peter defiantly tilted his head and declared, Humph. True, I hail from an esteemed lineage. Yet I possess my own integrity. I aspire to pursue my passions like Brad, without relying on my family's resources. I, Peter Taylor, the future heir of the Taylor family, shall live life on my own terms. I shall become the next Brad. Upon hearing his words, I couldn't help but admire him internally. It seemed that even scions of noble families could possess such humanity and integrity. Wait a moment, what did he just say? Brad. If not for his reminder, I would have nearly forgotten to ask him about this. Peter, who is Brad? I inquired. Peter looked at me with disdain, saying, You don't even know who Brad Jim Cruz is? Well, considering this is your first visit to Sky City and your complete ignorance of the place, I shall forgive you. However, you still haven't told me who Brad is. What is the rush? Listen closely. Brad's full name is Brad Jim Cruz. He hails from the prominent Cruz family of Sky City, the wealthiest family without exception. However, Brad himself is rather rebellious, unwilling to live under the family's protection. Alas, that is not the crux of the matter. Ultimately, Brad managed to thrive even without his family's support. He was one of Principal O. Henry's most esteemed students. He once shared a classroom with that individual, and they were friends, until that incident occurred, after which that person vanished from Sky City, and Brad followed suit. Alas, it is indeed a pity. Brad is a legendary figure. After listening for quite some time, I failed to grasp the essence of his discourse, only to discern that this Brad seems to possess an extraordinary prowess. Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, "What nonsensical ramblings are you uttering? Who is this individual you speak of?" Peter cast an exasperated glance in my direction, clearly frustrated by the lack of communication. "That individual, of course, is Jan," he retorted, his tone heavy with effort as he mentioned the name. "It is James Wallace, the heart devourer," he coldly articulated. I scoffed dismissively. What is there to fear? Yet, I was unmistakably mistaken, for I noticed not only Peter but also Jenny and Anna glaring at me with intensity, while one appeared indifferent, as if untouched by the conversation. After a considerable trek, we finally reached our destination, which indeed was deep in the mountains. Fortunately, we arrived at midday, when the sun shone brightly, illuminating the entire mountain and sparing me the chill at my back. We continued our ascent. This mountain stood at around 500 to 600 meters, and already the two young women were lagging behind us. Their sweat-soaked appearances indicated that they were more fatigued than Peter, who bore a hefty backpack. Nevertheless, he persisted, and I had previously carried that very backpack. It was far lighter than I had anticipated. I am an avid mountain climber, particularly drawn to treacherous and steep terrains, as I revel in the pursuit of knowledge during such endeavors. After exerting my strength to reach the summit, I relish lying atop the peak, basking in the cool breeze while gradually regaining my stamina. Thus, throughout the climb, I forged ahead of the group, but upon reaching the halfway point, the two women could no longer endure and called for a respite. We all understood their plight. After all, they were women, and the sun was indeed quite relentless. However, understanding aside, I am not one to easily halt my endeavors unless I am utterly exhausted or faced with more pressing matters. This trait becomes even more pronounced when I am engaged in pursuits I enjoy. Therefore, I said to Peter, "You all rest here. I shall venture a bit further up to explore." Peter nodded in agreement, cautioning, "Be careful. You have just arrived, and do not wander off." Immediately, he suggested, "Shall I accompany you?" Elated, I agreed, and after taking a hearty sip of water, he followed me. The path wound and twisted, at times steep, at others level, frequently dislodging pebbles beneath our feet. After approximately 20 minutes, we finally reached the summit. Upon arrival, a wave of relaxation washed over me. Standing atop the mountain, I gazed down upon the city, experiencing an exhilarating sense akin to standing at the pinnacle of the world, surveying the diminutive mountains below. Despite this mountain's modest height on earth, it was not insignificant in the city of Sky. Feeling somewhat fatigued, I reclined on the grassy ground beneath the shade of a tree, and he took a seat beside me. "The city of Sky is truly beautiful," I exclaimed. Ignoring my admiration, he suggested, "Why don't you tidy up this area so we can set up the tent later, while I descend to fetch the others?" I nodded in agreement, replying, "All right." And thus, he made his way down. In truth, there was little to tidy up, merely a few small stones and some fallen branches. Within moments, I had completed the task. I pondered, rather than idly waiting for them to ascend, I might as well descend to gather some wood for constructing the tent, as it would take some time for everyone to arrive. I ventured around, searching for sufficiently thick branches. After a considerable while, I finally found two that satisfied me, yet they were still far from adequate. Suddenly, as I lifted my gaze, I noticed something shimmering not too far off, gently swaying, yet not propelled by the wind. Doubting my vision, I blinked forcefully, only to discover that the luminous object remained in place. What could this possibly be? Such a bright glow in broad daylight intrigued me, prompting me to approach it. The distance appeared short, yet it took several minutes to reach. Upon closer inspection, I was delighted to find it was a silver butterfly, approximately the size of my palms. How exquisite! I couldn't help but silently commend its beauty. Perhaps I startled it, for it gracefully flitted away. As the day gradually dimmed, it was time for me to return. Struggling to carry the 4 branches, I finally made my way back, only to find everyone waiting for me. Upon my return, Peter immediately complained, "Mo, where have you been? Everyone was worried about you. There are numerous dangerous plants and animals in this mountain. You cannot venture out alone. What if you encountered something perilous or got lost?" I brushed off his concerns, responding, "All right, Alright, I understand my mistake. Honestly, I'm not a 3-year-old. But this place is far more hazardous than anywhere on Earth. He exclaimed. Fine, fine, I won't do it again. Is that satisfactory? Peter seemed at a loss. And we proceeded to set up the tent, lest darkness envelop us. The 2 girls adamantly refused to share a tent with us, though I had no intention of sleeping with them either. So Peter reluctantly retrieved a spare tent. I inquired, shall we gather some firewood? Peter replied, no need, I brought a rice cooker. I looked at him in astonishment. A rice cooker? We're in the depths of the wilderness. He explained, it's solar-powered, completely pollution-free. It's a creation of Jenny, with Anna's enhancements. I was utterly amazed. Not only did these extraordinary individuals possess remarkable abilities, but their intellect was equally impressive. I cast a curious glance at them, but they merely smiled faintly, displaying no pride. They appeared quite accustomed to such matters. Peter then extracted the rice cooker from his backpack, followed by various food items wrapped in bags, including rice, meat, vegetables, and even canned oil, salt, soy sauce, and other seasonings. He also laboriously retrieved an assortment of cooking utensils, including pots and spatulas, along with our unfortunate culinary mishap. All of this left me utterly speechless. I was eager to learn how he managed to fit so much into that small backpack, especially since it hadn't felt particularly heavy while I carried it. Intrigued, I approached him and asked, how could you possibly fit so many items in that backpack? Moreover, I felt no discernible weight while carrying it. Peter replied, it's made of a special material, available for purchase at the mall. However, this particular one was crafted by Jenny and Anna themselves. Once again, I cast a gaze of astonishment upon them. How remarkable! If we were to apply for a patent in China and obtain national production approval, it would undoubtedly tap into a vast market. I approached my tent, where I found my companion idly chatting inside. Hey, buddy, this is dreadfully boring, he exclaimed. Indeed, there's little to do now. The lunch arrangements were handled by Virus and the 2 girls, leaving us utterly useless and completely bored. Peter's voice resonated from outside the tent. Dinner is served. I pulled myself up from the mat and stepped outside. In the clearing, a folding dining table had been set up, surrounded by equally collapsible stools, with the 2 girls seated on one side. The table was already adorned with an array of dishes. Thus, everyone began to feast. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I inquired, are you aware of a type of butterfly that is silver and emits a radiant glow, flying with a grace akin to dance? It is approximately the size of 2 palms, and likely belongs to the swallowtail family. Jenny pondered for a moment and replied, could it be the silver glimmer swallowtail? I recall this species has been listed as a critically endangered protected animal. In the past, severe air pollution led the Sky City to ban all high-energy, high-pollution items, even prohibiting the use of electric lights. However, due to its luminescence, people flocked to the mountains to capture them as makeshift light bulbs. Yet the silver glimmer swallowtail resisted domestication, resulting in numerous deaths. Thus, a creature once abundant in the wild has now become a notably rare species on the list. Anna then added, speaking of the silver glimmer swallowtail, it is accompanied by a beautiful legend. Oh, what legend? I asked. Once upon a time, during the prosperous Tang dynasty in the mortal realm, there was a loving couple. The gentleman was a renowned general in Sky City, which was then quite unstable, often plagued by malicious individuals disrupting the peace, with other city-states sending armies to wage war. Thus, the general was compelled to fight continuously. Eventually, an army from another city-state poisoned the waters of Sky City, leading to the demise of the general's wife, who, before her death, expressed her profound fear to her husband, stating that she could no longer see anything, only an endless void of darkness. Subsequently, she transformed into a large silver butterfly radiating light. The general, channeling his grief into strength, single-handedly defeated the opposing forces. However, after the war concluded, he too succumbed and transformed into a silver glimmer swallowtail, solely to illuminate the paths of others. Hence, these silver butterflies appeared seemingly from nowhere, and those sighted are often seen in pairs. I nodded thoughtfully. Peter inquired, by the way, Ling Mo, why do you ask about this? I replied, I have seen it. Peter, incredulous, responded, you have seen it? Blow it off. Although this mountain harbors numerous rare flora and fauna, the silver glimmer butterfly has not been sighted for many years. Do you think it's so easy to encounter? It is classified as a level 4 endangered species. I stubbornly insisted, I truly saw it. I quickly added, if the butterfly I spotted is indeed the silver glimmer butterfly you speak of, surely, your luck cannot be that fortuitous? Peter remained skeptical. However, Anna seized upon a flaw in my statement, asking, that butterfly? Are you certain you saw just one? I nodded in affirmation. I told you. Your luck isn't that good, Peter remarked. I shot him a glare and replied, I indeed saw only one. At that moment, someone who had been silent finally spoke up. The characteristics of the silver glimmer butterfly are so distinct that anyone familiar with it would recognize it immediately. Therefore, I believe Wiki's words to be true. Nevertheless, I find it perplexing that only one has appeared. I was nearly overwhelmed with joy and wanted to kiss him for understanding me. I exclaimed happily, Wiki is my English nickname. Well, I have heard a legend. Jenny said mysteriously. My interest piqued instantly. What legend? I inquired. It is said that anyone who sees a solitary silver glimmer butterfly will endure numerous tribulations throughout their life, filled with great suffering. I immediately shook my head, convinced that what I had seen could not possibly be the silver glimmer butterfly. I must have been mistaken. How can you change your tune so quickly? Peter exclaimed. No, I am merely speaking the truth, I replied. All right, let us eat. After we finish, we can rest for a bit before resuming our activities. Once we were well fed and adequately rested, we swiftly set off to search for blood grapes. We spent the entire afternoon without a trace of blood grapes, reluctantly returning to camp. Jenny yawned and said, after searching all afternoon, we are truly exhausted. Peter added, indeed. But we must find them by tomorrow morning. Otherwise, our trip will have been in vain. Anna shot him a glare and retorted, isn't it your idea to come here in search of blood grapes? I interjected, all right, it's getting late. Let us all get some sleep. Good night. Suddenly, Anna shouted, wait. Everyone turned back, puzzled. What is the matter, Anna? I asked. Anna pointed towards a small red dot in the distance, and we all followed her finger. Gradually, the small red dot grew larger, transforming into two, and they swiftly approached our location. What is that? I asked, bewildered. Peter shook his head, I'm not sure yet. Anna directed a plant's leaves towards the red dot, and then we all heard a deafening roar from a beast. Peter shouted, we must run. If we don't, we'll become dinner. Without hesitation, we all sprinted down the mountain, but we did not descend in the same direction we had come. Unfortunately, I stumbled and fell, inadvertently tripping someone behind me, who also rolled down. I suspected it was Peter. Thus, the two of us tumbled down the mountain in a most undignified manner. Eventually, we came to a halt between two mountain peaks in a saddle. Running ahead, he sprinted towards a mountain peak, undeterred by our attempts to impede him. Gritting my teeth against the pain coursing through my body, I hoisted Peter, who had fallen to the ground, and followed suit, for he too had been tripped by me. At that moment, Anna and Jenny had already dashed far ahead of us. Hey, hurry up. It's about to catch up, Jenny shouted. I grumbled internally, you didn't fall. So of course, it's easy for you. Do you think I don't want to run faster? To our left lay a grassy expanse. As the mysterious creature took a moment to navigate through the woods, perhaps due to its considerable size, granting Peter and me a fleeting respite. However, glancing back, I was reminded of its formidable bulk. Should we fall into its clutches, I dared not contemplate the consequences, and I hurriedly dragged Peter behind me. After it emerged from the thicket, its speed surged dramatically. We scrambled towards the summit, shouting, come here. There's a cave. We must take refuge. Responding to the call, we hastily retreated into a cavern atop the mountain, with the two girls huddling in the deepest recess, while I positioned myself near the entrance, leaning against the cave wall. As Peter crumpled in terror on the ground, barely a minute had passed since our arrival when the creature appeared. Its speed was astonishing. It peered into the cavern with a single, bright red eye, resembling a colossal light bulb. This was indeed the small red that we had glimpsed earlier. We all recoiled deeper into the cave, scarcely daring to breathe. The creature raked its claws against the cave entrance, dislodging a cascade of rubble. It sought to widen the opening. Subsequently, it thrust its claws into the cave, attempting to seize us, yet we evaded its vicious talons each time. After a considerable struggle, it finally retreated, unwilling to concede defeat. As I watched the creature's receding form, I recognized it, illuminated by the dim moonlight, as a fire-eyed black swan and I had garnered some knowledge of this ferocious beast in biology class at St. Christopher's School. The fire-eyed black swan and I is the most esteemed among its kind. It bears a resemblance to a lion, with wings upon its back, cloaked entirely in black, and its eyes blaze like fire. It is, however, 2 to 3 times larger than an ordinary lion, and its wings are terrifyingly vast. After our escape, exhaustion overcame us, and we soon succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness. Upon awakening the following day, Peter distributed 2 pill-like objects to each of us. First the green one, then the red, he instructed. The green pill was for oral cleansing, while the red one served as compressed sustenance. As we approached the cave's entrance, preparing to return to camp, a sudden snap echoed, sealing the entrance shut. Turning to investigate, we were met with the sight of a colossal spider. As for its size, envision Aragog from Harry Potter, but magnified. I pondered how this cave could be so vast that even the enormous claw of the fire-eyed black swan and I could reach inside, providing us with sanctuary, only to discover an even greater monster lurking within. Gazing at its enormous legs, adorned with long, bristly hairs, I was nearly overwhelmed with revulsion, for I harbor a profound disdain for insectoid creatures, especially those equipped with venomous spines. In that moment, I realized how much I resembled Ron. I turned and shouted, "Burn it!" He immediately transformed into a being of flames, his entire form ablaze with a fierce inferno, directing a vortex of fire towards the repugnant spider. The others and I hastily retreated to avoid being inadvertently scorched by the purgatorial flames. Moreover, due to the arid environment, my powers were rendered ineffective, depriving me of the ability to create a protective water barrier for others. Remarkably, the colossal spider displayed no fear in the face of the fiery onslaught. Instead, it spun a dense web of silk, impervious to the flames, showcasing a fire resistance that could withstand even the fiercest blaze. I couldn't help but admire the spider's web in silence. If it exhibited such impressive fire resistance, its stickiness must surely be formidable as well. Peter, too, marveled at the silk's potency, exclaiming, "What incredible webbing!" I replied, "Peter, I believe it would be prudent to prioritize our safety at present." Subsequently, Peter entered a heightened state of alert. His hands moved swiftly, manipulating the earth within the cave to hurl clumps of soil at the spider. The creature could not fend off both of us simultaneously. Thus, it became ensnared by Peter's earthen assault, unable to spare a leg for defense. Peter then unleashed his signature technique, summoning a horde of mud golems. Without warning, several golems emerged from the ground. Though the confined space limited their numbers due to Peter's insufficient mystical energy, the golems fashioned various sharp implements from their own bodies, striking at the spider. This relentless barrage felt almost like a cheat, as the golems continued their assault. Although their forms were easily shattered, Peter swiftly conjured new mud puppets. However, this effort ultimately required considerable mystical energy, and soon Peter's complexion turned pale. "Jenny, electrocute it!" I shouted. Jenny immediately unleashed her electric powers, dazzling bolts of lightning mercilessly striking the spider's entire form. I thought to myself that if I were on the receiving end of such electricity, I would surely be reduced to a charred remnant. "You distract it," I called out. Peter nodded in agreement. "Hey, you repulsive, hairy monstrosity, come play with me," he exclaimed, quickly rejoining the fray. I then turned to Anna and asked, "Anna, can you use the plants to ensnare it?" She replied, "I'll give it a try." With that, she closed her eyes, exerting her will to accelerate the growth of the surrounding flora. Within mere moments, vibrant greenery enveloped the cave. Following my instructions, she ensnared the spider's legs with the plants, gradually binding it entirely. I shouted, "Everyone, hold on a little longer." Then, I retrieved the sharp dagger gifted to me by my father and donned the enchanted gloves bestowed by Hong, which I had kept by my side since arriving at school as a cherished reminder. I thought to myself that the time had come to put them to use. "Hey, monster, I'm coming for you," I bellowed. Then I leaped onto it, and I must admit, it truly was a grotesque creature covered in an abundance of hair. I had not observed such a hairy appearance in the smaller spiders, but under magnification, it became exceedingly repulsive. A shiver ran down my spine. "Act quickly," I shouted. I understood his urgency. At that moment, the spider beneath me began to writhe. The plants controlled by Anna were frequently severed by its spindly legs, and Jenny, having exhausted her powers through excessive use of lightning, had now dwindled in strength. Only Peter and I remained to hold our ground. The situation was dire, despite its repulsiveness. I knew I could no longer evade the confrontation. Thus, I brandished the dagger in my hand, augmented by the magical gloves enhancing my strength and mystical energy. The dagger plunged into the spider's back, releasing a torrent of green slime. How revolting! The silver lining was that it had sustained severe injury. The downside was that it was not yet dead. It began to thrash about wildly, flipping over abruptly, and I was forcefully thrown aside, crashing heavily against the cave wall. Its legs flailed in the air, seemingly in agony. I pondered, if I were stabbed in the back, it would undoubtedly be excruciating. Peter hurried over to drag me away, lest I be struck by its legs. I had barely risen when I almost became the spider's breakfast. What a day to be unfortunate. I sighed. No one acknowledged my lament. Very well, I kept my thoughts to myself. I continued speaking. The spider's legs still flailed rapidly, but their movements gradually slowed, until, at last, it lay still, its 8 hairy legs curling together. I breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally dead. Yet, despite the demise of this colossal spider, the terror it instilled within me lingered, for the green slime it had expelled still clung to me. I felt nauseous, It was utterly revolting. I hoped never to encounter such a creature again, for I could not guarantee my composure. However, it appeared that the two girls were even more terrified of spiders than I was. I truly admired their composure in the face of that monstrous beast. Now, the entrance through which we had originally entered was sealed. From our battle with the spider, we had learned of the formidable nature of its web, which even fierce flames could not penetrate. Therefore, we decided to take an alternative route through the cave. As we traversed the path, we unexpectedly stumbled into the lair of a gigantic serpent. I was at a loss for words. How could a giant spider and a colossal snake coexist in the same cavern? Although there was indeed a considerable distance between their respective locations, it still seemed improbable. Upon seeing the enormous serpent coiled before us, I instinctively jumped back in fright. The encounter with the spider had already been overwhelming, and now I faced a ground teeming with venomous snakes. "We should hurry," I exclaimed, but he pointed out that there was only one path. The exit lay behind the massive serpent, which blocked our way. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "You all go ahead. I need a moment to process the green slime gift from that large spider." The two girls clearly harbored an extreme fear of snakes. I suspected their courage had been fully depleted during our earlier encounter with the spider. However, an unfortunate event transpired. As we debated on who would make the first move, the enormous serpent that had been languidly dozing suddenly stirred. It abruptly opened its eyes, startling us all. Hissing and flicking its tongue, it approached us. "Greetings, Mr. Snake," I greeted with a forced bravado. Yet, it seemed utterly unimpressed, and with a commanding hiss, the other serpents began to slither toward us. The two girls immediately fled to the back in terror. The sight of the advancing snake horde was truly magnificent, so awe-inspiring that I almost felt compelled to flee alongside Anna and the others. But as a gentleman, how could I allow myself such cowardice? "Peter, fall back," I instructed, conjuring a wall of fire to impede their advance. I was aware that this exertion would be taxing, especially after he had already expended considerable energy battling the colossal spider. I could only wonder what we would do if he could no longer maintain his strength. Fortunately, most creatures are instinctively afraid of fire, and the snake swarm recoiled at the sight of the flames. Seizing the moment, we pressed forward, the firewall incinerating numerous serpents in our wake. "Keep up," I urged, and the rest of us followed closely behind. Then, Peter unleashed a fire dragon, incinerating the remaining snakes. This further drained his energy. The cavern was now littered with the charred remains of the serpents, leaving only the largest one, which appeared remarkably composed. Indifferent to the demise of its kin, it was undoubtedly the leader of the serpents, a fact that seemed rather obvious. I mused to myself, how fitting that serpents are deemed cold-blooded creatures. At this juncture, Peter had already depleted more than half of his energy. If this continued, he would soon be rendered powerless, unable to utilize his extraordinary abilities. Thus, he paused and said to Peter, "You must confront it now. Hold your ground. Even if it becomes unbearable, I need a moment to recover." Peter recognized the gravity of the situation, nodding solemnly, understood. He stepped forward to engage the beast. However, this serpent proved far more formidable than the spider we had faced earlier. It lashed its lengthy tail incessantly, preventing Peter from getting close. And the clay golem he summoned was effortlessly swept away. Fortunately, Peter was agile enough to evade the colossal tail, narrowly escaping death. Gradually, perhaps wearied by this tedious game, the giant serpent swung its tail against the stone wall, causing debris to cascade down, one piece striking Peter directly. He collapsed immediately. Rage surged within me. How could I endure the harm inflicted upon my dear friend? Even unarmed, I vowed to make it pay. Just as I was about to act, two leaves flew from behind, striking the serpent's eyes. I turned to see Anna, her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze radiating fury. Peter was her brother. How could she not be enraged at his injury? Anna continued to unleash a barrage of leaves upon the serpent's body. Shortly thereafter, Jenny joined the fray, electricity crackling from her hands, causing the serpent to thrash violently on the ground. Seizing the opportunity while the beast was momentarily restrained, I hurried to drag Peter to a safer location. Peter's injuries were rather severe, with considerable blood flowing from his head. I uttered with concern, "Peter, hang on." Peter weakly parted his lips, struggling to articulate something. I insisted, "Peter, you must endure. Once we slay this serpent, we can take you out." Yet, Peter merely shook his head, his lips still trembling, his voice barely audible. I leaned closer to hear him. He confided, "I anticipated danger in the mountains, so I prepared in advance. In my left pocket, there is medicine. Please retrieve it for me. Just one pill will suffice." His words filled me with joy, and I quickly obliged, administering the pill. Instantly, Peter's complexion improved and the bleeding ceased. If not for his current injuries, I would have embraced him tightly. At that moment, having regained some strength, we seized the opportunity to deliver a final blow to the weakened serpent, vanquishing it. The cave is collapsing. We must flee, I shouted. Indeed, the serpent's weight had caused many rocks to tumble, and the cave was on the verge of collapse. As debris rained down, we navigated around the serpent's carcass and sprinted towards the exit, descending the mountain. Supporting Peter was arduous, and we stumbled several times along the way. Ultimately, we escaped the perilous location. With a thunderous roar, the cave collapsed behind us as we tumbled into a thicket. Lying on my back, I noticed a few crimson specks amidst the verdant foliage. I thought, could it be mere coincidence? Ignoring my pain and fatigue, I hastily arose, fixated on those red objects. They were blood grapes, truly a fortuitous find. The vines of these blood grapes clung to the trees, and following the tendrils, we beheld clusters of grapes as red as if they were dripping with blood. Upon counting, I realized there were plenty, enough for each of us to partake with some remaining. After consuming the blood grapes, we all felt revitalized. Not only did they possess healing properties, but they also bestowed upon us various new superpowers. Peter, what ability have you acquired? I inquired, with a flick of his hand. A resilient thread shot forth from his palm, its strength rivaling that of the formidable spider we had previously encountered. He exclaimed, "Oh, this is splendid. I shall no longer need to search for rope." His statement made me blush with embarrassment. Was this truly how one utilized superpowers? Is that all? Surely your luck isn't so dismal that you only gained one new ability? I asked. Suddenly, Peter vanished from my sight. "Hey, I'm right here," he called out, having appeared behind me without my notice. I gazed at him in astonishment. "Incredible. Your speed is unparalleled," Peter responded with pride. Then, he levitated, declaring, "And I possess the ability to fly." Unable to contain my astonishment, I exclaimed, "Wow, you're like a cheat code." Subsequently, Anna and Jenny showcased their newfound powers. Anna had acquired agility, a super shield, and the ability to transform into any animal she desired, while Jenny boasted agility, luminescence, and a super shield. As for myself and Peter, we both received two identical powers, flight and strength. I urged him to reveal his third ability, but all he said was, "It's a secret." My third newfound superpower is one I am unaware of. My luck seems perpetually unfortunate. Perhaps I simply do not possess a third ability. It was time for us to return, and so Anna transformed into a canary and flew away. Peter declared, "I shall take my leave first. I will tidy up." With that, Peter swiftly utilized his newfound speed and vanished from our sight. Jenny also took her leave with remarkable agility. Together, we flew back, and after a while, we returned to the campsite. By then, Jenny had already organized everything, and Peter hastily packed it into his backpack. Jenny suggested, "Let us return." In an instant, everyone had disappeared. Now it is Monday morning, and as per tradition, we are to assemble in the playground. Principal O. Henry announced, "A delightful week has swiftly passed, and we bid farewell to yet another unforgettable weekend. Welcome back to St. Christopher School, my dear children." Later, upon returning to the classroom, I found our homeroom teacher waiting for us at the podium alongside a boy I had never seen before. Of course, my memory is particularly poor, especially regarding faces, so it is possible that I simply do not recall him. The homeroom teacher spoke, "Students, welcome back. I would like to introduce our new classmate." Before he could finish, the newcomer interjected, "Kevin Martin." The teacher appeared quite embarrassed and stammered, "Yes, indeed, this is your new classmate, Kevin Martin. I trust you will all harmoniously coexist in the coming years, provided you remain in the same class." Kevin Martin then remarked meaningfully, "Indeed, we will get along splendidly." He cast a knowing glance in my direction, sending a chill down my spine. A round of enthusiastic applause ensued. Subsequently, Coach Lee assessed his superpowers, creating a large crater in the ground with a laser cannon. No wonder he was permitted to join the class. He approached me and cautioned, "You must be wary of this individual. I always have an ominous premonition." I replied gravely, "I share your sentiment. Remember, heed my words and remain cautious." I had never witnessed him so tense and serious. The new classmate, named Kevin. Chapter 10. The 100 Schools of Thought. Ever since the last warning to be cautious of the newcomer Kevin, I have been closely observing his words and actions. Why did he so gravely advise me? Soon, another week passed, and during this time, the new Kevin constantly caused disruptions, seemingly paying me special attention, leading us to engage in frequent covert rivalries. I must admit, he is quite formidable, intensifying our already fraught situation. Recently, the school has encouraged students to establish their own interest groups, and the grand historical drama series The 100 Schools of Thought is currently airing. Consequently, Peter took the initiative to form a group called the Confucian Society, as he is a Gemini, embodying traits akin to those of Confucian disciples. and he holds great admiration for Confucius, thus creating this eclectic group. The establishment of the Confucian Society attracted numerous students eager to join. Confucian individuals are often remarkably versatile. After Peter established the interest group of the 100 Schools of Thought, Jenny and Anna emulated his initiative by founding the School of Diplomacy. According to the selection criteria of the School of Diplomacy, aspirants must possess a comprehensive understanding of the broader landscape, excel in interpretative skills, be adept in rhetoric, demonstrate ingenuity, possess both wisdom and courage, exhibit strategic foresight, and possess the ability to make decisive judgments. They are exemplary diplomats and politicians. Subsequently, a fervor for the 100 Schools of Thought swept through the entire school, prompting me to establish the School of Moism, as I am an Aquarian. The School of Moism resonated closely with me, as it was founded by someone born in the same month and year, sharing a similar sentiment that Moism held a certain superiority over others. Thus, he was the first to join my interest group. He joyfully remarked, "Thank goodness you established the School of Moism. Otherwise, I would be at a loss as to which group to join." Just as my School of Moism was founded, the Yin Yang School emerged, led by the newcomer Kevin. I surmised he must be a Scorpio, as the Yin Yang School has always been a rival of the School of Moism, further diminishing my impression of him. Nevertheless, everyone engaged in their preferred interest groups, though the majority remained indifferent to these childish pursuits. Our primary mission was to absorb the spirit of our forebears and contemplate their renowned aphorisms. In no time, the 100 Schools of Thought flourished, and diverse voices resonated. On one occasion, Peter, representing the Confucian school, approached me. "Mo, why do you not join our Confucian circle? Consider the myriad of profound sayings left by our venerable Confucius. Let us delve into their wisdom together. They are replete with philosophical insight. Moreover, observe how refined and graceful the Confucians are. They possess such charm." Internally, I thought, is there truly such blatant undermining? He has encroached upon our territory. I replied, "Indeed, yet there is one matter that has colored my perspective on Confucius." Peter immediately inquired, "What matter?" I responded, "The student Fan Chi once sought his guidance on how to cultivate crops, yet Confucius dismissed such knowledge as unworthy of pursuit. If everyone were to heed Confucius' words and abandon agriculture, would not the populace perish from starvation?" Our esteemed ancestor of Moism was a commoner, well acquainted with the hardships of the people. Furthermore, Confucius, despite his clear desire for meat, hypocritically proclaimed that a gentleman avoids the kitchen, lamenting that one should not satisfy their appetites through the act of killing. Such hypocrisy. Peter, feeling quite uncomfortable, retorted, all right, no one is without faults." During dinner, Peter gathered us all and proclaimed, I suddenly recalled something. The matter of the blood grapes must not be casually disclosed. I shot him a glance and replied, "That is obvious." Anna inquired, "Why?" He explained, "This is our secret weapon against that individual. It must not be revealed." Everyone echoed their agreement. I questioned, "But is that truly sufficient?" No one responded to my query, which indeed provoked contemplation. Thus, we resumed our meal. After class, everyone continued their studies within their respective interest groups, and we were engaged in discussions about Mosey when suddenly, an individual stumbled into the classroom, battered and bruised. I gazed at him in astonishment, recognizing him as a member of our esteemed Mo family. He exclaimed, Kevin, his team assaulted me and demands to see the boss." I turned to my other team members and instructed, "Please assist him to the infirmary. I shall investigate." He rose and suggested, "Perhaps I should accompany you." I insisted, "No, I must personally seek an explanation." He replied, "Then I shall go with you." I asserted, "Let us proceed." Upon exiting the classroom, I spotted Kevin standing a few meters away, flanked by a group of followers, among whom were two individuals I recognized well, the stout one and the slender one. Peter, upon witnessing my team member's injury, sensed that trouble was brewing and summoned Jenny and Anna, but they were soon followed by a throng of other team members. I approached Kevin and demanded, "Why did you strike someone?" To my astonishment, he brazenly replied, "My hands were itching." What of it? My anger surged, nearly overwhelming me with fury, wishing to rend him asunder. "Are you itching for a fight? How dare you treat my people this way?" Kevin beckoned me to the sports field. I inquired, "What do you intend to do?" He declared, "To beat you." This declaration ignited my wrath further. How audacious of this newcomer to presume such superiority. Setting aside the fact that he had already struck someone, his refusal to acknowledge his wrongdoing was infuriating. I barked, "Have you never faced consequences?" His response was infuriatingly dismissive, and seizing the moment, I raised my fist to strike him. However, before I could connect, he employed his supernatural abilities to pull me away, leaving my punch unfulfilled. Peter, pulling me aside, urged, Let us discuss this calmly. Do not resort to violence. Yet, it appeared that no one could restrain Kevin, perhaps because they were merely observing the unfolding situation. Kevin raised a hand, aimed at me, and a crimson light emanated from his palm. It was a laser cannon. He was preparing to fire. I understood well that anyone struck by a laser cannon, unless endowed with regenerative abilities, would likely meet a grim fate. Such regenerative powers were scarcely heard of, with only one individual possessing this extraordinary capability over the years, Gregory Yefimovich Ras. Born on January 10, 1869, in a peasant family in Saratov province, Russia, his father, Yefim Velkin, was an early gambler who later relocated his family to Pokrovskoye village in the Tyumen region of Siberia, adopting the surname Novik, meaning newcomer, and rising to affluence. However, following the deaths of his wife, eldest son, and only daughter, the family fell into decline. In his youth, Gregory was a rogue, known for horse thievery, and was referred to by villagers as Ras, signifying debauchery. Later, under the guise of religion, he presented himself as an elder, prophet, or divine being. Frequented the homes of the wealthy, ostensibly to swindle them. He possessed exceptional hypnotic skills. His pale blue eyes, piercing and luminous, exuded a blue light when fixed intently upon someone, coupled with his silver tongue and deep, resonant voice. He instilled a sense of dread and drowsiness in all who encountered him. His hypnotic prowess proved particularly effective on women, and it is said that he had an affair with every noble maiden in Russia. Upon engaging in intimacy, Lars would collect a single strand of their hair. In 1977, when the Leningrad city government demolished the house he once inhabited, they discovered countless boxes of hair in the garden. Ultimately, he met his demise due to this very weakness. Moreover, Lars's abilities extended beyond this singular talent. However, he too met an inexplicable end. Presently, given my current level of spiritual prowess, I have yet to attain the capacity to resurrect using residual ice or water. Thus, I shouted, "Everyone stand back. He is about to unleash the laser cannon." Within mere seconds, they all fled in haste. They jostled and pushed one another in a frantic scramble, leaving only myself and the arrogant Kevin behind. Kevin raised his hand, aiming directly at me, while he stood nonchalantly at the side. Coldly, I commanded, "Kevin, cease this at once." Perhaps Kevin was aware that I was not yet capable of resurrection. However, he remained oblivious to my ability to utilize ice formed from water to reflect his laser beams, a fact I would not disclose to him. At this moment, 2 vice principals had arrived, and the principal rushed in as well. Upon seeing the principal, Kevin gleefully exclaimed, "Huh, you're all here, splendid. Then you shall perish together." I had intended to deliver a sarcastic retort, but to my astonishment, he began firing the laser cannon at us, igniting chaos throughout St. Christopher's School. Vice Principal Mary swiftly employed a super protective shield, safeguarding everyone from the laser blasts, while Principal O'Henry effortlessly countered Kevin's assault with a mere extension of his index finger. I couldn't help but internally marvel at the prowess of such a distinguished figure. O'Henry flicked his fingers, unleashing several bolts of green lightning lasers, but the individual known as Kevin Martin was indeed quick on his feet. No wonder he dared to confront us so brazenly. Nevertheless, even his swift movements could not match the formidable array of super-skilled teachers at our school, all of whom were rated 3 stars or above. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Kevin hastily retreated towards the Forbidden Forest. Witnessing this, I found myself amused. The Forbidden Forest was one of the most heavily guarded areas of St. Christopher's School. Was he not merely walking into a trap? As expected, upon encountering a multitude of guards, Kevin quickly turned back. I chuckled, "Why not proceed? What brings you back?" I couldn't suppress my laughter as I remarked, "Indeed, I know, and what of it?" He refrained from engaging in a verbal spar with me, for Principal O'Henry had arrived, prompting Kevin to make a swift exit from the school grounds. Although Principal O'Henry appeared aged, he remained an extraordinarily formidable individual. Kevin Martin found himself unable to retaliate against him. However, to my astonishment, that fellow merely huffed and vanished. Principal O'Henry gathered everyone on the athletic field, stating, "I sincerely apologize for the events that have just transpired. We have thoroughly investigated the true identity of Kevin Martin. He is, in fact, an assassin dispatched by the Heart-Eater demon. They have sent a killer, and thus, I urge everyone to be more vigilant regarding their safety." Upon hearing these words, a palpable terror swept through the crowd, for the Heart-Eater demon had managed to extend its malevolent grasp into our school. However, amidst the misfortune, there is a silver lining. The demon itself has not come in person, otherwise, I cannot guarantee my survival. Although I have heard whispers of a prophecy stating that if I unite with others, we can stand against the Heart-Eater demon, the time is not yet ripe. And the prophecy does not assure victory. It merely speaks of resistance, a significant distinction from triumph. After reviewing the surveillance footage, it became evident that Kevin Martin had escaped to Earth. Principal O'Henry intends to journey to Earth immediately. I hurriedly called out to him, "Wait, Principal, I wish to accompany you." Peter and others resolutely expressed their desire to join us as well. I had prepared a multitude of arguments to persuade the principal, but to my astonishment, he did not deter us. Instead, he nodded in approval and said, "Very well, let us depart." In the blink of an eye, we arrived on Earth. The principal opened a box from which emerged a mechanical fly. At first glance, it resembled a common fly, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern numerous wires running along its body, and it was slightly larger than an ordinary fly. I inquired, "What is this?" The principal replied, "A mechanical scout. It will lead us to Kevin." This mechanical fly proved to be quite efficient. Once we specified whom or what we were searching for, it promptly guided us to our destination. It flew swiftly, prompting the principal to employ a misting illusion to render us invisible to ordinary eyes. I grasped one of the principal's hands while Peter took hold of the other, with Anna clutching Peter's hand and Jenny grasping Anna's other hand, as we followed the mechanical fly. In truth, both Anna and I possess the ability to fly, and Anna can even transform into a bird to soar alongside us. However, Peter insisted we refrain from revealing our secrets too soon. With the mechanical scout charting our course, we swiftly located Kevin. The principal retracted the scout. At that moment, Kevin was hiding in a narrow alley, resting with his back to us, completely unaware of our presence. "Kevin, surrender." Instead of launching a surprise attack, the principal merely issued a warning. Perhaps this is the mark of a true stronghold. Startled by the voice, Kevin whipped around, his expression a mix of astonishment and disbelief. "How could you possibly find me?" I chuckled softly. "With the principal here, it's no surprise." He leaped up, preparing to flee, but Jenny, quick as lightning, struck him down with a flurry of electric bolts. As he fell, Kevin seethed, "The eternal demon king will avenge me." I was taken aback. At that moment, Kevin turned back towards us, limping and charging forward. Although I found his actions puzzling, I could not fathom what he was scheming. The principal exclaimed, "Oh no. He intends to self-destruct." As anticipated, Kevin rushed towards us, indeed aiming for mutual destruction. However, with the formidable Principal O'Henry present, how could we possibly be in peril? Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated, and an astonishing shockwave surged towards us. The force of the detonation was so tremendous that I initially feared I would be propelled away. Yet to my astonishment, I remained utterly still. In the aftermath of the explosion, the scene was one of utter devastation, with smoke billowing everywhere. After a considerable time, the haze finally lifted, revealing that everyone was safe under the principal's protection, and remarkably, even the walls on either side had sustained no damage. The principal inquired about the situation, and it turned out that Jenny and Anna had instinctively deployed a super protective shield, which spared the mortal structures from destruction. The principal then asked about the origin of the super protective shield, prompting Peter to recount the entire incident involving the blood grapes. Surprisingly, the principal showed no anger. Instead, he remarked, "Ah, youth, it is essential to possess a certain audacity, for it is this very spirit that preserves our vitality. Moreover, this fortifies our power against the heart devourer and will prove invaluable in the future." Peter was utterly taken aback by the principal's response, visibly pleased. However, he insisted that the principal keep this matter confidential, to which the principal agreed. Thus, we returned to the Sky City. Chapter 11. The secret base. Upon our return to the Sky City, the principal reinforced the school's defenses, while the Lord of the Sky City enveloped the entire realm in a protective shield. This restoration of security allowed the citizens to regain their confidence in the safety of the Sky City. Otherwise, many might have fled to Earth, assuming new identities or even disguising themselves to live in obscurity. The principal announced over the campus intercom, "The Lord of the Sky City has conducted a comprehensive upgrade of our defense system, so there is no need for concern about any sudden dangers." Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed throughout the campus. Students immediately began to stir restlessly. The television mounted on the classroom wall was broadcasting live coverage. The central plaza had been bombed, and flames engulfed the area. Fire trucks arrived in succession, yet the blaze was so fierce that they could barely contain it. I approached the podium and addressed the teachers, who were already frozen in shock. "I need to see the principal." The teacher objected, stating that it was class time. Casting her a sidelong glance, I coldly replied, "Are you not aware of the ferocity of the flames in the central plaza? What does that concern you?" The teacher retorted, "I can control the fire, you dimwit." The entire class gasped at my choice of words. Did I just call the teacher a dimwit? How audacious! However, at that moment, no one noticed that the principal had already arrived at our classroom door, as all eyes were drawn elsewhere. The principal entered and said, "Let us go." With the principal's authority in play, the teacher dared not object, thus granting her approval. Immediately, accompanied by the principal, they hastened to the central square. Upon their arrival, the water from the fire trucks had already run dry, yet the inferno continued to blaze fiercely. They rushed past the barricades set up by the police. The guards shouted anxiously, "Hey, what are you doing? This is dangerous. Leave at once." Just as the officer attempted to pull him back, he waved his hand toward the raging flames, which were instantaneously extinguished. Through live television broadcasts, it became evident that the center of Central Square had been cratered, clearly indicating that someone had deliberately planted a bomb within the central flower bed, waiting for the moment when the square was most crowded to detonate it remotely from a distance. Subsequently, the news reported that preliminary police statistics indicated 23 fatalities and over 40 serious injuries resulting from this incident. However, what was most astonishing was that he was apprehended by the police as a suspect in orchestrating the explosion. Upon learning this, students across the school erupted in anger, chanting, "Release him! Release him!" The uproar resonated throughout the campus, leaving the teachers unable to contain the fervor of the students, prompting the principal to visit the detention center to clarify the situation with the police. After the principal's explanations and the testimonies of the entire student body, he was finally released, yet the police remained suspicious, considering it too coincidental that he possessed the ability to wield fire-based powers. Regardless of the lingering doubts from law enforcement, the entire faculty and student body knew of his innocence and acknowledged his heroic deeds, which filled them with joy. At noon, they gathered punctually in the cafeteria. Peter remarked, "I am truly proud of you. Yet, it is absurd that the police would suspect you." He did not express excessive discontent, stating, "Had the disaster stemmed from an explosion rather than a flood, I would not have been involved." He then smiled at me. Jenny, chuckling, added, "So, doesn't that mean your credit has been usurped by Mo?" I quickly waved my hands dismissively, saying, "I still have to go. I do not wish to be suspected." Anna chimed in, "After lunch, I will take everyone to a special place." Peter inquired where. Anna, with a hint of mystery, replied, "You will find out soon." Intrigued by her words, everyone quickened their pace during the meal, eager to discover what kind of place it was and why she was being so enigmatic. However, from Jenny's beaming face, it was evident that she was already in the know. Along the way, Peter continually urged, "Hurry up, are we there yet?" If the response was, "Not yet," he would inquire, "How much farther?" In truth, the destination was not far. It was merely Peter's impatience that made even the shortest distance feel lengthy. They arrived at a section of the school's wall. To reach this spot, they first had to traverse a small grove. This place is rather secluded. Individuals cannot observe it from above due to the dense thicket that obscures the view. Moreover, it constitutes merely a diminutive segment of the school's boundary wall, rendering it practically unnoticed by passers-by. Peter mockingly inquired, "Is this truly the purpose of your bringing us here?" "Indeed, quite remarkable, lush greenery and a tranquil setting. We can stroll about, climb trees, pluck some fruits, and perhaps even engage in a game of flying objects when we have leisure time, for no one will behold us." Anna shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "Behave yourself, or you may find yourself excluded." She urged us to observe Jenny's actions. Thus, we turned our curious gazes towards Jenny, who was drawing an invisible source on the wall and then pressed within the circle. "Ah, splendid. A game of riddles? How delightful," Peter quipped sarcastically. Anna reached for a roasted chestnut to offer him a reprimand, but Peter hastily covered his mouth. Anna, visibly irritated, declared, "No interruptions. Let us continue watching Jenny," she announced. Crystal. In an instant, the invisible source that Jenny had drawn manifested, radiating a golden glow, and gradually expanded into a circular opening with a diameter of 2 meters. "Hurry inside," Jenny urged. Once we entered, the opening began to shrink until it vanished entirely. It was dim within, yet Jenny possessed the gift of luminescence, enabling her to swiftly illuminate the surroundings. As we beheld the marvels before us, astonishment washed over us. Even the most composed among us gasped in awe, while Jenny and Anna observed us with smiles that bore hints of pride and satisfaction. Anna remarked, "See, I anticipated their reaction." Jenny nodded in agreement. Why were we so astounded? If you wish to understand, close your eyes and envision it. Now, as we opened our eyes, we found ourselves in a chamber comparable in size to the school's sports field, approximately 200 meters long and 150 meters wide. It housed numerous treadmills, barbells, boxing gloves, and punching bags, alongside a designated area for disdain, cushioned with 10 centimeters of thick sponge mats. Yet, What truly mattered was the presence of an enormous door embedded within the walls. Wow! I exclaimed, how is this possible? Are we truly within a wall? How can such a vast space exist? Anna elucidated, this is our secret base. Without my or Ginny's permission, no one is to disclose its existence to anyone else. Peter, perplexed, queried, but there is no door. How shall we enter or exit? Anna replied, just as we did to come in. Peter sheepishly scratched his head. Oh, I forgot. Anna admonished him. I distinctly instructed you to observe the manner of our entrance. Peter sheepishly stuck out his tongue. Consequently, they had to teach him again. Meanwhile, I ventured to try out various exercise equipment, discovering it to be quite enjoyable and easily manageable. However, I could not suppress my curiosity and found myself behind the door on the opposite side. I was once again startled, for this place was far more intriguing than the simplicity outside. Here, an array of stunning sports cars awaited, all adorned with the same emblem of a bull, indicating that they were indeed Lamborghinis. I counted 4 magnificent vehicles. One was a black and red Lamborghini 670-4, with its engine hood cleverly inscribed with the letters in a vibrant orange. Another was a concept car, its exterior as pure white as milk, though I believed it was more than just a concept. A sleek black Lamborghini Revent N stood proudly, alongside another black Lamborghini 750. Akin to mine, but differing in color. Mine featured a striking green chassis with a black shell. At that moment, Anna joined me, exclaiming, what do you think? This is our equipment. The announcement already provided you with a car, so there isn't one for you here. I nodded and replied, of course, one is sufficient. Why would we need so many? Yet inwardly, I mused, the affluent certainly have their privileges. I inquired further, did you all arrange for this? Anna affirmed, indeed. Who else would take the time to do this? I sighed internally, recognizing that such endeavors required more than just leisure time. Substantial wealth was essential. We returned to the gym, and as I cautiously touched the buttons on the treadmill, I asked, but all of this must cost quite a bit, right? Anna tilted her head back proudly and said, we only need some inexpensive materials. As long as Ginny and I are together, we can create anything. I was astounded. You made all of this yourselves? Ginny joined us and confirmed, absolutely. Peter, overhearing our conversation, exclaimed, you all are incredible. This revelation left us all astonished. I then asked, so, only the 5 of us know about this secret base? Anna replied, so far, yes. If new members join our Avengers team, we will inform everyone immediately. I pondered. That seems somewhat inadequate. Ginny asked, what do you mean? I continued, to reach here, we must first go through the school. And traversing the small woods from the school to this place is not a short distance. What if we need to access this place urgently and we are not at school? Ginny nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, that is quite a significant issue. I'll work with Anna to resolve it as soon as possible, but for now, we will have to make do. Anna reassured, don't worry. With me around, there won't be any surprises. I then remarked, it's time for our afternoon nap. We should head back. As we exited the secret base, the afternoon bell rang. Peter exclaimed in horror, oh no, the bell has already rung, and we are not back at the dormitory. If we get caught, we will surely face the merciless punishment from the dormitory supervisor. Quick, let's hurry. We rushed towards the direction of the dormitory and finally made it back to our rooms. Fortunately, our movements were swift enough to evade the administrator's notice. Peter and I lay upon his bed, while my speed surpassed even Peter's, allowing me to return to my own bed. We both gasped for breath, when suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. Oh no, the administrator must be approaching. Earlier, we had dashed right past him, and he could very well recognize us. Peter and I quickly removed our shoes. But there was no time for me to slip beneath the covers. Instead, I nestled on the inner side of the bed, pressing tightly against the wall, using Peter's mosquito net and blanket as a makeshift concealment. When the administrator arrived, a bead of sweat trickled down my forehead. He rapped on my bed with a bamboo stick, inquiring about Peter beside me. Where is this person? Peter feigned a jovial demeanor. He went to the restroom. The administrator lingered for a moment at Peter's bed. Why hasn't he returned? Peter replied, well, who knows if he is merely relieving himself or taking a longer break. The administrator sternly interjected, enough. I understand. Hurry and sleep. Peter had no choice but to promptly close his mouth and eyes. Silence enveloped the dormitory once more. Once I saw the administrator finally depart, I exhaled a sigh of relief. I swiftly emerged from my stifling hiding place and returned to my own bed, lying down. It was the height of summer, sweltering as it was, and having just been under the covers, I was drenched in sweat. As I reached for a towel to wipe my brow, the administrator returned unexpectedly, prompting me to hastily lie down and feign sleep. He burst in, shouting, "Get down. The afternoon nap bell has already rung, and you're still not asleep. Well, since you don't wish to rest, Come down here and go for a run." With that, he attempted to pull me from my perch. Wait. I protested. "I just returned from the restroom and was about to lie down to sleep, only to be caught by you. This is a misunderstanding." Upon hearing my explanation, he left with a hint of skepticism. Phew, that was a close call. I managed to deceive him. "You've got some nerve," a classmate from the opposite bed whispered to me, and soon, the dormitory was filled with hushed conversations once more. I took out my towel and wiped the cold sweat from my forehead before succumbing to sleep. However, unfortunate fate awaited me. Later, when I rose to use the restroom, I was caught red-handed. This time, the administrator refused to believe any of my excuses, and I was taken out for punishment. The jarring and prolonged sound of the bell jolted me from my slumber. It took me a while to muster the energy to move. Drowsily, I inquired, "Is it time to get up?" I shook myself awake, stretching and letting out a lengthy, weary yawn. Suddenly, Peter shouted at me, "Get up now." I jolted in response and retorted, "Please, no more of these silly games. Don't you know that startling someone can be dangerous?" To which Peter replied, "I merely wish to rouse your spirits." I clasped my hands together and said, "Thank you. After your little scare, I feel invigorated enough to stay awake for 10 days and nights. At this moment, I feel invigorated, brimming with vitality and exuding an air of confidence, undaunted by challenges. My mind is focused, and I am radiating enthusiasm. However, I momentarily struggle to recall any idioms beginning with the character. Peter interjects, urging me to come down quickly, reminding me that this is not the time for a game of idiom connection. We have classes to attend. Moreover, being late to class would surely invite ridicule. I thumped my forehead, realizing the urgency, and hastily donned my shoes and socks with remarkable speed, splashed some water on my face, and promptly made my way to the classroom. It is worth mentioning that my class and the other class are located in the same building, adjacent to one another, albeit in slightly different positions. Once in the classroom, I found myself yawning incessantly. Noticing my lethargy, my classmate approached and asked if I was all right. As I appeared quite drowsy, I explained that I had not slept well due to the dormitory supervisor's antics. When asked if I had been punished, I admitted, "Yes, indeed," accompanied by a chuckle. At that moment, the class bell rang. We were to attend a language class. Since our previous lessons had primarily focused on harnessing our superpowers, often spent outside the classroom, we were eager to engage in a different subject. Each of us felt rejuvenated, and I no longer felt the weight of fatigue. The teacher for our language class entered with a beaming smile and began her self-introduction. "Hello, everyone. After some time of learning, I trust you have all become adept at utilizing your superpowers. However, this alone is insufficient. To confront villains and save the world, we must not rely solely on brute force. We must also possess the ability to foresee the future and intercept calamities before they unfold. As you may know, villains, particularly one from over a decade ago, are exceptionally cunning, and it is crucial for us to learn how to defeat him." Having said all this, she realized that we had yet to learn her name. "My name is Molly. I look forward to your guidance." As she spoke of the Heart Eater, the notorious villain from over a decade ago, her complexion paled considerably, and her speech became hesitant at times, while at other moments, she spoke rapidly and softly. It was evident that she harbored a profound fear of the Heart Eater. Of course, in my acquaintance, only the principal seemed unafraid of this villain, though one might argue that he does not count. I then began to observe the language teacher more closely. She appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, yet she had just attempted to act endearingly. Nevertheless, that is not the crux of the matter. Her hair fell to her shoulders, and she wore high heels. Her attire was rather unremarkable, blending seamlessly with the crowd, except for her piercing eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through one's thoughts. Yet, her gaze did not rival the formidable intensity of Principal O'Henry's. Additionally, she was a foreign teacher with gray eyes, distinctively not of Asian descent. Afterward, she casually sprinkled some powder on the blackboard, which surprisingly adhered to the surface, forming a chaotic pattern that, at least to me, was utterly inscrutable. It appeared almost like the scribblings of a ghost. Then, she inquired, "Is there anyone who can predict something based on the drawing I have created on the board?" Not a single hand was raised in the class. Oh dear, how awkward, I thought to myself. Then, she began to call names. Number 32. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room, save for the unfortunate student who had been called upon. He was a boy, slightly plump, adorned in a short-sleeved shirt of green and white stripes, and wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses. He stammered, well. The teacher looked at him expectantly. "Please, go on." Number 32 replied, "This, should signify that a great disaster will occur somewhere in the future, I suppose." The teacher pressed him further. "What makes you say that?" He fumbled, "Well, that was just a wild guess." At last, he had spoken his mind. The entire class erupted into laughter. The teacher responded, "All right, please take your seat." Then she turned to us and said, "Let's show some respect for him, shall we?" After all, he had the courage to express his genuine thoughts. The mocking students hung their heads in shame, while only Peter and I remained unmoved, for we were not of such ilk. Number 32 sat down, removed his glasses, and wiped the sweat from his brow. The teacher called out again, "Number 77. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of irritation. Why did she single out this particular student when there were so many others? Indeed, as you might suspect, this unfortunate number 59 was me. I slowly rose to my feet, and to be honest, my mind was a complete blank. I scrutinized the drawing she had created on the board with utmost seriousness. Yet I could not discern any peculiar aspect from which one could predict anything. The more I looked, the sleepier I became. I felt as if the pattern was expanding, until eventually, it was just me and that chaotic tangle of white chalk lines, surrounded by darkness. My eyelids grew heavy, as if they were about to crush me into the floor. I could not endure any longer. Who would lend me a hand? Or perhaps slap me awake? Who could help me? Stand straight. A sharp command jolted me back to reality. I found myself back in the classroom, carefully discerning the tone of that voice, attempting to identify who had roused me. Yes, everyone was staring at me. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck me, and I blurted out, "Perhaps this cannot predict anything or anyone at all." The class was taken aback, and I was equally astonished by my own words. A profound silence enveloped the room, as if it were devoid of life. Peter, a bit anxious, whispered, "Vicky, have you lost your mind?" The teacher would never allow that. That cannot be the answer. Yet, I remained steadfast in my assertion. After a brief silence, Ms. Molly was the first to begin clapping, prompting the entire class to pause in surprise before joining in with enthusiastic applause. I found myself perplexed. It was merely a casual remark. Even if my answer was incorrect, there was no need for such ridicule. Nevertheless, I surmised that a considerable number of my classmates were equally bewildered, merely mimicking the teacher's applause. It was utterly nonsensical. After a while, Ms. Molly instructed everyone to cease clapping, exclaiming, "Excellent. What you articulated was indeed remarkable. We cannot derive predictions from artificially crafted images. Only through the patterns found in nature can we achieve such insights. You expressed yourself eloquently. I shall remember you, student number 77. Your name is Victor McGriffin? Such an unusual name. Regardless, you possess a remarkable talent in this domain. Perhaps you are destined to become the next linguistic sorcerer. Of course, every individual present has the potential to do so. If I were to articulate my current thoughts, I would simply exclaim, 'Goodness!' For my previous response was entirely fabricated. If such triviality could elevate one to the status of a linguistic master, then surely everyone would be an extraordinary seer. Furthermore, you hastily concocted an incomprehensible pattern that could not possibly serve as a basis for prophecy, and yet you invited everyone to respond. Was this not a jest at our expense? I mused inwardly. Subsequently, Ms. Molly instructed each of us to name an object, emphasizing that we should not overthink our responses, but rather rely on our instincts, answering immediately upon being prompted. We were also to describe in detail the demeanor and posture of the animal that emerged in our minds, asserting that this could unveil certain truths about ourselves. I found this exercise rather tedious, and feeling drowsy, I resolved to feign sleep, shielding myself with my book as Ms. Molly approached. My consciousness drifted away from the campus. It was now night, and though the surroundings were dim, I could still discern outlines of objects, even those I should not have seen. I beheld a mountain, a towering peak that appeared no different from others, somewhat reminiscent of the one Peter had previously taken us to. However, a sense of foreboding enveloped me. My body was involuntarily drawn toward this great mountain. Wait, drawn? Oh my! It dawned on me that I was, in fact, floating in midair. I was being swiftly pulled into a forest nestled within the mountain. Victor! I was startled awake. Glancing around, I realized the teacher had already reached desk 70 and would soon arrive at mine. I struggled to recollect the dream I had just experienced. What had transpired? Had I truly encountered a mountain? It was peculiar, for it was daylight now. Yet my dream had unfolded in darkness. Was I truly yearning for slumber? Ah well, having experienced my fair share of bizarre dreams throughout my life, one more or one less would hardly make a difference. Moreover, I often find that upon awakening, the dreams fade from my memory, leaving only a nebulous recollection of certain fragments. For instance, I dreamt of being pursued, yet at that moment, I was at my great-uncle's house. I took refuge beneath a bookshelf, where I unexpectedly discovered a secret escape passage, thus narrowly evading peril, although I could not recall where the other end of that passage led. Additionally, I dreamed of my school, one side awash in sunlight, while the other was drenched in rain. As I entered the cafeteria, I was bewildered, unsure of which unfamiliar place I had wandered into. Suddenly, I was startled to find Ms. Molly standing before me, having appeared without my notice. She inquired, "What are you daydreaming about? It's your turn now, and I am quite curious about the creature that resides within the heart of our new generation's oracle." "A dragon and a tiger," I replied languidly. "Wow, too?" she exclaimed. "What are their postures?" She pressed further. "The azure dragon coils its body against a backdrop of black, surrounded by a halo of glowing blue runes. Its eyes are fierce and golden, and blue lightning dances around its form. The white tiger stretches its limbs, also set against a dark background, with dark golden runes behind it and blood-red eyes that exude a sense of dread, enveloped by purple mist. In truth, the azure dragon and white tiger represent my guardians." She began to murmur prophecies. "The dragon, sovereign of the skies and seas, the azure dragon is the supreme among dragons, embodying unmatched majesty and spirit. You shall lead others, becoming formidable through your own endeavors. The tiger, the ruler of the land, yet prone to despondency, is also a Western malevolent deity. The white tiger, in its fury, poses great danger. Both are among the 4 sacred beasts, being the mightiest of them all." As her voice dwindled, I could scarcely hear the last words. "Is there a problem, teacher?" I asked, noticing her suddenly pale complexion, reminiscent of the time she spoke of the heart-eating demon. "Could it be?" she said with a hint of trepidation. "No way. Could this be possible? Teacher, are you all right?" I felt a twinge of concern for her well-being, wondering if she might inadvertently lose her sanity and confine us all in cages for experiments like lab rats. I had seen many diviners in films who seemed to have peculiarities in their minds. "Oh, it's nothing, nothing," she reassured. I glanced back to see her maintaining an air of calm, as if nothing had transpired. "Teacher, what is truly the matter?" I asked, curious. "It's nothing," she exclaimed, striding towards student number 78, murmuring as she walked, "How could it be? I couldn't predict what would happen after class with him." I was about to pose a question to her when he preempted me, saying, "Hey." The question the teacher just posed was one that, oh no, not just almost, but certainly, no more than a few in the entire class could answer. "How did you manage to respond?" Confused, I asked, "Which question?" "The chaotic drawing." He clarified. I chuckled and replied, "Oh, that? I was just making it up." He stared at me in astonishment. "Really? You could do that?" I chose to disregard the previous inquiry and instead asked him, "By the way, what kind of creature were you referring to?" "A dragon." "Huh, you thought of a dragon too? Pray tell, what does your dragon look like?" I inquired with great enthusiasm. He nodded affirmatively and replied, "It is a colossal crimson dragon. Yet it is not the Chinese dragon you envision. It resembles the dragons of Norse mythology, with well-proportioned limbs, a relatively short body, and expansive wings, adorned with flames along its back. However, its tail is as long as its forepart." I pressed further, "What prophecy did your teacher impart to you?" "You are a mighty dragon, yet of the fire element. You are inextricably linked to the sea." That was his exact wording. I expressed my skepticism. Perhaps that teacher, Ms. Molly, lacks genuine prophetic abilities. "You are fire. I am who I am. And yet she claims you are inseparable from the sea. Does that not seem contradictory?" Suddenly, as if jolted awake, I realized the sea. Yes, your affinity is with water, so her assertion of my connection to the sea could indeed refer to our relationship. I chuckled. "Alas, I am not yet adept enough to wield the power to command the sea. That is a gift reserved for Poseidon." I jested. "Maybe you share some connection with Poseidon. Who can say?" He mused. "Oh well, let her say what she will. Diviners are often peculiar, offering prophecies yet unwilling to clarify." Chapter 12. We arrived at the cursed Brockwon Mountain, my companions and I convened punctually in the cafeteria. No sooner had we settled than Peter eagerly posed a question. "Hey, what classes do you have today?" We replied, "Prophecy." "And what about you?" Peter inquired. "We are studying assembly," he answered. My curiosity piqued. I asked, "What exactly is that?" Peter explained. "It involves assembling a plethora of electronic components laid out on a table, then collaborating in small groups to select a few pieces and construct what the teacher desires." I remarked, "That sounds rather daunting. What if the teacher is in a foul mood and assigns bizarre and convoluted tasks? My physics is quite poor. I fear this is certainly not as simple as building with blocks." Anna reassured me, "Do not worry. At the outset, the teacher will provide reference diagrams. And even if you truly struggle, both Jenny and I will assist you." With that, she flashed me a smile. "Huh, thank you for that." I replied, reflecting, indeed. With Jenny and Anna being so capable, having reached the point of inventiveness, assembling a few components must be akin to child's play for them. With these living encyclopedias by my side, I have little to fear. With that thought, I felt a slight easing of my anxiety. The following day at noon, as we prepared to dine, we passed by the school's table tennis room, where two individuals were engaged in a match. I paused, captivated by their skill. They are quite proficient, I remarked, feeling a surge of excitement. Come on, let us go inside and watch. Thus, we entered, where the players were both male students, one clad in a black and white athletic ensemble, the other in a checkered shirt. As the game progressed, a classmate clad in a striking black and white athletic ensemble abruptly bent low, his right arm swinging powerfully to unleash a formidable smash. The counterpart, dressed in a checkered shirt, flinched at the intensity of the action. Regrettably, the shot lacked sufficient precision. Soaring out of bounds, I clapped my hands together, exclaiming, "What a pity! Had that shot landed, I doubt anyone could have returned it." Nodding in agreement, my companions seemed largely indifferent to our commentary, returning to their own activities. We continued to observe the match, gradually discerning their distinctive styles. The player in sportswear exhibited a penchant for aggressive play. However, his accuracy, perhaps an issue of touch, left much to be desired, as he missed the mark on numerous occasions. In contrast, the classmate in the checkered shirt adopted a more defensive approach, executing each stroke with caution, primarily relying on counter-hitting to repel his opponent's advances. Alas, in a moment of oversight, the defensive player failed to clear the net. Oh, what a blunder! I sighed. While he appeared dispassionate about the game, to my surprise, his expression revealed a newfound depth of emotion. He remarked, "If I were in his shoes, I would never make such a mistake." Solely relying on defense allows others to dictate the play. How can one score through the errors of others? What if one's own mistakes outnumber those of the opponent? I gazed at him, astonished by his insightful analysis. "I had no idea you were adept at table tennis." He chuckled and replied, "Oh, I play occasionally." With a mischievous grin, I suggested, "Shall we have a match?" He readily agreed. Turning to Peter and the two girls, I sought their opinions, but Jenny and Anna declined, preferring to remain spectators. Peter, a novice yet experienced in his own right, expressed interest in joining us. I promptly dashed to the sports room, retrieving 3 paddles and tossing one to each of them. I also procured a yellow table tennis ball of the Double Fish brand. We decided to compete in a series of 3 rounds. The first to lose 3 points would be eliminated, and we would continue in this manner. In the initial round, I faced off against Peter, who was observing intently. To be candid, his skill was impressive. Indeed, it was an understatement to label it merely as decent. As the match commenced, he struck 2 swift blows that caught me off guard. Given my need for a brief warm-up to find my rhythm, I suffered a crushing defeat, particularly as his aggression was relentless, attacking from the very first exchanges, leaving me utterly unprepared. However, I took solace in the fact that I wasn't the worst performer. Peter fell even faster and harder than I did. Barely off the court, I found myself back in the game. "Come on, ease up a bit." I laughed. To which he replied, "Let us see if you're worth it." The outcome, it seems, was predictable. Everyone knew I had yet to find my groove, and I promptly lost again. The 3 of us played with such fervor that the day turned to night, and the sun lost its light. Eventually, after an indeterminate stretch of time, we exited the game room, only to realize that Jenny and Anna had departed without our noticing. I inquired, "What time is it?" Peter replied, "I have no idea. However, it is now certain that we have missed our meal." I concurred, acknowledging that while we had been fixated on the table tennis match, the thought of dining had completely slipped our minds, and with Jenny and Anna long gone, no one had been there to remind us. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, I found Peter's and my own sentiments echoed in the emptiness around us. The dining hall stood silent, its doors firmly shut, with even the staff having returned home. "Alas, we are destined to endure hunger," I lamented. With a nonchalant demeanor, Peter remarked, "If we are hungry, then so be it. If there is nothing to eat, there is simply nothing to eat. I am accustomed to such irregularities in my meals, but what about you?" I replied, "For me, it does not matter. I have experienced this before." "That may not hold true," Peter exclaimed, producing a tube filled with red capsules. Suddenly, I recognized these as compressed food. He distributed one to each of us, and upon consuming it, I indeed felt satiated, perhaps even negating the need for dinner altogether. Suddenly, the time for our afternoon nap had arrived, and it seemed the hours had flown by too quickly. I was eager to avoid another reprimand, so we hurried back to our respective dormitories. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid. I entered the classroom just as the bell rang, and a middle-aged male teacher stepped inside. "Classmates, today we will discuss." He began, but before he could finish, he collapsed. My classmates rushed to assist him, only to find themselves succumbing to unconsciousness as well, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Not understanding the situation, I asked, "What should we do now?" Quickly, you call for an ambulance while I check on the principal, he urged, clearly agitated. Action, Peter shouted from behind. What about me? What should I do? I responded without looking back. Keep an eye on them. I then dashed toward the principal's office at an astonishing speed, realizing in surprise that I could run nearly as fast as Peter. Just after I hung up the phone, I heard the wail of an ambulance siren. I thought to myself, this speed is quite alarming, even surpassing Peter's. I stood at the school gate, awaiting their arrival. Soon, they arrived, a doctor in a white coat leaping from the vehicle. Who made the call? He inquired. I waved my hand frantically, exclaiming, over here. It was I who called. Follow me quickly. Many people in our school have inexplicably fainted. They followed me in haste toward the teaching building. As we rushed along, I was astonished to see that everyone in the classrooms we passed had collapsed. Teachers and students alike lay on the floor, their faces turning a shade of purple. Now, we have witnessed a multitude of individuals in shock, making it impossible to return to any one person. The doctors promptly set down their stretchers and lifted the fainted students back towards the ambulances. One doctor pulled out his mobile phone and, in a state of urgency, shouted towards the distance. This is St. Christopher School. Quickly call headquarters to dispatch more vehicles. No, not just a few, but hundreds. The situation is critical. We need more personnel, strong and experienced. I did not pause. Instead, I ran to Class 1-4, where only 2 students, Jenny and Anna, remained conscious, though they appeared visibly startled. Jenny anxiously inquired, "What is happening? Why has everyone fainted?" I shook my head and replied hastily, "I don't know. Quickly, follow me to Class 7 to find Peter, and then go with the doctors to the hospital." Thus, we immediately complied. Upon exiting, the doctor informed us, "We are still uncertain about the cause of this incident." Jenny and Anna's faces fell in disappointment. The doctor then turned to the arriving personnel, instructing, "Let us first get them onto the vehicles and transport them to the hospital." A nurse remarked, "Over 90% of the students have fainted. With so many people, we may lack sufficient ambulances." The doctor shouted resolutely, "Let us not dwell on that. Every person we can get back is crucial. If needed, we'll call taxis." Understood. They responded promptly. One ambulance after another arrived at the hospital. I returned to Class 7, observing from above, contemplating the spectacle unfolding before me. Vehicles came and went, and Peter, alongside the doctors, continued to carry the fainted individuals onto stretchers and into the ambulances. Peter, utterly exhausted, leaned against the wall, gasping. The entire school has at least over 10,000 students and several hundred teachers. How long will it take to carry them all out? Indeed, there were 10 grades and 20 classes, averaging around 50 students each, totaling 1,000 per grade. 10 grades equating to 10,000. After such a lengthy period, only 300 to 500 had been transported thus far. I called out to the doctor, "We are understaffed." "Then why aren't you down here?" I awkwardly descended along the water pipe. He continued, "The hospital has dispatched all available doctors and nurses. They should be en route." At that moment, the principal arrived, and I felt as if I had seen a savior. However, Principal Henry wore a serious expression, not inquiring about the situation, but immediately employing his authority to ensure all students and teachers were taken to the hospital. In an instant, thousands were lifted into the air by the principal, forming a dark mass as they soared towards the hospital. Now, all the fainted individuals had been transported. Those of us still conscious searched the school thoroughly to ensure no one had been overlooked. After completing our search, we gathered together to report our findings. It is now certain that there are indeed no other individuals left in the school. Thus, we boarded the ambulance with the principal and proceeded to the hospital to await the results. With an overwhelming number of patients, a single hospital is undeniably insufficient. Hence, the principal and the hospital administration notified several other medical facilities to assist, alleviating the burden on the city's largest municipal hospital. However, even this hospital was inundated with over 4,000 patients, a staggering influx that underscores its status as the largest in the city. The hospital was teeming with activity, as doctors and nurses rushed about, creating a dizzying spectacle. In the wards, physicians promptly began examining the patients. Before long, the reports were released, indicating that the patients had succumbed to food poisoning, resulting in their unconsciousness. Food poisoning? How is it that you all are unharmed? Principal O'Henry inquired of us. I felt a bit embarrassed to admit that we had not eaten. Suddenly, Peter interjected, "Wait a minute, Jenny, Anna, didn't you both have lunch?" Anna shot him a glare. "It's because you all were busy playing ball for so long that we missed our chance to eat." Peter chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, I see. Well, isn't it fortunate that you missed your meal, thus avoiding the poisoning?" The 2 girls huffed in response. I suggested, "Let us not dwell on that for now. We should check on these poisoned students." They nodded in agreement. "How strange. Isn't the school food supposed to be safe? How could there be food poisoning? Just as I left, this happened. It seems someone has been covertly monitoring me. Taking the opportunity to poison while I was away from the school, the principal expressed with a hint of guilt. Outside the ward, more individuals suffering from poisoning were being admitted, though they were not from our school. When their test results came in, they too indicated food poisoning as the cause. Peter exclaimed in disbelief, "No way. So many people have fainted from food poisoning, and it's not just our schoolmates." We ventured into other wards to visit the patients. A nurse asked us, "How come you aren't affected?" We replied, "Perhaps it's because we fortuitously forgot to have lunch today that we escaped this calamity." Her eyes widened in realization. "Oh, I see." Jenny questioned, "If the school food was toxic, then those who consumed today's lunch would be severely affected. But how is it that others elsewhere have also been poisoned?" I tentatively suggested, "Could it be that the water in the entire Sky City is contaminated, leading to tainted meals?" Suddenly, we heard hurried footsteps behind us. Turning around, we saw the two vice principals, Paul Atkinson and Mary Smith. Vice Principal Paul addressed Principal O'Henry. "I just received word that there has been an incident. What is happening? Is everyone all right?" I jested, "Oh, it's nothing serious. Just a little food poisoning with some life-threatening implications." He shot me a glare. "How are you still alive?" I felt a surge of indignation. Is that how one speaks? Although I may have caused you trouble before, it hardly warrants such reprimand. The principal approached and asked, "Did you all have lunch?" Upon the principal's arrival, Paul Atkinson and Mary Smith hurriedly greeted him with cheerful smiles, saying, "Good day, Principal. We have already dined, albeit on Earth." As we were in search of potential gifted individuals among its inhabitants, the principal replied, "Ah, I too was engaged in a similar pursuit. I was seeking that individual known as Sure." Nearby, a doctor shuddered slightly. Soon after, another doctor approached to inform us, "Ladies and gentlemen, the cause of the patient's fainting spells has been identified. They have all been affected by a substance known as soul-snatching incense." I inquired, "What is that?" "It sounds like a potent narcotic from some martial arts novel. Can such a thing truly exist in reality?" Anna elucidated. "It is an exceedingly toxic substance that emits a faint fragrance. Merely inhaling its aroma can induce poisoning, and once afflicted, a person will succumb to unconsciousness." I dismissed her words nonchalantly, stating, "But it's just fainting." Anna continued, "I have not yet finished. Upon regaining consciousness, the afflicted will experience excruciating pain akin to being pierced by needles throughout their body. They will endure a torment worse than death, only to faint again. And this cycle will repeat 10 times, ultimately leading to their demise from the toxin. Moreover, its onset is more punctual than an alarm clock. It grants the victim 20 minutes of agony before plunging them into 30 minutes of unconsciousness." I discreetly wiped my brow, contemplating that perhaps the patients might succumb to the pain before the toxin took its toll. Jenny quipped, "Huh? Do you still consider this poison trivial?" "No, not in the slightest," I asserted resolutely. I then asked, "Is there no antidote for this poison?" "In nature, there exists a balance. Everything is interdependent. No matter how formidable, there exists a remedy. However, the antidote for this soul-snatching incense is not available on the market, as its necessary ingredients are found solely in the cursed Brockman Mountain." I replied nonchalantly, "Then we can simply venture to this Brock-something mountain and retrieve them." The doctor responded with a grave expression, "Brockman Mountain is a cursed place. Akin to the forbidden section of the St. Christopher School Library, it is one of the restricted zones of the Sky City. Typically, once one enters such a zone, they do not emerge." Suddenly, I recalled a history lesson from school. Brockman Mountain, its name derived from a phonetic translation, had been cursed by an individual. Since that time, ordinary people who ventured within met their demise, save for those of a somewhat exceptional nature. Yet, we have never known who those special individuals are. Thus we hesitate to attempt entry. Since the curse was cast, decades have passed without anyone daring to go inside. My anger swelled. Could we truly stand by and watch them suffer to death? "Principal O. Henry declared, "We certainly cannot allow that. If absolutely necessary, I shall venture forth myself." Both Vice Principal Paul and Vice Principal Mary gasped in unison, "You cannot go." The principal waved his hand dismissively. "If there is truly no alternative, I must proceed." Peter switched on the television in the hospital room, revealing live broadcasts on every channel, showcasing the urgent transport of poisoned individuals to hospitals. The total number of afflicted had already surpassed 20,000. At that moment, a group of individuals unexpectedly burst through the door, followed closely by a throng of journalists and cameramen, all brandishing microphones, clamoring for a singular figure to address their myriad inquiries. Although I was unaware of his identity, he certainly appeared to be a person of considerable stature. Surrounded by a multitude of reporters, I could discern only that he was a middle-aged man. His hair touched with silver, yet his physique remained robust. Peter exclaimed, "Wow, I believe we are on television." We turned our gaze towards the screen. Indeed, it displayed our hospital room, despite our mere role as bystanders. Principal O'Henry seemed somewhat taken aback upon recognizing the man. "Mayor, what brings you here?" The mayor? This individual was the esteemed leader of the Sky City. It seemed he was not as imposing as one might expect, bearing an ordinary visage. Yet his demeanor exuded a certain authority. "You are the first to receive a group of poisoned individuals. Naturally, I had to come," the mayor stated, inquiring further about the patient's conditions. The doctors provided him with a detailed account, along with potential solutions to the predicament. Upon hearing that the only materials capable of producing the antidote resided atop Brock Mountain, the mayor's expression shifted dramatically. He promptly ordered the reporters and others to vacate the premises, pacing restlessly within the ward. After some time, he halted and turned to a bespectacled man behind him, asking, "Is there a possibility of success in this matter?" The man lifted a cup of water. How curious that someone would carry a cup of water with them, and poured it onto the floor. To my astonishment, the puddle gradually formed the characters. I chuckled silently. What a strange trick. I recalled that represented the rat in the Chinese zodiac, while signified the pig. Thus, meant rat and pig. What significance did that hold? Were we to offer a rat and a pig to the deities above? The bespectacled man remarked, "Mayor, perhaps a child could enter and emerge alive, but only within this week." I pondered, a child? Why? Wouldn't entering lead to certain death? Suddenly, enlightenment struck me. The characters formed on the ground were not, but rather, meaning child, though they were spaced far apart, leading to my misunderstanding. I chuckled softly, tapping my forehead in realization. However, if a child were to be sent, why was it represented as and not? Such a commonplace term seemed beneath the grandeur of a novel or a cinematic prophecy, lacking the depth of classical literature. The mayor directly inquired of the man, "Speak. Who will go?" The man's gaze shifted towards us. We all understood. He intended for one of us, the members of the Avengers, to undertake this perilous task. And in that moment, not a single one of us felt fear, as if we had all known it would come to this. The lord of the city expressed his concerns, saying, "Brockwan Mountain is an exceedingly perilous place. Even we adults face near certain death, or rather, complete annihilation. Those who return alive are often left severely maimed. And these are merely children. Can they truly accomplish this?" I quietly inquired of Anna, "Who is that bespectacled man?" She replied in a hushed tone, "That individual is a seer who works for the government, and his predictions have achieved an astonishing accuracy of 95.3%. The man himself appeared slightly apprehensive, admitting, "Even I am hesitant this time. However, if they do not venture forth, there will be no one left in this world to rescue the poisoned souls." He wiped the sweat from his brow. Just as the lord of the city was at a loss for what to do, Peter stepped forward and spoke. "My lord, you need not worry. We have indeed ventured to Brockwan Mountain before." The room was engulfed in shock, save for the comatose teacher, classmates, and Peter himself. Everyone else was deeply taken aback. "Wait, that's not quite right." They seemed rather unfazed. Peter's assertion that we had previously visited the mountain left me bewildered. How was it that I had been unaware of this? Had he gone alone in his spare time? No, he had distinctly said we. Just as I was about to question him, he preemptively clarified. "Indeed, it was the mountain we climbed together last time, where we encountered the fiery-eyed black beast." "Really?" The lord gasped in astonishment. "Truly," Peter affirmed. "I swear by the Taylor family name." "You are of the Taylor family?" The lord exclaimed in disbelief. "This is unacceptable. Members of the Taylor family cannot go. I cannot bear the consequences." Peter insisted, "We have already gone once and returned safely." The man interjected, "If they are not permitted to go, all those people will perish." The lord hesitated, ultimately approaching each of us one by one, scrutinizing us, which made me feel quite embarrassed. After what felt like an eternity of appraisal, he clapped his hands decisively and declared, "Very well. I shall summon provisions, arms, radios, panaceas, and the like, to ensure your safety. Let us proceed." We disembarked at the government office, and after a brief wait, indeed, individuals arrived bearing the items as instructed by the lord. Subsequently, the 5 of us, along with Principal O. Henry, boarded the government-S vehicle, where the principal meticulously outlined the precautions we must heed. We listened intently, even though we had already made the journey once before. Upon reaching a point 50 meters from the mountain, the driver halted the vehicle, apologizing. "I'm afraid we cannot proceed any further, or else the curse will come to fruition." We exited the vehicle and waved goodbye, though I noticed the driver's gaze was akin to that of a man observing a group of corpses. Ignoring him, We strode purposefully toward the mountain. Anna complained, "Brother, why didn't you tell us earlier that this was Brockwon Mountain?" Peter chuckled, grinning with pride. "Had I informed you, would you have followed me so obediently? However, to intrude recklessly is perilous. What if the curse truly befalls us?" Anna appeared quite irate. Peter, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "Look, nothing has happened to us thus far, has it?" Anna and Jenny were nearly exasperated to the point of fainting. With a hint of skepticism, I inquired, "Peter, are you genuinely not the least bit worried about any consequences?" "Rest assured," he said, patting my shoulder. "Before we set off that day, I had already conducted a dozen or so inquiries, and the consensus indicated that only minors may enter. That is why I felt emboldened to invite you all, otherwise. Do you think I would be so reckless with my life?" I chuckled. "Ah yes, Peter is indeed quite afraid of death." Peter, furious, retorted, "What did you just say?" "By the way," I pressed on, "what exactly are we searching for to concoct the potion?" The answer came. "We need to find the 1,000-year Lingji, fragrant grass, blood grapes, and the blood of the fiery-eyed black Qilin." Lingji? I recalled that the 1,000-year and 10,000-year varieties supposedly grow on steep cliffs. Could they possibly be found here? Anna dismissed this notion, saying, "That's all nonsense. Such tales are merely cliché plots from television dramas or films, designed to heighten the difficulty and danger of harvesting Lingji. We often see the character attempting to gather it only to find their arms too short, and ultimately, even if they succeed, they might tragically tumble down the cliff, only to get caught by a tree or a vine growing there. In reality, genuine Lingji typically thrives on decaying tree trunks or in damp locales. They are simply a type of fungal plant, offering no miraculous resurrection powers, though they do possess medicinal properties. And what of the blood from the fiery-eyed black Qilin? Last time, we nearly became its snack. The memory of that encounter still haunted me. "No worries. When we reach the mountain, a path will reveal itself," Peter reassured us. "Our first task is to locate the fragrant grass. What distinguishes it from other grasses, yet not classifying it as a weed, is one of the reasons for its elusive nature. Its singular trait is its lush green hue, which, frankly, many grasses possess. This is rather redundant, but it is a vibrant, pleasing green, with properties that alleviate pain. Thus, we began our meticulous search among the grasses. After more than 2 hours, we found ourselves exhausted, lying amidst the foliage. After such an exhaustive search, my back ached, my neck felt weak, and I was drenched in perspiration, struggling to focus my eyes on the surroundings. Weakly, I asked, "What remarkable qualities does the fragrant grass possess?" The entirety of Brock Mountain is vast, with grasses aplenty. Searching for one fragrant grass here is akin to fishing for a needle in the ocean. Without several days, we would surely fail, and without knowing its distinctive characteristics, we wouldn't even recognize it if it were right in front of us. Suddenly, Anna clapped her hands and exclaimed, "That's it, the silver, glimmering butterfly." Due to the unique fragrance of the aromatic grass, it invariably attracts various insects, and the silver-glazed butterfly only alights upon this particular plant. Otherwise, it will continue to flutter about until it finds a patch of aromatic grass, or it may fly to its demise. At this juncture, I was not particularly moved by the butterfly's tenacity, and I suggested, "Let us hasten to locate the silver-glazed butterfly." Peter grumbled, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? We've wasted so much effort." Anna regarded us with disdain and remarked, "First, I must correct Xiaoma. The silver-glazed butterfly is not commonly found everywhere. I strongly suspect that you were not paying attention during our previous visit. Secondly, I must clarify my brother's statement. I also wished to inform you sooner, but it was not intentional." All right, I understand. I misjudged you, my dear sister," Peter apologized. "Humph," Anna dismissed him. Speaking of the silver-glazed butterfly, I recalled encountering one during our last visit to this mountain. What had they said about it? Encountering a solitary silver-glazed butterfly would bring disaster? How amusing. That moment, I leapt up and shouted, "Let us go. Let us find that aromatic grass." Peter weakly waved his hand, saying, "Let it go. We have no clear direction. Are we to continue this futile search?" I reminded them, during our last adventure in the Brockwon Mountains, I did encounter a silver-glazed butterfly. Do you all remember? The good news is that I recall the exact spot where I discovered it, so we should set off immediately to avoid complications when night falls. The group's eyes lit up. "Why didn't you say this earlier?" Peter exclaimed. I sheepishly stuck out my tongue. I just woke up, and I only learned that the silver-glazed butterfly rests upon the aromatic grass a mere 2 minutes ago. However, Peter interjected, "But the sun is setting. Shouldn't we pitch our tents first?" Jenny stood up and said, "That's a fine suggestion. All right, let us accompany Xiaoma to find the aromatic grass, and Peter, you stay here to set up camp." With that, Jenny prepared to leave with us. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Jenny's tone, Peter quickly jumped up, shouting, "Wait, wait. I'm coming with you." Clad in my gear, I made my way to the spot where I had previously found the silver-glazed butterfly. Upon arrival, I immediately recognized the aromatic grass as it stood out distinctly, emanating a shimmering green light, resembling something translucent, accompanied by a refreshing and enchanting fragrance. Everyone noticed it as well. Jenny and Anna approached, carefully excavating the soil around it before uprooting it and placing it in our specially designed vase to ensure its survival. At last, I have discovered one item, and now I seek the elusive Lingji. However, it is not the ordinary variety that I desire. Otherwise, I could simply purchase a few pounds from the supermarket. While Lingji may not possess the power to resurrect the deceased, the rare millennial variety, though scarce, does exist. And of course, the 10,000-year-old variant would be even more desirable. Nevertheless, nightfall approaches swiftly. Although it is merely a little past 4 in the afternoon, we must set up our tents without delay. These tasks alone will keep us occupied for quite some time. Fortunately, we are spared the need to gather wooden sticks, as the mayor has provided us with dedicated metal rods, just as before, along with 2 tents. We have all sufficiently dined and quenched our thirst. As night descends, we ignite a bonfire, gathering around the flickering flames to discuss the itinerary for the following day. I proclaim, tomorrow, we shall embark on our quest for Lingji. Indeed, and it shall be the millennial variety, I affirm. Peter, with a hint of skepticism, inquires, is there truly a Lingji that can live for such a duration? Anna interjects confidently, of course there is. Otherwise, how shall we save anyone? Perhaps it is precisely due to its rarity that we are unable to assist, Peter responds. Jenny, in a fit of anger, retorts, you have the tongue of a crow. Yet, I seem to grapple with a significant dilemma. What issue do you speak of? Anna asks. I continue, well, must we scavenge for the millennial Lingji as we did for the elusive incense herb, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? Even if we find the Lingji, how shall we ascertain its age? We cannot expect it to speak. This query leaves everyone momentarily speechless. Peter yawns and suggests, since it is already so late, might we not retire for the night and resume our discussion tomorrow? All you think about is eating and sleeping. Anna chastises, defending Peter. I say, he makes a valid point. It is indeed late, and we should rest, for tomorrow brings its own challenges. Very well, Anna concedes. Thus, we retreat to our respective tents. Inside, Peter falls asleep almost instantly, resembling a log. I inquire, do you know where millennial Lingji typically grows? He shrugs, alas. I am not quite certain. I sigh in frustration. Must we truly search each location one by one? This Brokeman Mountain is vast. I do not know, he replies, lying down. In the grand scheme of things, fate has its own design. Let us first rest, and then see what tomorrow holds. Agreed, I respond, extinguishing the light. Now, it is night, and I find myself wandering through a forest, inexplicably alone. Here, I am the sole inhabitant, at least within my field of vision. A profound loneliness envelopes me. I cannot help but call out for my companions, yet my feet continue to move forward unceasingly. The darkness deepens. Although the moon shines bright and full outside, its crystalline light is obstructed by towering trees, allowing only scant beams to filter through the branches, casting shadows upon the ground or other trees. I walk on, almost unconsciously, moving forward without understanding the impetus behind my actions. I am unable to halt myself. I can only proceed, perhaps until I encounter an obstacle that compels me to stop, or perhaps I shall walk endlessly from this forest. Yet the trees loomed on either side, and the path beneath my feet lay barren, stretching far ahead into the distance. I continued to walk, my legs feeling as though they were numbed by some anesthetic, devoid of sensation, and fatigue eluded me. I could still discern the horizon, and strangely, I did not feel empty. At last, I spotted a figure in the distance, a tall, slender silhouette, seemingly turned away from me. Perhaps he awaited my arrival. Yet he made no move to approach, remaining utterly still. I yearned to quicken my pace to reach this person, but I found myself constrained to this unyielding speed, unable to hasten or slow down. I pressed on towards him, inwardly imploring him not to depart before I could reach him. I shouted in my mind, for I found myself unable to utter a word aloud. The forest was silent, save for the sound of my footsteps crunching upon the fallen leaves. Thank goodness, he had not left. I was now a mere 50 meters away. My heart raced with urgency. Do not go, please wait for me. I urged silently as I closed the distance. 30 meters, 25, 20, 15. Suddenly, when I was mere meters away, I found myself halting dramatically. What is wrong with this leg of mine? Why does it refuse to heed my command? I lamented. When I wished for it to move swiftly, it raced ahead. Now, When I wished for it to quicken its pace, it stubbornly remained still. I longed to approach the figure, yet felt powerless to do so. "Are you here?" came a slightly hoarse yet commanding voice from the figure ahead. It spoke in English, prompting me to wonder if it truly was the most prevalent language in the world today. Given the silhouette and the voice I discerned, I surmised he was a man. His tone suggested he had anticipated my return and was indeed waiting for me. I scrutinized the dark figure closely. He appeared to be clad in casual attire, though the moonlight failed to illuminate him, rendering his true garments invisible. The space in front of him was unobstructed by trees, allowing his entire form to be distinctly visible. Yet his colors remained shrouded in mystery. I glanced back. The path was straight, framed by trees on either side, and looking back felt somewhat eerie. Just as I was about to inquire his identity, he preempted me. "You are searching for the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma, are you not?" I was taken aback by his knowledge. Yet I answered honestly, "Yes. I will give you a map," he replied, producing a piece of paper and tossing it to me while still not turning to face me. With a sliver of moonlight illuminating the page, I squinted to examine it. It was indeed a map. "Tomorrow night," he continued, following the directions on this map, "you will find the Ganoderma you seek. However, you must retrieve it alone." "Alone? Why must I go by myself?" "For no particular reason," came his indifferent reply. "To which destination does the map direct?" I inquired. "If you follow the indications, you will ultimately arrive here," he replied. I chuckled and remarked, "Why would I come here for no reason? I have significant matters to attend to tomorrow. By the way, do you happen to know where my companions have gone? I need to find them and depart together." He coldly replied, "The 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lies within this forest. Whether you come or not is entirely up to you." I was taken aback. "The ancient Ganoderma is here?" I surveyed my surroundings, but the darkness rendered everything invisible. Only trees stood before me. "Where is the Ganoderma?" "I cannot see it," I asked. He burst into laughter, saying, "You cannot see it now." I did not grasp the humor in this. "Why can't I see it?" I persisted in my quest for knowledge. "It matters not. If you come tomorrow evening, you will easily obtain the ancient Ganoderma you seek," he stated. "The forest is vast, and you expect me to return at night? If I have the time, I would prefer to come during the day. Besides, how can I be certain that the ancient Ganoderma truly exists here? Why should I trust you?" I responded dismissively. "Those lives are still waiting for you to save them. But the choice is yours. Alternatively, you may seek another ancient Ganoderma, though I must warn you, the chances are slim." He struck upon a point. "How did he know I sought it to save the poisoned? Have you considered your decision?" he asked. I expressed my inclination to either go or not. "It sounds quite appealing," I said. "So, your suggestion is that I return to this place tomorrow night to wait for you, and then you will provide me with the ancient Ganoderma I need, after which I shall depart to continue my quest." "Precisely," he affirmed. "Wow, why would you assist me in this manner?" I asked in astonishment. "You see, when someone offers you a gift, you must graciously accept it." An overwhelming aura enveloped me. His presence was so intense I felt I could scarcely breathe. "Very well," I managed to say. "However," he continued, "if you come, it would be best. But remember, you are permitted to come alone. Should another accompany you, I shall ensure they are utterly obliterated. Moreover, you must not disclose tonight's events to anyone. Otherwise, the ancient Ganoderma will vanish before your eyes. If you choose not to come, it matters little. Farewell." With that, he prepared to depart. "Wait," I called out hastily. "What is it?" He paused. "What is your name?" I inquired. "James," he replied. For reasons unknown, the name evoked a sensation within me, as if a great weight bore down upon my heart. He then vanished, leaving me bewildered. Chapter 13. We arrived at the cursed Braquan Mountain. A cheerful symphony of birdsong roused me from slumber, accompanied by a gentle rustling sound. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself still nestled within the confines of the tent. The space beside me was vacant, while Peter remained in slumber, resembling a lifeless creature. Stepping outside, I encountered Jenny and Anna, who were diligently preparing breakfast, yet the other individual was nowhere to be seen. Jenny, noticing my awakening, apologized, saying, "I'm sorry for waking you." I shook my head in response, assuring her, "No, I awoke naturally." "Oh, where is he?" I inquired. Anna replied, "He has gone for a morning run." A wave of understanding washed over me. It was only just past 6 o'clock. The sun had barely begun its ascent over the mountain peak, appearing as if it had not fully awakened, yet it radiated a vibrant red, exuding an invigorating energy. This setting did not seem like a cursed, malevolent land, but rather a splendid place to breathe fresh air and partake in morning exercises. After completing my morning routine, I announced to the two women, "I shall also go for a run." "Don't wander too far," Anna cautioned. "All right," I replied. I set off in one direction, and as my hand brushed against my trousers, I felt something unusual. Upon retrieving the object from my pocket, I discovered it to be a folded piece of paper. Upon unfolding it, I was astonished to find it was the map given to me by that mysterious individual the previous night. I had initially thought it was merely a figment of my imagination. The map began with a few cryptic phrases: whether you come or not, it is here. Whether you desire it or not, the lives of others rest in your hands. Reading those words sent a shiver down my spine. Ah well, since he has entrusted this map to me, I might as well investigate it tonight. Should it prove to be genuine and I neglect to explore it, I would surely regret it. I decided to sit down, forgoing my run, and began to scrutinize the map carefully. Its illustrations and descriptions were remarkably detailed, seemingly designed to ensure I would not lose my way. Suddenly, the map's content shifted, transforming from a broad overview into a detailed section, indicating the first part. I did not linger too long, folding it neatly and placing it back in my pocket. I pondered why that peculiar individual would assist me, yet instruct me to seek him in the forest at night rather than during the day. Surely it would be more prudent to search for something in daylight. Furthermore, why was I to embark on this quest alone? Would it not be swifter with a group? That character was truly bizarre, an eccentric soul indeed. Nonetheless, I resolved to cease my overthinking and return. My mind was a tangled mess. Rising, I stretched lazily and retraced my steps. By the time I returned, I found myself back in the tent, where Peter was just beginning to stir. He greeted me as I entered, and I nodded in acknowledgement. Now, beside the tent, a small dining table had been set up, adorned with a steaming breakfast, a solitary egg, a slice of bread, a glass of milk, and a bowl of plain porridge. While this breakfast might seem modest to others, I did not share that sentiment. For our humble household, with a monthly income not exceeding 2,000 yuan, this was indeed a lavish spread. I took my seat at the table, and Peter soon joined me after completing his morning ablutions. Thus, we commenced our work. I was mindlessly shoveling something into my mouth, yet my thoughts were occupied with the map and the events of the night. Unbeknownst to me, I had already finished the kanji, and my hand continued to mechanically lift the spoon to my lips. Peter gazed at me in astonishment and asked, "Hey, Ling Mo, the bowl is empty. What are you daydreaming about? If something is troubling you, speak up, and let us all share in some joy." "Oh, really?" I said, awakening from my reverie, as I picked up the bowl to wash it. "Brother, that joke is quite outdated. Moreover, it is not amusing at all. Please, everyone, eat at your leisure. I am full." With that, I left the dining table. Suddenly, Anna interjected, "What does the kanji taste like?" I have never been one to comment on food. In fact, I dislike evaluating anything. Besides, I hadn't truly savored the kanji, and at that moment, I scarcely knew I was eating it. Who knows what it tasted like? Thus, I replied whimsically, "The taste of love." Peter, in a more perplexing manner, posed the question. "Who am I?" I feigned surprise. "What? You don't remember who you are? Could it be that excessive sleep has caused you amnesia? It's hard to believe that oversleeping could lead to such terrifying side effects. It seems one must not be so indulgent in sloth." At that, he was utterly distraught. In truth, I had never considered that excess sleep could be linked to forgetfulness. However, it was quite amusing to tease him. "TCH, you know the answer. So why ask me? How dull and foolish," I retorted. He continued to flail about in an H-shaped pattern around me and the dining table. Peter, not yet defeated, queried once more, "Do you truly not remember who I am?" I replied, "You are Anna, right?" Everyone erupted in astonishment, rising from their seats in shock. Peter muttered to himself, "Oh no, Ling Mo has truly lost her memory. What shall we do? What shall we do?" Refusing to believe it, he pointed at me and exclaimed, "Didn't you just hear? Mo mistook a for a she." I nodded. "Indeed, you are quite dark." Watching this farce unfold, I struggled to suppress my laughter, nearly causing myself internal injury. In reality, Peter was not dark at all. Perhaps his well-maintained appearance was due to his noble lineage. However, I wished to avoid escalating the situation, so I addressed them. All right, everyone sit down." "Peter, why are you in such a hurry?" I haven't finished my thought. "What I meant to say is that you are Anna's brother, Peter." This was what I had initially intended to convey. Everyone exhaled in relief. Seeing the calm return, I proposed, "Why don't we go find the blood grapes next?" The group looked puzzled, and Jenny asked, "Why? We are supposed to find according to the order. So why skip the everlasting mushroom to look for blood grapes?" I replied, "Since we already know where the blood grapes are from our last visit, why not go and pick them first? This way, we can prevent them from being devoured by small birds or other creatures." Moreover, no one stated that we must gather the ingredients for the soul-severing incense in a specific order. For instance, when we searched for the fragrant herb, we stumbled upon one of the materials, the Millennium Ganoderma, yet we adhered to that tedious sequence and let it slip away. Everyone found merit in my reasoning and agreed. In truth, this was merely an excuse. My thoughts were not aligned with that. I believed that if the individual named James spoke the truth, then venturing into that forest tonight was the only way to acquire the Millennium Ganoderma, and how many of such precious fungi could there possibly be on the entire mountain? Thus, it seemed a waste of time to seek something nearly within reach when we could instead hunt for the blood grapes. Consequently, everyone began to gather their belongings. I hurried to a secluded corner, unfurling that map once more. With a flicker of hope, I wished it to reveal the entirety of the area rather than merely the route to the forest. I cautiously opened it, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Perhaps this is simply who I am, aware of the result, yet yearning for a transformation. Reality can be so cruel. Mo. The voice of a companion called from behind. I quickly tucked the map into my pocket and joined the others in the quest for the blood grapes. Drawing from our previous experience, we made our way directly to the grove where we had discovered the blood grapes last time. We craned our necks, searching diligently, puzzled as to why the vines of the blood grapes entwined the trees rather than something else. After some time had passed, we still had not caught sight of the elusive grapes. Peter plopped down, rubbing his chin in frustration, exclaiming, "What a ridiculous endeavor! How is it that after so long, we cannot find them? Last time, we barely searched and stumbled upon them. Yet now, having come specifically to find them, they have vanished without a trace. Do not lose heart. Remember how much longer it took us to find the fragrant herb last time?" I encouraged. "Indeed, your words are rather comforting," Peter replied, somewhat mollified. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he turned to Anna and said, "By the way, Anna, don't you have the ability to control plants? Why not let the blood grapes come to us?" "Yes, that is indeed a brilliant idea." I couldn't help but admire my own ingenuity. I am truly a genius. "Ha!" Anna scoffed. "Yes, you are incredibly clever. Not only will I summon them, but I shall make them sing and dance, and even arrange for them to star alongside Jackie Chan and other celebrities in a film." Peter appeared utterly oblivious to the sarcasm and continued, "Absolutely. This is a fantastic idea. What do you all think we should name this movie? The title must be captivating enough to compel everyone to eagerly anticipate its release. Moreover, the narrative must be intricately convoluted. For instance, let one become enamored with a vine, leading to their marriage, only for that vine to subsequently transform into a human being. Following this, a multitude of alluring women, both mature and youthful, become utterly infatuated with him. Ultimately, it culminates in him being surrounded by countless beauties. I am genuinely in awe of his imagination. Who would ever fall in love with a vine? Such an act is beyond the realm of normalcy. If this individual were to wed the vine, one cannot help but wonder what their offspring would be like. It is truly a tantalizing prospect. And perhaps Peter's boundless creativity stems from the abundant Western influences absorbed by the Sky City. I find myself at a loss for words regarding Peter. We all fell silent, observing him as he conversed with himself. At last, he noticed our piercing gazes and promptly ceased both his actions and his speech. As if the world had come to a standstill. His mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. After a considerable pause, he finally inquired, "What are you all doing? Why do you stare at me so intently?" Anna weakly replied, speechless. Jenny added, "Please, continue." I sighed and half-jokingly remarked, "We are enthralled by your captivating discourse, utterly entranced. As if we dwell in a realm between dreams and reality, still yearning for more." I interjected. Laughter erupted. Peter, somewhat embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and conceded, "Well, I admit, this script is rather extreme." Anna bluntly stated, "It's utterly tedious." Jenny chimed in, "It's a complete mess." Nevertheless, Peter remains my first friend in the Sky City, and I felt compelled to assist him in extricating himself from this predicament. All right, let us not squander any more time. Let us seek out the blood grapes. Thus, we resumed our search. Just when despair threatened to engulf us, Jenny spotted a lone red blood grape amidst the verdant foliage. Excitement surged through us. Surely, the heavens had not overlooked the diligent. Subsequently, Peter swiftly ascended the tree. We all stood below, observing. The blood grape was indeed well concealed. From many angles, it was nearly invisible. As Peter grasped a green vine, poised to reach for the blood grape, the vine suddenly sprang to life. Startled, Peter tumbled from the tree to the ground. A green tongue flickered at him, revealing that the vine was, in fact, a bamboo viper. Frozen in fear, Peter dared not move. We all held our breath, watching him, yet none of us dared intervene, as we lacked the certainty to capture the bamboo viper before it could reach Peter or rescue him from its grasp. Suddenly, I recalled that Peter had acquired a new superpower, super speed, after consuming the blood grape. akin to that rotund individual who had previously challenged me during the skill competition. I shouted, "Peter, only you can escape it now." Trembling, Peter stammered, "How?" I urged super speed. He replied, "I can't." At this moment, my legs felt weak, leaving me bewildered as to how I might move swiftly. I could scarcely rise. The green tree viper had descended from the tree, coiling its body around Peter's right arm. Its eyes fixed intently upon him, flicking its tongue incessantly. Peter, in turn, stared back at it in terror, his complexion paling. He dared not glance away, instead maintaining his gaze upon the viper, as if to say, "What are you doing there, motionless? Are you waiting for me to be bitten?" Under ordinary circumstances, had he been confronted by anything other than a viper, I might have laughed heartily before offering assistance. Yet, the present situation was decidedly different. Opportunities must be seized. Had we acted when the serpent had yet to coil around Peter's arm, perhaps we could have avoided this predicament. I turned to Anna and said, "The viper's natural enemy is the eagle. Transform into an eagle and swoop down from the sky, pretending to attack the snake. And remember to let the snake hear your eagle cry." Anna appeared hesitant. "You want me to scare off the snake? Is there a problem?" I inquired, puzzled. "Well, Anna is a girl," she said softly. "Oh, I see now," I replied, my realization dawning. I apologize for forgetting that girls are often afraid of snakes. However, I truly cannot conceive of a better solution. Would you please give it a try? After a brief moment of hesitation, Anna took a deep breath and resolutely declared, "He is my brother. Regardless of the circumstances, I will do my utmost to assist him and will not abandon him. You can count on me." Inspired by her confidence, I responded, "Good. I believe in you." With a determined nod, Anna dashed behind a tree, transforming into an eagle, soaring into the azure sky before returning to cry out at the green tree viper. The serpent, upon hearing the eagle's call, promptly released its grip on Peter and slithered up another tree. Once the snake had retreated, Anna reverted to her original form. I approached and helped Peter to his feet. He patted his chest in relief, exclaiming, "You scared me. I thought you would just stand there and let that wretched snake bite me." Jenny chimed in, "Not at all. If you had been bitten, we wouldn't have had the time to tend to you. Our mission is not yet complete." With that, laughter erupted among us. The blood grapes were also effortlessly harvested, and we returned to our campsite. Inside the tent, Peter lay back with his hands behind his head, exclaiming, "Wonderful. We've finally accomplished another task. Now, we only need the 1,000-year Ganoderma and the blood of the fire-eyed lion." "Indeed," I replied. "The most challenging part will be acquiring the lion's blood. We must avoid harming it while ensuring we are not harmed in return. It is quite a conundrum." Outside the tent, the sounds of cooking filled the air. Unbeknownst to me, I drifted off to sleep. "Mo, wake up. It's time to eat." A pair of hands shook me awake. Blinking groggily, I found it was Anna. I asked, "What is happening? What is going on?" As I rubbed my head, she replied, "It's time to eat." With that, I rose, stretching lazily. Stepping out of the tent, I was suddenly struck by the brilliance of the sunlight, causing me to squint. Upon glancing at the dining table, I noticed everyone was already gathered there, awaiting my arrival. Peter was fixated on the delectable dishes before him, saliva pooling at his mouth. I greeted them cheerfully, "Good morning, everyone." They exchanged puzzled looks. I took my seat and inquired, "What is the matter?" Peter looked at me in astonishment and replied, "It's already 13:17, you know. Is it?" I scratched my head sheepishly. Perhaps the nap I had just taken had thrown off my biological clock. Normally, I wouldn't indulge in an afternoon nap unless at school. Peter's gaze remained glued to the food, and after swallowing hard, he raised his head and suggested, "Shall we begin?" Anna retorted, "You're the greediest of us all." Jenny chuckled in resignation and nodded, saying, "All right, let us eat." With that, Peter immediately began to devour his meal voraciously. Before long, everyone, compelled by Peter's rapid eating pace, found themselves satiated. Oh no, we hadn't had any wine. Ultimately, a piece of braised pork remained on the plate. Peter stared intently at it, glancing at us before his gaze returned to the pork, an unmistakable glint of greed in his eyes. I smirked slyly, plotting to tease him. As Peter swiftly extended his chopsticks to seize it, I immediately reached to snatch it away. Truth be told, I had no real desire for that piece of braised pork, so I wouldn't be placing it in my bowl, but I certainly wouldn't let Peter take it easily. I also aimed to avoid our chopsticks colliding, as that is a significant taboo in our Chinese culture. We remained in a stalemate, both curious to see who would ultimately triumph. Jenny had cleared the other plates, leaving only this one before us. With her arms crossed, she remarked, "How long will this take?" As our playful skirmish continued, the plate moved back and forth across the table. Just as it seemed the plate would tumble off the edge, I hastily withdrew my hand, gesturing for him to proceed. Yet, despite my withdrawal, the The plate still flew off the table due to inertia, and Peter, gripping his chopsticks tightly, followed the plate as it fell. With a deft flick of his wrist, he managed to retrieve it, and then, with triumph, he popped the braised pork into his mouth. He savored it with great delight while I looked on with a broad smile, and Ginny took the plate to wash it. The braised pork, earned through such effort, was indeed delightful. I left the table and, upon reaching a patch of grass, turned back to see no one was following. I took out the map once more. It appeared unchanged. With a sigh, I shook my head and returned it to my pocket. When I returned to the campsite, everyone had already retreated to their tents for slumber, while I had just awakened, feeling utterly revitalized and unable to sleep. With no pressing matters to attend to, I thought it wiser to take a stroll, perhaps even to return with the blood of that elusive fire-eyed beast. Without further ado, I grabbed the syringe for drawing blood and set off. However, I hadn't ventured far before I had to turn back. I hurriedly called everyone awake. Peter's speed of falling asleep is indeed astonishing. In no time, he drifted into slumber. Groggily, he inquired, "What is happening? Is it time for dinner already?" I replied, "Not quite. It's the werewolf beasts." Peter jolted awake, his eyes wide with alarm. "What? The Brockwon werewolf beasts have arrived. Goodness, this is dire. I have only just arrived in Sky City and am still unfamiliar with its myriad creatures. I fail to comprehend what there is to fear if one cannot defeat them. Can one not evade them? Yet, facing dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of werewolf beasts is undeniably frightening. Wow, we are encircled by layers upon layers of them." Anna interjected, "These are the notorious Brockwon werewolf beasts. They can walk upright or move on all fours like animals, reaching speeds of 70 meters per second, and can sustain this state without food or water for 3 days. Should one be scratched or bitten, one would inevitably become a member of the werewolf pack, provided, of course, that one is not devoured first. Additionally, once they select their prey, they seldom relent." I mused silently. 70 meters per second? That equates to 252 kilometers per hour. This defies logic. With such speed and stamina, even a cheetah would bow before you. Such prowess is a waste if not showcased at the Olympics. Continuing with Anna's explanation, she added, "They typically only act at night, and it remains daytime now. Something feels amiss." The pack of werewolf beasts closed in around us, and the largest among them issued a command, prompting them all to charge. Ginny and Anna immediately activated a super shield, keeping the werewolf swarm at bay. However, they clawed frantically, seemingly intent on tearing a breach, and a few even scrambled atop the protective dome. Fortunately, this superpower has the advantage that while nothing from outside can enter, those within can wield their abilities to fend them off. We launched a coordinated assault on the werewolf beasts, freezing them, setting them ablaze, burying them in earth, electrocuting them, and even whipping them with vine lashes. But their numbers continued to swell. Truly, the saying holds, one falls, and 1,000 more shall rise. As the shield appeared on the verge of collapse, we had yet to devise a solution. It is crucial to note that even a tiny breach would significantly weaken its defenses, akin to bulletproof glass. At that moment, I queried, "Although they are fast, they cannot possibly fly, right?" Anna nodded, affirming, "Indeed, but they can leap up to 2 meters high." I was momentarily rendered speechless. Just then, the shield shattered, and a werewolf beast tumbled down towards me, rolling past Peter's feet and retreating back into the pack. Anna swiftly transformed into a small bird and took flight, with Peter following closely. Since Ginny could not fly, I had to hurry over to assist her. Now we find ourselves in midair, yet they remain undeterred. They form a bridge with their own bodies, allowing the most robust of the werewolves to traverse across their backs. With a powerful leap, it opens its gaping maw, releasing a foul stench that causes both Ginny and me to instinctively cover our mouths and noses. The werewolf stands approximately 1.5 meters tall, and with its additional 2 meters, it reaches a staggering 3.5 meters. However, this particular werewolf is capable of leaping 6 or 7 meters high. Just as Ginny's foot is about to be bitten, I urgently toss her upward, ensuring her safety. Yet, the unfortunate news is that I am now in peril. The werewolf, propelled by its leap, lunges towards me, and I instinctively activate my flying ability, narrowly escaping its jaws. It plummets down, only to be caught by the werewolves below, who form a protective cushion. Seeing us ascend to great heights, the werewolves cease their pursuit. We navigate through a thicket, soaring for about 10 minutes before landing on a lush green meadow. Ginny suggests, "Let us rest here for a while." Werewolves are not creatures that easily concede. They are likely lying in wait near our campsite, eager for us to walk into their trap. Peter sighs and remarks, "But all our belongings are still back at the camp. We cannot survive long out here." Ginny responds, I am well aware of that. After some time, we shall return. I truly hope they have vacated the area by now. Anna adds. I lie back on the grass, hands behind my head, gazing up at the azure sky. My thoughts drift to the peculiar meeting I am to have in the woods tonight. Will he truly provide me with the mystical ginseng? Suddenly, Anna rises, panic-stricken, exclaiming, "Oh no, they are upon us." At her words, we each spring to attention, scanning our surroundings, but all remains still. Peter skeptically inquires, "How do you know?" "I heard them. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Anna replies urgently, "Your hearing is that acute? I can't believe it." Peter scoffs. Anna calmly counters, "Well, believe it or not, we are all ready." Just then, the werewolves emerge, baring their fangs before us. It's too late. Anna completes her sentence. Peter retreats repeatedly, his teeth chattering. "Why didn't you say something sooner?" he exclaims. Anna shrugs. "Didn't I mention it? It seems someone chose not to believe, then convinced me to trust you. I'm afraid that lies beyond my abilities. You know there's danger. You should find ways to help us avoid it." "Why do you seem so nonchalant?" Peter shouts. "Sometimes, I truly wish to slap you into oblivion," Anna retorts bitterly. Peter hastily gestures at her. "Come now, dear girl. Let us not resort to such cruelty. The cunning nature is undesirable. Let us first deal with the treacherous friends surrounding us." The were-beasts glared at us menacingly. With the leader advancing step by step, we retreated, forming a circle back to back. "What should we do now?" Peter whispered anxiously. I wiped the sweat from my brow. "Is there really anything more to say?" "Huh?" Peter asked in confusion, unable to comprehend. I slapped my forehead and said, "Peter, let me ask you. What would you do if you were playing a game and couldn't defeat your opponent? Is this question meant to lighten the mood? Can we not resolve the were-beasts first?" He gestured towards the pack. "Answer my question, mate," I replied coldly. "Fine, if I can't win. I cheat. Though that's rather embarrassing, I assent it. But what does that have to do with our current predicament?" he said, exasperated. "Ah, indeed, it's about cheating." I smiled. He expressed his utter confusion with a blank stare. "Ah," I shouted, channeling my energy, gathering moisture from the surroundings. The vegetation withered instantly, and the hydrogen and oxygen in the air were forcibly combined, transforming into water. A massive droplet surged from my hands, crashing towards the were-beasts, sending them sprawling dozens of meters away. Although I had temporarily pushed them back, this tactic drained me significantly, especially as extracting moisture from the plants left me with an inescapable sense of guilt. Peter gave me a thumbs up, then moved in for an enthusiastic hug and kiss. I shoved him away. "Not now. We must return." "Huh? Oh, we're going back already? Isn't that a hassle? Can't we just fly?" "Walking back would be exhausting and slow." "No." I coldly refused. "Please not." He feigned a pitiful expression, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "How disgraceful to be so adorable." I said, "Peter, you possess the ability to move swiftly. Hurry up and carry me back. I'm utterly drained. That last move truly took a toll on me." "Huh?" He paused, surprised. "Let us go." I had already taken off with Jenny, and Anna transformed into a canary, following suit. "Aren't you coming?" Oh, only then did Peter realize. At that moment, the were-beasts had regained their senses and were charging towards us once more. "No, no, no!" Peter cried out in terror. As the were-beasts charged, I fixed my gaze upon them intently. This time, they did not all attack at once. They split into two groups, one aiming to capture them, while the other launched an assault on us. "Return, you beasts!" I commanded fiercely. Suddenly, I felt a powerful surge of energy coursing through my body, and in the blink of an eye, the were-beasts vanished from our sight. We had returned to the camp. "Gather anything you need to take. We must hurry," I instructed the group. While Anna packed her belongings, she inquired, "What just happened? How could we have returned so suddenly?" I chuckled and replied, "We utilized a little cheat. In truth, it was the clandestine power of the white tiger that facilitated our instantaneous return. However, I must advise all gamers against resorting to cheats or any illicit means." Peter remarked that gaming is a contest of skill. If everyone employs cheats, what is the point of playing right? Therefore, we must adhere to the rules of the game. Furthermore, we should not become overly engrossed in gaming. It is merely a form of entertainment, and we must learn to exercise moderation. Jenny interjected. I immediately applauded, exclaiming, "Well said. I wholeheartedly agree. You all exhibit great responsibility. Yet, when our lives are in jeopardy, do you not think it prudent to leave at once?" "Ah, indeed. Why are we still dawdling? Let us hasten to pack and depart." However, Peter added, "We have not yet gathered all the medicinal herbs we need." I ungraciously tossed him a roasted chestnut, scolding, "You are quite foolish. When I mentioned leaving, I meant relocating to another camping site, not abandoning this mountain. Do you understand?" Peter's expression transformed with realization. So, what is our next step? Naturally, we shall select a new campsite. We must expedite our search for the antidote's ingredients. Heaven knows how much longer those afflicted can endure. There is no signal in the mountains, so we cannot call to inquire. Thus, we swiftly departed and set up camp in a new location. This place was adjacent to a stream, quite open, with trees standing a few meters away. I glanced at the time. It was already 4:30, and the sun was about to descend into the embrace of the mountains. Suddenly, I recalled that the enigmatic figure from my dream had instructed me to procure a millennium-old Ganoderma from that forest. It seemed wise to prepare adequately. Venturing there empty-handed would be perilous, and the fact that he had concealed his true identity only heightened my suspicions regarding his character. During dinner, I indulged heartily, my plates and bowls nearly overflowing. While most individuals lose their appetite during stressful times, I found myself quite the opposite. Such is the bliss of a foodie. Witnessing this, Anna was astonished. Could it be that our culinary skills have improved? She glanced at Jenny, who appeared equally perplexed. Surely not. I hastily waved my hands. Not to worry. I simply have a hearty appetite today. I am now full, so let us retire for the night. Off you go? Soon enough, darkness enveloped the landscape, and it was past 8 o'clock. According to my agreement with the mysterious figure from my dream, it was time for me to venture into the forest. Though I was beginning to feel drowsy, it seemed as if my superpowers had suddenly surged, allowing me to access many abilities that had previously remained dormant. Though it was my first time utilizing them, I did so with remarkable proficiency. Before long, I arrived at the forest as indicated on the map, only to discover that the enigmatic figure was already there. You have arrived, he rasped. In my dreams, he emanated an oppressive aura that made it difficult to breathe. But this sensation was even more pronounced in reality. The aura he exuded was so formidable that it compelled one to ponder his identity. With a mere gesture, he conjured a magnificent mushroom of ancient racier, its ethereal essence wafting through the air, resonating with my deepest desires. He tossed it towards me, swiftly followed by a vial resembling a test tube, containing a mysterious black liquid, which he also cast in my direction. Intrigued, I fixed my gaze upon the vial and inquired, "What is this?" "Blood of the fire-eyed black beast," he replied coldly. "You must have gathered all the materials you require by now, correct?" "Ah, indeed," I responded. "Then we must depart swiftly. This place is no longer safe, and those afflicted by poison will not endure much longer. The longer you linger, the greater the peril." With a murmured acknowledgement, I stumbled back. But as I turned to express my gratitude, I found he had vanished, leaving only a resplendent moon hanging high in the sky. Eager to return quickly with my newly acquired powers, I was dismayed to discover that they had inexplicably faded, reverting me to my original state. Fortunately, I retained my abilities as a normal supernatural being, with my agility, strength, and speed intact. Minutes later, I successfully reached the camp. At dawn, Jenny roused me from slumber, asking, "Where were you last night?" My eyelids felt heavy, reluctant to part. "I was just so tired," I mumbled. "How did you acquire the ancient racier and the blood of the beast?" The mention of those words jolted my memory. Recalling the peculiar man's warning, "This place is no longer safe." Instantly, clarity washed over me. I summoned everyone together and urged, "Since we have gathered the necessary herbs, let us hasten our return. Time waits for no one." Nods of agreement rippled through the group as we hurriedly packed our belongings. Just as we prepared to descend the mountain, a rustling from the underbrush caused us to halt, straining to discern the source of the enigmatic sound. A foul odor permeated the air, mingling with the scent of wild beasts. A chill wind swept past, sending a shiver down my spine. I thought, this omen without warning. A dark figure erupted from the foliage. In a flash, a fireball struck the shadow, narrowly averting disaster. Upon closer inspection, I realized the shadow was that of a werewolf beast. "Assume battle stance. High alert," I commanded. The werewolf pack emerged with a calm demeanor, advancing towards us. Their eyes ablaze with fury, as if eager to devour us whole. I mused, truly relentless creatures. Their determination is admirable. I stepped forward and said, "Dear little ones, my friends and I have urgent matters to attend to, so we cannot play today, but we shall return another time." Yet, they encircled us, intent on their quarry. One particularly bold beast lunged at Anna. My heart sank as I silently thought, this is dire. As the medicinal herbs were solely entrusted to the girls, we, the boys, were tasked with their protection. Should they be captured as breakfast, our antidote would vanish as well. In an unspoken agreement with Peter, we shielded the two girls behind us, fending off the assaults of the werewolves. Something felt amiss. They were daring to act in broad daylight, I remarked while engaging in combat. Indeed, but fret not. Aren't you capable of extraordinary feats? Peter responded nonchalantly. Alas, I have been stripped of my title. What? Peter exclaimed in horror. The usually composedly commanded sharply, obey my orders. We shall strike together, utilizing our utmost strength to repel them, and then swiftly retreat. Agreed. Everyone echoed in unison. Activate the protective shield. I cautioned the two girls. Outside, the werewolves were ferociously battering against the barrier. Everything was prepared, awaiting the command. 3, 2, 1. At that moment, the shield shattered completely, and the werewolves surged in. Now is our chance. Anna ensnared the surrounding werewolves with her vines, and I immediately drained my inner power. Disregarding the environmental conditions, and at the cost of my life, unleashed ice to freeze them, erecting a wall of frost to ward off the external werewolf attacks before retreating. We forged ahead using the same method, leaving Peter, our meat shield, behind, as he drew their malicious gazes, ultimately succumbing to their wickedness. Now is the time. Let us move, I shouted. Thus, we exerted our utmost effort to flee down the mountain. Although we had descended, we remained vigilant. Everyone was panting heavily. The Sky City Constitution stipulates, except for enrolled students, no unauthorized minors may wield superpowers without governmental approval, barring special circumstances. Anna remarked breathlessly. This is indeed a special circumstance. I replied. Moreover, do you believe our previous instances of unauthorized power use were few? No. I mean, we can no longer use our powers recklessly. We must find a ride back, Anna clarified. Oh, right, Peter said, but it seems the government did not grant us authority before our arrival. If we violate the law, we would still be apprehended, even if it's to save lives. I became impatient. Let us take the ride. If we waste time arguing here instead of hastening back to the hospital, the situation will not resolve itself. Precisely, Anna concurred. Then, Jenny shouted something in English, seemingly calling out to someone. Although my English is quite proficient, there are certain aspects that remain unclear to me. Before long, a green taxi descended from the sky. Had it not flown down, we would hardly discern it from an ordinary taxi. Its upper half was green, the lower half a bright gray, with a yellow sign atop. And the front door bore slightly faded spray paint that read, starting fare 400 yuan. Anna greeted us to board the vehicle, then turned to the driver and instructed. To the city hospital. Once we were all settled in, the driver promptly ignited the engine, and the vehicle soared into the air, swiftly heading towards our destination. I had heard some information regarding these airborne vehicles. It is said that only a select few drivers, possessing elite licenses, are qualified to operate such a craft. Due to the nature of aerial travel, traffic is minimal, and the resistance faced by the vehicle is considerably reduced. Coupled with the inherent agility of the craft and the presence of afterburners at the rear, the speed can reach a staggering 600 to 700 kilometers per hour at its slowest. However, this mode of transportation has its drawbacks. The safety margin is alarmingly low, and the operational costs are exorbitant, which is why only individuals facing urgent circumstances tend to utilize this service. Moreover, the fare is so steep that only the affluent, like the Peters, can afford it. What would ordinarily take 15 to 20 minutes now took less than a minute. Upon disembarking, Anna swiped her card, and the screen displayed a staggering charge of 5,000 yuan. I was taken aback, my jaw nearly dropping to the floor, astonished by the wealth of the Taylor family. Hurry, she urged, prompting me to close my mouth as I rushed towards the ward. Chapter 14. I have a follower. The principal was already awaiting our arrival. As we entered the ward, he hurriedly inquired about our well-being, expressing concern over any injuries. We shook our heads in response, satisfied that we were unscathed. He promptly introduced us to the hospital staff, and we delivered the medicinal materials to the facility. Inside the ward, many faces were pale, and several individuals were in excruciating pain, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Remarkably, the hospital operated with impressive efficiency. Within 10 minutes, the antidote was prepared, and gradually, everyone began to recover. Just as we collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, a sudden beam of dark crimson light pierced through the room, revealing a man clad in a red jacket and black casual trousers. I didn't expect you to resolve the poison so quickly. His voice resonated with a mechanical chill. He emanated an aura of oppression, yet compared to the enigmatic figure from my dreams, he fell considerably short. Who are you? Peter inquired. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, he replied, feigning sudden recollection, his tone laced with a sinister undertone. My name is Andrew, though others refer to me as the cold-faced gentleman. A collective gasp escaped the others, except for the principal. I shook my head, admitting I had never heard of him. It seemed I detected a flicker of anger in Andrew's eyes. Kid, you truly are woefully uninformed, he remarked. I scoffed, retorting, that's because your notoriety is rather limited. Daring to speak to me in such a manner, you must still be a student. Let me guess, you are the infamous Ling Mo? He mused, stroking his chin. Indeed. It appears I am quite well known. I replied, young man, one must learn to be modest. Don't be so arrogant, or you might find your life in jeopardy. He hissed through clenched teeth. It is indeed you who is in peril. Humph, I am quite irate today, and the consequences shall be grave. I must inform you. Your stubbornness will not save you. Not even the esteemed Principal O. Henry can assist you. Oh dear, your words instill fear within me. I feigned panic. Even intertwining my speech with English, you truly are the most peculiar flower in this world. You seek your own demise. Upon uttering those words, he lunged at me. Just as I prepared to retaliate, the Principal intervened, leaping forth to engage him. With a single strike to his chest, the Principal sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the wall behind him until it crumbled. We awaited his emergence from the debris, but after what seemed an eternity, he remained absent, only for a growing shadow to manifest on the ground. Looking up, I realized he had ascended into the air. How klitsch, I mused internally, and Erlos plummeted rapidly. We swiftly dodged aside as he could not halt in time, creating a massive crater upon impact. Peter patted his chest, and I stifled a laugh. The Principal then unleashed his secret technique, the mysterious spirit palm, shattering Erlos's internal organs with a single blow. I could not help but cheer for him. However, what followed astonished me. Erlos appeared to possess no organs at all, merely a collection of mechanical parts. He was a robot. The Principal then employed the stellar absorption technique, tearing his body apart, leaving only a heap of mechanical components and a disassembled form scattered across the ground. Fortunately, he was not human, which rendered the sight less grotesque. Who could have guessed he was a robot? Now he is rendered useless, Peter sighed, recalling earlier boasts. Useless? His eyes suddenly sprang open, astonishingly. Despite his head being severed, he continued to function. Boastful indeed, he roared. His skull rolled back towards his body, reattaching itself, as the various parts of his form reassembled, fully revealing his robotic essence. The human Faude now vanished. Ha ha ha, old fellow, who would have thought your hair has turned white, yet your body remains ageless. However, even the mightiest must eventually exhaust their strength. I am crafted from the most advanced nanotechnology. Even if I cannot defeat you, I shall not perish, he declared. An undying advantage? I pondered silently. Then it would suffice to obliterate your control program, wouldn't it? I inquired. He chuckled. Oh, do give it a try? I am remotely operated by a computer, which, by the way, is stationed in the sun, he cunningly remarked. You are just boasting. Even cows have yet to fly. I scoffed. If you doubt, test it. Even if my body turns to dust, I shall regenerate. I whispered to Peter, if what he claims is true, there must be a signal enabling his control. You should investigate the source of that signal. Peter nodded in agreement. Silence enveloped the air. No one dared to make a move, for the current battle seemed devoid of purpose. If what Andro had asserted held any truth, then the odds of us prevailing against him would be exceedingly slim. Our physical endurance was waning, and soon, he would find it effortless to extinguish our existence. Moments later, Peter returned, informing me that his claims were indeed credible, as the signal originated from the sun itself. I pondered the gravity of the situation. If that were the case, our only recourse was to flee. Yet, it appeared that the entity from that era had discerned my thoughts. If you wish to run, then run to your heart's content. Regardless, I will track you down through the singular signals you emit. With a smirk, he added, how sophisticated do you find me now? Indeed, you are advanced, yet regrettably not in a favorable light, Peter muttered. Very well. However, before my demise, I have a few inquiries, I stated. He hesitated, then replied, all right. I shall ensure your death is comprehensible. My first question was, how could your control system possibly be situated on the sun? My body withstands extreme temperatures. The sun cannot melt me. I personally delivered it there, he retorted. Fine. My second question, who created you, and what is your motive for annihilating us? My master is the illustrious eternal demon king, he sneered. Since you have ascertained who crafted me, you should also grasp my intent for your extermination. The heart-eating demon? I scratched my head, the name striking a familiar chord. Who might that be? A film director? A television star? An athlete? A singer? He erupted in fury. He is none other than the fearless heart-eating demon. Oh, I suddenly recall. My apologies, my memory isn't the sharpest. In any case, I offer you 3 words. Before he could complete his sentence, I interrupted. I love you? Get lost. I have no interest in such affairs with you. I noticed a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Prepare to meet your end. He lunged towards me, and I instinctively retreated, clasping my hands together, feeling as though a divine spirit had possessed me. Dear friend, do not be overly agitated. Anger is harmful to the body. Humph. Regardless of how well Henry may assist you, it will only be a temporary reprieve. Once his stamina is depleted, you shall await your doom. No. While we may not be able to eliminate you just yet, we can confine your realm of movement, I replied coldly. What? He appeared utterly astonished. An icy barrier, I said, maintaining my posture, channeling my thoughts to summon water from beneath the ground, which crystallized into ice pillars surrounding Andro. The apex of the pillars formed a dome above, rising to a height of approximately 10 square meters. He attempted to escape through a gap in the ice, only to be repelled back. As he placed his hands on the icy structure, ready to unleash his power to shatter it, the pillars retaliated with greater speed. The transducer coursed through his entire being, causing the area he touched to freeze rapidly. Within 3 seconds, he had transformed into a peculiar frozen robot, an extraordinary spectacle amidst the sweltering summer heat. Fortunately, robots do not require sustenance, which proved convenient. I waved at him with a smirk. Wow, Mo, that move is impressive. Peter exclaimed. Hee, it's nothing much, I replied. How did you learn it? Teach me. Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement. I ignored him and turned to a few adults, saying, seal him off with some iron plates to block his signals. Don't worry about my feelings. Then, the principal led all the students and faculty back to the campus. Upon arrival, he asked the 5 members of our Avengers group to stay behind while the others were dismissed to rest. After the crowd dispersed, the principal said, let's head to my office. Once in his office, he gestured towards the bookshelf, and several books flew off the shelves, landing neatly on the desk. He handed 1 book each to me, Anna, Jenny, and Peter. These books are designed to enhance your abilities in water, fire, plant, electrical, and earth powers, the principal explained. Really? Enhance our abilities? I chuckled, somewhat incredulous. Of course. Mo, do you remember why I transferred you to this class and allowed you and Pedro to study the 2nd grade curriculum early? I felt a bit embarrassed, to be honest. I hadn't paid much attention to the matter, and after that, I hardly reviewed what we had learned. I thought, since I was still in 1st grade, I could always catch up when I was actually in 2nd grade. Anna and Jenny were quite surprised. Mo, you got to study the 2nd grade curriculum early? I awkwardly nodded. Yes. The principal continued. Powers within the same system are also categorized by levels, divided into 7 ranks and 9 grades, with the most basic being the grade. Once you fully cultivate 9 grades, you will automatically advance to a star level. Your level will be displayed by the symbol behind you. If you are at the star level, there will be a star behind you. However, there is no visible representation for grades, unless someone intentionally conceals it. Most individuals with decent powers can see the symbol. Peter nodded knowingly. It sounds like something out of a cultivation novel. I couldn't help but remark. Indeed. Superpowers are connected to cultivation. What a convoluted concept, Jenny added. Generally, one can only cultivate their innate superpower, starting with one system, although there are some peculiar exceptions. At this point, I was captivated and suddenly asked, what do you mean by peculiar exceptions? The principal stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. It is said that if someone can cultivate 3 or more systems simultaneously from the start, they would be struck by lightning. You must understand that if one manages to elevate several systems to the imperial level, their power would be double, or even more, than that of an ordinary imperial level. Wow, that sounds incredibly powerful, I remarked. I glanced at the 4 individuals beside me, noticing their calm demeanor. Struck by lightning, huh? I muttered again. Oh, so my abilities are truly lacking, Jenny remarked. No, that's merely because you have yet to commence, the principal replied. Then, what happens after reaching the 7th star, 9th rank? I inquired. That's an astute question, the principal commended. Once you have cultivated to the 7th star, 9th rank, you must find an object of considerable strength and spirit, your ultimate weapon, and merge it with yourself. Only then can you learn a 2nd skill. And you shall ascend to the imperial level. The celestial manifestation of an imperial being is the moon, which will gradually transition from a crescent to a full moon in accordance with your cultivation. How troublesome. Did you understand that? I asked Peter. I grasped it long ago, back in my childhood, he boasted, showcasing the advantages of his lineage. In any case, when faced with formidable foes, we must hasten our cultivation, the principal stated. Patting my shoulder, we all nodded in agreement. By the way, principal, what is your current mystical energy level? I asked with curiosity. Laughter erupted among everyone. A knowing laughter that implied everyone was aware, while the principal smiled kindly, devoid of any mockery. Then, a radiant full moon ascended behind him, appearing perfectly round. Principal, does that mean once one reaches the imperial level, there is no further ascension? I questioned again. He paused for a moment, then replied solemnly, above the imperial level, there exist the celestial and the demonic levels, both of which share the same tier. Generally, the celestial is deemed slightly superior to the demonic. However, it has been several millennia since a celestial has emerged. The only demonic entity present, the Heart-Eater demon, is the sole one in these thousands of years. What a pity. Truly a talent. Yet the moon has been compelled to endure such circumstances. I found myself grasping only fragments of the principal's words. As we exited the office, Peter eagerly asked, Mo, how do you utilize that barrier technique? Have we had lessons on that? Oh, that was something I inadvertently stumbled upon in the restricted section of the library. Truth be told, I didn't see anything that time. I'm not quite sure why I unconsciously employed that technique this time. In other words, I was just fortunate. Why had I never seen you use it before? He queried. I had only just recalled it and then executed it. The first time using it. His expression transformed with intrigue. Indeed, he scrutinized me closely, muttering, How can that be? Is there a secret within your physique? Suddenly, I felt as if someone was watching me from behind. However, when I turned sharply, there was no one present. We then parted ways without further mention. Upon returning to the empty dormitory, with neither Peter nor anyone else around, I stood before the tall mirror, over 2 meters high, and asked myself, celestial manifestation? At that moment, I felt a surge of warmth coursing through my body. In the mirror, I observed 2 shining stars behind me. One was a 4-pointed cross, while the other was a 6-pointed star. Despite having expended so much energy previously, I now felt invigorated, as if filled with newfound strength. I retracted my celestial manifestation. I opened the door, intending to inquire with the principal, but unexpectedly collided with a wall. Oh, it was a person. It was the rotund duo that had previously opposed me. I asked warily, what brings you here? After I just saved you, are you here to pick a fight? Nay, nay, the heavier one exclaimed, waving his hands and shaking his ample cheeks, creating a rather comical sight. We have come to apologize. We sincerely regret our past mischief. Indeed, we apologize, the lean one murmured in a subdued tone. We have resolved that, in gratitude for your life-saving assistance, we shall become your followers. From this day forth, the esteemed Mr. Victor shall be our leader, declared the heavier one. Are you feeling well? Could it be that the hospital misprescribed the antidote? I queried, intrigued. Or is there some ulterior motive at play? Absolutely not. I swear to God, the heavier one insisted, placing his hand over his heart. I swear as well, the lean one echoed, mimicking his companion's gesture. After a moment's reflection, I replied, Very well then. If that is the case, you shall no longer oppose me. It is a pleasure to meet you. Never again. We promise. They chorused. Leader, I am Elias. Alan Petrov, the lean one added. Greetings, I am Victor, I responded in Chinese. Leader, it is Elias, he reiterated, pronouncing his name in a phonetic rendition. It was truly astonishing that a foreigner could speak Chinese so fluently. I had thought such individuals were rare outside of mountainous regions. Oh, whether you are Elias or Icarus or any other name, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, I replied in Chinese. Goodbye, leader. They both bowed. Farewell. I waved as I passed between them. Soon, I arrived at the principal's office, and to my surprise, I found I could run as swiftly as Peter. Principal, I knocked on the door. Ah, Xiao Mo, what troubles you? Your face is quite flushed, he inquired with concern. I summoned my inner strength, revealing the 2 stars on my back for him to see. I noticed these when I looked in the mirror just now. I feel so hot all over. It's quite uncomfortable. He appeared somewhat excited. Did you just undergo training? Have you become a 2-star level so swiftly? Not at all. I merely returned to the dormitory and glanced in the mirror. I did nothing else. This hexagram. Could it be that you are innately a 1-star strongman? He mused. Indeed. But previously I only possessed a hexagram. Now, I am uncertain how this cross star has appeared, I explained. It must be that you inadvertently trained. Xiao Mo, it would be wise to keep the symbols on your back concealed. You should take a bath. Such discomfort is common for novices during advancement, and it will gradually dissipate. Remember, do not casually reveal your symbols to others. I nodded, recalling that by who had advised me similarly. Were it not for my profound trust in Principal O'Henry, I would not have disclosed this to him. 7 minutes later, I found the 4 of them, and we all headed to the classroom together. As soon as we stepped inside, the chubby one and the thin one leaped forward, performing a rabbit dance around us, causing everyone to laugh uncontrollably. Welcome back, our leader. They chorused. They then sprayed us with confetti, instantly transforming the classroom into a lively celebration, with everyone joining in the revelry. The chubby one led the crowd in a shout. It was our leader who saved us. Let us express our gratitude to our leader's ancestors for 18 generations. Consequently, the others echoed. Thank you to your ancestors for 18 generations. My eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? I exclaimed. No. I didn't mean that, leader. I meant to say, I represent my ancestors in thanking you. The chubby one hastily clarified. I represent my ancestors in gratitude. The others chimed in, and soon they were rolling on the floor with laughter. Oh, you startled me. I sighed in relief. Just then, the teacher burst in, and the classroom fell into an eerie silence. Everyone swiftly resorted to their extraordinary abilities to return to their seats in the blink of an eye. You've just escaped a disaster and wish to celebrate, which is understandable, but now it is time for class, and you must hold yourselves to strict standards. I was astonished by her understanding nature, considering she is known as the strictest teacher in St. Christopher's School, without question. Who was the instigator just now? Victor? Step forward. I thought to myself, of course, I knew this would not end well for me. To my surprise, the chubby one and the thin one stood up first. Teacher. It was us who instigated it, regardless of him, the chubby one asserted, casting a determined glance my way, his fists clenched tightly, embodying a spirit of defiance. The thin one mused softly, in life, who has not faced death? To die for a brother is worth it. I shall go. Wow, how quickly did this escalate? Now they are calling each other brothers? Upon hearing the thin one's words, everyone stifled their laughter. The teacher sneered, humph. Then let this pair of good brothers face the consequences together. I immediately stood up. If their punishment, directed at me, don't involve others. They confessed to their wrongdoing, and they must be penalized to learn their lesson. It is not my fault. She wore a sinister smile. Intentionally, she unleashed her arcane presence, revealing 4 star-shaped symbols. I am a 4-star, 3rd rank. Can you withstand this? What kind of storms have I not weathered? A mere 4 stars cannot intimidate me. I conceded that I may have boasted a tad too much. After all, I am merely a 2-star. The teacher regarded me with disdain. Observing my classmates whispering and discussing the fearsome nature of the 4-star rank, I surmised that 4 stars indeed hold significant power. Ultimately, it was Fire who broke the stalemate. I will take his place. Punish me as you wish. The teacher regarded Fire with a dismissive air. Oh, just you? Yes, just me. Very well. Let us see just how strong you really are. I grant you 10 opportunities. If you fail to defeat me within these 10 attempts, let us consider the matter of punishment concluded. Haha. She laughed heartily. 10 attempts? I could incapacitate you with a single strike. Within 3 moves, you shall be utterly vanquished. Humph. Have you never brushed your teeth since birth? Such audacity. I aim to deflate Fire's bravado. The classmates could no longer contain themselves and erupted in laughter. She, infuriated and mortified, declared, to the playground. Accordingly, we complied, and everyone followed to witness the spectacle. Fire snapped his fingers, igniting a bonfire on the ground, bright enough to illuminate the entire field. Let us commence without delay. Do not squander time, Fire urged. Treasure the present, little brat. Be as arrogant as you wish. Otherwise, you may find your opportunities swiftly extinguished. Allow me to demonstrate my formidable might. The female teacher shouted frantically. Such excessive prattle, I muttered in dissatisfaction. Who is truly more terrifying? Fire suddenly shifted his tone, his voice chillingly suffocating. His eyes shimmering with an unearthly glow, reflecting either the bonfire or something more sinister. The teacher's face betrayed a sudden unease, though she seemed oblivious to the cause. After a moment, she declared, to ensure fairness, let us engage in mutual combat, lest some accuse me of bullying students as a teacher. Besides, if it were merely my attack, your frail frame would surely be shattered in an instant. Ha ha ha. Fire grinned widely, responding, very well. You have spoken it. He swiftly approached the teacher, fire flickering between his fingertips, yet she adeptly evaded, laughing. Ah, how foolish. It has been said that one must know both oneself and one's opponent to achieve victory in countless battles. My superpower is water, specifically designed to extinguish your flames. A glint of cunning crossed Fire's eyes as he retorted, the foolish one is you. Have you not heard the saying, a drop in the bucket? A mere trickle of water cannot quench a raging inferno. At that moment, Fire had closed the distance, and the teacher immediately conjured a watery barrier to protect herself, simultaneously launching a water sphere at Fire. Just as he intended to intercept it, the sphere abruptly burst, encasing him within a watery prison. From the front, the teacher's arrogant voice rang out. This water prison is my exclusive technique, incredibly sturdy. Unless one possesses extraordinary strength, it can easily ensnare anyone. Suddenly, the water prison collapsed, and before the teacher's astonished eyes, a barrage of fireballs surged toward her, instantly breaching the watery curtain, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent her flying. As the flames receded, Fire stood triumphantly in an explosive form of fiery might. Casting a glance at the teacher, he remarked, "Thank you for your commentary." He then reverted to his human form. The teacher, disheveled, struggled to her feet, murmuring, "How is this even possible? Must one's intellect be so rigid? Is it an unalterable rule that students are destined to lose to their teachers? Must elders inherently be superior to their juniors? Is this the law of the world?" Fire gazed at her coldly. However, the teacher merely insisted that it was impossible. Fire shook his head and declared, "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the tremors of my level, Jester." As he spoke, a mystical image materialized behind him, revealing 4 stars. 4 stars. Is your progress not astonishingly swift? I exclaimed in disbelief. He smiled wryly and replied, "I commenced my training long ago. It is inconceivable to leap from a novice to a 4-star level in just a few days." The following day, a fervor for cultivation swept through the campus, with each individual confidently embarking on their own training journey. From that moment on, Fire became a paragon for the boys and an idol for the girls, drawing throngs of admirers eager for autographs and photographs. Walking alongside him, it was impossible to maintain a low profile. Indeed, fame can be as burdensome as it is coveted. After much effort to evade the crowd, I inquired, "When did you actually begin your training? How have you attained such heights, surpassing even some instructors?" "I began at a very young age, around 7 or 8, he answered. 7 or 8. I mused that even if a girl professed her affection for me now, I would scarcely be as astonished. Indeed, with your exceptional talent, it would take you 6 or 7 years to reach this level. As for me, had the heart-eating demon been a tad more impatient, it would have been disastrous." "No," he reassured me, patting my shoulder. "Your potential is also remarkable. You will undoubtedly succeed." "How could that be? You have been honing your abilities since birth, while I have only just begun," I lamented. "Precisely. I have been at it for so long and only just reached 4 stars, yet you have achieved such prowess in mere days. I foresee you defeating any boss, regardless of rank." Fire exclaimed with excitement. I felt a wave of cynicism wash over me. Why does it seem like we are discussing a video game? What powers? What bosses? Suddenly, Fire snapped his fingers, recalling a crucial matter. "What about that robot named Andro? We must ensure he does not escape. His potential threat to us is considerable." "Indeed. Let us check on him after school." Agreed. With that, we made our way to the classroom. After the midday study period, it was time for flying class, one of our elective courses. Not everyone possesses the ability to fly. However, for Fire and me, we felt compelled to explore every subject. The flying class seemed relatively straightforward, requiring us to practice trial flights in an open sports field, relying on theoretical knowledge from textbooks and personal experiences shared by our instructor. Due to my acquaintance with Fire, having indulged in blood grapes atop Brockwon Mountain, I effortlessly acquired the ability to awaken my own flight capabilities. Many other students share this extraordinary power, enabling them to soar with remarkable proficiency, while the remaining students must rely on flying shoes for their aerial endeavors. Among them are numerous novices attempting their inaugural flights, resulting in rather comical scenarios. For instance, Peter struggled initially, unable to lift off as his shoes appeared to have a mind of their own, defying his commands. However, as Peter bent down to inspect them, the shoes ignited, propelling him into the air like a headless fly, careening through the sky. In an unfortunate mishap, he inadvertently soared through the midst of another classroom, shattering 2 windows before finally coming to a halt, entangled in a tree. His shoes, seemingly malfunctioning, emitted sparks, while the branch, unable to withstand the impact, snapped with a crack. Peter tumbled to the ground, landing awkwardly. The teacher hurriedly helped him up, apologizing for the shoes' prolonged inactivity. Peter, resigned, remarked that his divination earlier that day had not foretold any misfortune. Suddenly, a familiar shriek echoed from above. Could it be Anna? Fire and I immediately took to the skies, propelling ourselves with utmost speed toward the small black figure plummeting downward. However, it was evident that this figure had already crossed the boundary of the Sky City and was hurtling toward the earth at an alarming rate. We exerted every ounce of our strength to reach her, yet a considerable distance remained. "Use your teleportation. Otherwise, Anna will become nothing more than a splatter," Fire shouted. "Understood," I replied. We swiftly augmented our flight with teleportation, amplifying our speed exponentially, allowing us to catch up to Anna. Grasping her arms, we attempted to ascend, but the force of her descent proved too great, and we continued to fall. The howling winds roared in our ears as the buildings below became increasingly discernible. Yet we found ourselves powerless against the pull of gravity. Just then, a powerful force yanked us back to the Sky City. I landed on the ground, reminiscent of Peter's earlier plight, barely able to maintain a combat-ready stance. Anna was cradled by a golden-haired foreigner, who assisted her in standing. Clearly shaken, Anna was greeted by this stranger, who knelt before her, performing a chivalrous gesture while articulating in fluent Mandarin, "Dear Miss, I hope I have not startled you." Curious about the identity of this individual, I inquired of Fire, "Who is this person?" Chapter 15. The golden-haired lion. I nearly failed to save Anna, but fortunately, this foreigner intervened, ensuring our collective safety. I was intrigued by his identity, yet Fire's demeanor suggested discontent. "Violence, Lester," he coldly replied, having never ventured beyond my own province. I was particularly fascinated by foreigners. I eagerly approached the man, extending my hand and exclaiming, "Hello, hello. My name is Victor. Shall we become friends?" The gentleman, Wilhelms, hastily twitched his hand, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe it, entirely disregarding me. Instead, he pushed me aside and inquired of Anna, "Might I ask, dear Miss Daifa, are those two over there your servants?" Their lack of decorum nearly sent you to the depths of despair. Such unreliable attendants, you ought to dismiss them. "Servants," I exclaimed, my eyes wide with disbelief. "After all these years, I've grown accustomed to them. I might as well keep them," Anna replied. "Anna, silence yourself, you shameless servant," the golden-haired lion bellowed. "How dare you utter your master's name so freely? Such a display of rudeness." I felt a surge of anger but feigned calmness as I retorted, "Who are you, a noble dandy, to command me? Begone. Such a lack of decorum. Miss Anna, you truly must discipline him. How can a servant be so insolent before those of higher standing?" The golden-haired lion raged. Anna tugged at the hem of my garment and gestured for me to cease my protests. "Indeed, I shall ensure he receives a proper reprimand upon our return," she declared. "With the presence of a female, there is no humanity. Where is justice?" I lamented as I walked away. The golden-haired lion, undeterred, shamelessly asked Anna, "Miss Anna, would you be inclined to attend a masquerade ball at my residence next Saturday?" "Ah, certainly. However, I do not yet know your name," Anna shyly replied. "Willem Lester." "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, beautiful miss," he responded. "Ah, so you are of the Taylor family. If I have inadvertently offended you, I beg your pardon." The golden-haired lion continued. "Not at all." I shook my head and remarked to Fire, "Even when speaking Chinese, that golden-haired lion sounds as if he is speaking English. Who speaks Mandarin in such a manner? It matters not. He is not Chinese. Why bother?" Fire replied nonchalantly, "But he referred to us as servants. Not just me, but you as well." "What? In that case, we might as well serve them properly," Fire chuckled. I thought to myself, his fate is sealed. After a while, once the two had concluded their conversation, the golden-haired lion departed, and Anna approached us, asking, "Next Saturday, I am to attend a masquerade ball. Would you care to join me?" I responded sarcastically, "Oh, I thought you had forgotten us while conversing with the handsome gentleman. Xiaomo, they are the foremost family of Sky City. Do not embarrass me further. They are wealthy and influential. We cannot afford to offend them," Anna said with a serious expression. "And he is quite handsome," she added, her demeanor transforming into one of infatuation, leaving Fire and me in a state of disbelief. "I fear no authority," I declared. Anna asked once more, "Will you accompany me or not?" Fire replied, "We shall certainly accompany you, Mississippi." His smirk hinted at some hidden scheme, which filled me with delight. "Indeed, esteemed miss, I have returned, and I assure you, I shall not bring you shame," I replied coolly. "What is the matter with you all?" Anna inquired curiously. "Nothing, miss," we responded in unison. Observing our demeanor, Anna silently departed. I turned to Fire and remarked, "It seems you have a plan in mind. Do share." "Who?" Fire replied, turning to me. "Nothing. Everything depends on the circumstances. In any case, we must deal with that detestable golden retriever." I shook my head with a wry smile. In the days that followed, Anna informed us that she intended to bring Damping along, while Peter, due to his injury, needed to rest and recuperate. Anna incessantly asked us what attire she should wear, which grew tiresome for us. I instructed the two chubby individuals, conveyed a few matters, and sent them on their way. Fire then asked, "What do you plan to wear to the masquerade?" I replied nonchalantly, "Something simple will suffice. You see, amidst a crowd adorned in vibrant reds and greens, it is the one dressed most plainly who stands out as the most remarkable." He nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is wisdom in that. I was astonished at how swiftly time passed. The appointed day arrived in the blink of an eye. I donned a dark night mask, a black, gray, and white vessel t-shirt, pure white casual trousers, white sneakers, and black gloves. Upon arrival, I was surprised to discover that Fire's attire mirrored mine. The same dark night mask, white vessel t-shirt, white casual trousers, white shoes. And he too was clad in white gloves. After discerning our identities, Jenny exclaimed, "At first glance, I thought you two had coordinated outfits." I admitted, I initially thought the same. Anna sported a dazzling golden dress accompanied by a mask reminiscent of an ancient Egyptian queen. Jenny, however, was even more understated than Fire and me, simply wearing her usual attire, albeit newly purchased. I jested, "Jenny, you look splendid." She responded playfully, "Why go to such lengths with extravagant attire, young one? One must learn to be understated, understand?" "All right, I understand," I said as we boarded the vehicle. Upon reaching our destination, everything appeared normal from the outside, but as we ascended to the second floor of the Golden Retriever's residence, I felt as though I had stepped into a nightclub. The venue was well equipped, complete with spotlights, an abundance of food and drink, and music blaring at full volume. The guests matched my expectations, adorned in heavy makeup and eccentric outfits. A person nearby, with wings on their back, inadvertently brushed against my nose, causing me to sneeze repeatedly. I was uncertain whether there were surveillance cameras or something else at play, but shortly after our arrival, the Golden Retriever quickly located us. "Miss Anna," he remarked, "why have you brought your servant along? And, may I inquire, is it customary for a lady to be accompanied by such a creature in this setting?" The lion, having reverted to English, continued his discourse with her. "Oh, this is my friend, Jenny Brown," Anna elucidated. "My servant, Mr. Fire. And I have come to ensure the young lady's safety. A girl ought not to venture out alone without protection." The golden-haired lion glanced at Fire, then at me, and addressed Fire. "Pray tell, you are not the uncouth servant from our last encounter, are you? This is a marked improvement. Thank you for the compliment, sir." Fire replied with genteel courtesy. "I must admit, I am growing somewhat irate." Fire tugged at my sleeve. Subsequently, the golden-haired lion produced a handful of currency and said to Fire, "You may go and enjoy yourselves. Your lady will be quite safe in my company." Fire and I exchanged a glance and replied, "Very well, sir." A balding, rotund gentleman, adorned in a black tailcoat with a crimson bow tie, laboriously made his way through the crowd and approached us. "Rest assured, your lady will be safe under the protection of our young master," he proclaimed. "You are free to indulge in refreshments and mingle. You will surely encounter many interesting individuals, including quite a number of alluring ladies." As he spoke, his hand brazenly reached toward the posterior of a provocatively dressed beauty nearby. "Who are you?" I inquired, perplexed. "Ah, I neglected to introduce myself. I am Mr. Noah Lester, the butler to young Master Wilrens," he responded. I locked eyes with him for a brief moment before he excused himself, saying, "Please, make yourselves comfortable." Anna and the golden-haired lion had vanished, and Jenny had sought her own amusement, leaving Fire and me standing alone. We decided to approach the refreshment table, where I casually selected a drink, only for Fire to abruptly pull me back. "Step aside," he exclaimed. I had not noticed that the orange juice was precariously stacked like a pyramid, and in my eagerness, I had taken the cup from the bottom, causing the entire structure to collapse, shattering all the glasses. The crowd turned with alarm, and out of nowhere, the golden-haired lion bellowed, "Ladies and gentlemen, fear not. Merely a foolish servant has toppled the glasses. I shall summon assistance for the cleanup. Please, continue." We promptly fled the scene. I found myself leaning against a wall, the dimness of the hall illuminated only by a solitary red light. "I shall investigate the layout," Fire suggested. "Would you care to join me?" "No. I think I shall remain here," I replied. With that, Fire departed. I returned to the beverage station and requested another drink, consuming cup after cup. After a while, a large, boisterous girl approached me and said, "Handsome, would you care to dance?" Suddenly, I realized that opting for a beverage was indeed a prudent choice. Now, overwhelmed by the urgency to relieve myself, I hastily exclaimed my need to use the restroom and dashed away in a flurry. In my rush, I collided with several individuals, repeatedly apologizing as I went. Unfortunately, I inadvertently trod upon the trailing hem of someone's gown, causing them to stumble. After much effort, I finally reached the restroom, only to be met with a chorus of shrieks and promptly ejected. How unfortunate it was to discover that I had entered the ladies' room. Truly, misfortune can manifest in the most unexpected ways. After enduring such a tumultuous ordeal, I finally found my bearings. The next task was to survey my surroundings. As Fire had advised, I aimed to familiarize myself with the entire edifice and subsequently set up various mischievous traps. Ascending to the third floor, I entered the room of a golden-haired lion, which appeared quite tidy. Approaching the bookshelf, I randomly selected a tome, seemingly titled The Genealogy of the Lester Family. To my astonishment, upon removing the book, the bookshelf and the floor executed a complete 180-degree turn, revealing that this side of the room was effectively a secret chamber. It was filled with an assortment of curiosities, ancient tomes, suits of armor and swords from centuries past, wax figures, and numerous antiques, including jade artifacts. In the center of the secret chamber stood a copper pillar, roughly waist-high, topped with a jade sculpture of a mythical tortoise. Although the pillar occupied little space, Its presence was rather suspicious, likely housing some mechanism. Suddenly, I sensed the presence of another behind me. Reacting instinctively, I executed a backward kick, striking the figure's neck, only to realize it was merely a wax figure. Surrounding me were several more wax figures wielding knives, and in my panic, I twisted the jade tortoise, revealing a hidden underground passage. Without a moment's hesitation, I leaped into the darkness below. The abyss was shrouded in inky blackness, obscuring my vision. Yet I recognized the unmistakable sounds of honking and scraping. Pterosaurs. Sensing the scent of human flesh, they became frenzied, but fortunately, I heard the clinking of chains. They were likely restrained. This place was unsuitable for lingering. It was best to exit swiftly. I felt my way to a ladder and climbed back to the room. Just as I stepped onto the final rung, a chilling sound echoed. A dreadful thought flashed through my mind. The chains had been loosened. I hurried to the copper pillar, attempting to twist the tortoise back into position. However, by that time, a pterosaur had already emerged. The secret chamber could not accommodate its expansive wings, forcing it to land and retract its wings, a small mercy. Yet it now blocked my path to escape from the bookshelf. At that moment, I felt a tap on my shoulder, another wax figure. In a flurry, I swung my fists, shattering several of the wax figures. Fortunately, they were not particularly sturdy, allowing me to dispatch them with relative ease. Yet, the wretched pterosaur still awaited me. It seemed disinclined to attack, presumably hindered by the confines of the chamber, yet I dared not act recklessly. This was not my home, and I feared that creating too much commotion might alert those below. Thus, it stared at me, and I at it, with both of us frozen in place. After several minutes, I could no longer contain myself, and said, "Brother, you've won. Could you please let me out?" It extended its head towards me, fixating intently, then suddenly slammed me against the wall. It crouched down and approached, revealing its sharp claws. In an instant, I utilized a burst of speed to dart to the bookshelf, and then, in the same manner, returned to the room of the Golden Lion. I hastily ran to the restroom, washed my face, dusted off my clothes, took a deep breath to calm myself, and then pretended to have just emerged from the stall, nonchalantly making my way downstairs to continue sipping my drink. I had always believed I was destined to play the role of a mere extra, lacking any sense of presence, perhaps due to my difficulties in socializing. Yet, I did not anticipate encountering someone who would strike up a conversation with me here. Approaching me was an individual dressed as Kid the Phantom Thief, who said, "Hello." I glanced around to ensure no one else was nearby before asking, "Are you speaking to me?" "Indeed. Is there something on your mind?" he inquired. "Oh, nothing. I just noticed you sitting here gloomily with your drink. Is something bothering you?" "Do share," he prompted. I shook my head in puzzlement. "Not at all. Did I appear particularly down just now?" "Not exactly. But I'm curious why you're not dancing or doing something else," he remarked. "Because I can't," I replied succinctly. "Very well," he said, handing me a card. "This is my business card. I hope you will consider working for our company. We will train you to become a formidable individual, and then send you to compete in the World Superpower League. Should you achieve a commendable ranking, a substantial reward awaits you." "That sounds enticing," I said, "but I still have school." He paused, surprised. "You're still in school?" "Yes," I affirmed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead despite the air conditioning being on. It wasn't too hot at all. "In that case, we can make special arrangements for you to come on weekends." "Does that mean I won't have any time to play or go home?" I questioned. "Well, you can come at your convenience on Saturdays or Sundays," he replied. Actually, I'm curious as to why you're so eager to recruit me. Other companies wouldn't lower their standards so much. Is there something special about me that benefits you?" I asked. "Those who enter our establishment are all exceptional individuals. Unless one is related to the owner, they should possess at least a 3-star rating in their abilities," he explained. "Yet, I cannot discern your true strength." I stared at him in astonishment. "Do you know how strong I am?" he queried again. Before I could respond, he added, 6 stars, 6 ranks. 6 stars? This person is quite formidable, I thought, swallowing nervously. He continued, "However, even with my 6-star prowess, I cannot discern your level, which must mean you are significantly more formidable, at least 6 stars and 6 tiers. You mentioned you are still studying, a super genius, aren't you?" I thought to myself, do you really think I would reveal that I have only recently entered the 2-star level? Truth be told, I personally believe that rank does not signify much, I replied. Quite philosophical. I may agree with you on that, but only sometimes, he responded. Now, let us not stray too far from the topic. Tell me, are you willing to join us? I will consider it, I replied. Very well, I look forward to your decision, he said, patting my shoulder before departing. Finally, he left, and I felt a sigh of relief. After all, coming from a humble background, I was not accustomed to conversing with such elevated individuals. Hey, handsome, what are you up to? The sudden voice startled me, and I turned to see a girl dressed like a character from a Japanese anime. She looked like a blend of Japanese and American descent. You seem quite familiar with that guy from earlier, she remarked. Oh no, we just met. He wants to recruit me into his company, I said, feeling somewhat uneasy. Although my sister, Hong-er, is indeed pure and beautiful, the feeling is altogether different. Here, this is the business card he gave me, I said, handing it to her. The girl's gaze shifted from me to the card, which eased my discomfort considerably. Moments later, she exclaimed, "You are so lucky. Their company never recruits actively, as the number of applicants nearly overwhelms them." I secretly glanced at this adorable girl and noted that she was a 3-star level. She turned to me with a playful smile and said, "I can sense it." Feeling quite apologetic, I replied, "I'm sorry, I was just a bit curious." She laughed again, graciously saying, "No problem. By the way, what is your name? How old are you? What is your star level?" "Ling Mo, I'm 12 years old. I just started cultivating not long ago. How high do you think I can get now?" I countered. "What, a novice?" She looked at me in astonishment. "Among so many powerful individuals, how are you, as a novice, not overwhelmed by their invisible pressure? No wonder Kid's company has taken an interest in you." "Overwhelmed?" I asked, puzzled. "Do individuals with lower prowess really feel suffocated by those with higher levels?" I haven't felt anything at all. Indeed, every superpower user unconsciously emits their aura unless they consciously suppress it. The higher the level, the more pronounced this aura becomes. It feels like a weight. Yet here you are, able to move about normally as a novice, which clearly indicates you are extraordinary. I was taken aback, utterly bewildered. The little girl continued, "Honestly, I don't believe you to be a novice. Pray, reveal your true abilities. What is your cultivation level?" I wiped the sweat from my brow, finally understanding why that kid was sweating in this scenario. "Yet, do you truly believe I would confess that my cultivation level is a mere 2 stars? I am indeed just a novice, but to utter such a thing in the presence of such experts, how thick-skinned must I be?" I waved my hand dismissively. After a moment of contemplation, the little girl said, "Then, may we become friends?" Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me and readily responded, "Absolutely. It is a pleasure to meet you. What is your name?" "I am Kitty Lester, daughter of Noah Lester. My brother is Willens, and I am 13 years old," she declared proudly. I smiled back and introduced myself. "I am Victor Griffin, 11 years of age." Before I could finish my sentence, I was struck dumb. What did she just say? She belongs to the Lester family, and she is the sister of that golden-haired lion? My fragile heart could scarcely bear it. How could such a pure and adorable girl be the sibling of that golden-haired boy? The disparity between them was staggering. My inner turmoil raged as I contemplated whether to pursue a friendship with her. In the end, I said, "Kitty, perhaps we cannot be friends." "Why?" she inquired, puzzled. "Because your brother, the golden-haired one, Willens, would not approve." "What do you mean?" she asked. "Because I am merely someone he perceives as—" I hesitated. "Kitty." It was the voice of the golden-haired boy, who swiftly brought Anna through the crowd to stand before us. "Kitty," he said, "what are you doing here with someone of such low status?" He cast a disdainful glance in my direction. "Low status?" Kitty questioned. "How could someone of such status be here? And honestly, brother, I dislike categorizing people in such a manner. Suit yourself. He is simply low status." The golden-haired boy gestured dismissively at me. Kitty looked at me with a hint of confusion. "Brother, are you referring to Victor? He is of low status? How can you speak of him that way? Although he is Chinese, he is indeed our esteemed guest at this gathering." The golden-haired boy's face turned a deep shade of purple as he struggled to contain his laughter, but ultimately, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "My dear sister, you are simply delightful. Do you truly believe this fellow could be our esteemed guest? Ha ha ha, how poor is your judgment." I could feel my face turning as purple as his had been. Yet Kitty remained unfazed, asserting, regardless of his status, I hold him in great esteem. He is now my good friend. Friend? Ha ha ha, perhaps you are unaware. He is merely a servant. At school, he was quite unruly. He nearly failed to rescue our esteemed Miss Anna, who is in danger. How can you admire someone so ineffectual? I found myself blushing instantly. Although I yearned to refute the accusation, it was indeed my fault. We shall make amends. I am grateful for your guidance and your patience with our shortcomings. A familiar voice came to my rescue. "What?" I exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, a thunderous crack echoed from above, and before long, a colossal creature soared into view. No, it was not merely a bird. It was that pterosaur. Yet, amidst this chaos, my thoughts wandered. Oh dear, if the golden-haired lion discovers that I unleashed the pterosaur, how might he exact his vengeance upon me? The gathering, which had previously been filled with laughter and merriment, instantly descended into panic upon sighting the pterosaur. All semblance of nobility and strength vanished, replaced by a frantic scramble for safety. The golden-haired lion commanded that all the lights in the hall be turned on, and the room was suddenly aglow, revealing ample space for the pterosaur to circle overhead. I could not help but sigh inwardly. Such is the privilege of the affluent. Perhaps it was due to the fact that these nobles had never encountered such a massive, grotesque, and terrifying creature. Their screams echoed ceaselessly. I pondered. You all seemed so formidable moments ago. Why not simply vanquish it? Ultimately, the pterosaur descended, landing before us, prompting the terrified crowd to scatter in all directions. The golden-haired lion addressed it, saying, "What is your name?" "Tom." "Jack." "Good creature, whatever your name. Return quickly. I have many guests here. Do not be foolish. Return, and I shall reward you with a delectable treat." Whether it was due to the lion's habitual deceit or some inherent flaw, the pterosaur disregarded his pleas and unfurled its menacing jaws. Witnessing this, the golden-haired lion cried out, "Get back. It's about to breathe fire." Indeed, a torrent of flame erupted from the pterosaur's mouth. Fortunately, we had reacted swiftly, or we would have been transformed into delectable roasted morsels. Since when did pterosaurs acquire such extraordinary powers? I shouted. That is no ordinary pterosaur. It is a fire-breathing pterosaur, one of the many divine beasts from the Sky City. Came the explanation. The room was instantly engulfed in flames, a veritable inferno. We must escape, I urged. Thus, the golden-haired lion led us in a hasty retreat from the building, the pterosaur following suit, spewing fire in all directions as if venting its fury. I harbored grave suspicions that it had been subjected to cruelty within the golden-haired lion's abode. I turned to the lion and exclaimed, "Hey, aren't you supposed to be powerful? Go and stop it. Aren't you the servant? You should protect your master." In response, he shoved me forward and seized Anna's hand, dashing away. As he reached my side, he suggested, "Let us work together. I shall handle all matters concerning fire." I nodded in understanding and discreetly stepped aside. Ascending, I grasped the pterosaur's neck, attempting to exert control over it, but my efforts were in vain. The pterosaur soared through the air, evading my grasp, and ultimately, perhaps in a fit of desperation, it dove straight toward the ground. In a flurry, I hastily constructed a water cushion towering several meters high, ensuring the safety of the pterosaur. Subsequently, I allowed the water to flow, facilitating its release, and finally permitted it to freeze into ice blocks, effectively trapping the pterosaur within, leaving it for the authorities to manage. With a snap of my fingers, the raging inferno within the building was instantly extinguished. Before long, the day to return to school arrived. Once back, our first order of business was to inquire at the principal's office regarding the status of the robot named Andro. The principal informed us that he had successfully reprogrammed Andro, integrating him into our team, which filled us with joy as our ranks had once again swelled. Later, I inquired whether I should accept Kid's invitation. The principal replied that the decision rested in my hands. Upon entering the classroom, the stout boy eagerly presented me with all information pertaining to the golden-haired individual, while the slender boy assisted by massaging my shoulders. It turned out that this newcomer, Wallace, was a transfer student, hailing from a wealthy family involved in both security and business, renowned within the realm of super beings. In their family, every member, regardless of age or gender, underwent rigorous training from a young age, thus becoming formidable by their teenage years, with 2 individuals reaching the imperial level. However, in the entirety of Sky City, such figures were few, as some had chosen to retire to the mountains. In this context, it appeared that the Lester family could indeed uphold a significant presence within Sky City. Although I found it disconcerting that Anna associated with someone who categorized people into hierarchies. If their family could assist us in combating the heart-eating demon, it would be advantageous, though the golden-haired lion was a source of my irritation. "Boss, what's wrong? Are you asleep?" The stout boy waved his hand in front of my face, drawing me back from my thoughts. The slender boy chided, "You're such a fool and idiot. A neurotic, who keeps their eyes open while constructing water cushions." Just as the stout boy was about to retort, the slender boy preempted him, except for Zhang Fei. Thus, the stout boy fell silent. I asked them, "Did you practice while I was away?" "Yes, indeed. I've reached the 4th tier, the slender boy boasted. "I'm at the 3rd tier, the stout boy admitted, his confidence lacking. I chuckled in resignation. This was more akin to the normal pace of cultivation, though, to be fair, they were progressing quite rapidly. "Then continue your diligent practice," I encouraged. Although I voiced this, I was uncertain about the specifics myself. In the afternoon, I received clarification from the principal. To advance, one must engage in breathing exercises and meditation. Breathing exercises involve synchronizing one's breath with the universe, absorbing its vital energy into oneself, while meditation facilitates communication with this energy. If successful, this universal energy could be transformed into power that would invigorate one's body, marking the enhancement of one's mystical strength. Thus, I practiced during my baths, while sleeping, and even while sitting in the restroom. Before long, I reached the first tier of the third rank. Naturally, I still had to follow the principal's advice, concealing my strength and mystical manifestations. It suddenly struck me that my classmates were moving study materials from the classroom to the dormitories, while others began packing their belongings, such as mosquito nets. I felt perplexed. What was going on? Why is everyone packing their belongings? Peter, noticing my confusion, explained, the semester is drawing to a close, and everyone wishes to return home early, hence the packing. As he spoke, he busily stuffed away items that he seldom used. The semester ends? When? I inquired. This week. He replied, the final examination is the day after tomorrow. My bewilderment deepened. Final examination? What is that? Upon hearing this, Peter nearly collided with the wall in disbelief. Well, he said, rendered speechless, the final examination usually entails surviving alone in the wild, ready to face unforeseen circumstances. You must utilize all your abilities to manage them. However, this all occurs within a virtual environment, and the school will assess you based on your performance. Yet, the nature of the school's examinations can be rather unpredictable. I entered through the door, asking, how long must we stay inside? Peter responded, it depends on your circumstances. The sooner you manage to handle it, the quicker you can exit. The system mandates that from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. and from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. there must be at least one challenge every hour. As for the final one, no one knows what it will be. Just know that if you find it more troublesome than the other oddities, you are likely correct. He added, one more thing. In that virtual environment, you will absolutely not encounter any real individuals you know. If you do, eliminate them immediately, for they must be shapeshifters. Oh, and if you perish inside, the entire examination ends, and your scoring level will be assigned. The scoring levels are categorized into 4 grades, the highest being the best, and the lowest being the worst. Perish inside. Surely, I am not that inept, I retorted. That may not be the case, he cautioned. The scope of the school's final examinations is always uncertain, and surprises abound. I nodded, contemplating life, realizing that the path ahead is fraught with uncertainties, and unexpected events tend to occur at unexpected times. Rest assured, your future is bright. As long as you are mentally prepared, everything will unfold as anticipated. He patted my shoulder and departed. Mo, aren't you packing? Peter queried. If you wait until after the exam to pack, according to Einstein's theory of relativity, you may find the time taken to pack to be excessively lengthy. I feigned a teacher's demeanor, standing up, clasping my hands behind my back, pacing back and forth, and eloquently declaring, all right. Now let us review the previous content. Take out the items you need to carry away, organize them, focus your mind, and envision those items appearing in the place you intend to take them. Then, poof, they vanish. Isn't that magical? After this proclamation, I even bowed to everyone. Peter, utterly speechless, remarked, is this child feverish? I paused, asking what? Peter rolled his eyes and said, are you enjoying this teacher act? Just look at your luggage. When I turned to glance, I was momentarily stunned and awkwardly chuckled. Ha ha ha. My mistake. It turns out my luggage on the bed had not been touched at all, still lying there as it was. Peter, utterly exasperated, advised, you should practice diligently. Don't showcase your lack of skill before you are proficient. I nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, I have yet to master it, but neither have you. Peter shrugged and lamented his lack of aptitude, expressing a desire to abandon his studies. I scoffed, retorting, can you truly label your aptitude as poor? It's remarkable, to say the least. The only issue is your lack of motivation. He lazily replied, oh, I wish. I dream of it, yet it remains just a fleeting thought. There was no one to blame for that. Suddenly, a thought struck me. If one could utilize a transfer spell to relocate oneself, would that not equate to instantaneous teleportation? Eager to experiment, I hesitated, realizing I could barely manage to transfer objects, so I dismissed the idea. The next 2 days passed in a blend of excitement and anticipation as I looked forward to returning home, while I remained utterly unprepared for the impending final examination. Chapter 16. The final examination at long last. The dreaded final examination arrived. Though trepidation gripped my heart, I endeavored to maintain an air of composure. Guided by our teacher, we entered the examination hall. To my astonishment, the venue resembled an enormous bedroom, furnished with numerous beds. At the commencement of the examination, candidates were required to recline upon these beds, subjected to professional hypnosis to enter a virtual environment, where all actions would be monitored and displayed on a computer situated beside the beds. This arrangement instilled within me a sense of being surveilled. The teachers would observe the live feed and grade our performances. With only a handful of instructors present, they opted to circulate amongst us, akin to viewers pausing a riveting television program, only to resume their search for another channel after watching a segment. Shortly thereafter, the principal arrived, announcing that we would be assessed by the 5 Avengers, meaning our every move would be scrutinized by him. The mere thought of this made me feel uneasy, for I was under constant observation by someone I knew quite well. We were soon hypnotized and transported into the virtual realm, where we began battling and leveling up. In this environment, I found myself back on Earth, in my home. My mother busied herself preparing lunch, while my father was engrossed in a match on television, and Rainbow sat before the computer. Upon seeing me return, she teasingly remarked, "Oh, back from skipping class, are we?" I replied, "How could someone as virtuous as I possibly skip class? I am merely undergoing an examination." At that moment, I recalled having been told that during the test, I would not encounter anyone I recognized. Yet, they seemed harmless, and I pondered whether I could truly harm them, even if they were not my real family. The idea filled me with dread. Although numerous pesky little monsters invaded from outside, they were rather feeble. A single strike could dispatch 1 or 2, with the weakest yielding to 2 or 3 blows. Eventually, I grew weary and erected a barrier to keep them at bay. Observing my family, they remained as calm as ever, occasionally glancing up to offer me encouraging smiles. Were they truly transformed creatures, or did they appear genuine? Everything seemed so normal. Yet the singular abnormality lay in my transformation. My relationship with my family had grown distant. I was the only one who felt out of place. Hunger inquired, "Brother, is your barrier truly formidable?" Upon hearing her address me, my defenses relaxed considerably, and I replied, "Rest assured, ordinary monsters cannot breach it." I then asked her, "Hung, do you recall when you first began calling me brother?" She playfully struck my head and scolded, "Are you trying to push your luck? How dare you ask me such a question? It was the day you left for Sky City." Her words brought me a sense of relief. "By the way, I gifted you a pair of gloves back then. Have you used them?" Hunger queried. "Oh, of course I have. I'd be waiting for death otherwise," I responded, scratching my head awkwardly. At that moment, my father, who had been watching television, turned to me and asked, "Xiao Mo, are you doubting us?" My astute father saw right through my thoughts, just as he always had. I had completely lowered my guard around them. "Not at all," I replied. But my father waved his hand, signaling me to let him speak. "Kid, you've returned from your trip a changed person, now even vigilant towards your own family. It's good to see. In the realm of superpowers, there are indeed individuals and entities that can transform into whatever they wish, thereby deceiving others. Especially in battle. One must never trust too easily, understood?" I nodded vigorously. Sighing, Hunger expressed, "What's the matter?" I asked. "You just returned, yet soon you'll be heading back to school. 2 months of vacation compressed into barely enough time. When did you start caring so much about me?" I chuckled and ruffled her hair. "This holiday has allowed me to experience a great deal, learn much, and grow significantly. It has been truly meaningful. Besides, you'll be going to school with me. So why the sigh?" She remained silent, turning her gaze to the peculiar figures outside. My father approached me and said, "Xiao Mo, it's time to assess the fruits of your labor from the past month, isn't it? Showcase your prowess and deal with those little oddities outside." They made it impossible for me to watch in peace. I asked, should I handle them with finesse or swiftly? "Well, that's entirely up to you. Choose whichever method you prefer. I respect your decision," my father replied. His words solidified my conviction that this person before me was indeed my father, not some shapeshifter. "Given their insignificance, I'll simply eliminate them," I declared. "All right." As soon as I spoke, I waved my hand, and they vanished amidst their wails. "Wow, that was so effortlessly accomplished," they marveled. "Indeed, I am Ling Mo," I proclaimed with pride. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure appeared before me, completely disregarding my barrier. In a raspy, deep voice, the individual asked, "And what about me? Could it truly be so effortless to subdue me?" He revealed his deep crimson eyes. The aura he emitted surged towards me, and I retaliated in kind, yet it was evident that I was not on the same level as that individual, and I was swiftly forced aside. I widened my eyes in alarm, my breath and heartbeat seemingly on the verge of cessation, while those behind me clearly could not withstand the overwhelming presence of someone who felt so familiar, reminiscent of the enigmatic figure encountered in the Brockwon Mountains. Cautiously, my father struggled to articulate, "He is the Heart Eater." I was taken aback. "It is he." The Heart Eater replied with a smirk, "Indeed, I am surprised you recognize me. Victor, do you recall our expedition to the Brockwon Mountains? The mysterious figure in your dream, the one who delivered the antidote, that was me. So, how effective is the antidote?" Trembling, I stammered, Why did you even provide us with the antidote? Because I found you all to be exceedingly feeble. It took you days just to procure a medicinal herb. Had that poison been sentient, your entire school would have perished long ago. I could hardly bear to watch. And you were so conspicuous. Had I not covertly assisted you against those were beasts, do you truly believe you could have escaped? I was struck with terror. Was our escape indeed due to his aid? With such a disposition, how could you save this world? How could you threaten me? His words compelled me to lower my gaze. I was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of defeat and shame, and I sank despondently to the ground. This heart-eater was so formidable that I stood no chance. Before him, I was utterly powerless. I had been thoroughly vanquished. Suddenly, something extraordinary transpired. An icy blue radiance enveloped my being, and a white tiger leaped forth from within me. It was my guardian spirit. Purple energy radiated from it, and its blood-red eyes flared with fury. Dare you lay a finger upon them? Its keen, piercing gaze bore into the heart-eater. Ah, Victor, I did not anticipate you possessed a guardian spirit, and one of the 4 sacred beasts no less, the white tiger. He feigned astonishment, however. Even a sacred beast is limited by the strength of its master, and if the master is weak, so too shall be its power. TSK, TSK, TSK. I cast a remorseful glance at the white tiger. I am sorry for being a burden. What is there to apologize for? The white tiger replied, its authority unwavering. The heart-eater, genuinely astonished, exclaimed, You are truly willing to serve a worthless master? You are a sacred beast. Since he is my master, it is my duty to fulfill my role as a guardian and protect him. In an instant, the energy surrounding us intensified. I observed the purple aura enveloping the white tiger grow denser, while its eyes turned a crimson hue, as if on the verge of bleeding. The heart-eater's dark red eyes flickered brightly, emanating a profound black energy. The heavens suddenly roiled. Thick, ominous clouds swept across the sky, casting the earth into an extraordinary spectacle of alternating light and shadow. The formidable energy tore through our surroundings, as if shredding a mere cardboard box. My family behind me has begun to face life-threatening dangers, with only hunger barely holding on. Baihu, I managed to utter with great difficulty. Baihu glanced back at us, and his expression changed dramatically before he turned away to continue his covert struggle against the heart-eating demon. Just as Baihu turned, I heard him say, Xiao Mo, hold on. I resolved to act swiftly. I nodded with immense effort. To be honest, under such circumstances, merely moving my fingers felt like an extravagant luxury. Baihu truly intensified his efforts, causing the heart-eating demon to break into a sweat, yet the pressure we endured escalated, akin to having our insides violently tugged in every direction. This sensation was excruciating, making me wish for it to shatter, yet it remained unscathed, plunging me into a state worse than death. The heart-eating demon sneered coldly. Baihu's eyes glowed with a dark red hue, surrounded by an ominous purple aura that surged, while the heart-eating demon glared back with fierce malevolence, enveloped in black mist that rendered him contemptible. Baihu leaped towards the position of the heart-eating demon, striking down with his right paw, but the demon seemed to anticipate his move, evading just as Baihu sprang forth, leaving a large crater in the ground. Baihu then stirred the previously still air into motion, crafting a wind that gradually transformed into the highest mastery of Wind Blade, a formidable air-based superpower. He formed sharp blades of air capable of delivering silent death. At that moment, the clouds above appeared to thicken ominously, accumulating rapidly until rain descended like arrows, with droplets elongated into needle-like icicles, becoming rain blades. I murmured, the dragon emerges from the clouds, the tiger stirs the winds. The azure dragon. The heart-eating demon would not allow himself to be harmed, retaliating fiercely as 2 immense forces collided, sending dust and debris flying. The shockwave was so potent that it created a large pit in the ground, uprooting nearby trees and scattering the houses of our neighbors. The heart-eating demon bellowed. The heavens have perished. Immediately, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, fearsome and awe-inspiring, as a terrifying specter wielding a scythe emerged behind the demon, effortlessly repelling Baihu's assault. The specter then turned its attention to Baihu, and sensing imminent danger, I called him back, though Baihu wished to continue the fight. As his master, I held absolute command, which spared him from a fatal blow. However, with Baihu's retreat, I bore the full brunt of the heart-eating demon's pressure, causing a torrent of blood to surge from my mouth. The specter approached me, yet I found myself unable to move. It cast a sinister smile my way before raising its scythe, and darkness enveloped my vision. Upon awakening, I realized I lay upon the infirmary bed, the principal seated beside me, his face etched with panic. I weakly parted my lips, wishing to inquire about the whereabouts of the heart-eating demon. but found myself unable to utter a sound. "Mo, you need to rest," the principal said, his tone slightly more relaxed. Suddenly, I beheld the other 4 members of the Avengers, each wearing a mask of concern as they gazed at me. Anna spoke. "Don't worry, Mo, it's merely a test. Remember? The so-called devourer is all an illusion." I pondered inwardly. Could it truly be just a mere examination within a virtual realm? Why did it feel as though everything was undeniably real? The mere thought of this sent a throbbing pain through my head. Noticing my distress, their anxiety escalated. "Doctor! Doctor!" The principal shouted towards the door. I waved my hand, signaling the principal not to trouble anyone. "You all may leave for now," I murmured, my voice barely a whisper, fainter than the hum of a mosquito. "Very well. Focus on your recovery. I shall attend to your results," the principal replied. I nodded in acknowledgement. After standing for a moment, the principal leaned closer and whispered in my ear, "Mo, regardless of what you encountered in the test, I implore you not to disclose it to others." With that, he led everyone out, casting one last glance at me, filled with a myriad of complex emotions. The city in the sky is remarkably swift. Before long, our results were announced. I was puzzled. Given the circumstances at that moment, I ought to have perished. This implied that I should have succeeded. My thoughts quickly shifted to the principal's hidden agenda. While everyone discussed the test, I refrained from contributing to the discourse due to the need for secrecy. I felt no inclination to return to the dormitory. Instead, I wished to utilize my powers to summon my belongings. I resolutely encouraged myself. This must succeed. Closing my eyes, I concentrated, and within 2 minutes, my luggage materialized beside me, floating eerily in the air, circling around me. I had done it. I was almost overwhelmed with joy, eager to share this with Peter. Though regrettably, he was not present at that moment. Upon reaching the school gate, the principal stood there with a beaming smile, presenting me with a silvery pill. "Take this. Mo. The laws of the city in the sky prohibit minors from using their abilities without authorization. With the holidays commencing and your departure imminent, this is the course of action we must take." Obediently, I swallowed the pill, only to hear a series of soft thuds behind me. I turned in astonishment. My previously levitating luggage had tumbled to the ground. I instantly comprehended that my powers had been sealed. To verify, I attempted to summon even the most basic water ability. But to my dismay, it was futile. The principal then elucidated the purpose of the pill. He handed me a Rubik's Cube. Indeed, it appeared to be a genuine one. "Here, a little gadget for you, a teleportation cube. Once you align all 6 faces of color, the top face, which is white, will unlock a portal, allowing you to travel to your desired location. However, after each use, it will automatically scramble, and the colors will no longer match." I replied nonchalantly. "Solving a Rubik's Cube is child's play. I mastered it in the womb." He patted my shoulder, advising, "Exercise utmost caution." I nodded and set about assembling the Rubik's Cube. After a mere few seconds, I had completed it. As I glanced at the white face, I noticed that the central square bore an inscription in golden letters. Suddenly, a portal materialized before me, initially resembling a slender line, which soon unfurled like an ancient scroll, expanding to the size of a door. I exchanged a fleeting look with the principal before stepping through the portal, my luggage and the cube in hand. The moment I crossed the threshold, the door vanished with a whoosh. In an instant, I felt as though I were plummeting into an abyss, my body descending rapidly amidst a cascade of twinkling stars. It was as if my body had lost all sensation, leaving me in a dazed state akin to the moment one stands up abruptly after squatting for too long. Before long, I came to a halt, unprepared for the sudden stop that left me sprawled on the ground, my bags tumbling down and momentarily causing me to see stars in broad daylight. I scrambled to my feet, rubbing my head, cursing the portal for its treachery, exclaiming, "That blasted door." It felt as if I had stepped into thin air. Fortunately, I had not twisted my ankle. Upon rising, I realized I was standing at my doorstep, a familiar sensation washing over me. Hastily, I dragged my cumbersome luggage toward the house, marveling at how swiftly I could run despite lacking any superhuman abilities. "Dad, Mom, hunger. I'm back," I shouted exuberantly upon entering. Chapter 17. A Feast of Delicacies at Noon. Hunger and I arranged to meet several friends we were both acquainted with for an outing. We ventured to an old street, reminiscent of a narrow alley, barely 4 meters wide. It was a treasure trove of peculiar trinkets, crafts, and ancient coins, with shops adorned in an antique style. A few establishments sold traditional Southern lion dance props. Our cultural lion dance is divided into Southern and Northern styles, the former emphasizing artistry, while the latter focuses on martial prowess. After a short distance, we encountered a quaint tea shop where all the staff donned traditional attire, though they also offered cigarettes, cold drinks, and more. This street almost made me feel as if I had traveled back in time. Assuming we all shared a keen interest in these oddities, we meandered from one end of the street to the other. Upon reaching the final shop, we discovered it was a genuine general store, brimming with a dazzling array of goods, from crystals and gold to antiques and masks, everything one could imagine. We were mesmerized by the sheer abundance. Thus, everyone began eagerly selecting their favorite items. My gaze swept across the multitude of treasures until it landed on a translucent artificial crystal skull, its exterior emanating a faint blue-purple glow, exuding an air of intrigue and allure. I inquired, "What is this, shopkeeper?" The proprietor grinned. "Ah, this young gentleman has a discerning eye. This is the store's prized possession, the crystal skull. A friend traveling with us, Zhinshuan, let out a shriek. A skull. It can't possibly be made from a human skull, could it? How is that even conceivable?" The proprietor disdainfully remarked, "Can a human skull truly be so exquisitely beautiful? It is as transparent as crystal." "Indeed, do not be so astonished. Your naivety is quite evident," interjected another companion. "Children, do not stare at it so intently. If you become too entranced, it may devour your very souls." The shopkeeper's words prompted everyone to avert their gaze, though I was skeptical of this claim. It seemed prudent not to appear overly rude. The shopkeeper continued, "Are you aware that this crystal skull is steeped in legend? Among the Native Americans, there exists an ancient tale of 13 crystal skulls scattered across the earth. They are said to speak and sing, concealing secrets regarding humanity's origins, its demise, and the cosmos itself. Should anyone gather them together in their rightful positions, great wisdom will be revealed, and that individual shall gain immense power. It is said that humanity must unite these 13 skulls before December 21st, 2012, lest the Creator God descend to save us." The shopkeeper's face took on a somewhat sinister aspect under the glow of the crystal skull, and even in broad daylight, a chill crept up our spines. "I feel as though I am hearing a ghost story," I muttered. "Is this the genuine article?" asked Hunger. The shopkeeper tilted his head back proudly and replied, "Of course. This is our prized possession, so it can sing and talk." I inquired. He faltered momentarily. "As if this little shop could possibly possess an authentic crystal skull," I said dismissively. "Shopkeeper, remove that mask for me to inspect." Hunger pointed at a fearsome beast mask. As I gazed upon it, a wave of dizziness washed over me. Curiously, I did not even know what it was, yet I immediately asked, "Is this a Taotai?" "Yes." The shopkeeper's voice suddenly dropped to a whisper. The Taotai motif is relatively common, yet this mask filled me with foreboding. The ominous crystal skull, the malevolent Taotai mask. And even the atmosphere of the shop suggested that something sinister was afoot. "We ought to leave," I declared, grasping Honger's hand and making for the exit. "Leave? Where to?" A deep, gravelly voice struck at our hearts. We turned to see a figure donning the mask. It was unmistakably Guqiuan, who had accompanied us earlier. "Oh dear. Guqiuan, what are you playing at? You frightened us half to death." Zhinshuan scolded. "Playing? Huh, let us engage in a game. The loser must embark on a journey inside my belly. How thrilling, wouldn't you agree?" He extended his tongue, grotesquely licking his face. "How dreadful," Zhinshuan retorted in disgust. The other companions, witnessing Guqiuan's transformation, instinctively drew closer to us, attempting to distance themselves from him. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper knelt before Guqiuan, bowing in reverence, and proclaimed, "Congratulations, master, on acquiring this corporeal form, allowing you to return to the mortal realm. What is happening? What has become of Guqiuan?" I demanded, seizing the shopkeeper by his collar. "The gluttonous spirit has attached itself to that young man and has been resurrected. Soon, the entire world shall be consumed by its master, and none shall be able to thwart this fate." "The entire world consumed? What benefit do you derive from this? What of your family? Will your wealth not vanish as well?" I pressed him further. Such trivial losses are inconsequential. My master has promised that once he dominates the world, I shall receive a vast fortune and extensive lands, along with the gift of eternal life. At that point, I shall possess whatever I desire." The shopkeeper laughed heartily. I found myself at a loss for words. How could one speak of desires when faced with being devoured? It defies logic. "Pray tell, is a plot of land greater than the Vatican?" I jested. Laughter erupted among us, for we all knew the Vatican was a minuscule country, requiring travel abroad even for a simple haircut. The shopkeeper's face contorted with a mix of anger and fear. He turned to Ancient Spring, kneeling and imploring, "Master, I beseech you to eliminate these individuals at once. They are insufferable." He lowered his gaze slightly, those wicked, crimson eyes glaring at him. "Who are you to speak?" The shopkeeper immediately began to bow fervently, his forehead bruising from the impact. Yes, yes, my master is wise. I acknowledge my error. What can we do now? Is there any way to counter him? I inquired of Hong Er. Oh, you've been provoking them all along, seeming unperturbed. I thought you had it all figured out. Why then do you seek my counsel? Do you not possess your own supernatural abilities? Hong Er whispered to me. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I hesitated before speaking. It may be a bit late to mention this, but my powers have been sealed. To put it plainly, I am unable to utilize my abilities at this moment. I stammered. You certainly have a knack for timing, delivering a joke that is more of a dark humor, yet it is anything but amusing. This generation finds no humor in it, for I am not jesting. What shall we do now? The 36 strategies, retreat, is the best option, I declared, and with that, we fled, racing to the roadside, where we hailed a taxi, all cramming inside, scarcely daring to breathe, hoping that the glutton had not pursued us. Where to, folks? The driver turned to face us, those sinister, red eyes staring back. My heavens, the driver is the glutton. A collective gasp escaped us, and nearly everyone screamed in terror. We scrambled to escape, crashing against the car door in our frantic flight. However, not all of us exited from the same side, and we found ourselves split into two groups. To make matters worse, Hong Er was not among those with me. We were now separated. Without her astute mind, our strength was undeniably diminished. Our ragtag group consisted solely of the two men known as Bookworm and Couch Potato, along with the timid Jin Xian. To my dismay, these two burly men had already lost their resolve and fled home, leaving Jin Xian and me to wipe the cold sweat from our brows. Well, it seems we are left with just the two of us. The moment the words left my mouth, I regretted my choice of phrasing, hoping she would not misconstrue my intent. Truth be told, I would rather have your company on my journey home. And then you could bravely vanquish that monstrous creature to rescue Gu Quan. You are indulging in fanciful thoughts. Do you truly believe it would grant me such an opportunity? Perhaps we ought not to squander our time, as I sense the arrival of Tao Tai is imminent. I remarked. Haha, young lad, your instincts are surprisingly astute. Indeed. Let us not waste any more moments. Hasten into my bowl. Unbeknownst to me, some form of Tao Tai had already approached from behind. Startled, I was consumed by fury. Do you have any idea how bothersome you are? I aimed a kick, not at Gu Quan, but at the neck of Tao Tai, sending it staggering back. A move that astonished even myself. You foolish brat, you are courting death. If you wish to become a delicacy in my belly, you need only to express it. There is no need for such physicality. It seemed he too was enraged. Without hesitation, I commandeered a parked car beside us. Whisking away with Zhixian, the vehicle was unlocked, and the keys were conveniently left inside. I envied America, where one could obtain a driver's license at 16, unlike in China, where adolescents must rely on others to drive them away in emergencies. I muttered, "Can you drive?" Zhixian looked at me in disbelief. Not particularly, but it should be somewhat akin to joyriding, racing, or bumper cars. In truth, I had practiced driving after Peter gifted me that Lamborghini. Are you out of your mind? That is incredibly dangerous. Riding a motorcycle would be far safer, she exclaimed. But motorcycles lack airbags. Be cautious. I shouted. Suddenly, a stone pillar emerged in our path, obstructing our way, causing some unfortunate drivers to collide directly with it. One vehicle impaled and left hanging. I violently turned the steering wheel, executing a dramatic drift that averted catastrophe. This place is too narrow. We must seek a wider area, perhaps somewhere with a gobi-like terrain, Zhixian suggested. I replied, have you watched too many action films? There is no gobi here. It would be a miracle to find a larger plot of land. To be honest, I had never even heard of a gobi in Guangxi. In the rearview mirror, I spotted a peculiar group adorned in outlandish attire, sporting mohawk hairstyles, large earrings, sunglasses, and, most alarmingly, each wielding a submachine gun. A chilling realization washed over me. They did not come with good intentions, prompting me to accelerate. Where on earth do these individuals hail from? Suddenly, I felt something hard in my pocket. Upon investigation, I discovered it was a card for a portable teleportation cube. I swiped the card, unlocking it, and it transformed back into a standard-sized Rubik's Cube. I asked Zhixian, can you drive? Do you think I am impervious to the cold? Even at this moment, you still wish to play? She scolded. No, I meant, can you drive? I inquired again. No. She retorted, her frustration palpable. I wiped the sweat from my brow and said, very well then. You shall assist me by steering the wheel. If we encounter any obstacles, simply steer towards them. I will solve the Rubik's Cube. Is it truly so vital? How trivial, I remarked. If you could assist me in securing sufficient time, we might be able to extricate ourselves from their grasp. Consequently, she complied, yet as I maintained control over the accelerator, she had to lean closer, resulting in an awkward situation for both of us. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed from behind us, and in a reflexive response, Jinchuan released the steering wheel, collapsing onto me. I observed a small puncture in the windshield ahead. It dawned on me that those behind us had opened fire. Are you unharmed? I inquired. No, I'm fine, Jinchuan replied, panic evident in her voice. If you are unscathed, then hasten to drive. I scanned our surroundings, relieved to find no traces of blood. Jinchuan was not injured, and we had narrowly escaped disaster. However, I could not fathom how the small hole in the windshield had appeared directly in front of me without inflicting any injuries. The Rubik's Cube was merely a step away from completion, yet a large truck loomed ahead. Should I continue solving it or maintain control of the vehicle? This dilemma flashed through my mind, and almost instantaneously, I opted to solve the cube. Unfortunately, in that critical moment, I made an error, necessitating a restart from the second layer. The cube spun rapidly in my hands, while the world around me seemed to slow, akin to a scene from a film in slow motion. I pressed the brake, causing the front of the car to crumple, and the cube remained unfinished. The engine ignited, and the cube was still incomplete. The windshield shattered, yet the cube was completed. The front of the car began to explode, and I could distinctly feel an intense wave of heat approaching. In that fleeting instant, our vehicle surged through a portal. I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my arm, and upon inspection, I discovered I was bleeding. A vivid image flashed through my mind. The bullet hole in the car earlier went unnoticed, yet no one was injured. I cursed under my breath. What a slow reaction. Looking at Jinchuan, I found her unconscious from fright. I promptly pressed on her acupoint, and after a while, she gradually awakened. Are we dead? She opened her eyes. Not yet. Heaven has not yet had its fill of tormenting us. It cannot be so easy to let us perish. I jested. It was hard to believe that amidst such peril, I still found time for banter. Where are we? She asked, pushing open the damaged car door and stepping outside. I followed her, only to be startled by the scene before us. People with golden hair and blue eyes, skyscrapers piercing the clouds, and a continuous flow of vehicles. What a bustling metropolis this was. Upon looking up, I recognized a landmark, the Empire State Building. We had arrived in New York City. How unfortunate to be in a foreign land. Young man, a magnetic male voice called from behind. He spoke both English and Chinese with remarkable clarity. We hurriedly turned around to find a man with golden hair wearing a shiny black jacket, a dagger glinting in his hand. A robbery? Trafficking in children? And he doesn't even wield a gun? I pondered in confusion. Our leader wishes to meet you. He reverted to American English. Before I could respond, he yanked me into another vehicle and pressed the blade against my neck. Drive, follow my instructions, he commanded. His expression remained impassive, akin to a seasoned assassin accustomed to such scenarios. Yet, I could distinctly detect the undeniable authority in his tone, compelling me to comply. While I feigned nonchalance behind the wheel, my mind was in turmoil. Escaping from this man was the least of my concerns. I was utterly alone on these unfamiliar American streets. Which organization do you belong to? I inquired, attempting to alleviate the tension and break the oppressive silence. Cut the theatrics. He retorted harshly, dismissing my question. I despised rudeness, but my abilities were restrained, leaving me no choice but to endure momentarily. Following his directives, we entered a lavish hotel. After ascending to a certain floor and navigating through a labyrinth of corridors, we finally arrived at what he referred to as the leader's room. The space was adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, making the buildings below appear diminutive, prompting me to gasp in fear at the thought of a fall. A chilling aura of menace pervaded the room. Before me sat a corpulent figure, a scantily clad woman nestled in his embrace. Kid, the game of cat and mouse is over. Come to my bowl, he beckoned. To my astonishment, he possessed an immense hidden power. Should I fall victim to him? Who could rival his might? His boisterous laughter echoed in the vast chamber, sending a shiver down my spine as I realized he had transformed into a colossal beast. At that moment, I felt a strange sense of calm. At least I was not the only one ensnared. Oh, whether it is the cat catching the mouse or the mouse playing with the cat remains to be seen. You great fat cat, dare to consume me? Are you not afraid of bursting? Seeking death, he bellowed, his furious breath shattering a glass on the table, causing me and the others to stagger back. The beast pushed the woman aside and swiftly approached me, and I was astonished by how quickly such a massive form could move. In the blink of an eye, his massive paw descended upon me. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared, and a familiar figure stepped in front of me, seizing the descending hand. With a fierce elbow strike to the creature's round belly, the beast was forced to retreat. I gasped in delight. Both figures were taken aback, and I understood their astonishment. I had once experienced his formidable prowess. For an ordinary person, that single blow would have sent them flying out of the room, but this was no ordinary being. It was the beast itself. The creature began to fumble around my abdomen. This part can be overlooked, causing a tickling sensation and a rush of warmth throughout my body. Then, with another strike, a silver pill flew from my mouth. This was the very capsule that had sealed my abilities. Now that the pill had emerged, my powers surged forth like a tidal wave, the familiar sensation returning once more. I gazed intently at the gluttonous beast, a sly smile curling at the corners of my mouth. So it is you, the glutton? Do you dare to be even more arrogant? You wish to feast upon my flesh. At that moment, the creature sensed the precariousness of its situation. Alone, it might have put forth a valiant effort. But with my ally at my side, it stood no chance. This glutton, however, was not one to suffer in silence. It retorted, I shall take my revenge. Before retreating, I fixed a cold stare upon its minions. Do you wish to engage? They remained silent. Answer me, I bellowed, shattering the table in the process. They faltered, collapsing to their knees. The leader among them spoke, Brother, from this moment onward, you shall be our leader. We shall unconditionally obey your commands. I chuckled softly, very well. Then, let us teach him a lesson. I pointed at the golden-haired man who had brought me here, and his face was painted with terror. In an instant, I teleported back to the rendezvous point, and indeed, Zhenxian was still there waiting. Upon my return, she disregarded the propriety of gender interactions and exclaimed, Finally, you're back. Have you been here the entire time? I inquired. Yes, she replied with a hint of embarrassment. If it were me, I would have likely wandered off to who knows where. Oh, allow me to introduce you, I said, gesturing to my companion behind me. This is my dear friend, Lin Yan. Upon seeing him, Zhenxian was rendered speechless, her face reddening like a ripe apple. So what shall we do now? Shall we linger here for a while, or return immediately? I asked. Of course, we should return, Zhenxian insisted, her cheeks still flushed. I was indifferent. I took out a Rubik's Cube, completing it in half a minute, and the portal opened before us. As we stepped through, we were greeted by an entirely different scene. At last, we are back. Zhenxian had already departed. Come, let us sit at my home, I suggested, and he nodded in agreement. In the blink of an eye, we found ourselves back at my residence. After a brief explanation, my family grasped the situation's intricacies, and to my surprise, Hong Air was also home. I thought I would have to rescue you, she exclaimed. Haha, that won't be necessary. With their assistance, my powers have returned. The mention of this stirred my excitement. But how did you manage to extract that pill from yourself? I turned to him again, curious. It was simple. I never ingested the pill at all. He replied, Oh, rules are sometimes not meant to be followed, but rather to be broken. In the realm of superhumans, possessing the identity of one without the corresponding powers can lead to peril. Although the government is formidable, they cannot oversee everything. You are rather astute in your dealings. I could not help but remark. He shrugged and replied, What can I do? I've been on the run since childhood. I have to think ahead. You have a master mechanic for a father, while I am merely an orphan. Yet it is precisely this that renders you stronger. Before true strength, I am but a feeble opponent. Chapter 18. The radiant hexagram. A week swiftly elapsed, and once again I found myself compelled to attend school in the realm of mortals. Xiaomo, it is time to register. A resounding voice echoed in my ears. I sprang up abruptly, taken aback by the sudden change in how she addressed me. Alas, I heaved a heavy sigh, cursing this wretched institution for robbing me of my holiday. I shouted in exasperation. Thus passed the vacation devoid of assignments. And now the monotonous life of middle school awaited me. From childhood to this moment, Rainbow and I had always shared the same class, and this time proved no exception. However, amidst the students, one individual caught my eye and astonished me. Clearly, he noticed us as well, lifting an eyebrow with a smile as a form of greeting. Yet, this inadvertently led the nearby girls to believe he was addressing them, causing their cheeks to flush and their demeanor to become bashful. The new student's self-introduction consumed 2 class periods. As he took the stage, the girls succumbed to infatuation. I suspected they scarcely heard his words, preoccupied as they were with his handsome visage. Undoubtedly, everyone remembered his name, Lin Yan. On the following day, some students began collecting protection fees. Even those who typically shunned worldly affairs could not help but furrow their brows. For your safety, our nightly team is willing to offer protection. The one in charge of collecting money extended his hand before me, flanked by 2 towering students whose physiques seemed more befitting of older grades. Were it not for compulsory education, I might have mistaken them for repeat students. Oh, I remained unperturbed, replying, Well, thank you for your efforts. Surely, the protector must make some sacrifices, right? Oh, what do you mean by make some sacrifices? I feigned ignorance. Make some sacrifices naturally implies just that. Oh, I feigned sudden enlightenment. Is that what it means? I extended my fist, playfully shaking it before his face. Yes, precisely that. It was evident that his patience had worn thin, and with a commanding shout, he beckoned his companions forward, their knuckles cracking ominously. I stood up, my usual calm demeanor replaced with a deliberate articulation. What do you intend? The one on the left attempted to strike, yet I deftly blocked the punch, causing him to stagger back. Of course, I did not resort to supernatural abilities. To employ such powers against these children would be to bully the weak. Besides, had I wielded powers back in the day, I would have never endured Rainbow's beatings. On the very first day, it was unnecessary to escalate matters. As they approached me, I noted that even he refrained from using abilities, yet his speed was astonishing, startling the trio collecting fees. Due to his charming visage, nearly all the girls in the class rallied to our side. The term nearly was apt, for there remained one aloof girl who disregarded the fray. Moreover, while the boys harbored jealousy towards his looks, they loathed the act of extorting money from others, thus joining our cause against the oppressors. As we observed the increasing crowd around us, the extortionist seemed to realize his ploy would be futile this time. Nevertheless, he boasted, "Don't think that just because everyone is backing you, I am afraid. Watch me call upon others to tear your face apart at noon." The word face echoed in a mocking tone, and instantly, an aura of terrifying pressure enveloped the entire classroom. Witnessing someone who had previously exuded arrogance now breaking into a cold sweat, too afraid to even breathe, I couldn't help but chuckle. Moreover, I refrained from fully releasing my energy, for if I did, with their frail constitutions, they would either be crushed or suffocate under the weight of this pressure. As we regained our composure and the crowd dispersed, an individual uttered in a barely audible whisper, "A gentleman does not forget a grudge." My companion and I exchanged a cynical laugh, and an icy chill instantly swept through the classroom. Even in September, everyone shivered at the foreboding atmosphere. "We await you, gentlemen," I said with a sinister grin. When lunchtime arrived, a haughty girl obstructed our path and stated, "Follow me." After exchanging glances, we trailed behind her. Soon, we found ourselves in an isolated area. "You are not ordinary individuals," she turned around and declared. "You possess superpowers, do you not?" It was surprising that someone here was aware of our identities. Although I had previously released some of my energy, no one seemed suspicious, except for this girl, who saw straight through us, indicating she was no ordinary foe. "Silence implies your acquiescence," she continued. "And who might you be?" I inquired, for in this world, those who knew our identities were either allies or adversaries, and we harbored no mercy for enemies. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, her previously serene face now adorned with a frown. "Are you suggesting a confrontation? I can assure you, at your current level, you are no match for me." "Huh, indeed. A commanding presence," I remarked. "So, can you reveal your identity to us?" "Gloria, 13 years old, 5-star rank, dark organization," she replied. We were taken aback. She had reached a 5-star rank, while we were merely 4 stars. Was she perhaps using some form of external aid? It wouldn't be long before she ascended to imperial status. Although advancing through the ranks becomes increasingly difficult as one progresses, even if it took her a decade, she should eventually attain the 7-star level. "Do you still wish to fight?" she asked again. "Huh, if it comes to a confrontation, the outcome is uncertain. But do we truly need to engage?" I countered. "I would relish the opportunity to experience the prowess of a 5-star powerhouse," I remarked casually. This elicited not only my surprise, but also widened Gloria's eyes. "Really? Can you withstand it?" "Thank you, for honing one's skills is always beneficial. We may have moved too swiftly and fallen into the illusion of having no worthy opponents," I responded. "Very well, let me show you what a 5-star rank entails." She agreed enthusiastically. The contest could not possibly take place within the confines of the campus. In the blink of an eye, under Gloria's guidance, we found ourselves at a sports field, a place I had never visited before. "You may proceed first, lest you accuse me of bullying," she declared. Almost as the words left her lips, she took a step forward, standing directly before Gloria. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful right punch, only for Gloria to remain unperturbed, meeting his strike with her own fist. To my astonishment, his formidable blow was repelled with force, sending his body flipping through the air and landing over 10 meters away. This exemplified the stark disparity in strength. A difference of a star cannot be compensated by mere talent. Even one accustomed to combat could not inflict harm upon her. At that moment, the mysterious sigil behind Gloria began to manifest. 5 cross-shaped stars shimmered behind the 13-year-old girl. It was incredibly damaging to the ego. "Are you not joining in? I fear your friend alone may not withstand a few blows," Gloria remarked to me. "Is that so?" I replied, approaching with an air of calm, fully releasing my breath, and revealing my own sigil, 3 cross-shaped stars. The energies of the two of us collided, seemingly distorting the very fabric of space itself. What should have been straight lines now appeared to bend and twist. A sudden realization struck me. He was a bearer of the heptagram, yet the sigil he displayed was composed of cross shapes. Did he possess a hidden strength of 4 stars? This terrifying conclusion flooded my mind, leaving me utterly shaken. Explosive power? It appears to have reached a 5-star level. Quite impressive, and there remains potential, Gloria commented appreciatively, with a flash of crimson light in her eyes. A colossal fire dragon surged towards her. Yet, Gloria stood her ground, wielding a powerful surge of black energy. Instead of retreating, she stepped forward, unleashing a massive beam of black light toward the approaching dragon. To my astonishment, the fierce fire dragon was dispersed by the clash of energies. The two forces colliding so violently that I was forced to leap aside, merely an observer. Even more astonishing, instead of continuing the assault, she teleported to various positions around the field. The speed of her teleportation was so rapid that it created the illusion of countless images surrounding her, and at last, Gloria recognized what she was conjuring. "It's a barrier," she exclaimed. With a smile, she added, "Too late. Flame barrier. Barriers are typically designed to ensnare, much like the one I used to freeze Andres previously. However, this particular type is exceedingly rare, as it serves an offensive purpose." As we returned to the ground, the spots where she had teleported around her now glowed with red dots, which quickly connected to form a web of crimson light. "Ignite!" she bellowed. Instantly, flames erupted from within the barrier, and in the blink of an eye, the searing fire engulfed the red light web entirely. My essence is akin to water, and under the protective veil of my own chilling aura, I have emerged unscathed. However, the individual trapped within the barrier may not share the same fortune. Though there exists a considerable disparity in our strengths, the barrier employed in this trial possesses a formidable power that speaks for itself. Observing closely, I notice him bracing himself on his knees, gasping for breath. Each utilization of the barrier drains a substantial amount of his mystical energy. Having experienced such a drain before, I am all too familiar with the excruciating sensation of being stripped of one's strength. It is evident that his remaining mystical energy is now less than 1/10 of its original capacity, signaling that the barrier is indeed his final gambit against his adversary. With mounting concern, I inquired, "Will your actions not lead to a disastrous fate for Gutienla and Kaka?" To which he responded nonchalantly, "If a 5-star rating is so inept, then it hardly deserves to be 5 stars. As the luminous web dissipated and the flames gradually subsided, we beheld the sight of the young woman, her hands pressed against the ground, kneeling with her head bowed. Her attire had been reduced to mere shreds, barely concealing her modesty, while her once alabaster skin bore the marks of a faint burn. Her aura had weakened to the point of near invisibility, with her mystical energy diminished significantly from her struggle against the terrifying flames. Both my companion and I were taken aback, for she had remarkably sustained minimal injuries beneath such a potent assault. Truly, a 5-star individual is not to be underestimated. However, it was apparent that her mystical energy must be nearing depletion. Gloria slowly rose, her voice calm yet firm. As she lifted her gaze, we were struck by the sight of her face, now flushed like an apple, her smooth, fair skin glistening with beads of perspiration, revealing that she, too, had endured considerable hardship. "Prepare to receive my final strike," Gloria proclaimed. It was astonishing that she could muster one last offensive. According to the narrative trajectory, she ought to be lying prostrate, pleading for mercy. Presently, her strength visibly waned, leaving me no choice but to intervene personally. Yet, the thought of a 2-star against a 5-star felt like courting death. To my surprise, as Gloria launched her attack, I too made my move. Dark abyssal flame. She had resorted to unleashing her ultimate technique at the cost of her own life. "Hey, brother, must you go to such extremes?" My mouth agape in astonishment. It seemed that neither side could sustain such an overwhelming output of mystical energy. Mere seconds into their confrontation, they both collapsed. The first to fall was he. Having succumbed to unconsciousness, his physical and mystical energies utterly exhausted. It would likely take him the better part of a day to regain consciousness. In a rush, I channeled a portion of my mystical energy into him, then hurried over to Gloria, intending to bring her alongside for healing. Yet, her already slippery skin became increasingly difficult to grasp due to the sweat. Reluctantly, I decided to cleanse her instead. I turned on the distant faucet, and under my guidance, fresh water soared through the air to envelop Gloria. I continued until every inch of her was washed, then ceased the deluge. With a gesture of my right hand, I directed the water and sweat to evaporate, leaving no trace of her previous dampness. I couldn't help but marvel at the practicality of possessing such a water-controlling superpower. Gloria's body still radiated a faint warmth when I grasped her hand, prompting her eyes to snap open suddenly, startling me. "What are you doing?" she inquired, her voice calm and devoid of any emotion. "Of course, I am bringing you over for treatment. Did you think I was going to ambush you?" I replied with a hint of exasperation. Without further ado, I physically assisted her to sit cross-legged alongside me. I channeled my energy into them. As I brought her over, I could sense that she retained a flicker of consciousness, yet her body lay incapacitated from the complete depletion of her stamina and energy. In comparison, she fared better than others who had succumbed to unconsciousness. I promptly returned her home, the only sanctuary in this world. However, upon my return to the training ground, I distinctly perceived an energy fluctuation that was not typical of ordinary individuals. My consciousness, an ability accessible to those who have reached a certain level of proficiency, allowed me to perceive every blade of grass and tree in the city with clarity. To my astonishment, there lurked a formidable opponent within a mere 50 meters. The term 7 stars signifies far more than just a few additional celestial bodies. If the three of us were at our peak, joining forces would only yield a stalemate at best. I could only hope that this 7-star individual was merely passing through. Unfortunately, fate seemed to have other plans for me. An elderly gentleman, neither stout nor slender, approached. His face was a tapestry of wrinkles, his hair unkempt, and a lecherous grin adorned his features, standing at a modest height of around 5 feet 3 inches. If he were an ordinary man, I would have laughed heartily behind his back. Yet the calm demeanor and unhurried gait of this lecherous old man were suffocating. Gloria's frail body could not withstand the weight of his oppressive presence, compelling me to summon all of my energy to form a protective barrier against him. In that moment, I realized how astute my decision to send them home for recuperation had been. Had I brought them both, I would have been unable to fend off his attack. Alone, however, I found it relatively easier. The old man chuckled. "What a lovely young lady. Though she is a bit young and her figure is just beginning to develop, she will suffice." Suffice? I glanced back at Gloria, who leaned against the wall, observing us. The remnants of her modesty were nearly gone, leaving little to the imagination, causing my cheeks to flush. "Old man, are you sure you can handle this? I fear you might get too excited and perish," I taunted him. "I had initially intended to let you enjoy her after I was finished, but it seems that will not be necessary now. One must have the capital to be arrogant," he retorted. "Humph," I replied dismissively. The old lecher revealed his 7 stars, and I felt an increase in the gravitational pressure bearing down on me, making it difficult even to stand. "So this is a 7-star? In his presence, I feared that even joining forces with Gloria would not secure a victory. I turned to glance at her once more, only to find her complexion had worsened. She truly appeared on the brink of succumbing to his oppressive force. "Let us change our location," I suggested. "Very well." Thus, we relocated. As soon as we arrived, before I could adequately prepare myself, an overwhelming pressure engulfed me, and my knee collided violently with the ground. I felt as though my body was being crushed into a compact mass. My mystical symbols began to manifest uncontrollably, 2 crosses and a hexagram. After enduring extensive training, I had finally acquired an additional star, yet even as a 3-star entity, I remained woefully inadequate compared to a 7-star being, leaving me with no choice but to rely solely on the hexagram. The lecherous old man stared in astonishment at the resplendent hexagram, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. In stark contrast, the hexagram remained composed, quietly radiating a profound malevolence and boundless energy from a point just behind me. "A hexagram? How is this possible?" the old man stammered, visibly shaken. The hexagram, a rare phenomenon selected by only one individual every millennium, bestowed immense power upon its chosen. Its might was so formidable that, at times, even a 5-star master could not compare to a mere 1-star hexagram bearer. However, its power was notoriously difficult to control. Failure to harness it could lead to a catastrophic backlash, resulting in one's demise. On one occasion, I overheard a teacher at school mention that if one who possessed the star's power could not utilize it, they must be eliminated. This was one of the reasons I hesitated to reveal my mystical symbols. Seizing the opportunity while the lecherous old man remained dazed, I unleashed my full attribute skills, allowing the power of the hexagram to surge forth. A violent energy coursed through me, my eyes turned crimson, and an inexhaustible force flowed into my being from all directions. In an instant, I teleported before him and delivered a crushing blow to his nose. The old man was sent flying 100 meters away before he could even react. Regaining his senses after the strike, he immediately retaliated, unleashing a barrage of shockwaves. I gathered my inner strength and projected my mystical energy to form an invisible barrier, which collided with his attacks, sending dirt flying. With the simultaneous activation of my powers of strength, speed, wind, and water, a fierce gale tore at his body. the air slicing like blades. This was the wind blade. Amidst the tempest, ice projectiles from unknown origins pierced through, and soon, he was left battered and bloodied. With the formidable strength granted by the hexagram, I delivered a punch that drove his head into the ground. Before long, the old man emerged, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous mix of fear, jealousy, and rage. I disregarded him entirely and coldly declared, "I shall unleash the frigid abyss." In an instant, it seemed as though the entire world transformed into a crystalline blue, every object cloaked in 2 to 3 centimeters of ice, while he himself was ensnared within a transparent ice block, utterly immobilized. Turning away, I snapped my fingers and uttered a single word: explode. The ice block shattered instantaneously, shards flying in all directions, and the old man's body was violently torn apart, his crimson blood stark against the icy ground. So swiftly it has come to an end. I inhaled deeply, striving to restore my composure and dispel the lingering chill and ferocity within me. In truth, I had not fully unleashed the energy of the hexagram. What I wielded was scarcely even 1% of its potential. Yet, this minuscule fraction of violent energy nearly rendered me unrecognizable, consumed by bloodlust. Upon teleporting back and beholding Gloria, I realized the gravity of my unforgivable error. Her exquisite form set my blood ablaze, although I had not glimpsed anything inappropriate. I felt as if I were on the verge of a nosebleed. Hastily, I draped a coat over her. "Stay away from me," she uttered through gritted teeth. Despite her frail state, reluctantly, I took 2 steps back. "What now?" As I uttered those words, she closed her eyes. Seeing her in such a state left me bewildered. Had she fainted? Passed away? Surely, one ought to finish speaking before succumbing to slumber. Home. How was I to know where your home is? That evening, at Gloria's residence, I had finally resolved all matters and secured her a leave of absence under various pretexts. A faint breath of life gradually filled the room. "Awake?" I inquired without lifting my eyelids, as I sat in meditation. "You may leave. I am fine now," Gloria replied. With a swift front flip, I leapt from my meditative position to the door, opened it, and was about to depart when she called out to me again. "Wait." Turning back, a coat was tossed upon my head, the very one I had draped over her earlier. "How did you bring me back?" she asked. "Teleportation." She paused for a moment before saying, "You may leave now." Just as I took a step, she called out, "Hold on." I sighed in exasperation. "Miss, could you please relay all your instructions at once? Help me retrieve my clothes." "Oh," with a wave of my hand. All her garments flew from the wardrobe to her bed. "Miss, choose whichever you desire. It seems you have regained some strength and should be able to move independently, though your condition remains serious." With that, I exited. What an attitude! I heard her mutter. Teleportation, home. His complexion had improved, yet he remained in a state of unconsciousness. I infused him with my energy once more to hasten his recovery. Reflecting on the battle, my heart trembled slightly. Though I had released the power of the hexagram, albeit not even a full percentage, I had been engulfed by rage, and the bloodthirsty persona had been awakened. As if combat and bloodshed were the true sources of joy. The might of this hexagram was indeed formidable. Mastering it would require relentless effort. And it must remain a secret. The thought that a being of star level 7 had perished at my hands filled me with a quiet lamentation for the sheer dominance of this power, especially as that individual had put up little resistance before succumbing. Suddenly, darkness enveloped me, and my mind grew foggy. I felt myself toppling over. Originally, to harness such formidable power, one must possess an intrinsic force to support it. However, after channeling some energy, I found myself rendered weaker. Consequently, I hastily gathered my spirits, invigorating myself and gradually regulating my breath. With a sudden roar, a tempest erupted from the center of the room, scattering in all directions, shattering every glass object and tearing apart the short-sleeved shirt, revealing a robust yet unbulky physique. "It appears you have nearly fully recovered," I remarked nonchalantly, though inwardly lamenting the destruction of the surroundings. Moreover, such a commotion might have alarmed the neighbors. "Are you still lacking in clothing?" I inquired. "In the wardrobe, help yourself," came the reply. "And what of her?" I naturally understood that her referred to Gloria. "She is faring better than you," I answered, having just departed from her residence not long ago. "I shall take my leave. Do not forget to attend class tomorrow," I concluded, swiftly exiting. Chapter 19. The Eye of Heaven. The following day, at school. After a night of rest, I observed that both I and Gloria had completely recovered, exhibiting no signs of the previous day's fierce battle. However, our desks had been flung to the back of the classroom, their contents strewn about, with several distinct footprints marking the chaos. We surmised that it was the delinquent collecting protection fees who had orchestrated this mayhem. "You, come here," I commanded, pointing at the boy. His tone remained calm, yet laced with tension. Unfazed, he approached without hesitation. What do you want? A fight? I'm ready for anything. With a swift movement, I knocked him to the ground, observing that the tread on his shoes matched the prints on the desk. Was it you who dared to do this? I sought final confirmation, though it was already evident. What of it? Do you think anyone would believe you? Let me tell you, you're doomed. My older brother is not someone you can provoke. You might as well start shopping for coffins. He boasted before striding away to make a phone call, seemingly seeking reinforcements. Buy a coffin? For your corpse, perhaps? I jested. We chose to ignore him. Reinforcements mattered not. Unless they were superhumans, it was inconsequential even if he summoned the entire world. 2 minutes later, the shrill roar of a motorcycle engine pierced the tranquility of the campus. I chuckled, commenting, your reinforcements have arrived. Yet, you can't even afford a decent vehicle. It sounds quite pathetic. Shut your mouth. This is called personality, do you understand? He retorted. Indeed, quite the personality. It truly leaves me in awe, I replied. Before long, a group of individuals stormed up the stairs, encircling us completely. At the forefront stood a bald man, adorned with sunglasses and a visage brimming with excess flesh, appearing to be in his 30s. To his right was a young man with tousled blonde hair, pale-skinned, wearing a mischievous grin reminiscent of a male adult film star, particularly appealing to naive young women. On the left of the bald man was an individual clad in a voluminous robe, slightly taller than the rest, his hood obscuring his features even in daylight. To my astonishment, I detected a faint ripple of energy emanating from him. Another superhuman. It seems the realm of mortals conceals numerous such beings. Gloria and I could both sense it clearly, and the trio's attention abruptly converged upon him. Are they the ones? The bald man inquired of the young man. Indeed, big brother, eliminate them. The young man retorted through gritted teeth. Seems like both young ones require our personal intervention. It appears you are becoming increasingly ineffective, third brother. The blonde mocked. He hastily defended himself, saying, It's not that I wish to diminish my own authority. They truly are quite formidable. Have you finished your idle chatter? I languidly inquired. Their astonished gazes shifted towards me. Speaking so boldly in the presence of so many gangsters was undeniably audacious. Young man, you possess quite the nerve. You are the first to address me in such a manner. Would you care to join us? I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence. The bald man chuckled. Brother, how can this be? I brought you here to subdue him, not to recruit him. The young man clearly grew anxious. I coldly enunciated a single word, depart. Impudence. The blonde barked. Do you think you can flourish with just a bit of sunshine? Do not overestimate yourself. Despite his seemingly refined demeanor, the blonde's fury revealed a different side, proving that appearances can be deceiving. Really? If you choose not to join us, then you shall be our adversary. Think carefully before you respond, young man. Do not act impulsively. Observe here. I once spoke defiantly and was met with violence. Yet now, I have risen to become their leader, enjoying endless wealth and power, with everyone orbiting around me. Even the police must tread lightly in my presence. As he spoke, he displayed a long scar, over 20 centimeters in length, along his right arm. No need for that, I replied. The police do not fear you. They are allies with the criminal underworld, who would strike at their own kind. When you divide the spoils in Nanjing, you dispatch some useless, unaccomplished lackeys to the police. And they may receive years in prison, or even face execution, correct? Especially those harboring rebellious intentions against you. It is best to eliminate them swiftly. And the police have their justifications. It's a win-win situation, I said, laden with sarcasm. The bald man's face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of red and white. Clearly exposed by my remarks. His eyes revealed a glimmer of respect as he waved his hand and commanded, eliminate him. Just as I was about to unleash my energy, the significance of concealing my identity suddenly felt trivial. Yet, at that critical moment, the mysterious figure in the hood raised a hand and bellowed, stop. The henchmen held their firearms at the ready, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at us. Yet, at the utterance of a mysterious figure, they exchanged apprehensive glances, hesitant to pull the trigger. Though they lacked the courage to lower their weapons, they found themselves uncertain whom to heed. What are you doing, mage? The bald leader demanded. The individual referred to as the mage shook his head and replied, though we may not be virtuous, one must still afford a chance for a final word. And I am curious to know what ace you possess that renders two children so utterly unafraid. The bald man's expression shifted to one of realization. Are you suggesting they called the police? I chuckled silently, pondering the title of mage. Indeed. It was an apt choice for one concealing extraordinary abilities. Leave the final words to you, I said nonchalantly. As for the ace up our sleeve, rest assured, we will not summon the authorities. My aura flared momentarily, causing the garments of those present to flutter as if stirred by an unseen breeze. The gangsters, convinced they had merely misperceived, paid it no heed, while those attuned to the extraordinary were acutely aware of the shift. I noticed the mysterious figure shift slightly. This subtle release of energy was not without purpose. I had activated the Eye of Heaven. The vast expanse of the celestial firmament encompasses all, rendering nothing beyond its sight. Moreover, it can discern human vulnerabilities, penetrate the layers of one's powers, and unveil myriad secrets. It also allows me to slow down actions, akin to a slow-motion sequence, thus granting me ample time to react. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, the Eye of Heaven could unleash destructive power based on one's will. Though I currently remained in the novice stage, the Eye of Heaven shares similarities with spiritual awareness, both capable of perceiving within a defined radius. Yet the former can bypass obstacles to reveal what is concealed and offers direct insight, while the latter cannot decelerate the movements of others. Most significantly, spiritual awareness is a common trait among all beings, whether endowed with powers or not, whereas the possession of the Eye of Heaven is purely a matter of fortune. Such luck is elusive. No amount of effort guarantees its attainment. Among 10,000 gifted individuals, it is rare to find one who wields the Eye of Heaven. And with the current scarcity of extraordinary beings, those who possess it are exceedingly few. I recalled the first time I inadvertently invoked the Eye of Heaven. It nearly frightened me to death. So, you are merely a young mage. No wonder you fear us not. Shall we engage in a contest of magic? The mysterious figure proposed. Very well, I readily agreed. The extortionist was taken aback. What had initially appeared to be a straightforward confrontation had unexpectedly morphed into a magical duel. The bald leader and his cohort watched with keen interest, as did my entire class, for such events were a rarity in the mundane world. 5 stars, 6 ranks. Earth element. I await your guidance, the mysterious figure proclaimed, revealing his identity. I stifled a smile. 5 stars? He must be quite advanced in age. Previously, Gloria and I had fought diligently only to achieve a stalemate. However, this individual possesses earth-based superpowers, which conveniently counter our water and fire abilities, as the saying goes. When water comes, earth covers, and sand extinguishes fire. I exchanged a glance with him, signaling him to take the lead. I had just finished battling yesterday and was still in the recovery phase, unable to engage in consecutive fights, having expended considerable energy using the power of the hexagram. 4 star, 7th tier, fire element. I introduced myself in kind. Indeed, he was a 4-star level. I mused inwardly. Upon hearing this, the mysterious figure's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 4-star? Are you certain? He questioned disdainfully. Shaking his head, he replied, a splendid 4-star 7th tier. At such a young age, to reach such a realm. Only a genius can achieve this. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. I couldn't help but chuckle internally. Genius? What would he think if he knew Gloria shares the same level of mystical power? Not holding back. Then why all the needless chatter? I retorted, quite unceremoniously. The mysterious man, incensed, exclaimed, You little brat. Let's see if I can't subdue you today. We had arrived at the arena. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a wall of earth, launching it towards me. Faced with this probing attack, I disregarded it entirely. My hands ignited, yet I felt no pain. With a swift motion, I sent forth a fireball that collided with the earthen barrier, shattering it, and the fireball vanished. In that instant, the mysterious figure also disappeared. With the Eye of Heaven present, neither invisibility nor earth burrowing could grant him escape. Behind you, I shouted, offering a warning. Under my guidance, I had already positioned myself at the spot where he was likely to reappear. As he emerged, I unleashed a flurry of strikes upon him. Thus, despite my warnings, the mysterious man's repeated ambushes remained futile, while I leisurely indulged in some fruit. His appearance had grown increasingly disheveled, and he turned his gaze toward me, eager to conclude this battle by eliminating the one possessing the Eye of Heaven. Yet, I was still savoring my snack. The mysterious man clapped his hands upon the ground, causing the soil to rise and coalesce into spears of sand, strikingly similar to my own attack style. Naturally, I understood the countermeasures. One could either teleport or endure. However, such attacks typically lock onto their targets, making mere teleportation ineffective. Thus, I opted to withstand the onslaught. Focusing my energy, I released it with a force so tremendous that even I was astonished. The mysterious man froze mid-air, likely as taken aback as I was, for under such a dense, all-encompassing assault, he had not anticipated that his opponent would dissolve the attack without even employing mystical power. Nevertheless, I did not share his sentiment. After all, I had already attained the status of a 3-star individual. In an instant, I found myself behind him and whispered into his ear, in the mortal realm. Knowing our true abilities, one must eliminate. He swung around sharply, but I was already beside him, uttering a single word. Up. A vortex of flames erupted. A swirling vortex of flames surged toward the enigmatic figure, who swiftly raised a hand to shield himself. The earth beneath him coalesced into a spherical shell, narrowly avoiding incineration. At that moment, a fire dragon erupted from his palm, its form expanding with each passing second. The dragon coiled tightly around the spherical shell, and with a thunderous crash, the shell shattered, sending dirt flying through the air. The mysterious man suffered severe burns, his expansive robe reduced to ashes, revealing an ordinary man in his 40s. The kind one would easily overlook in a crowd. "Damn it," he exclaimed in fury. "It seems I must show you a taste of true power. King of the desert. Heed my call, arise." In an instant, a colossal shoe, towering even above a building, emerged from the ground, revealing the guardian spirit. It is worth noting that such guardians are exceedingly rare, second only to the eye of heaven, as they are either innate to individuals or willingly bestowed upon them by divine beasts of nature. Most people lack a guardian spirit. Those who possess one typically have but a single spirit, though some, like myself, are blessed with multiple. My azure dragon and white tiger are both innate gifts. However, my azure dragon lies dormant within me, awaiting the right moment to awaken. A mere scorpion dares to ride the king of the desert? Its aspirations are woefully misplaced. I chuckled. "Zhulong, play with it." With that, a massive fire dragon erupted from my being, its searing heat scorching the earth, radiating like the sun. Unlike ordinary fire dragons, it lacked an elongated body and instead boasted well-proportioned limbs, a massive torso, and a lengthy tail that blazed at its tip. Its wings, seemingly made of flames themselves, were ablaze with fury. Glowing a fierce red, its eyes shone with a chilling, luminous black. This was my guardian spirit, Zhulong. It bore a resemblance to the dragons of Norse mythology. Upon its emergence, Zhulong unleashed a torrent of flames, searing the great scorpion, which immediately curled into a ball. The heat emitted by Zhulong was far beyond that of the relentless desert sun, and even though the scorpion was accustomed to the merciless rays, it could not withstand the intensity of Zhulong's fire. Witnessing this spectacle, I could not suppress my laughter. The shoe could neither leap nor soar, and despite its tail arching high, it could never reach Zhulong in the air. Paralyzed by fear of Zhulong's terrifying flames, it was left with nothing but the role of a victim. At that moment, Zhulong unleashed a second blast of flames, and the back of the shoe began to take on a faint pink hue, signaling that it would soon succumb to the relentless onslaught. As for the scorpion's master, a middle-aged man with an unremarkable face, he had turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down his brow, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he was in agony, for if a guardian spirit is wounded, its host suffers commensurately, though not identically. Otherwise, even a fraction of that fiery temperature would be more than sufficient to reduce him to ashes countless times over. A tantalizing aroma of roasted scorpions wafted through the air, prompting me to raise my voice deliberately so that the middle-aged man could hear. Enraged, he barked an order, "Retreat." In an instant, the scorpion unfurled its body and vanished into the earth, leaving no trace behind. With a mere glance from the eye of heaven, I discerned its hidden whereabouts. To my astonishment, I found myself conversing with the candle dragon in the language of beasts, despite having never learned it. The candle dragon, unfazed by my surprise, swooped down, brandishing its sharp, powerful claws, and pierced the ground, extracting the large scorpion. With a swift tug of its claws in opposite directions, the creature was torn asunder, its body split in half. The candle dragon prevented any blood from spilling onto the ground. Its extraordinary heat had already desiccated the scorpion's corpse. The middle-aged man expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes closing as he succumbed alongside the scorpion. Typically, the death of a guardian spirit does not lead to the demise of its host, yet it was evident that he had perished from overwhelming agony compounded by fury. A fatal rush of blood to the head. In that moment, the sport's ground fell into a profound silence. The gangsters retreated, tails tucked between their legs. The ferocity of the candle dragon was such that they would not survive even 1,000 deaths, and the instigator of the trouble stood frozen in fear, too terrified to move. As the candle dragon returned to my being, merging with me, the white tiger within my heart spoke. "Little Mo, are you curious as to why you can communicate with the candle dragon, and why it heeds your command?" "Indeed," I hurriedly replied in my mind. "It is because I am the king of beasts, capable of conversing with all animals. Furthermore, although the azure dragon still slumbers within you, the dragon lineage can easily perceive the aura of their king, Who would dare disregard the words of a leader? Thus, even if the candle dragon holds a lofty position among dragons and possesses a haughty temperament, it must comply. Then, by your reasoning, does that not mean all dragons are under my command? I'm used. Huh. Indeed, I, alongside the azure dragon, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, am revered as one of the 4 sacred beasts. Except for the vermilion bird and black tortoise, nearly all creatures in the world fall under your dominion. What? How magnificent! I had never imagined I possessed such a formidable legion of fierce beasts. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Why did that scorpion dare to attack us? Because it is not a beast, the white tiger replied succinctly, leaving me momentarily speechless. Well, it is indeed not a beast. Nonetheless, the ability to communicate with all animals is quite impressive. If you could also govern all creatures, that would be truly extraordinary. The white tiger remarked. All right, I shall return to slumber. Handle your matters without disturbing me. I sighed inwardly. This creature, the supreme among beasts, comes and goes as it pleases. Yet, such a capricious and elusive nature mirrors my own, which explains why it is my innate guardian spirit. With this thought, a faint smile graced my lips. Chapter 20. A new classmate. My name is Ling Mo. I recall vividly that during my days as a freshly graduated 6th grader, everything around me appeared rather mundane, and I had yet to step into the realm of extraordinary occurrences. However, it was during that fateful summer following my graduation that my life began to undergo a profound transformation. This upheaval can be attributed to my rather uncommon identity as one endowed with abilities. Of course, you may choose not to believe me, dismissing my words as mere jest, perhaps even as a poorly executed joke. Indeed, from that summer onward, I inexplicably found myself plagued by misfortune. It all began with the joyous announcement. Hooray! The summer vacation has begun, and there is no homework. Why, you may ask? Because I, Ling Mo, have finally graduated from elementary school, with 2 months of freedom ahead. I was determined to indulge in unrestrained revelry. Dad, I'm back. Where shall we venture this summer? I exclaimed as I joyfully dashed through the door to pose the question to my father. Xiao Mo, my father replied from the sofa, calmly ruffling my hair. How old are you now? I was taken aback. Am I still your son? How could he even inquire about such a thing? I scrutinized his expression, searching for a sign that he was jesting, but to no avail. With disbelief, I questioned, Dad, you're not making an international joke, are you? Or have you been brainwashed? Xiao Mo, I am quite serious in my inquiry, he insisted firmly. 12 years old. I responded. You are currently 11 and a half. Interjected Hong Air. Hong Air is the robot my father personally crafted, yet she is not so different from us. My father encouraged me to refer to her as my sister, thus I have a robotic sibling. By rounding up, it effectively means you are 12 this year. My father stated. Oh dear, that hardly matters. What truly matters is where we shall go this summer. I exclaimed, my eyes sparkling with excitement. After enduring 6 years of schooling, I have finally awaited this moment when I am free from homework. Xiao Mo, we will not be traveling this year. My father replied with an expression of calmness that nearly made me choke on my disbelief. My heart could scarcely bear the weight of such news. What? His words fell upon me like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing my fervor. Do not be disheartened, he urged. Not be disheartened? Then what delightful activities shall we engage in? I lifted my gaze, once more filled with anticipation. There will be plenty of excitement, and it will be quite thrilling. He assured me. Really? I felt a flicker of hope. Indeed. What shall we do? I inquired. He did not respond immediately, instead standing by the window, gazing outside. After a moment, he slowly remarked, you will know soon enough. I suddenly sensed a depth to his demeanor. Glancing back at Hong Air, I found her wearing an expression of perplexity akin to mine. Just then, there came a knock at the door from downstairs, prompting me to rush to answer it. As soon as I opened the door, I beheld a kindly old gentleman, possessing an air of ethereal wisdom, perhaps in his 70s or 80s. Yet, despite his age, his physique radiated vitality. For reasons unknown, upon seeing him, I was enveloped in a profound sense of security. The unspoken authority and tenderness in his gaze felt strangely familiar, particularly the smile gracing his face, reminiscent of the benevolent Maitreya Buddha. Behind him stood 2 middle-aged individuals, one male and one female, both in their 30s. Hello, Xiao Mo. The old gentleman greeted me first. Hello, Grandpa. May I inquire what brings you here? I responded. Wait, how did you know my name? I interjected, caught off guard. We are here for recruitment, he began, but I interrupted him again. I'm terribly sorry, but we really have no time. We are off to travel. Well, that's that. Goodbye, I exclaimed, promptly shutting the door. At long last, I had a carefree holiday. Why would I want to return to school? My days there had become utterly monotonous. Even during summer break, I was not allowed to escape for a breath of fresh air. Whether divine or mortal, no one would disrupt my long-awaited 6-year hiatus. Upon returning to the living room, Hong Er immediately inquired, "Who was knocking just now?" I replied, somewhat irked, "Recruiters." My father's eyes brightened, and he turned back, anxiously asking, "What did they look like? Was there an old man with white hair and a beard?" "Yes." "How did you know?" "They're right here," came the old man's voice. Startled, I quickly turned my head to see. Indeed, it was he, along with the man and woman who had now entered the living room. I was taken aback. Had I not shut the door before returning? How had they managed to enter? "Teacher," my father exclaimed excitedly. I was still bewildered, confusion etched on my face. "What on earth is happening?" I whispered to Hong Er. I shrugged, hands raised in uncertainty. "How should I know? You are the highly intelligent machine." I hastily covered my mouth, realizing I had nearly revealed our family's secret about possessing a robot. My father gestured for the old gentleman to step forward, declaring, "Allow me to introduce you. This is my teacher, the one who educated me. He is our principal, Henry. Mo. This summer, you will be learning alongside him." "What on earth? Oh, Henry? The renowned author? This cannot be real." I gasped, utterly flabbergasted. To think that Henry was my father's teacher. Although my father excelled in mechanics, I had never seen him publish any significant works. "Indeed, I am called Henry, but not the author you are familiar with," the old gentleman chuckled. My father patted my shoulder, saying, Mo. This summer, you will embark on a fantastical journey with Principal Henry." "All right," I replied, as the adventure of an old man and a bored millennial summer began. "Oh, and one more thing. I distinctly remember closing the door when I came in. How did you all manage to enter?" I still wore a puzzled expression, unable to fathom this mystery. He cast a glance at my father before turning to me and inquiring, "Did your father never share our tale with you?" "Your tale? What tale?" My curiosity was piqued. "Well, Mo, have you never considered that the Spider-Man, Batman, and Superman you see on television are real?" My father asked. "Of course not. That was merely a childhood fancy. Who still believes in such childish things at this age?" I replied dismissively. "Perhaps you are the one who is still immature," Hong Er teased. "Huh, thank you for the compliment. Actually, we really are." I nearly fainted, thinking it was some sort of international jest. "Dad, surely you haven't let me watch too many cartoons?" "I apologize," I said. "No, Mo, this is indeed true. This holiday, the principal will take you to that world. Now that you are 12, your superpowers will gradually begin to manifest. Therefore, to ensure you wield them correctly, you must accompany the principal," my father asserted, placing his hands firmly on my shoulders. They were likely unaware that my heart was racing as if it might burst. I nodded vigorously in my mind. "Superpowers? Is that for real? Can you demonstrate your superpowers?" I asked eagerly. Mo, you have always been able to perceive my superpowers." "Hong Er's appearance is the finest proof," he replied. I was even more astonished, realizing I had never questioned why my father always seemed smarter than others, able to think of things others could not. Principal Henry waved his hand, enveloping us in darkness. Then, light emerged. Twinkling starlight gently descended from the ceiling, vanishing upon contact with other objects. "Wow, how beautiful!" Hong Er exclaimed. "What kind of school is that?" I inquired. In an instant, everything faded, and with a snap of his fingers, Principal Henry conjured an island before us, bustling with people and flowing vehicles, yet exhibiting no signs of traffic congestion. It resembled a miniature real estate model, where a person stood merely a centimeter tall, yet even then, my living room could only display a fraction of it. "This is the city in the sky, the sacred realm of superhumans," he proclaimed. In the absence of lights, our faces were cast in a haunting blue-white glow emanating from the model. "That is our school." He pointed to the most magnificent structure within. The most striking feature was the blend of Eastern and Western architecture, boasting not only ancient European castles, but also traditional Chinese palatial designs. The yellow glazed tiles and red-painted houses were particularly eye-catching, enclosed by a wall, beyond which lay modern houses such as bungalows and villas. "St. Christopher's School," I whispered, reading the golden letters at the entrance. "So what do you think? Have you made up your mind about coming with me?" Principal Henry asked. "Well, of course. As my father said, I must go," I replied, gazing steadfastly into his eyes. "Splendid." His face radiated a rosy glow, reflecting his immense joy. And then he handed me an enrollment invitation. The crimson booklet, adorned with gilded lettering, emitted a delightful fragrance. "Welcome to our institution," Principal Henry said with a smile, extending his right hand toward me, and we shook hands solemnly. I must admit, his grip was quite formidable. I feared my hand might be crushed. "When do classes commence?" I inquired. "Officially, 3 days hence. You may register tomorrow, he replied. At that moment, the gentleman behind him finally spoke. I am Paul Atkinson, the vice principal. The lady also chimed in, Mary Smith, also a vice principal. Then, as swiftly as they had appeared, they vanished from our sight, leaving no trace as if they had never existed. I turned to my father and said, Dad, this is something you must elucidate. You've kept this from me for 12 years. 11 and a half, Honger interjected. Well, what do you wish to know? He asked, somewhat resigned. Begin from the very beginning. Well, as you all know, in ancient China, there existed many deities such as Fuxi, Pangu, and Enhua. Their descendants inherited remarkable abilities. Yet the strength and variety of these superpowers are not tied to genetics. For instance, you and I, my intellect is exceptionally agile and astute. But you may not possess a mind as sharp as mine. It seems that after the Zhou dynasty, they ceased to reside on Earth, instead constructing a land in the skies, which is the precursor to the Sky City. As it is inhabited by superpowered beings, the technology there is far superior to ours, akin to the inhabitants of the idyllic realm described in Tao Yunming's Peach Blossom Spring. However, unlike those people, the superpowered individuals are not isolated from us. They are aware of everything that transpires on Earth. The superpowered are descendants of deities, and although those gods have perished, their blood flows within us. So, which deity are we descendants of? I asked. Xiao Mo, we are the offspring of Yin and Huang. My father's eyes sparkled with pride. I often mention these 4 characters. Did you never ponder their significance? Oh, it has just dawned on me. We are indeed descendants of the Flame Emperor and the Yellow Emperor? Precisely. But why do others, who also dwell on this land and are referred to as Yin Huang descendants, lack superpowers? I questioned further. As for them, they too are descendants of deities. However, when one god's powers counteract another's, their offspring may lose their abilities. Additionally, some chose to remain behind when the Sky City was established, unable to part with this land of Huaxia. Over time, they forgot their superpowers, and consequently, their descendants remained unaware. In truth, the latent superpowers still reside within them, merely dormant and unawakened. I patted my chest and sighed in relief. Thank goodness the principal came to seek us today, otherwise, I fear I would never have learned any of this. He chuckled softly. This secret will remain within our family, but it must never escape. Moreover, you must exercise caution. Remember, that which appears innocuous is often perilous. Danger lurks close at hand, and fate has already decreed that something will befall you. He spoke gravely. What will happen? I inquired. You will come to know in due time. What has occurred will recur. That which has been done will be done again, he replied mildly. Sighing, I sensed his solemnity returning. All right, hurry and gather your things. It's time for school, he instructed. I dashed back to my room, swiftly collecting all that I needed. Lying on my bed with my hands behind my head, I reflected on our earlier conversation. Everything had unfolded so rapidly that I felt ill-prepared. My life was on the brink of monumental change. Rainbow gently entered the room. You just returned, and now you must leave again? Indeed, I wish it were otherwise. I had hoped for some leisure time. I wish to have fun as well. I've been at school for so long, it's almost numbing. I sighed. A silence enveloped us. After a while, she finally spoke. When will you return? Perhaps 5 days from now? On Friday evening, I speculated. I will miss you, Rainbow confessed. What do you mean? I exclaimed, as if I won't be coming back. Suddenly, I noticed a glimmer in her eyes, bright enough to be blinding. Could it be tears? No, surely not. How could a robot shed tears? I hastily dismissed the thought. Yet, I distinctly saw her wipe her eyes with the back of her hand, leaving me more astonished than when I discovered my own extraordinary abilities. Did you just cry? Yes, she replied. But you are a robot. I exclaimed in disbelief. My father designed me to resemble a real human being, complete with emotions, joy, sorrow, and all the necessities of life. In essence, what you require, I require as well. She said nonchalantly. Truly, a remarkable robot. My father is exceptionally skilled. Brother, she called softly. Knowing how tumultuous our relationship had been, I was taken aback. Since first grade, my father had insisted I train in martial arts with her. It felt peculiar to practice with a girl. Yet, I consistently found myself bested by her, leading me to retaliate in other ways. Our relationship had always been one of fierce rivalry. Now, hearing her call me brother sent shivers down my spine. Dinner time. My father's voice echoed from downstairs. We hurried down, just as Rainbow had said. If you can eat, so can I. 3 days later, the school date arrived. My emotions were a tumultuous blend of anticipation and reluctance. I longed to reach that exciting destination, yet felt a pang of sadness at leaving home. Suddenly, a crucial question struck me, and I dashed to find my father. The Sky City is 8,000 meters above us. How do I get there? Leave that to the principal. He will guide you, he assured me. Indeed, father. There is one more matter that perplexes me. Why has the city in the sky never been discovered? Regarding this question, I still harbor doubts. Within the city in the sky lies a stone known as the sacred gem, which serves as the sole source of energy for the entire city. It is precisely due to its presence that ordinary people cannot perceive the city in the sky. To them, it is as inconspicuous as the air itself. Moreover, it is this very stone that enables the city to float in the heavens. Oh, I see now. Hong Er gestured for me to come over. And with a sense of curiosity, I approached her. She then took my hand and led me into her room, which still bore a conspicuous sign reading, "Girls' dormitory, no boys allowed." However, she seemed to have forgotten, or perhaps simply ignored, this notice. As we ascended the staircase moments ago, I found myself unable to move, my feet continually bumping against the steps. Now, I could no longer stand. Sitting on the ground, I covered my feet with my hands. "What are you doing? Can't you walk properly? Why the rush? It hurts so much." "Here," she exclaimed, offering me a pair of gloves. The gloves were black, with the back of the hand and the joints crafted from a gleaming silver metal, which appeared quite exquisite. "What is this?" "It's July," I protested. Indeed, it was July, a season of blazing sunshine, and receiving a pair of gloves seemed a bit excessive. "These are magical gloves. They can enhance your existing strength by at least fourfold. The back is made of titanium alloy, which not only allows you to deliver powerful blows, but also effectively protects yourself," Hong Er explained. "Oh, thank you," I replied, accepting the gloves without reservation. "Mo, it's time for school." Chapter 21. The Blood Clan. The Chinese teacher was droning on at the podium while I desperately sipped water below, for his voice was utterly parched, making it uncomfortable to listen. His voice bore a certain hoarseness, leaving me to wonder just how many years it had been since he last drank water. Such a condition made him quite the enigma. This foolish old man is truly remarkable. For the benefit of the entire village, he leads everyone year after year, day after day, to carve into the mountains. Upon hearing this, I could not help but exclaim, "The foolish old man is quite mad. Why go through the trouble of carving mountains? Why not simply tunnel through, or move the entire village away? Either option would be far more expedient than relocating mountains." Alas, ancient people simply did not comprehend flexibility. Their minds were rigid. Perhaps I spoke too loudly, for the teacher immediately retorted, "This is merely a myth. What we ought to learn is the spirit of the man who moved mountains." In a moment of uncharacteristic boldness, I responded, "Thank goodness it's just a myth. If it were real, it would cause severe ecological damage and destroy vegetation." This only served to infuriate the teacher further. He pointed to the doorway, his face flushed with anger, and commanded, "You go stand outside." Aware that I could not argue any further without facing dire consequences, though I knew there were no favorable outcomes to be had, I shamefully walked out into the corridor to stand. I stood against the wall, discovering an unexpected comfort in this position. The ensuing moments were indeed rather dull, compelling me to activate my celestial eye for a distant gaze. After all, the government had mandated the sealing of mystical powers, and the celestial eye could be considered an extension of my own being. Utilizing my bodily faculties hardly seemed a violation. Upon activation, I was afforded a clear view of the unfolding events at St. Christopher's School. Peter was engaged in a laboratory experiment, but his careless error had resulted in an explosion that engulfed the entire lab. It would be unjust to place the blame solely upon him. It was merely a mishap born from his own insatiable appetite, leading to a chain reaction of detonations. Fortunately, the teacher had anticipated such an incident, and all remained unharmed. Jenny was participating in physical education class. This subject had comprised nearly a third of the first-year curriculum, and Jenny, a formidable young woman among her peers, undoubtedly excelled in this domain. Turning my attention to Anna, I was met with an unexpected and infuriating sight. To my astonishment, Anna was entangled with that golden retriever of a boy, sharing tender moments in a secluded corner of the campus, far removed from adult supervision. Their intimacy was astonishing. They began with gentle kisses, seemingly merging into one another. The mere thought of this tableau made my stomach churn. Then, the scene escalated dramatically. The golden retriever rudely tore at Anna's clothing, revealing her pink and delicate figure. He licked his way from her face down to her waist, while Anna appeared lost in ecstasy and desire, embracing his head as if wishing to become one with him. My stomach churned violently. Anna was left glistening in the sunlight, her skin shimmering with moisture. The golden retriever swiftly discarded his own clothing, leaving only his undergarments. He plunged his hands deep into Anna's attire, roughly kneading as I witnessed the scene unfold. At that moment, I hastily retracted my celestial eye. Fortunately, I was able to redirect my gaze to the exterior of the academic building. What had I just witnessed? Had I truly been observing? And was the female protagonist of this unsettling scene my dear friend Anna? Frankly, I hoped that this was merely a figment of my imagination, a fleeting illusion. However, the cruel reality remained that the use of the celestial eye precluded any semblance of hallucination. In essence, whatever I beheld through that lens was irrefutably factual. I engaged in deep breaths, striving to calm my tumultuous emotions, for I had committed an act of shame, briefly harboring inappropriate thoughts about a woman. An experience that startled me. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Rather than immediately returning to the classroom, I lingered in the corridor, leaning against the wall with my hands cradling the back of my head. This position proved quite pleasant, far superior to the discomfort of sitting in class. The unremarkable teacher approached me with a derisive tone, saying, "Ling Mo, it seems you truly relish the sensation of being punished by standing. Perhaps you should stand during my lessons from now on." I cast a fleeting glance in his direction before turning my gaze toward the horizon. His reaction was not as expected, and in a fit of anger, he stormed off. Watching his retreating figure, I couldn't help but snicker. Shishi came over, evidently astonished, and remarked, "I can't believe you actually defied the teacher. This is quite unexpected." I shrugged dismissively and replied, "I did not defy him. I merely lacked the opportunity to do so. I was merely articulating my perspective. Am I to be denied the right to freedom of expression?" This represents the rigid mindset of the Chinese, who only know how to uphold tradition. If this continues, future generations may lose their capacity for innovation. Shishi nodded in agreement, stating, "That makes sense, but regrettably, few heed your words." I shrugged again, saying, "But I am merely a child. Who would listen to a child's opinions? This is why China lacks talent. It flows abroad. Thus, I find myself struggling within the tide of China's exam-oriented education system. Perhaps one day I will be submerged by this flood, but I shall strive to develop abroad before being swept away." Shishi countered. "But Chinese students are quite impressive, especially in mathematics. They are like learning machines. As long as they excel academically, other shortcomings seem insignificant." I gazed at her in silence and conceded, "You've won." A week later, I found the routine of daily study unbearably dull, lacking the excitement of my days at St. Christopher's School. Thankfully, I still had the company of two rather attractive classmates, Shishi and Gloria, with the most beautiful, Shishi sitting beside me. She often regaled me with tales of British cities, tourist attractions, and captivating stories, making life feel less monotonous. After a week of camaraderie, I had gradually familiarized myself with a small group of classmates. "Vicky, heading home today?" Shishi affectionately called my English nickname. I noticed Gloria frowned slightly. "Indeed," I replied. "This is a rare 2-day break. How do you plan to spend it?" She inquired eagerly. I grimaced and said, "What else can I do? I must tackle the mountain of homework first." "Oh," she elongated the vowel. "Isn't that rather simple for you?" I raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, "Simple? Oh my goodness. Every time I return home to tackle math problems, I feel like I might perish. Math is so intricate and profound." Shishi chimed in. "Aren't you always among the top in exams? How about coming to my house this Saturday to help me catch up on math?" I noticed Gloria's expression darken further. Thus, I hastily replied, "Let's forget that. Just the sight of numbers gives me a headache." A look of disappointment flickered across Zixabai's face as Li Jiji observed her. Witnessing her vulnerability, my heart instantly softened. Alas, I simply cannot bear to see a beauty appear so forlorn before me. Thus, I hastily acquiesced, saying, all right, I'll go. When shall we meet?" Gloria, whether intentionally or not, suddenly created a great commotion. Zixabai's face transformed from worry to joy as she exclaimed, "Wonderful. How about Saturday at 9 in the morning? In the afternoon, we can go shopping together. Does that sound good?" Given the circumstances, I knew I could not refuse. However, I was taken aback by the prospect of accompanying her for an afternoon of shopping, which far exceeded my expectations. Reluctantly, I replied, "Okay." Upon hearing this, Gloria turned her gaze toward me. Her expression was inscrutable, which only heightened my anxiety. Zixabai's cheered, then, before the eyes of many, embraced me warmly. She attempted to plant a kiss on my cheek, but I declined, knowing that to accept would be perilous. Then, Gloria rose from her seat and, to my dismay, approached us. I felt a wave of nervousness wash over me, causing beads of cold sweat to form on my back. Such moments of embarrassment are rare for me. When she reached the front, Gloria paused. For reasons unknown, I could not meet her gaze, despite having done nothing wrong. Gloria cleared her throat and said, "Cece, I'm not very good at math either. May I come to your house for tutoring?" My heart sank. Another one? Yet, Zixabai's readily responded, "Sure. I was just lamenting the lack of company. Internally, I mused, Cece, you are too naive. Your eagerness is alarming. Gloria smiled genuinely, almost convincing me that her laughter was heartfelt. Yet, she soon shot me a knowing glance that sent a chill down my spine. Vicky, I will be relying on your guidance, Gloria said with a smile. I mustered the courage to reply, of course, I am happy to assist you. At 5 in the afternoon, school dismissed, and I found myself walking toward the school gate with the throng of students, despite my strong desire to return home. Vicky, see you tomorrow. Zixabais bid me farewell. Her uncle nodded in my direction, acknowledging me. Today marked a record-breaking early return to the city in the sky, and accompanying me was a new companion, Gloria. We walked in silence for some time until I decided to break the tension and asked, Gloria, where is your home? New City Garden, she replied. Internally, I groaned, for her neighborhood was quite near my own. Well, with such a distance, won't your family come to pick you up? I inquired further. I have no family, she replied. Aren't you also without anyone to meet you? I wiped the sweat from my brow and remarked, they are unavailable. In truth, the moment a thought crosses my mind, the Lamborghini, transformed into a robot, would materialize before me, whisking me home in mere seconds. Yet, during such crucial moments, I refrained from utilizing it, for it would attract undue attention in this small city. Once again, we fell into silence. After a considerable time, Gloria, her expression grave, whispered to me, be cautious, 3 men wearing black caps are tailing us. They do not resemble ordinary individuals. Gloria's innate abilities surpassed mine, and with my powers diminished by 70%, my perception of the surroundings was significantly inferior to hers. Upon hearing her words, curiosity compelled me to glance back, and indeed, I spotted the 3 men in black hats. Each donned a typical non-mainstream attire, rendering them seemingly indistinguishable from the crowd. Yet, they stood out, much like a stark white sheet marred by an ink blot. I could not fathom why they chose such ostentatious clothing while stalking us. Seeing me turn around, Gloria quickly yanked my head back, exclaiming, are you trying to get us killed? I questioned what? She rolled her eyes in exasperation, responding, do you truly lack experience? Can't you discern that you must not directly observe those who are following us? Realization dawned upon me. Understood, I said. Let us not return home just yet. We shall head to the city center, where there are many people. Surely, they would not dare act against us in broad daylight. I shrugged and added, that is not certain. Just follow me. She insisted, grasping my hand as we made our way to the city center. Hey, the city center is a couple of kilometers away. By the time we arrive, the sun will have gone home to wash up and sleep. I exclaimed softly. Gloria turned to me, declaring, do you wish to live or die? I assure you, at your current level, any one of them could easily overpower you. With that, she angrily strode towards the street leading to the city center. Perhaps she was right. Given my current 1-star level, I was indeed exceptionally weak. Consequently, I hastened to keep pace with her. Anxiously, I inquired, what if they continue to follow us? She shot me a glare, saying, I refuse to believe we cannot shake them off. This time, I glared back, retorting, hey kid, we are in deep trouble. Do you really think we can escape them like this? I activated my celestial vision once more. I observed that the 3 non-mainstream individuals were indeed approaching us, each brandishing a small knife, casually toying with the sharp blades as if prepared to hurl them our way, endangering our lives. Alarm bells rang in my mind. Though I remained perplexed as to what offense I had committed. It seems they are about to take action, I stated. Gloria concurred. Yes, we must flee. Thus, we immediately took off running, and as fate would have it, scarcely had we dashed out when 2 daggers whizzed past us with a swift whoosh. I hastily dodged. Yet my reflexes were regrettably sluggish, allowing one of the blades to graze my clothing, skimming perilously close to the skin on my ribcage. A chilling sensation coursed through me, causing an involuntary shiver, but in that moment of tremor, a 3rd dagger materialized before my eyes. Gloria stared in astonishment as the dagger hurtled towards me. But no matter how rapid her movements, she could not intercept it in time. Her mouth agape, she barely had the chance to scream. At that instant, only one name echoed in my mind, Bat. Then, a sleek motorcycle with a black exterior and green accents burst onto the scene, trailing a vibrant green light. With the swiftness of light, it collided with the dagger just before it could pierce my skull, sending it spiraling off course and embedding itself deeply into the trunk of a tree. Well done, Bat. I affectionately caressed its front. The turn signal blinked in acknowledgement. I mounted the motorcycle and called to Gloria, get on. She promptly executed a somersault onto the vehicle. With a sense of pride, I glanced back at our pursuers, extending my index and middle fingers to my temple, then flicking them outward in a taunting gesture, declaring, take that, you rotund, oddball pigs. I hastily revved the engine and sped away. In the rearview mirror, I noticed one among them hastily retrieving a phone, dialing with urgency. A thrill of excitement coursed through me. This was going to be quite the escapade. I pressed the throttle, propelling us forward, but suddenly, a black Hummer careened around the corner. There was no time to brake. I had no choice but to jerk the bike upwards, using the side of the Hummer as a makeshift ramp to soar into the air. I mused that we must have captured quite a few gazes. The motorcycle landed heavily back on the ground, yet thanks to its superior shock absorption system, we felt little impact. The Hummer executed a drift and began to pursue us. With the city center bustling with pedestrians, reckless driving could easily lead to disaster, so I performed a graceful 3.5 turn, altering our direction. One hand gripped the clutch while the other twisted the throttle. "Hey, enjoy a little airborne thrill?" I asked coolly. "What?" Gloria inquired, perplexed. "Hold tight," I instructed, then released the clutch and gunned the throttle, charging towards the oncoming Hummer. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, the Hummer slammed on its brakes, the tires screeching in protest, the acrid scent of burnt rubber permeating the air. I pressed harder on the accelerator, executing the same maneuver, this time soaring over the Hummer's front. Inside, the occupants yelled in English, "Turn back! Turn back! We must take this one down." I caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of them brandishing firearms. The sound of gunfire erupted, and I swiftly expanded my awareness to perceive the trajectory of the bullets. Despite Gloria and I narrowly evading their shots, the motorcycle was still struck. A sudden eruption of sparks erupted from the bat. Fortunately, due to my father's extraordinary modifications to the vehicle, it emerged unscathed. Even the paint remained intact. After a while, I spotted those 3 corpulent figures once more. At this moment, the road ahead had been effectively barricaded by them, with several vehicles, comparable in size to the Hummer behind us, obstructing our path. Additionally, more cars were lined up on either side of the blockade, waiting. I found myself grappling with 2 pressing questions. How could they possibly mobilize such a multitude of vehicles in such a short span of time? And what misunderstanding had transpired between us that compelled them to pursue me so relentlessly? Have I wronged you in any way? What should I do? Can you fly past all these cars? Gloria inquired anxiously. With me at the helm, there is no cause for alarm. In truth, I too felt a twinge of uncertainty, particularly as the Hummer in the rear drew ever closer in the rearview mirror. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I tightened my grip on the clutch, twisting the accelerator with fervor, and the engine roared to life, creating the illusion that I was about to surge forward. Startled, the officers in front promptly retreated behind their vehicles for cover, each clutching a firearm. The black Hummer behind us, evidently deceived, accelerated to close the gap. The blockade was now a mere 10 meters away. 5 meters. I swiftly maneuvered the vehicle to avoid a collision, but the Hummer was caught off guard, careening past me and crashing into the barricade. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted skyward, a searing wave of heat enveloping us, yet I remained unharmed, shielded by Gloria's protective aura. The collision was so catastrophic that fragments of the vehicles were flung into the air. The car that had been struck skidded dozens of meters away, engulfed in flames, reduced to a mere skeleton, while the Hummer fared even worse, its body grotesquely contorted, rolling violently forward. However, the chaos did not end there. The initial explosion triggered a chain reaction, igniting other vehicles, and the air was filled with the deafening sounds of detonation amidst a raging inferno. Gloria continued to shield me, yet those pursuing us were far less fortunate. None escaped the calamity. What a spectacle! I exclaimed in awe. Indeed, it is quite a sight, Gloria concurred. Such moments must be immortalized, I declared. I retrieved my smartphone to capture this magnificent and dramatic scene. Why take a photograph? I mused. When I grow old and look back at these reckless escapades of my youth, it will surely evoke a sense of nostalgia, and my descendants will undoubtedly feel a swell of pride. With a smile, I tapped save on the screen. Pride? Because you've obliterated so many vehicles and caused a traffic jam, damaging the city's infrastructure? I was left speechless, for her words rang true. My actions would likely not be the legacy that my descendants would take pride in, but rather a source of scorn. All right, don't overthink the attention, Gloria remarked. Upon finishing her words, she gently patted my head as a gesture of comfort. I was unsure if it was the blazing fire before us or something else, but my face instantly flushed, and I could tell it was a deep crimson without needing to look. Night had fallen, and the flickering flames appeared even more pronounced in the dim light. It's time to head home, I said. Indeed, Gloria softly replied, tightening her embrace around my waist and resting her face against my back. My cheeks grew even warmer. Taking a deep breath, I cast aside all my errant thoughts and accelerated towards home. Hey brother, you're back. Returning so late. Were you on a date with some lovely lady? As soon as I stepped in, Honger greeted me with a mischievous grin. I shot her a glare in response. Unfortunately, my father, intrigued, interjected, Ling Mo. Did anything interesting happen at school? Don't you wish to share it with your old dad? I quickly replied, nothing much, just encountering some troublemakers. My father merely acknowledged with an "oh." Feeling relieved to be free, I hurried to the kitchen for dinner. The next morning, I awoke amidst the pulsating rhythm of vibrant music in Lincoln Park. Groggily, I glanced at the clock, only to be startled to see it was around 2 o'clock. Could it possibly be the afternoon already? Alarmed, I leapt from my bed, dressed hastily, but upon looking back at the clock, I realized I had misread it. I had turned it upside down. In reality, it was only 8:30. A wave of relief washed over me. However, half an hour isn't too much time. So I promptly prepared and dashed to Cece's house. By then, Gloria had already arrived at Cece's residence. Good morning, Vicky. Cece greeted warmly. Good morning, Cece, Gloria, I responded. We commenced our math tutoring session. I found them quite intelligent, rarely struggling with concepts. Even when they did, they grasped them quickly. Thus, I had ample opportunity to let them consult their books for examples while I indulged in the scenery. I should mention that Cece's home is located in a well-known villa area locally. However, she is merely residing there temporarily, as the house is rented. I made my way to the rooftop. Cece's house had only 3 stories, yet even a 3-story villa is rather expensive. Villas differ greatly from regular homes. They often feature peculiar, chaotic architecture and charming back gardens, ideal for parkour. I leaped from the 3rd floor to the balcony of the 2nd, continuing to take in the view. I often pondered why Europeans favored tall, pointed Gothic architecture. The elongated spires seemed utterly impractical. Such a waste of materials. In contrast, I preferred the picturesque sky city akin to Mont Saint-Michel. As I was about to slide down the marble column connecting the 2nd-floor balcony to the ground below, I inadvertently caught sight of a peculiar man observing me from another villa. His strangeness stemmed from the unsettling appearance of his eyes, which were entirely black, encircled by a ring of crimson. Have you ever encountered such eyes? I certainly had not. Instantly, I ascended to the 3rd floor to relay this significant discovery to Cicebeth and Gloria. Is that truly the case? Cicebeth gasped. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? I retorted. Oh no, he might be. No, he must be a Blood Clan member. Cicebeth exclaimed, visibly troubled. I inquired, what is the Blood Clan? Is it delectable? Cicebeth rolled her eyes heavenward and elucidated. The Blood Clan is a type of vampire, known for their inherent savagery and a penchant for consuming fresh blood, particularly that of nobles, like myself. Gloria interjected, do they also drink the blood of their own kind? Are you a vampire? I asked, are you of noble lineage? Cicebeth nodded. I was unsure to whom she was responding. Perhaps she addressed both inquiries. What a chaotic world we inhabit, I remarked. Cicebeth disregarded my lamentation. Continuing her explanation, the Blood Clan is not only exceptionally ruthless, but their speed and ferocity surpass that of ordinary vampires. Even the weakest among them could effortlessly overpower someone like my uncle. I expressed my astonishment. Your uncle? He doesn't seem particularly formidable. What would happen if a Blood Clan faced your father? Cicebeth regarded me with a serious expression, stating, perhaps my uncle may not impress you, but he is considered a formidable figure in our realm. As for a confrontation between my father and the Blood Clan, it is difficult to predict. If they are merely average members or few in number, my father should manage well. However, they are not presently here. After saying this, she looked at me with renewed hope. I understood her implication and nodded confidently. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at me, as I was not well versed in the capabilities of these Blood Clan members. Based on Cicebeth's description, both the 5-star Gloria and I, with my current 1-star prowess, could likely contend with 1 or 2 Blood Clan members. However, if their numbers increased, our chances would dwindle. Impossible, Gloria shrieked. What is it? Cicebeth and I hurried to her side. The Blood Clan member has vanished. Upon hearing this, my heart plummeted. This was bad news. I immediately looked up towards the villa across from us, and indeed, the ominous figure had disappeared from the window. While I felt relieved to be spared the sight of those chilling eyes, it also signified one alarming possibility. He was approaching. Suddenly, a thunderous bang resonated from below. My uncanny intuition for impending doom proved accurate. The Blood Clan member is coming. Run, I shouted. Then Zixabes and Gloria rushed towards the door, only to slam it shut immediately. He has truly arrived. Zixabes' voice trembled with fear. Under ordinary circumstances, I would find such a reaction amusing. Yet for someone like Zixabes, who consistently strives to maintain a ladylike demeanor, it was an exception. In any other situation, I would have chuckled at the absurdity. But this was no ordinary moment. We were confronting a savage, bloodthirsty vampire. "Hey, over here, down from the balcony," I exclaimed. They hurried towards me as we dashed to the terrace. I was the first to ascend to the second-floor balcony, then leaped down to the ground. Whereas Gloria was even quicker than I, reaching the ground in mere moments. However, Zixabis hesitated above. "Hurry, Cece, jump down," I urged. Yet by then, it was too late for her to leap. Zixabis' home was only 3 stories tall, and for the swift vampire, the ascent from the first to the third floor was a mere blink of an eye. The vampire appeared as if materializing from thin air, tightly gripping Zixabis by the neck, forcing a sharp scream from her lips. The malevolent glint in his eyes sparkled as he cackled. "At last, I've caught you, royal laughing girl." Zixabis gasped for breath. In desperation, I shouted, "You weirdo, let Zixabis go." The vampire shot me a glare, and the red circle within his black eyes flickered ominously. "Go back to your home, foolish human," he snarled. "Do you not realize that meddling comes with consequences? If you dare obstruct me again, I shall snap your neck in an instant." "Ah, well, that would be quite unfortunate, for my neck is particularly supple. And I am rather renowned for my stubbornness," I retorted. "Stubborn?" he asked, perplexed. I did not indulge his question, but instead sprang from the ground to the third floor, kicking off the wall and twisting my body to deliver a kick to his neck. However, he caught my foot effortlessly. I landed heavily on the balcony edge, grimacing in pain. "Wow, not bad. Have you trained?" he remarked casually. I offered an awkward smile, replying, "Yes, you're not too shabby yourself." "Human, filthy. What did you say?" I erupted in fury. "Repeat that, and I shall shatter your skull." He chuckled, asking, "Do you really think you have the strength to resist me?" I returned his smile, saying, "Not me." At this, he turned in surprise, just as Gloria leapt up and delivered a swift kick that struck his face. The vampire collapsed to the ground, providing Zixabis the opportunity to break free. I cheered in exhilaration. "Beautiful, score." Gloria shot me a glare, admonishing, "Less chatter, let us move." Cece jumped straight down from the balcony, even in the grip of fear. Zixabis was unperturbed, cautiously descending under Gloria's guidance. Meanwhile, I delivered 2 more kicks to the bloodsucker who was attempting to rise, rendering him completely unconscious. A wave of secret relief washed over me. However, it seemed that fate was intent on tormenting me. Just as I leaped onto the second-floor balcony, preparing to escape with Zixabis and the others, another bloodsucker appeared. "Greetings, little ones." Our gazes fixated on the figure perched upon the wall. Their eyes bore a striking resemblance to one another. Engaging in perilous endeavors indeed requires valor and is undeniably exhilarating. However, I deemed it unwise to meddle excessively during such escapades, as it could very well cost you your life. He extended a hand, demanding, "Bring me that royal little girl." I retorted, "Has your mother never taught you the importance of politeness when asking for something?" His brow furrowed slightly. "I never beg," he replied. I chuckled softly. "Today, you shall beg for death." What bravado! My apologies. I must have consumed too much garlic, and I only brush my teeth twice a day, once upon rising and once before bed. "Well, that is not too shabby," he conceded. I fell silent, suddenly realizing a crucial fact. I understood why this fellow was so patient with my banter. He was stalling for time. The only threats to us here, apart from the one before us, were the bloodsucker we had previously incapacitated on the balcony. How unfortunate. The bloodsucker on the balcony had already regained consciousness, shaking his head as he endeavored to rouse himself. Seizing the opportunity while he was still dazed, I delivered another kick. Striking his chin, he was sent flying off the balcony, colliding with the wall. I was convinced that the force of that kick could have shattered the skull of an ordinary man. But he was no ordinary man. He wasn't even human. I felt as though I had inadvertently worsened the situation. The bloodsucker I had kicked to the ground did not succumb to unconsciousness as I had anticipated. Instead, he seemed to awaken further, fueled by pain. The bloodsucker we had assaulted multiple times, now furious, bellowed, "You little brats, someone is going to die today." Feigning terror, I exclaimed, "Wow, your bravado exceeds even mine. Care to try my father's unique Ling's toothpaste? With it, you'll surely smell divine." The bloodsucker on the wall retorted, "Stop boasting. Weren't you just subdued by 2 little brats?" Bloodsucker number 1 immediately roared. That was merely a moment of carelessness. At the sudden outburst from bloodsucker number 1, bloodsucker number 2 nearly lost his balance and fell from the wall. I believe we have already delayed long enough. Should this continue, who knows if even more vampires will arrive. With only 2 present, we already face a significant threat. If 10 or 8 more were to come, we would surely be doomed. I signaled to Gloria, urging her to take action. Thankfully, she immediately grasped my intent. Without hesitation, she leaped before vampire number 1 and delivered a powerful punch to his face. However, he was no longer the easily overpowered vampire he once was. Having fully absorbed the lessons from our previous encounter, he swiftly seized Gloria's fist and, holding her arm, hurled her into the room. I heard the sound of objects crashing to the floor. How can a girl be so violent? Vampire number 1 cackled. Enraged, I sprang forth and executed a downward strike aimed at his head. Why can't you show a little compassion? I shouted. The foolish vampire number 1 attempted to block my kick with both hands, only to find himself sinking into the ground several inches deep. I chuckled. To dismiss my expertise in attack so lightly is quite the underestimation. Vampire number 1 spat blood, and I quickly dodged. I then bent forward, lifting my right leg for a sweeping kick that shattered the wall beneath vampire number 2, causing him to tumble down, covered in dust. I regarded him with disdain. Gloria, limping out of the room, exclaimed in astonishment, "You really have money to spare, even to destroy a villa." My heart sank. Oh no, what have I just done? I quickly turned to apologize to Sybil. "Watch out," she cried. Suddenly, I felt myself being lifted, followed by a powerful force twisting my neck, resulting in a sharp crack. I was thrown to the ground. A new male voice remarked, "Just mere humans, yet so audacious. You two are utterly useless." Chapter 22 later. Gloria began to scream in panic, while Sybil looked on in disbelief as I collapsed. However, what transpired next would leave everyone astonished. Struggling to rise, I moved my neck, which emitted a series of cracking sounds. I approached vampire number 3, who had just twisted my neck, and patted his shoulder, saying, "You possess quite a bit of strength." Everyone stared at me in shock. "What's wrong?" I laughed. Tears welled up in Gloria's eyes as she said, "Mo, I thought you." I completed her sentence. "We're dead? Huh. If I were dead, who would take on the responsibility of saving the world?" The newly arrived vampire number 3 was equally astonished, his voice trembling as he asked, "You're not dead? How is this possible? How are you still alive?" I looked at him with disdain and replied, "Is there any point in repeating the same question?" Immediately, I executed a side kick towards Blood Clan number 3, who hurriedly attempted to block my assault. My strikes were met with his arms, preventing any contact with his body. Yet, he winced in pain, revealing the effectiveness of my efforts. I was utterly convinced that, had I employed my mystical energy to enhance my attacks, I could have shattered his bones. However, I refrained from doing so, lest I invite the city in the sky government to completely seal my supernatural abilities and mystical energy once more. Blood Clan number 3 leapt back several paces, and I chose not to pursue him for further strikes. "Impressive, aren't you?" he remarked, shaking his hand. "Thank you for the compliment," I replied, though I was taken aback by his subsequent response. "You're welcome. However, I strongly advise you to surrender. Victory is utterly beyond your grasp." "What do you mean?" I inquired, only to realize the folly of my question as I felt dozens of small red dots dancing across my face. Zizabeth and Gloria shared my apprehension. "Damn it, it's a laser sight," I thought, and soon thereafter, a horde of Blood Clan vampires emerged, brandishing an assortment of firearms, at least 30 or 40 of them. Zizabeth exclaimed in terror, "How can there be so many of them?" Blood Clan number 3 replied, "This is merely a small squad of our forces. Even more reinforcements are awaiting orders at headquarters." Perched atop the wall was a young vampire, exuding a far more potent scent of blood and malice than the others. Clad in a glossy black leather jacket and dark casual trousers, he bore a sinister smile that sent shivers down my spine. More alarming was the Gatling gun resting beside him. I was astounded, for such a weapon was not one that just anyone could wield, let alone carry it stealthily atop such a high wall, something even I would find challenging. The vampire on the wall spoke. "Do you know what I think?" "I concur with him. You have no hope of victory." I became increasingly certain that, without our supernatural abilities, escape was utterly impossible, perhaps even with them. We would still fail to flee. I glanced back at Zizabeth and Gloria, who seemed to await my decision. "Royal little girl, come here, or your friends shall perish." Blood Clan number 3 commanded. What to do? What to do? My mind raced, yet no viable solution emerged. Zizabeth surrendered, slowly walking toward Blood Clan number 3. Witnessing this, he grinned with satisfaction. "That's right, little girl, this is how it should be." With no other recourse, I resolved to buy time, hoping that Zizabeth's father and uncle, Sherman, would arrive swiftly. Thus I said, "Wait, would you mind if I posed a few questions? After all, you're not in a hurry, are you?" The third vampire and the statue of the Blood Clan on the wall seemed to echo a final farewell. The third vampire then inquired, "What is the problem?" At that moment, I felt an overwhelming surge of joy. This was simply splendid. They had neither outright rejected me nor struck me down. Merely engaging in conversation was, in my eyes, a triumph. A good beginning is half the success, and I found myself increasingly fond of this adage. "So, will you speak or not?" I implored. "Oh, I hastily retracted my thoughts and asked, "Isn't it true that vampires cannot be exposed to sunlight?" I am at a club. I shouldn't possess such abilities at this moment. The third vampire snickered, retorting, "Have you read too many novels? Such notions are merely your foolish speculations." I was utterly astonished and pressed on. "Then, are the tales of your aversion to garlic, silver, and holy artifacts also fabrications?" The vampire, somewhat impatient, nodded and remarked, "Garlic is quite fragrant. A little added to fish or lamb can eliminate any unpleasant odors. Silver is beautiful. We use it daily during meals. Holy artifacts are indeed effective. Wearing them around our necks grants us protection." I remained incredulous and asked, "You still need to eat?" The third vampire regarded me with an expression akin to that directed at a simpleton, making me feel that my inquiries were exceedingly foolish, far inferior even to the question of what 1 plus 1 equals. This was not the first time I had felt this way today. The third vampire, in exasperation, declared, "Of course, silly Chinese boy. Do you not realize that if we solely consumed blood and refrained from eating, countless lives would be lost each day? Our noble duke has decreed that we must frequently hunt humans. Otherwise, it would incite their pursuit of us." "Oh, I understand," I replied, "but I have another question. Previously, when Cece Basie saw you all together, she was quite astonished. Have you never attempted to act in unison before?" The third vampire looked at me with an expression of utter despair, saying, "In the past, it would be considered a miracle for two vampires to act together." Upon hearing this, I instantly comprehended why Cece Basie had reacted as she did. If the mere presence of two vampires together was deemed miraculous, what then could one say about the rarity of dozens of them appearing simultaneously? Surely, it could only be rivaled by the absurdity of the heart-eater vampire begging for mercy. "Surely, you must have some weaknesses?" I inquired again. I could not fathom the existence of a being devoid of vulnerabilities. The vampire perched on the wall replied, "Child, I cannot discern whether to label your ignorance as naivete or utter foolishness. Do you truly believe we would divulge our weaknesses to others? How naive. Very well. Our sole weakness is that we can die. In my heart, I mused. Death is the only weakness? Surely, it cannot be that formidable. Are you finished with your questions? Let us depart." The vampire on the wall gracefully leapt down, wielding a Gatling gun, leaving me astonished at his remarkable agility. As I beheld the taut muscles on his arm, I inwardly urged myself to refrain from resistance, biding my time for a chance to escape with the others. "Where to?" I inquired. "The headquarters." The Blood Clan member indicated Gloria, saying, "That Chinese girl must come with us as well." Upon hearing this, Gloria glanced at him, then turned her gaze towards me, approaching my side. Her gait still bore a slight limp, albeit much improved since the time immediately following her injury. When she reached me, I asked, "How is your foot?" She looked at me and replied, "You only care about me when I am hurt." I was momentarily rendered speechless. Enough with the banter. "We must move quickly," the first Blood Clan member commanded. At his words, I opened my mouth to retort, but upon reflection, I recognized our precarious position. It was wiser to forego momentary verbal sparring to preserve our lives. Just then, a Blood Clan member shoved me, nearly causing me to stumble and fall. Enraged, I shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Do you want to fight?" He did not even glance my way as he replied, "Who told you to delay?" Oh, my intentions had been discerned. Upon exiting the villa belonging to the Sicebes, I noticed numerous luxurious black cars parked along the road, alongside a white van. They bundled me and the two girls into the van, where one Blood Clan member drove while another stood guard over us, brandishing a handgun. My knowledge of firearms is scant, so I could not ascertain its peculiarities, but I felt it prudent to remain compliant in the presence of such a weapon, which would never be more than a meter from me. At such a close range, even a blind person could hit their mark. The back seat of the van was rather cramped, with the arrangement from left to right being a Blood Clan member, Sicebes, myself, and Gloria. "It's a bit tight," I complained, shifting my position, but the Blood Clan member to my left promptly pressed the gun against my temple. "No tricks," he said expressionlessly. "Very well," I muttered. The vehicle commenced its journey. I pondered how to extricate myself from their clutches, yet found myself at a loss. Initially, I had contemplated summoning the Lamborghini Batmobile, but even with its speed, I doubted it could shield us from the barrage of bullets from multiple machine guns. Thus, the remaining weapons at my disposal were a dagger gifted by my father and the lightning scepter. This scepter was a present from Zeus, yet I had scarcely utilized it. I endeavored to recall what form the lightning scepter had taken, but after much contemplation, I could not remember its current state. The van remained cramped, and I felt something jabbing me in my pocket, prompting me to reach inside. However, the Blood Clan member to my left immediately aimed his gun at my head. No tricks. I extracted the object from my pocket for him to see. A key. It was poking me. He then holstered his gun. Suddenly, my eyes sparkled with discovery as I noticed a peculiar key among the bunch. It was roughly the same size as an ordinary key, gleaming with a brass luster. Yet its lower half was a slender shaft, entirely unlike the other keys which were either raised or indented. I chuckled inwardly and detached it from the keyring. For this was precisely what I sought, the lightning staff. Holding the key aloft with my left hand, I pointed it towards the bewildered Shui on my left. In an instant, the diminutive key transformed into a meter-long lightning staff, radiating a blinding light. Its ends were sharply pointed, and serpentine bolts of electricity crackled around it. "It is time for your retirement, comrade," I proclaimed. He gazed at me in astonishment, and then, with a thunderous explosion of energy, he was hurled away by the force of the lightning. The vampire driving ahead heard the commotion and hastily turned to look back. I swiftly aimed the staff's tip at his neck, commanding, "Drive calmly," as if nothing has transpired. Yet, to my dismay, he attempted to swat my staff aside, resulting in his immediate incineration into charred remains. I mused to myself, what an absurdity. I've never heard of anyone successfully resisting lightning with flesh. At that moment, our vehicle was on autopilot, and a massive truck loomed ahead. I silently exclaimed, "Oh my God," and promptly leapt into the driver's seat, yanking the wheel sharply while slamming on the brakes. By some stroke of fortune, we narrowly avoided a collision with the truck. However, as fate would have it, a black Honda Accord failed to brake in time and collided with our van. Fortunately, Gloria managed to dodge just in time, or else she would have been directly struck. I turned to the vampire who had tumbled onto the hood and remarked, "Remember to fasten your seatbelt while driving in the future." Our van was now positioned diagonally across the road, leading to a chain reaction of vehicles crashing into us. "Oh, such dreadful driving," I lamented. In my mind, I invoked a name, Bat. Instantly, a sleek black and green Lamborghini descended from the heavens, halting before us, its yellow turn signals flashing. "Let us board," I urged. Just then, a barrage of bullets whizzed past us, and we hurriedly took cover behind the Lamborghini. Unfortunately, one bullet pierced through my right shoulder blade, and crimson blood promptly stained my clothing. "You are injured," Zeus exclaimed in terror. "Get in the car first," I instructed. We scrambled into the vehicle, but through the rearview mirror, I spotted a red Porsche soaring above the wreckage. He was the vampire armed with a Gatling gun. Headquarters," he shouted. "I request aerial support. The target has escaped." The Lamborghini was a two-seater, so Zeus and I had to squeeze into the driver's seat, with her perched on my lap. "This is rather uncomfortable," she voiced her concern. "Indeed, it is rather unwise," I remarked, "for someone who is driving to engage in such behavior. However, given that Gloria's leg is injured, one cannot simply sit upon her leg." As soon as I had activated the vehicle and departed, the crimson Porsche driven by the vampire appeared behind us. He had mounted a heavy Gatling gun atop the car, leading me to suspect that this vehicle was custom-made for him. Bullets incessantly struck my car, producing a cacophony of noise and a shower of sparks. Fortunately, the bulletproof capabilities of my vehicle far exceeded those of an armored car. Otherwise, we would surely have been reduced to a mere pile of rubble. "Father, I hope you have equipped this car with fighter jet capabilities," I muttered to myself. Then, as if summoned by my words, the Bat transformed, morphing from a sports car into a dazzling small warship. With this transformation, the interior space expanded significantly, creating ample room. I mused, "Perhaps you should find a seat, Cece. And do not forget to fasten your seatbelt, girls." Thus, I piloted the warship into the skies. As we ascended, I noticed a young boy tugging at his mother's hand, bouncing with excitement as he pointed at our vessel, exclaiming, Mommy, I want to buy that transformer." Suddenly, I detected an incoming threat. My radar screen displayed a multitude of red dots approaching us. Their images soon materialized before my eyes. Fighter jets, helicopters, and, well, high-tech spacecraft. I pondered, as the screen showcasing the formidable spaceship zoomed in, revealing a striking red warship piloted by none other than the vampire who favored the Gatling gun. Oh, how astonishing it was that vampire technology eclipsed that of humanity. With a burst of speed, I charged towards the ordinary helicopters and fighter jets, the red warship closely trailing behind, relentlessly attacking. Yet, I deftly evaded each assault, allowing the aircraft of our adversary to become my unwitting scapegoats. How amusing it was, I mused, to witness comrades inadvertently striking one another. Eventually, the aerial support of the vampire faction was annihilated without my needing to launch a single attack, leaving only my ship and the red vessel in the sky. I came to a halt, showcasing my prowess in the air, facing the red warship, which had also ceased its advance. A seemingly oblivious bird flew between the two ships. The moment it passed, I pressed the attack button and swiftly pulled the control stick upward, mirroring the actions of my adversary. The two warships ascended together, entangled in a fierce struggle, each vying for dominance. I then pushed the control stick downward, and my ship plunged toward the ground, with the red warship hot on my heels. Alarms blared within the cockpit. Warning, only 300 meters to the ground. The alert system announced. 30 meters. I yanked the control stick upward with great force and accelerated the engines to their maximum capacity, stirring up a cloud of dust upon nearing the Earth. The Crimson battleship had already pulled the control lever at a distance of 100 meters. Nevertheless, due to inertia, it was compelled to descend to my altitude and continued its downward trajectory. My vessel was indeed significantly more advanced than that of my adversary. I truly adored my father for this. It resumed its pursuit, but at that moment, I beheld an ominous sight, a missile. Even though I had employed the eye of heaven at the onset of the battle, I perceived that missile approaching with alarming rapidity. In a flurry, I yanked the lever to evade it. However, the battleship behind me was less fortunate. The missile struck it instantaneously, igniting a fierce blaze in the sky. Gazing at the scattered debris, I silently prayed that none of it would strike a soul. Yet when I later learned of the heroic deeds of the illustrious driver Wu Bin, I realized my prayers bore no weight. I was puzzled by the sudden missile's origins, but soon discovered I had no time to ponder this, for the bloodthirsty vampire was still alive. He bore a device capable of flight upon his back and wielded a laser weapon, beckoning me. I swiftly dodged as his crimson beam whizzed past our battleship. It was time to retaliate. I activated all the offensive systems aboard my ship and locked onto the target. Fire! Even as various projectiles rained down upon him. He was taken aback, immediately discarding his weapon and fleeing. Yet, he barely managed to fly 2 meters before being obliterated. I piloted the battleship back to the ground, where it transformed back into a Lamborghini, rendered itself invisible, and drove itself into the garage. What an exhilarating experience! Exclaimed Zeus. Gloria inquired. Could you explain the marvel of your vehicle? Although the technology in the sky was indeed impressive, it hardly seemed capable of such feats. I replied with pride. That is not a product of that realm. It is a modified vehicle crafted by my father. Who is your father? She asked. The renowned inventor Ling Da. Gloria's eyes widened in astonishment. Ling, you are his son? I had never seen her so flustered. Indeed, I affirmed. No wonder, Zeus interjected. Looking at us both in confusion, what on earth are you two talking about? Gloria and I exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 23. The Passage of Time. Like a fleeting steed, has swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years have elapsed. The once naive boy and girl have matured into more sophisticated young men and women. Indeed, we have finally graduated. Once again, we have graduated. 3 years is ample time for transformation. For instance, he has recently ascended to the ranks of 6-star warriors, while I have nearly reached the final bottleneck of 5 stars. Unable to break through. The others, who have been diligently training in the Sky City, have also shown remarkable progress. I heard that Peter has reached 4-star, grade 3, while Anna and Jenny are at 4-star, grade 6. It seems that Peter was perhaps too playful, which led to his being pulled down by the 2 girls. However, to see a child of merely a few years in his teens already achieving such heights is nothing short of astonishing. How many young emperors might emerge in the future? In a certain middle school in China, the classroom erupted with excitement. Finally, it was over. Good riddance to the dreaded exams. Students frantically tore up their books, releasing the pent-up frustration of countless days of relentless studying. Indeed, the arduous preparation had been a torment for everyone. Yet, as someone endowed with hydrokinesis and possessing a calm demeanor, how could I possibly join in their frenzied destruction of textbooks? At that moment, the ground was littered with colorful scraps of paper, and many more danced through the air. Simultaneously, yearbooks and love letters swirled about, with declarations of affection echoing throughout. I could not help but shake my head in resignation. What madness! How delightful is innocence! Speaking of love letters and confessions, one individual stood out as the object of affection for many girls. I cast a mischievous glance his way. Though I had braced myself, I was still taken aback. Goodness! The number of love letters he received far exceeded the total of all the study materials distributed before the exams. The pile seemed higher than Mount Tai. One could imagine tossing it into the Yellow River would cause a drought. I approached him and patted his shoulder, for this was the burden of being handsome. Tomorrow at noon, I'll treat everyone to karaoke, and you all must attend. My deskmate exclaimed loudly, clutching a seating chart. Roll call, she added. I remained silent, pondering why the initiator of all activities was always her. The next day, I was reluctantly dragged along by Honger, yet to my surprise, he too was present. It was well known that both of us despised gatherings that seemed unnecessary. After all, graduation was hardly a momentous occasion. Inside the private room, I recognized only a few faces after considerable effort. Gloria, Cece, and a few others whose names I had yet to learn, despite having shared a classroom for 3 years. Together with me, Hong and the girl responsible for footing the bill, we filled the room. Once inside, I felt no need for politeness, as someone else had already paid. The table was laden with an assortment of fruits and snacks, which I promptly indulged in, partly to prevent the roving microphone from suddenly thrusting itself in front of me, compelling me to sing a few lines. After a while, I discerned that the gathering, although dubbed a karaoke session, was merely an opportunity for individuals to confess their feelings to their crushes, with songs from a popular artist of the time being performed. Nonetheless, I had a preference for upbeat songs. Seeing through this little charade, I felt that my presence here was rather unwarranted, although I was powerless to resist the array of delectable dishes before me. Watching countless beautiful girls lining up to confess their feelings to him made my role as a mere bystander rather unenviable, especially as I sat right beside him. Resigned, I could only pretend to remain composed while indulging in the feast. Dozens of girls queued up to confess to Lin Yin, who, moved by their sentiments, gently declined their advances. I shared this observation on social media, accompanied by an image. With a disdainful expression fixed upon me, he remarked, "I see you are envious and consumed with jealousy. Would you like me to share a few?" He then made a move to toss the love letter and flowers in his hand toward me. I hastily waved my hands. No, please don't. Just as the crowd reached a certain crescendo, a girl seated in front of me unexpectedly interjected, "So, Ling Mo, whom do you choose between our elder sister and she?" I was instantly petrified, as I had thought this matter had long been resolved 2 years prior. I wanted to convey that courting was a burdensome and financially draining endeavor that did not suit me. She interrupted, "Love is about feelings, not finances." With a quick turn of my eyes and a determined bite of my lip, I declared, "Let me share a secret. I am actually an extraterrestrial, residing on the distant planet Mars. I am merely visiting Earth for a short while, and soon I shall return. The Martians need me, and it has been a pleasure to meet Earthlings. I will call you all when I return to Mars. But do you have a cosmic phone?" No sooner had I uttered these words than an orange struck my face. "You fool." In truth, my statement was half genuine and half fabricated. While claiming to be from Mars was false, my intention to return to the Sky City of Mars was indeed true. A week later, in the Sky City, I was finally back in China, dragging our respective luggage, or rather, allowing it to float in the air. Reminiscent of our first long holiday, my companion and I navigated the bustling streets. Each summer, the school welcomed new students, and many vendors took the opportunity to peddle their wares, presenting an array of oddities both familiar and unfamiliar. There was still ample time before the new student orientation, the class division ceremony, though we had not returned in a year. There was no need to rush. A bit of leisure before obligations was in order. After all, we had time aplenty. Moreover, upon entering the Sky City, our abilities were reinstated, so what was there to worry about? We aimlessly wandered the streets, gazing at the myriad of new faces, reminiscent of my own first arrival in the Sky City, which was merely 3 years prior. Suddenly, I noticed a large crowd gathered ahead, with 2 voices rising above the din. Upon closer inspection and inquiries, I discovered that a dispute had erupted between 2 vendors over territory. One claimed he had arrived first, while the other insisted he had been there since the previous day. "Today is today, and yesterday was yesterday. There are no signs on the ground," countered the former. "Should we intervene? This could escalate into quite the brawl." I whispered to my companion. "Let us assess the situation," he replied, maintaining his calm demeanor. "Why continue arguing? Let us settle this with our fists," exclaimed one of the vendors, rolling up his sleeves. "Damn it, I've been waiting for this. I was just worried you wouldn't dare," retorted the other, discarding his outer garment. Both parties unleashed their formidable powers simultaneously, resulting in a clash of immense forces that sent dust and debris flying, and a tempestuous wind swirled around them. It turned out both were 5-star warriors. The crowd gasped in astonishment. "They are actually 5-star. None dared to intervene, for these commoners were predominantly individuals of negligible status, typically merchants who had forsaken martial pursuits for commerce. Yet, I found myself puzzled. Had not the formidable beings of 3 stars or higher all enlisted in the military? Even those not in the armed forces ought to be imparting knowledge in educational institutions. How could they be engaged in trivial trade here? The 2 individuals poised for confrontation were equally astonished, presumably unprepared for the parity of their respective strengths. Suddenly, a white figure emerged from behind, proclaiming, "Please observe civility. Refrain from brawling in the streets. If reconciliation proves impossible, Kindly proceed to the dueling arena. It was then that I discerned the newcomer, a young man named Hung Ba, clad in white attire, exuding an intimidating presence despite his youth. What, I wondered, is this dueling arena? Having been here for 3 years, I had never heard of such a place. It is merely a venue for combat, a source of amusement for onlookers, where the law holds no sway. One may inflict lethal harm as they please. To put it succinctly, how does this differ from the Colosseum of ancient Rome? I exclaimed in astonishment. Not much, came the reply. A vendor interjected. What right do you pretty boy, have to command us? The young man retorted coldly. I am the city supervisor for today. Should anyone dare to cause a disturbance under my watch, they shall face dire consequences. His aura revealed 6 stars behind him. Although he spoke in the name of authority, his tone suggested a sense of arrogance, particularly with the title of city supervisor, you understand. Upon witnessing his celestial manifestation and learning of his role, the 2 vendors, realizing they could not afford to provoke him, hastily sprinted toward the dueling arena, their pace surpassing that of a vehicle, vanishing in mere moments. Let us go see, I proposed. He nodded in agreement. In an instant, the surrounding scenery trembled, and we found ourselves before the dueling arena. Indeed, it bore little distinction from the gladiatorial Colosseum. Even before entering, I caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. As we ventured inside, a middle-aged man barred our path, inquiring, Are you 2 here to duel, or merely to spectate? Duelists must pay 100 coins, while spectators are required to pay 10. Such extortion, I exclaimed in disbelief. As a pauper, I was acutely aware of monetary matters. My family's monthly income barely exceeded 7,000, yet they lived in undeniable affluence. Without further ado, I retrieved 20 coins from my pocket. Curiously, I noted that the currency was not of earthly origin. One side bore the image of the Sky City government building, while the other depicted the Oriental Pearl Tower. Once inside the dueling arena, we settled into our seats. 10 coins just to watch a performance? How outrageous, I remarked. He replied, Thus, the clientele of such establishments is typically affluent. Conversely, if you partake in the duels below, the arena may actually compensate you handsomely. Really? That hardly differs from being a jester, I mused. Indeed, provided you do not meet your demise. However, it is quite rare for fatalities to occur. Victory is generally secured by simply knocking the opponent off that circular platform. Alternatively, one could incapacitate the opponent within 10 seconds. He continued to explain, Of course, if it were a matter of life and death, prior arrangements would be made by the person in charge. He remarked, It's quite favorable when funds run low. One can come here to both vent frustrations and earn some money. Truly a win-win situation, I said with delight. Indeed, he chuckled, but such competitions must be of equal rank, categorized into 1-star, 2-star, 3-star levels, and so forth. Otherwise, it would be rather unfair for us of higher rank to face those of only 1 star. His laughter resonated. I was momentarily taken aback, competing against others of the same rank? Yet, those with 3 stars or higher generally possess stable incomes, often earning salaries comparable to the prize money from these fights. Who then could we challenge? Sensing my thoughts, he patted my shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, here. Ranks are determined solely by ability, with no age restrictions. Thus, individuals seeking to alleviate their discontent often frequent such places, and a rare few come to earn some extra cash. Very well then, I hope they come to play whenever they find leisure. I mused. Oh, but as one ascends to higher ranks, the disparity in strength grows increasingly pronounced. Even a single rank difference can yield significant gaps in power. Hence, without considerable skill and intellect, victory becomes elusive. I narrowed my eyes, gazing down at him. Are you mocking my lack of prowess and wit? Not at all. He replied with a smile. The journey ahead is long. If you were to compare your current abilities and age with others, you would soon realize the extent of your own strength. While we conversed, the audience's cheers far eclipsed our dialogue, ensuring our discussion went unnoticed as all eyes were drawn to the battlefield below. The female host's voice resonated in the air. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness a 5-star battle. This is a fierce contest, the outcome of which is unpredictable. Please prepare for protection, as the duel arena will not assume any responsibility for accidental injuries. Though the host's voice was melodious and her beauty ethereal, the mere mention of 5-star sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. 5-star? Isn't that reserved for competitions organized between cities or governments? I thought, astonished at the occurrence of a 5-star contest in this venue. It felt like a rare stroke of luck. I couldn't help but smirk. It's merely 5-star prowess, after all. How naive they seemed, for I had faced Gloria in a contest of similar caliber, which was far more exhilarating. What was there to be so excited about? As the battle commenced, a frail, weathered vendor lunged forward with remarkable speed, his form flickering across the cylindrical combat stage, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. His movements were straightforward. Each time he zipped past a portly vendor, he would land a swift blow, leaving the latter bruised and battered while failing to even graze the agile assailant. How could a battle between five-star combatants conclude in such a manner? The stout vendor suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, causing the hearts of everyone present to tremble in unison. The nimble vendor, relying on speed, was directly knocked to the ground with a heavy thud. Upon closer inspection, the upper garment of the former had been torn apart by the force of his own breath, revealing a large black bear tattooed on his back, eliciting astonishment from all. The air had become distorted, signaling that a counterattack was imminent. Rather than advancing towards the slender vendor, the bear-like vendor extended his palm in his direction. Despite the distance of approximately 10 meters between them, he effortlessly lifted the slender vendor into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers, myself included, were utterly taken aback. For this technique of remote manipulation was among the most fundamental and common of supernatural abilities. Every individual awakening their powers would possess such an ability. Yet its efficacy was confined to inanimate objects, proving ineffective against living beings. Mastery of this skill was notoriously arduous, leading few to pursue its cultivation. By the time one achieved a single star in their training, others would likely have reached 5 stars. And the range of control was directly proportional to one's mystical energy level. For every star attained, the diameter of control increased by 10 meters. In light of this, it was evident that he possessed at least 2 stars and several ranks of mystical energy in this regard. Within the Sky City, or even across the entire realm of supernatural beings, those capable of cultivating more than one ability at a time were exceedingly rare. Those who trained in control-related abilities were nearly extinct. Furthermore, it was certain that not more than 10 individuals in the world could master control to the level of 2 stars, and they typically either secluded themselves in remote forests or served as covert experts for the government. Indeed, the Sky City was home to many eccentrics. I chuckled wickedly, for I too was one of them. My innate star granted me the power to manipulate individuals within a 10-meter radius. I had discovered this during an unfortunate encounter with a mugger on the streets. Returning my gaze to the battlefield, the bear-like vendor did not eject the slender vendor from the arena. Instead, he proceeded to slam him to the ground repeatedly, as though the slender vendor were truly in his grasp. Each strike created a sizable crater on the once smooth surface, leaving the slender vendor bloodied and battered. One cannot kill without a death contract, I shouted urgently, fearing that the bear vendor might lose control and inadvertently end the slender vendor's life. The female host, regaining her composure, promptly declared the bear vendor the victor, thus averting a bloody conflict. With the battle concluded, our interest in the subsequent matches waned, and we decided to leave immediately. As we exited the dueling arena and looked up, we noticed the auction house across the way preparing to commence the auction of treasures. So we wandered over to join the excitement. Upon reaching the entrance, a female server approached us lazily, apologetically stating, to bid on items, a $50 entry fee is required. To sell items, a $200 handling fee applies. My expression darkened at that moment. Why must everything involve money? It seemed that all things were consumed by the allure of wealth. Observing my immediate disappointment, I turned to the server and said, I wish to sell something. I arched an eyebrow in surprise, pondering, what do we even have of value to sell? Surely we cannot offer just a piece of paper, and to pay a $200 handling fee is utterly outrageous. However, the waitress did not ponder as deeply as I did. Upon hearing the response, she hurriedly led us into the office, where another server took over at the entrance. The female server addressed a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle seated inside, saying, Director, these two have come to sell items. Could you please assist with the appraisal? She then turned to us, requesting, please present the items you wish to sell, along with a fee of 200 yuan. No sooner had she finished speaking than 200 yuan bills flew from my pocket, followed by a gleaming membership card. And then, seemingly from nowhere, a peculiar object was produced. This is the membership card, priced at 180 yuan. I wish to sell a dragon horn, I announced. The director and the waitress were utterly astonished. A membership card, 180 yuan, a dragon horn. What a plethora of items. My comprehension of his identity was rapidly diminishing. I had thought I was becoming familiar with him, yet the deeper I delved, the more enigmatic he appeared. Such depth of character. The director, trembling with anticipation, took the dragon horn in his hands, donning a pair of reading glasses to scrutinize it meticulously, his fingers incessantly caressing the surface. It was indeed the horn of a celestial dragon, a priceless treasure. His excitement rendered his speech somewhat disjointed. While I understood the rarity of the dragon horn, particularly that of a celestial dragon, it seemed excessive to react in such a manner. After all, the celestial dragon had never descended from the sky since it gained the ability to fly. It was merely a handsome rarity. The dragon horn was simply an item that could significantly enhance one's mystical powers. Perhaps I was lacking in appreciation for such extraordinary treasures. Suddenly, he lifted his head abruptly, startling me. Where did you acquire this dragon horn? Do your family members permit you to auction such an item? I retorted. This dragon horn was taken from a celestial dragon I hunted. Must I seek permission from others? Moreover, I am an orphan. Where would I find family? The Mediterranean director's expression of astonishment deepened upon hearing that I had procured the dragon horn from a celestial dragon. Nevertheless, he responded dutifully. Well, what about your membership? Thanks to the golden membership card, we were ushered into the golden member area, alongside silver and common member zones. In the golden member area, we received the highest level of treatment, complete with beautiful women, fine wine, and exquisite cuisine. Being a member certainly has its privileges. I couldn't help but exclaim. Where do you acquire all these treasures and money? I finally inquired, unable to contain my curiosity. I have been raised in a world of conflict. I have encountered countless rare creatures and unearthed many extraordinary treasures while fleeing into the mountains. Later, I earned money in dueling arenas, and once I had enough, I came here to sell my wares. There is much you do not yet know about my journey, he replied. How wonderful. Do you enjoy being pursued and attacked daily? I shook my head. However, if getting beaten could lead to wealth, that wouldn't be too bad. And thus, the auction commenced. The auction was presided over by a captivating hostess, adorned in a gossamer layer of fabric that left many, including myself, momentarily breathless. My cheeks flushed with heat as I discreetly wiped my nose, curious whether I had succumbed to a nosebleed. Yet, seemingly indifferent to the spectacle, my companion did not cast a single glance toward the enchanting presenter. After what felt like an eternity, the moment arrived for the auctioning of our items. The later they were scheduled for sale, the more extraordinary they tended to be. Presently, aside from our dragon horn, only one other item remained. Evidently, they held our dragon horn in high regard. We were about to auction a horn from a sky dragon that had lived for 10 millennia. The starting bid was set at 5 million yuan, with increments no less than 100,000. The auction commenced. Initially, discussions revolved around the horn, its rarity and value evoking a sense of trepidation among the crowd. Such a precious item. Who could possibly afford it? And what if it were to be stolen by bandits after purchase? After an awkward 2 minutes of silence, a voice from the silver membership area finally broke the stillness. 51 million. Naturally, the commoners refrained from bidding, choosing instead to observe the members. Gradually, even the silver members became hesitant. They felt dwarfed by the wealth of the gold members. 80 million. 85 million. 95 million. The room fell silent at this staggering figure. 95 million yuan. One could only wonder how many years of corruption it would take for an official to amass such wealth. The individual who made the bid appeared rugged, with dark skin and clad in a coarse shirt, his upper lip concealed by a thick beard. I discreetly wiped my brow. Could he truly be serious? Did he possess such riches? I bid 100 million. Is there anyone else? A commanding voice resonated through the hall, though not overly loud. It carried an undeniable gravitas that sent shivers down my spine. Gasps filled the air as the crowd buzzed with astonishment. 100 million? This individual was undeniably affluent, tossing out such an amount without a flicker of an eyelash. Turning to look, I was struck by the sight of a man in a sleek gray suit, complete with a tie, his polished shoes gleaming to the point of blinding my titanium alloy eyes. It was none other than a member of the Lester family. His brow furrowed, a rare expression for him. The bidder, along with a young boy who appeared to be his son, stood nearby. The boy, in his teens, sported golden locks and bore an air of arrogance, currently engaged with a beautiful waitress by his side. This was Wilhelmus Lester, the so-called Golden Lion. I vividly recalled how he had relentlessly pursued Anna in the past. What had changed? Did he have a new flame? The Lester family stands as one of the wealthiest clans in the City of Sky. Even if others possess sufficient wealth to challenge them, they would likely find themselves targeted by the assassins of the Lester family post-transaction. Hence, no one dares to confront them, resulting in the inevitable conclusion of the deal. The final auction item, a dragon egg. This is not a mundane dinosaur egg, but rather the mythical egg of a dragon, known for its formidable destructive capabilities. Wild dragons, as opposed to those bred artificially, are far more precious and powerful. This particular specimen is an egg of the sky dragon, a creature revered for its elusive nature. While people are drawn to such dragons, they are inherently proud and difficult to tame. However, a dragon egg is a different matter. Upon hatching, the young dragon possesses no preconceived notions of humans or dragons, recognizing individuals solely by their essence. If one can cultivate a steadfast bond of loyalty with the hatchling, it can be deemed successfully tamed. The starting bid for this auction was set at 80 million, and in a rather sensational twist, a beautiful woman was included as a complimentary gift to entice bidders. 90 million, we accept. The voice of a man resonated through the crowd once more. As the final item was sold, I too made my way to the back to collect the proceeds from the auction, though, truth be told, I was merely a bystander in this affair. However, members of the Lester family were also there to settle their payments and retrieve their items, leading to a rather congested passageway. How dare this impoverished wretch enter the auction house and attempt to occupy the golden member area? Surely, that golden card was pilfered. The arrogant blonde still exhibited his haughty demeanor, though 3 years had passed, and his power had indeed grown, granting him a degree of audacity. I walked past them without a glance and continued on my way, choosing not to engage. After the accountant received the Lester family's funds, he handed over the auction dragon horns, dragon egg, and accompanying gifts, then informed us, the ancient sky dragon horn has been auctioned for 1 billion, with a standard 5% handling fee deducted. Golden members incur only a 1% fee, leaving you with a net amount of 990 million, which has been transferred to your account. Upon hearing the sum related to the ancient dragon horn, the Lester father and son were visibly taken aback. As we passed them, the elder Lester addressed us, "Greetings, young friends." We halted, remaining silent. "There is something I wish to discuss, whether it is appropriate or not," he continued. "Not appropriate," I replied coldly, then resumed my stride toward the exit. The elder Lester's expression shifted, revealing a mix of embarrassment and astonishment, all of which was evident to my keen perception. "You two are certainly not ordinary individuals. You possess treasures. Should you be willing, I would be interested in acquiring them at a premium." The elder Lester's voice drifted back to us. "No need," I stated impassively. The blonde shouted, "You will regret this. I already regret selling the dragon horn to you." A palpable wave of hostility surged from behind, though it was quelled by an even more formidable force emanating from his father. Once again, a sovereign emerges. Chapter 24. A warm welcome to the newcomers. The clock had struck 6:30, and with merely half an hour remaining before the commencement of the class division ceremony at 7, we meandered our way back to the school. Upon our return, the time had already passed 6:50, and the teachers and students had congregated at the grand playground, all primed for the ceremony. Amidst the throng, I discerned a pair of eyes brimming with disdain and animosity fixed upon me. It was the golden-haired boy, peering through a class to scrutinize me from Class 7, evidently still brooding over yesterday's events. The current batch of freshmen exhibited a certain dullness, struggling to harness their superpowers, leading to frequent blunders on stage that elicited waves of laughter from the audience. At times, I found myself chuckling at some of the highlights, though my amusement was far more subdued than that of the others, maintaining my usual composure. Suddenly, a figure dashed out of the classroom and ascended the stage, seizing Coach Lee's microphone. It was the golden-haired boy once more. What could he possibly intend? "Teachers, fellow students, to demonstrate the exceptional educational achievements of our school to the newly arrived juniors, I request permission to showcase practical combat skills alongside Pedro Morgan and Victor from Class 7, he declared. I inwardly chuckled. Truly the school's remarkable achievements? Was he to serve as a mere punching bag for our demonstration of mystical prowess? "Mo, you must not accept this challenge," a melodious feminine voice resonated behind me. Turning, I was pleasantly surprised to find Anna, more beautiful and mature than I remembered after a year apart. Accompanying her were Peter and Jenny, the Avengers Quintet reunited in its entirety. Peter pulled me aside and spoke in hushed tones. "You have been away for a year. Much has changed here, which I will recount later. As for the current situation, you must not accept the golden-haired boy's so-called performance challenge. He is already at the 4th star, 8th tier, on the verge of reaching 5 stars. Far removed from the little yellow-haired boy of yore." My mind was clouded with disbelief. He was merely at the 4th star, 8th tier, while I, having descended by a single star, still surpassed him. I sought Peter's opinion with my gaze, yet he displayed a distinct lack of interest. Indeed, pitting a 6-star individual against one of 4 stars offered little challenge or intrigue. I initially intended to decline, but Principal O. Henry telepathically urged me, "Little Mo, you have already reached the 5th star, 9th tier. It would be beneficial to engage him in a contest. Not only will it provide you with valuable experience, but it may also assist you in breaking through your current limitations. Exercise caution, conceal your true abilities, and strike with restraint." With no alternative, I reluctantly acquiesced to the principal's request and prepared to put on a show. As I stood upon the stage, I immediately sensed a palpable aura of hostility emanating from my opponent. Though it had no effect on me, it was quite remarkable for someone of his age. I clasped my hands in salute and introduced myself, Water System, Ling Mo. I deliberately omitted the customary announcement of my tier level. The golden-haired boy, lacking in courtesy, neglected to disclose his own tier, abilities, or name, and without a moment's hesitation, charged towards me with intent to strike. His movements were swift, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before me. I remained unhurried, instantly teleporting to the spot he had just vacated. He turned his head, seemingly taken aback. "Are you anxious?" I asked with a smile. Suddenly, I leaped into the air, executing a swift turn, and unleashed a powerful kick with my right leg, striking the golden retriever squarely in the abdomen. His reaction lagged behind the speed of my attack. He absorbed the blow without defense. Fortunately, I refrained from using my supernatural abilities. Had I done so, I could have easily punctured him. After my kick, his belly retracted and his head leaned forward. I then jumped again, delivering a punch to his head, which landed with a resounding impact. I turned to the astonished social worker and stated, "Key points of combat: speed, precision, and ferocity." With that, I leaped off the stage and approached the principal. The principal remarked that my disdain for him might lead to breaking through my limits, a notion I found intriguing. However, I had scarcely utilized my mystical powers, nor even my extraordinary abilities. In previous breakthroughs, I felt a surge of new energy within me. But this time, an additional sensation emerged, a warmth radiating from my back. The principal hurriedly escorted me to his office, where I could no longer contain myself. The mysterious energies and powers within me erupted, the new energy seemingly overwhelming, challenging my control. I felt an unusual swelling at my back, followed by a comforting release, and several soft, white feathers fell. Turning to the principal, I noticed that even he, with his vast experience, displayed an expression of profound astonishment. "Principal, what is happening?" I asked, bewildered. He remained silent, gesturing for a large dressing mirror to glide in front of me so I could see for myself. Upon glancing into the mirror, I was taken aback by my reflection. I appeared markedly different, with strands of dark blue hair, significantly taller than before, and my eyes, once dull, now glimmered with the sharpness of an eagle's gaze, adorned with 6 stars. However, the most striking feature was the enormous pair of wings on my back, which, when fully extended, could span 10 meters and tower over 2 meters in height. The principal's office, however, lacked the space for such grandeur, prompting me to retract them. I was perplexed by the phenomenon, noticing a soft glow surrounding my body. I looked at the principal in confusion, but he merely shook his head, indicating he was equally baffled. At that moment, a white tiger, slightly larger than an ordinary one, leaped from within me. It was my guardian spirit. "These wings are the wings of the monarch," the white tiger proclaimed. "Do you recall the first time you arrived at the school 3 years ago for the class allocation ceremony?" I nodded. I remembered vividly, as I had yet to awaken my powers and had been ridiculed, particularly by one individual who had unleashed lightning. His lessons offer not merely flashes of brilliance. They bestow upon you divine strength. However, you are not a progeny of the gods. Despite your extraordinary talents surpassing those of any mortal, you can only harness 2/3 of the formidable power he has endowed you with. Upon your first encounter with him, he began to alter your very essence, steering you toward omnipotence. Yet, a true metamorphosis remains elusive. You have already become formidable. Once you transcend the 7 stars and 9 grades, ascending to the rank of emperor, you will draw perilously close to divinity, existing in the liminal space between humanity and the divine, half mortal, half god. While you may never attain true godhood, you will possess the strength to rival any of the 3 titans of the divine realm, thereby posing a significant threat to their absolute supremacy. Zeus stands on your side for now, alleviating concerns of a sudden betrayal. Your aquatic abilities stem from the blessings of Poseidon, who is unlikely to turn against you. However, you must remain vigilant of Hades. In his quest for the throne of the gods, he was betrayed and became the lord of the underworld, harboring deep-seated animosity towards Zeus. Now, having severed ties with the divine realm and claiming hell as his dominion, he has proclaimed himself king. This means you must contend not only with the heart-eating demon, but also remain wary of Hades. The potential for their alliance poses a considerable challenge, as their combined might could rival your own. After absorbing this extensive discourse, I felt somewhat dazed but grasped a crucial point. Vigilance against the heart-eating demon and caution towards Hades are imperative. "Retract your wings," the white tiger instructed. I was perplexed. Yet upon thinking of their retraction, they vanished. Hades approaches, yet the azure dragon is also on the verge of awakening, and the white tiger leaped back into my being. What? Did it just say the azure dragon is awakening? I sensed an immense energy surging within me, and amid the haze, I glimpsed a colossal dragon coiling in the air, its eyes suddenly flaring open, radiating a golden light. Two innate guardians, emperor-level mystic power, the wings of a monarch, and the thunderstaff. Could this collaboration be sufficient to contend with Hades and the heart-eating demon? Perhaps it might only suffice to vanquish one. Upon reaching the 6 stars, my perception of my surroundings sharpened considerably. I could sense movements within a 10-meter radius without the aid of divine sight or celestial vision. At that moment, a pair of eyes in the darkness scrutinized me. Expanding my consciousness revealed that the entity was not human. A small head, large eyes, and a slender body, adorned with enormous wings tucked behind it, hanging upside down from a tree. The celestial vision identified it as a hell messenger, a being from Hades' realm of the underworld. I abruptly turned towards the creature, and the golden gaze startled it into flight, moving with a speed that rivaled my own. The principal sighed, saying, "Hades has set his sights here as well. It is now time for rest." In the dormitory, Peter let out a heavy sigh, expressing his inner turmoil. I find myself at a loss between joy and sorrow. Although I was astonished to see you effortlessly bring down that golden-haired individual, I must admit that I am not particularly fond of him. Over the past 3 years, he and Anna have been inseparable, even without a formal acknowledgement of their relationship. It is common knowledge among us. We have internally regarded them as a match made in heaven. Despite his boorish demeanor towards us, he displays gentlemanly charm and generosity towards the female populace, and his kindness towards Anna is evident to all. I am rather uncomfortable witnessing what could potentially be my future brother-in-law being struck down by our own. You know what I mean? Alas, my feelings are so conflicted. After voicing this, he sighed heavily once more. I thought to myself, I had previously seen that fellow with a beautiful waitress. Yet, Anna has indeed become involved with a wealthy heir like him. It has been over a year since he last returned, and the transformation is remarkable. How is it possible that Willens has managed to maintain a 3-year-long romance? It is quite astonishing to observe such a handsome and affluent young man garnering attention from women wherever he goes. But the notion of him focusing solely on Anna seems almost fantastical. Xiao Mo, what is your cultivation level? You dispatched him with such ease. It must be quite substantial. No? Peter inquired again. Yes, around 58, I replied nonchalantly. 58. 5-star, 8 rank. That can't be right. Willens is also 5-star, 8 rank, yet you managed to defeat him so easily? I feigned exhaustion, and this tactic evidently worked, prompting Peter to refrain from further questioning. The following day, as Peter and I entered the classroom with smiles, I noticed an adult man occupying my seat. It was Lester, the father of the golden-haired boy. Naturally, the father resembled his son, yet he exuded an aura reminiscent of a figure who commands respect in the underworld, lacking the arrogance of his son, but possessing a strikingly formidable presence. Having just returned to school, trouble seemed to await me. However, I found myself rather fond of trouble. I heard you had an altercation with my son last night. His voice indeed had the power to penetrate the soul. Not exactly. He challenged me to perform, and I merely struck him a couple of times. His sluggishness in response is hardly my fault, I replied coolly. So, you are boasting about your prowess while disparaging my son's abilities? He raised an eyebrow. I never claimed such, I retorted. I am merely curious to see just how formidable the person is who can take down my son. He began to exert his formidable aura to pressure me. Very well, I shall remain here for you to observe. From the front, the side, or the back, choose as you wish. He sought to provoke me into action, his display dazzling yet devoid of any real threat. The other students watched with keen interest, witnessing a confrontation between a powerful figure and an unassuming youth. Anna rushed in, positioning herself between us, yet the pressure exerted by this formidable man was overwhelming. Anna, having a cultivation level of only 4-star, 6 rank, succumbed and knelt before him. I hastily helped her up, using my own energy to counteract the oppressive force he was unleashing. Indeed, the Emperor is formidable. I can barely endure this pressure alone. Another would pose a significant challenge. Uncle, please do not make things difficult for Xiao Mo. Anna interceded on my behalf, though she need not have, for with my current prowess, spending 7 or 8 hours with him would pose no issue. Furthermore, even if I were to falter, could I not simply flee? Anna, dear child, rest assured that I shall not impose any hardship upon him. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of his mystical strength. This child is remarkable. As he spoke, he released Anna from the confines of his pressure field and turned to me, saying, Young man, your mystical power indeed surpasses that of my son by a considerable margin. Would you mind allowing me a glimpse of your mystical manifestation? I replied that I would mind. Suddenly, Darius exerted considerable pressure, causing beads of sweat to form on my brow. The onlookers, sensing the overwhelming force, began to retreat. Desks toppled, shattering into fragments, and the clattering of glassware echoed as a cup was crushed under the strain. You astonish me, young man, but do proceed, Darius urged. Without warning, the scenery around us shifted abruptly, and I found myself and Darius enveloped within a lush, verdant bamboo grove. Shadows of the bamboo danced around us, and the slightly damp earth cradled a platform crafted from smooth stone. Surrounding this platform were equally polished stone benches. Upon the platform lay 3 stone cups, brimming with green tea, their aromas mingling with that of the bamboo and a hint of earthiness, evoking the essence of nature. I pondered the purpose of the 3rd cup, initially attributing it to Darius, yet he too bore an expression of astonishment. Let us all sit and enjoy tea, a gentle voice resonated. It was the principal. Mr. O. Henry? Darius inquired, astonished. Mr. Darius, are you surprised that a mere child could withstand the pressure of an emperor? Before he could respond, the principal continued, to uncover the secret, one must maintain confidentiality. Darius nodded, swearing an oath in the name of the Darius family. I have brought an intriguing book. Let us all take a look. The principal declared, opening the tome and laying it upon the stone platform. It was an ancient volume, its pages yellowed and marred by the traces of bookworms. Bound in a traditional style, the spine's thread remained resilient despite its age. I gazed upon the book's exterior with the eye of heaven, anticipating the fascinating tale that was about to unfold. The previously blank pages began to emit a soft, gentle glow, revealing a colorful animation, not merely an animation, but rather akin to a film. Protagonist, James Wallace. Location, Sky City. Time, 1970. Upon witnessing this information displayed in English, Darius involuntarily shivered. It was during the greatest calamity ever to befall Sky City. Now, we shall reenact the events of that fateful time. A phrase appeared in the book, prompting me to realize that the entire narrative would henceforth be articulated in English. Author's note, for the ease of readers. I have translated this into Chinese. It spoke of a child. The text revealed that he was clad in black garments, appearing to be around 10 years of age. He stood before the gates of St. Christopher's School, his golden eye of heaven perpetually open, gazing with curiosity and longing at everything within the campus. This was no ordinary child, as the book further elucidated. Such a child, blessed with the eye of heaven, could not be considered mundane, I mused internally. The boy ventured into the school, effortlessly passing through the iron gate like a wraith, gliding into the grounds. He swiftly made his way to the principal's office, where the headmistress, a young woman, was taken aback by his sudden appearance. Hello, madam, may I attend school here? Though I possess no money, he spoke in impeccable American English. I found myself bewildered by how a book could emit sound. The headmistress did not rebuff him, despite his lack of funds. He attended classes, exhibiting remarkable aptitude in every subject, demonstrating an extraordinary command over his supernatural abilities, as though he had become godlike in strength. Eventually, when the boy reached an age similar to mine, he ascended to the rank of emperor. At that time, it seemed as if the very cosmos lay within his grasp, capable of nearly everything except traversing time and space. Regrettably, he was devoid of friends. He experienced profound loneliness. However, individuals of exceptional talent often attract envy. Despite his brilliance, he faced constant ostracism, even from other emperors who wished for his absence. In due course, he was unjustly accused of a fabricated crime, prompting the government to dispatch elite negotiators of 6-star caliber to persuade him to relinquish some of his power, lowering his rank, who would willingly forsake the fruits of their labor. The government was indeed misguided. Undoubtedly, negotiations collapsed, and war ensued. A youthful emperor found himself pitted against a formidable legion composed of numerous emperors, hundreds of 7-star individuals, and nearly 1,000 6-star warriors. Yet he displayed not a trace of fear. Over 1,000 voices harmonized against him, exerting every ounce of their strength. However, brilliance shines through. Those lacking the prowess of a 7-star practitioner were instantly crushed by the immense pressure he unleashed. Even the 7 stars were rendered immobile, and in a heartbeat, the once mighty legion was reduced to a mere handful capable of combat. Upon glancing back, the 7 stars stood like wooden stakes, some collapsing, their eyes bulging, their features contorted with agony, clearly suffocated by the overwhelming force. The 6-star practitioners fared no better, succumbing to the pressure, their crimson blood staining the earth. Seizing the moment of distraction, the youthful emperor unleashed a devastating strike. Though with so many targets, he could only severely wound the enemy. As they absorbed the blow, reality set in. It was time for battle, not sorrow. One after another, numerous emperors stepped forth to confront him, engaging in a relentless war of attrition. Yet, it appeared that such tactics were futile against this prodigy, as several of them fell swiftly before him. A single chopstick is easily broken, but even a bundle of 10 remains susceptible to the whims of an eccentric. The assembled emperors unified their strength, unleashing a formidable surge of black energy that collided with a vibrant array of colors. The shockwave radiated outward, uprooting trees and whipping up winds that stung the eyes. From the young emperor's back emerged a pair of black wings, akin to my own but differing in hue. He deftly deflected the combined assault of his adversaries with his wings, then channeled his full power into a singular strike, repelling their attack with sheer force. Only one of the city's emperors remained standing, though his wings lay in ruins, leaving him slumped on the ground, utterly spent and incapable of rising. Reduced to a mere husk, the remaining emperor was none other than the esteemed Principal Henry, who appeared relatively unscathed, standing tall. "Make your move," he said to the principal. "No, from the very beginning, I had no intention of taking your life." Indeed, Henry had refrained from engaging in the battle, only intervening when absolutely necessary. "You are a genius, deserving to be polished into a gem, rather than forced into this predicament," he remarked. The principal's words astonished him, as he had not anticipated such sentiments. Henry turned and departed. 10 years have not diminished me. I shall return with renewed vigor," the young man proclaimed, his voice echoing across the desolate expanse, followed by a long howl. 10 years later, the pages of history revealed that a figure clad in a black robe and had strode past the guards at the government's entrance, making his way to the conference hall. At that moment, an emergency meeting was in session, and the attendees fell into hushed silence upon his arrival. Sensing the palpable aura of menace that enveloped the mysterious individual, "I have returned," the enigmatic figure declared. The legislators exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. "Do you recall the boy named James from a decade ago? He has returned." His chilling voice pierced the heart, vastly more potent than that of the illustrious Lester. The assembly gasped in horror, recalling the youth who had single-handedly vanquished the government forces, with only one survivor from 1,000. Who would not tremble at such a revelation? In a panic, they scrambled from their seats, desperate to distance themselves from him. However, after a derisive laugh, he snapped his fingers, and the heads of the legislators exploded, blood and brains splattering grotesquely. As he exited the building, it crumbled behind him. He walked forth, leaving a trail of disintegration in his wake. As everything around him turned to dust, the once mighty structures that had stood tall were reduced to mere ruins as he passed. This mysterious figure was none other than the James Wallace of yesteryear. "I spared you a decade ago because I believed you could be redeemed, but now, you are beyond salvation," the principal lamented, shaking his head. The principal sat down and closed his eyes, mirroring the action of his opponent. The most profound sound was the absence of sound, and the most formidable martial arts technique was one devoid of form. Their confrontation was imperceptible, even my celestial vision, elevated to an intermediate stage due to the awakening of the Azure Dragon, could not discern it. The only indications of their battle, rather than slumber, were the howling winds, the occasional powerful shockwaves, and the crumbling edifices. This stalemate persisted for approximately 10 minutes, until both combatants simultaneously spat forth a mouthful of blood. It was impossible to discern whose injuries were more severe. Yet, the principal rose to his feet, while his adversary was scattered like dust by the fierce winds. At that moment, the Sky City lay in ruins, its structures collapsed, and the ground ran red with blood. Henry led the scant survivors in reconstructing the Sky City, while the skeletal remains of the deceased sprawled across the ground, enough to fill over 100 football fields. The individual known as James Wallace, a wielder of extraordinary abilities, remained alive, albeit grievously injured in that battle. Henry could not extinguish his life, for only the 2 children specifically designated by the heavens had the power to do so. Life is fraught with uncertainties. Let us await their performances with bated breath. This was the final line of the text. The book reverted to its original state. The film concluded, the mosquitoes vanished, and the light faded, transforming it back into a tattered volume as if nothing had transpired. Lester's face oscillated between pallor and ashen hues, resembling one who had just viewed a horror film. This is the old tale. James Wallace, now a demon lord known as the Heart Eater, had established a dark organization whose members revered him as the eternal demon king. Among the 2 uniquely gifted children, one was the young Ling Mo before you, and the other was his classmate, Pedro Morgan. Young Ling Mo, What level of mystic power do you possess? D. Lester inquired, his countenance still pale. 6 stars, the principal answered on my behalf. And what of Mr. Morgan? He pressed. The same. D. Lester slumped onto the stone bench, utterly astonished that both of us had attained 6 stars. Truly, only a genius can vanquish another genius. In classroom 7, my peers' attitudes towards me improved due to my ability to withstand a pressure inflicted by a practitioner. The portly and slender students seized the opportunity to extol my prowess. However, I found myself indifferent to their praises, as visions of the Heart-Eater's battles against the esteemed emperors flooded my mind. I felt a deep sympathy for him. He had suffered persecution simply for being exceptional. If only he had received a modicum of love, might such tragedies have been averted? Kid, you are the second person to find me pitiable. A hoarse voice resonated in my mind, confirming my suspicions about the identity of the speaker. Turning back is not an option, I declared. No, it cannot be. Once begun, it cannot end. If you were in my position, I believe you would feel similarly. Strangely, I detected a hint of resignation in his tone. However, I advise against pitying your enemies, for mercy towards adversaries is cruelty to oneself. Moreover, if you align with the government, I dare say you will become the next me. His voice grew cold. Transform into the next version of yourself? Indeed, for they do not permit the existence of those who shine too brightly. In truth, you are merely retracing my steps. They exploit your strength to eliminate me, compelling you to relinquish your powers, or worse, to extinguish your very life. What would you do in such a predicament? Would you persist, or become the next heart-devouring demon? What if forsaking your powers? I would even dare to forfeit my own abilities, for what is wrong with leading an ordinary life? Engaging in conflict may be thrilling, yet it constantly leaves one in a state of anxiety. He chuckled softly. I believe that had our circumstances been different, we might have forged a genuine friendship. Is that not possible? No. I could take you to confess, repent, and thus erase the grievances of the past, could we not? His laughter erupted. Do you truly perceive government officials as noble gentlemen? To simply erase wrongs at will? You underestimate them gravely. If I were to confess, I can assure you they would summon all the sovereigns and elites from the surrounding cities to eliminate us both. Not just me, but us. Do you understand? He spoke as if the government were inherently malicious. Do you still believe they are the good ones? You are not at all as I had imagined. I had thought the fabled demon lord would be a ruthless killer, entirely silent. The other party seemed momentarily taken aback, then the voice echoed in my mind. Yes. I am indeed a remorseless fiend. I do not understand why I have shared so much with you today, perhaps more than in the past 20 years combined. For I usually remain silent, merely issuing commands to others. His final words lingered. Do not place too much trust in the government. The voice faded from my consciousness. Suddenly, I recalled something. The heart-devouring demon mentioned an organization he founded called the Dark Organization, and Gloria had once alluded to being part of it during our first encounter. How intricate the web of connections. I scratched my head in confusion. Mo, why are you daydreaming? What has that fellow done to you? Peter waved his hand before my eyes. What? I jolted back to reality. That rascal, Lester. You weren't harmed, were you? Peter inquired with concern. No, given his caliber. What? Peter exclaimed, and I instantly recognized my blunder. Lester was a formidable sovereign, and my words could be taken as an affront. No, I meant to say, does a distinguished sovereign really need to resort to violence against a mere child? Oh, then I can rest easy, Peter sighed in relief.